Chen Yi, who traveled to the eve of the end of the world, awakened the villain system. As long as he weakened the destiny of the child of destiny, he could become stronger. Opportunity for Destiny's child. Get it you. Destiny's child's connections. Get it you. Destiny's girlfriend. Get it you. Looking at the son of Destiny who was hoarding food crazily and preparing to grow up obscenely, Chen Yi smiled slightly. Others were hoarding food and I was hoarding guns. I thought this would be enough, but I never thought that the woman next to Destiny's son would be eyeing Chen Yi. Today, there are many cases of unknown virus infection in Tianai City again. It is reported that this type of virus appeared on the first day of Sha Kingdom 3 days ago, and nearly 20 people have been infected so far. The International Health Organization named the virus a specific coronavirus. The person in charge of the organization said that the specific coronavirus is less transmissible and will not spread on a large scale. In a luxurious hotel suite, a girl with a graceful figure and delicate appearance was lying on the bed with a rosy complexion and panting heavily, as if she had just run a full marathon. One big white leg holds the quilt, and her hair is messy and stuck to her face. The clothes scattered on the carpet seemed to confirm the madness just now. At this time, a young man came out wrapped in a bath towel. He didn't pay attention to the woman's tender eyes. Instead, he picked up his phone and took a look at it, and then said to the woman, I have something to do here. Deal with it, go back to school first. The woman turned over, as if she wanted to say something, but before she could speak, she heard the young man continue, this month's pocket money has been charged to your card, and there's a car below to take you back. After hearing this, the woman got up obediently, put on her clothes and left the suite. After a while, a woman in a suit walked into the room, with short black and capable hair. His eyes shone with respect for Chen Yi. As soon as he entered the door, he lowered his head and said, Master, there was a call from home just now. About the coronavirus. Yes, the spread of the virus is uncontrollable. What do you mean you can't control it? The family's biological laboratory research found that the SARS-CoV-2 is not less transmissible as claimed by the WHO, but that it is difficult for people to detect because of its extremely long incubation period. On the contrary, it can be transmitted through air, gel, contact, blood, etc. Channel transmission, to put it simply, at least 75% of the people in the world have been infected. I am afraid that in the next 20 to 30 days, there will be a full-scale outbreak around the world. Chen Yi nodded lightly, noncommittal. He is the only heir to the Chen family, one of the 4 major families in the Sha Kingdom. In just 10 days ago, on his 20th birthday, he suddenly unlocked the system. The system prompts that in 40 days, a zombie virus will break out and the end of the world will begin. It seems that the level of the family laboratory is much better than that of the WHO, and the estimated time is actually very close to the system prompt. After pondering for a moment, Chen Yi stood up and said, what does home mean? The escort team is already on its way and is expected to arrive in half an hour. The authority of the family's underground bunker in Tianai has been given to you. The owner of the family wants you to take charge of the distribution of materials here in Tianai to prepare for the outbreak of the virus. Get ready, the woman in a suit whispered. Once the doomsday really comes, the existing social order and production system will collapse, and all existing hierarchies will be directly reshuffled. If the Chen family wants to maintain its outstanding status before the end of the world, they naturally need to prepare in advance. Then let's go. I'll change my clothes. Sister Ju, please wait outside. The woman in the suit is called Chen Ju, a dead soldier trained by the Chen family for many years. He is also Chen Yi's personal bodyguard. Loyalty and ability are absolutely top-notch. Looking at Chen Yu's back, a line of prompts slowly emerged from Chen Yu's side again. She was an orphan and was raised by the Chen family since she was a child. She is your personal bodyguard. The man she has had the most contact with since she was a child is Chen Yi. I have long secretly promised that I am more loyal to Chen Yi than the Chen family, and I am willing to sacrifice everything for Chen Yi. When the end comes, in order to help Chen Yi fight for the flower of dreams, I will be killed by Fang Zan, the son of destiny. Looking at this paragraph of text, Chen Yi's face was as dark as water, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Fang Zan, you must die. Ding, the mission progress has been refreshed. Congratulations on getting Fang Zan's resentment value plus 10 points. Has the task progress been refreshed? Chen Yi quickly clicked on the system panel, Doomsday Villain System. Host, Chen Yi, Physique, 0.8 human limit is 1. Psychic power, 1.2 human limit is 1. Special ability, none. Current mission, kill the son of destiny, Fang Zan. Please note, the son of destiny has extremely high luck and is difficult to kill rashly. You need to accumulate a certain amount of resentment and reduce his luck before you can kill him. The current resentment value of Fang Zan, the son of destiny, is 10, and the kill success rate is 0.1%. Chen Yi understood this luck value. It was similar to the luck of the protagonist in the novel. As long as the luck value is there, the protagonist will not only survive being knocked off a cliff but also acquire peerless martial arts. Even if he is imprisoned, he will be rescued by a noble person. In short, he is a little strong person who cannot be beaten to death, and the more he fights, the stronger he gets. 0.1% success rate. Now is obviously not the time to take action. Chen Yi was dressed neatly and as soon as he walked to the hotel lobby, he heard a dispute at the door. Before he could ask, a bodyguard said, Master, Miss Ran is entangled by man. Miss Ran seems to call him something. Fang Zan, it's him. This guy was rude to Miss Ran. Do you want me to go? No need, I'll go over and take a look. Chen Yi shook his head. In fact, Chen Yi, Fang Zan and Ran Yuming, the school beauties who had just been intimate with Chen Yi, were all college classmates. It's just that Chen Yi and Fang Zan are from 2 different worlds. They are in the same school, but they rarely interact with each other. Since the villain system was bound and it was predicted that Chen Yi would die at the hands of Fang Zan, Chen Yi launched a comprehensive investigation into Fang Zan and began actions to weaken his luck. Fang Zan's childhood sweetheart girlfriend Ran Yuming was pried away. This woman looked innocent and otherworldly, but Chen Yi just spent hundreds of thousands and gave some gifts and won it easily. It was not too easy. Just when Ran Yuming and Chen Yi were at their most intense, Chen Yi didn't forget to use Ran Yuming's cell phone to send Fang Zan a message to notify him. The main thing is a face-to-face NTR. If you kill my woman, I will give you $1 billion as a gift. That's not too much. I originally thought that this incident would severely damage Zan Yi's spirit and luck, but I never thought that I would only gain a pitiful 10 points of resentment. This made Chen Yi pay attention to Fang Zan. No wonder he is the son of luck. This opponent is definitely not as simple as he seems on the surface. Master, do you need to deal with this guy? Chen Zhu reminded in a low voice. No need. There was a little conflict among the classmates. I'll go down and deal with it. It won't take long. Chen Yi walked towards the door with a smile. Soon I saw a handsome young man standing in front of Ran Yuming with tears in his eyes, an affectionate expression on his face, and saying something loudly. There was a circle of people watching around him. But Chen Yi could tell at a glance that Fang Zan was acting. Fang Zan is indeed acting. In fact, he is a reborn person. In the apocalyptic wasteland of the future, Fang Zan struggled to survive for 3 years. Although he awakened a good superpower, he did not become a top powerhouse due to lack of resources and other factors. Finally, while robbing the Chen group's granary, he was besieged and killed by Chen Yi's strong men. After resurrecting his life, he plans to use the information gap after his rebirth to collect resources, look for opportunities, and rise quickly in the apocalypse. By then, he would naturally not let Chen Yi go. The hatred for killing him and taking away his wife, after his rebirth, he swore that he and Chen Yi would never live together. In the previous life, when Fang Zan received the hotel room number sent by Chen Yi using Ran Yuming's mobile phone, as well as a photo taken from a bird's eye view of Ran Yuming with her bare back, her head raised, and her hair being grabbed. The whole person collapsed. Although he came to the hotel and made a big fuss, not only did he not change his mind, but he was beaten up by Chen Yi's bodyguards. At the same time, he was slapped in the face and humiliated by Chen Yi with a 5 million bank card. After that incident, Fang Zan was depressed and decadent for a long time. So much so that even after the apocalypse broke out, he still couldn't get out of the shadow of Ran Yuming's betrayal for a long time. This led to his initial development being much slower than others, one step slower, and coupled with factors such as insufficient resources, there was no development. Stand up. At this time, when he saw Ran Yuming with wet hair and rosy complexion coming out of the hotel, Fang Zan felt no emotion in his heart. This kind of vain woman doesn't deserve to be angry. In the previous life, Ran Yuming only attached herself to Chen Yi 2 days before the apocalypse broke out, and that was how Chen Yi slapped himself in the face with a 5 million bank guard. If Fang Zan wants a large amount of supplies, he must have a large sum of money as startup capital. In order to get Chen Yi's 5 million bank card early, he used some tricks this time to create some communication opportunities for Ran Yuming and Chen Yejua. Sure enough, with 30 days left until the end of the world, Chen Yi couldn't help but take down Ran Yuming. With 5 million and 30 days of preparation time, it is enough for me to prepare everything before the end of the world and show off my talents. So Fang Zan had been waiting here early, expecting Chen Yi and Ran Yuming to show up. But the strange thing is that Ran Yuming was the only one who came out of the hotel this time. This guy Chen Yi is so ruthless. He took first blood and let Ran Yuming go home alone. In his eyes, his former goddess was nothing more than a plaything that came and went when he was called upon. At the same time, Fang Zan was also worried. Without Chen Yi, wouldn't all his plans be ruined? It was also at this time that Fang Zan had 10 points of resentment. But soon, Fang Zan readjusted his emotions and then performed a farce in front of the hotel. In fact, the drunkard's intention was not just drinking. Yu Ming, did I do something wrong? Tell me, isn't it okay for me to change? Please don't leave me. I don't mind what happened between you, as long as you change your mind. Fang Zan pulled Ran Yuming and cried in tears. Don't hold me back. If brother Chen Yi sees it, he will misunderstand me. There is nothing between us, so let go. Ran Yuming was disgusted by Fang Zan's entanglement, but also avoided it as much as possible and kept retreating backwards. You must have been threatened by Chen Yi, right? You weren't like this before. Yu Ming, if you were threatened, just blink, I can understand. Fang Zan wiped his tears and continued to cry. He didn't know when Chen Yi would come out, so he had to do a complete show. From the moment he appeared, no one could find any flaws. Only in this way will the stupid and arrogant rich second generation slap his 5 million bank card in his face. Brother Chen Yi and I are in love. Fang Zan, can you be more mature? If we break up peacefully, we can still be friends in the future. If you keep stalking like this, you won't even be able to be friends in the future. Ran Yuming took a few steps back again in disgust, but she happened to bump into Chen Yi's arms. Brother Chen Yi, he is the one who pesters me, and I have nothing to do with him. When Ran Yuming saw Chen Yi, she immediately began to distance herself from Fang Zan. Fang Zan, when you beg a girl, you have to look like you're begging a girl. You don't even want to kneel down. It shows that you have no sincerity. Chen Yi stretched out his hand to hold Ran Yuming in his arms and said with a cold smile. At the same time, Chen Yu and a dozen bodyguards around him slowly surrounded him. Chen Yi, you. The moment he saw Chen Yi, Fang Zan couldn't help but feel the anger rising in his heart. Let yourself kneel to this money worshipper who betrayed you. And Chen Yi, standing so close to Ran Yuming, even Chen Yi knelt down when he knelt like this. This is simply a shame, but many years of living in the apocalypse have taught him how to be patient. Fang Zan knew very well that with his current strength, he was no match for Chen Yu beside Chen Yi. When you are not strong enough, you must be patient. The end of pretending to be strong is to seek death. What's more, I must get the 5 million in cash now. As long as I have it, I can develop rapidly and step by step according to the plan. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. When the time comes, I will definitely repay today's humiliation twice as much. You're right. Fang Zan's face turned ugly and he hesitated for a long time before kneeling down in front of Chen Yi and Ran Yuming. Ding. Congratulations on getting Fang Zan's resentment value plus 100 points. The total resentment value is 110 points, and the kill probability is 1.1%. Chen Yi was startled. The resentment value obtained by making Fang Zan kneel down was actually 10 times more than the resentment value obtained by taking her girlfriend's first blood. Chen Yi touched Ran Yuming's thigh in front of Fang Zan and said with a smile, I can play with these legs for a year. Next time you come, remember to bring the Balenciaga I bought for you. When I put them on, the previous pair of stockings were ruined as soon as they were torn off, so there was no sense of accomplishment. It's all up to you. Ran Yuming blushed and nodded. Chen Yi looked at Fang Zan and paused. No resentment value yet. Even NTR was done in person and there was no response. Really, this Fang Zan doesn't care about this girlfriend at all, he is just acting. Yu Ming, come back. It was my bad attitude before. Chen Yi is just a rich second generation. He is just playing with you. He is not serious. You should wake up quickly and don't be deceived by Chen Yi, a beast with a human face and an animal heart. If you don't change your mind, I will kneel here forever and never get up. Fang Zan said with tears in his eyes. What are you doing? You're kneeling here and asking people to do business. Get up. Ran Yuming knew that Chen Yi opened this hotel, so these words could be regarded as a disguised defense of Chen Yi. No, I won't get up until you change your mind. Fang Zan reached out to grab Ran Yuming's calf, but the latter dodged it. Okay, isn't it just money? I know very well what a person like you looks like. As he spoke, Chen Yi opened his wallet, which contained rows of bright cards. He picked out the most inconspicuous card and slapped it on Fang Zan's face. This is 5 million, get out of my sight. Fang Zan did not reach out to take the bank card because he knew the principle of playing hard to get. If he took the card and left immediately, Chen Yi would definitely feel unhappy, and it would be easier for his men to snatch the card back. He must show that he regards money as dirt and wants Ran Yuming. Only in this way can Chen Yi feel a sense of conquest and accomplishment, and then he will feel that his $5 million are worth spending. Are you humiliating me? Do you think my relationship with Yu Ming can be bought with your dirty money? Fang Zan showed an expression of extreme disgust and pain, grabbed his bank card and threw it at Chen Yi's face. But this time, he deliberately threw it very far, not touching Chen Yi at all, and fell to the ground. He knew very well that if this bank card might come into contact with Chen Yi, Chin Ju behind him would definitely grab the card in an instant. When the time comes, if you want to get the card back, it will be extremely difficult. What are you doing? You're tired of living, you dare to attack Mr. Chen. With quick eyesight and quick hands, several bodyguards grabbed Fang Zan's arms and pushed him to the ground. Chen Yi looked at Fang Zan expressionlessly, as if he wanted to see directly into his soul through his eyes. because Chen Yi discovered that the system did not receive Fang Zan's resentment value. In other words, it was clear that Fang Zan did not reject the 5 million, and those words filled with indignation just now were all said to him on purpose. Forget it, let's go. After Chen Yi finished speaking, he ignored Ran Yuming and walked towards his luxury car with Chen Ju. He already knew that Fang Zan didn't care about Ran Yuming, so this vain woman had no use value. Brother Chen Yi, wait for me. Ran Yuming trotted over in high heels, tapping the car window gently. Drive, Chen Yi said calmly without any hesitation. A woman who can be bribed by Chen Yi for hundreds of thousands may be bribed by others for hundreds of thousands or millions in the future. This kind of vain, devoid of loyalty woman can only be a time bomb if she stays with him. What's more, her performance in bed just now was indeed average. Master, what should we do with Fang Zan? Chen Ju sat next to Chen Yi with her beautiful black legs crossed and asked in a low voice. You also saw that he tried to attack me and was stopped by the bodyguards. He attempted intentional harm. I don't know if there is such a law. You can think of a way to lock him up for a few days. Chen Yi said casually. No problem, leave it to me. Chen Ju nodded and then made a call. Chen Yi fiddled with his phone, then edited a set of text messages and sent them out. The recipient was Fang Zan. At this time, the two bodyguards were kicking Fang Zan, who was lying on the ground and protecting his head. Even though he was beaten badly, he still clutched the bank card with 5 million in it. You dare to attack our young master, are you crazy? You are really looking for death, you are so shameless. The two of them fought for a while, and another bodyguard ran over and whispered to them, stop fighting, the security police are coming. The two bodyguards then stopped and left slowly. Cut. Fang Zan stood up with his face covered in blood and spat on the ground. Although he protected his vitals, all the injuries caused by the two bodyguards were insignificant skin injuries, but he looked very embarrassed. But after being beaten up, Fang Zan not only showed no trace of regret or anger, but on the contrary, a cheerful smile appeared on his face. Ha 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 ha. Chen Yi, you stupid rich second generation, you're still in my hands after all. You would never have imagined that this was all my plan. Get a beating, get 5 million, and win the opportunity to be one step ahead before the end of the world breaks out. And this opportunity for me to become stronger quickly was given to me by you. If you knew this, would you be so angry? Ha ha ha. Fang Zan laughed loudly. Others thought he was crazy, but only he knew that he was taking the right step. Sir, someone called the police just now. Several security police officers came over. Before they could finish their words, Fang Zan interrupted. It's okay, it's all a misunderstanding. I have nothing to do. I have other things to do. There are still 30 days until the end of the world and time is very tight. Only by making full use of this time can we complete Fang Zan's grand plan, so there is no time to waste with the security police. Sir, I'm afraid you made a mistake. Someone reported that you harassed women in the street and beat others. Please go back to the prison and cooperate with the investigation. But Fang Zan, who was secretly proud a second ago, froze on the spot. It's not right. Isn't this right? It is not news that the Chen family can call a deer a horse and cover the sky with one hand. But if you remembered correctly, Chen Yi should have the kind of arrogant and disgusting style of a wealthy young man. Shouldn't it be that someone who obviously enjoys all the conveniences of being born into a wealthy family, but insists on proving his abilities and rarely uses family power? Shouldn't you just ignore a small person like him and just ignore him like a fart? Why did you call the security police? It doesn't make sense. Even when Fang Zan was escorted into the police car, he was still in a state of confusion. Ding, Fang Zan's resentment value plus 150 has been detected. It is currently 260 points, and the kill success rate is 2.6%. However, Fang Zan was a person who had experienced the apocalypse after all, and he quickly forced himself to calm down. We must find a way to get out early, although there may be some delay there, resulting in your plan not being in the most perfect state. But it doesn't matter, as long as 5 million is still in his hands, a comeback against the wind is still a sure thing. Chen Yi, you despicable villain, I'm not done with you. Ding dong, suddenly, Fang Zan's phone vibrated and received a WeChat message. He quickly turned on his phone. Generally speaking, people under escort are not allowed to contact the outside world at will. But the two security policemen around him were like blind men, paying no attention to Fang Zan's behavior. Opening WeChat, there was a message from Chen Yi. Humph, are you just here to laugh at me and ridicule me? I want to see what you said. Fang Zan sneered and opened WeChat talking to himself. I saw it read, Fang Zan, I just thought about it. You were right, I shouldn't use money to humiliate you. The relationship between you and Ran Yuming cannot be measured by money. So I gave Ran Yuming back to you. Her skills are average, but she can still use it after washing it. As for the 5 million, I just transferred it away. We don't know each other anymore. Don't affect the relationship between our classmates, friendship between us. Boom, seeing this message, Fang Zan was struck by thunder, and his whole body froze. Fang Zan felt his hands and feet were cold, his mind went blank, and half of his body was numb. Damn it, what's happening here? Why is this completely different from what I expected? He arranged for Ran Yuming and Chen Yi to cuckold him, and he was embarrassed to cry, make trouble, and kneel down in front of the hotel. He was also beaten up, and finally he was taken away and detained by the security police. Why do you do all this yourself and pay so much? Isn't it just for the 5 million? In the end, Chen Yi just said, you're right, and transferred the money away. I have been carefully planning it for so long, but the result is that I am playing tricks on myself, right? What else did Chen Yi say not to affect the feelings of his classmates? It's true that you have taken all the benefits and let me eat all the bitter consequences. In the end, you still want to kidnap me morally from the moral high ground. Ah Chen Yi, I'm so stupid, Fang Zan roared angrily. Seeing Fang Zan's appearance, the security police on both sides couldn't help but look at each other and then silently drew out their electric batons. In the city of Tianai, you can scold the city guard or anyone but Chen Yi. It depends on whether I power or not, and you're finished. Zitza, ah, Fang Zan's angry twitching sound echoed through the night sky. Ding, Fang Zan's resentment value plus 2000 was detected. It is currently 2,260 points, and the kill success rate is 22.6%. Ding, Fang Zan's resentment value plus 100 was detected. It is currently 2,360 points, and the kill success rate is 23.6%. At this time, Chen Yi, who was sitting in the luxury car, was relieved at first when he saw this set of numbers, and then he was startled. Relieved because what I expected was indeed correct. Fang Zan figured out that he was a playboy who would throw away money whenever he disagreed. The purpose of this kid's crying and making a scene in front of the hotel was to get the 5 million bank card. Fortunately, I stopped my losses in time. It seems that the loss of these 5 million made Fang Zan deeply resentful, and it suddenly increased by 2,000 points. As for the inexplicable 100 points of resentment, Chen Yi was a little confused. But it doesn't matter, as long as it increases. The convoy soon arrived at the Xingfeng building on the outskirts of Tianai City. This is the headquarters of Xingfeng Group, one of the few pharmaceutical companies among the Fortune 500. At the same time, it is also an inconspicuous one among the countless assets of the Chen family. But there is a special place here. The underground part of Xingfeng building has a basement that is more than 100 meters deep and has a total of more than 20 floors. Although it was not as good as the Umbrella Company's hive in the novels he had read before, it was not far behind in terms of scale and technological content. Now that the authority here has been transferred to Chen Yi, in the next period of time, this will become the most important office of the Chen family in Tianai City. At the same time, it will be upgraded and transformed into a real permanent underground fortress over time. As soon as Chen Yi came in, he went straight underground and started arranging the stocking up of supplies for the next 2 days. Of course, he doesn't need to worry about what exactly needs to be stocked and how to stock it. The Chen family's think tank will solve all this. What he needs to do is to make arrangements in the middle and try to balance the interests of all parties. The plan to stockpile supplies is already being implemented. Starting tomorrow, most of the supplies shipped to Tianai port at home and abroad will be transported to the logistics warehouse designated by the tribe. At the same time, overseas procurement is also intensifying. According to your requirements, all materials will be transported by air, save time, but the cost is probably more than 10 times more expensive than shipping. In front of the mahogany desk, a bald man carefully reported information to Chen Yi. His name is Chen Ming, and he is a descendant of the Chen family. At the same time, he is the founder and chairman of Xingfeng Group, and his net worth can enter the top 100 of the rich list. But facing Chen Yi, the eldest son of the family, he did not dare to offend him in the slightest. Money is not an issue, the key is the amount and speed of hoarding. Chen Yi looked through the information and asked casually, on the way here, the armored vehicles and various types of armor that the captain of the escort told you to prepare are not in place yet. Chen Ming trembled when he heard the words, and quickly lowered his head and explained, Master, there is really no way to do this. It is too ostentatious to send these heavy ordnances into the city on a large scale. That quantity can conquer several small countries. It may be possible. It caused panic. The official message is that we should keep a low profile and handle this matter slowly. Chen Yi paused while flipping through the information, looked up at him, and then continued to focus on the pile of information to be processed in front of him. He said calmly, I don't care about this. The first batch of equipment cannot be in place before tomorrow morning. That's start the peak group. Let someone else do the work. Quote, if Tianai officials have any objections, then you should ask the city guard to tell me in person instead of informing me after you have discussed the plan. Cold sweat suddenly broke out on Chen Ming's forehead, and he said quickly, don't dare. Don't worry, young master, my subordinates will definitely take care of this matter tomorrow. Chen Yi nodded, his expression showing no emotion or anger. After talking about the material dispatch and hoarding plan introduced in the next paragraph, Chen Yi pulled out a piece of information from the pile of information he had just read and said, how's the research on the infectious agents captured in the underground laboratory? The coronavirus is completely different from all bacterial viruses that have appeared in human history. There are not enough samples in the laboratory, so there is no progress yet. Chen Ming replied immediately. Hearing this, Chen Yi stared at the experiment log in front of him without saying a word. After a moment, he said, starting today, the defense strength of the ground floor laboratory will be doubled, and all the people from the 19th floor down will be isolated. Only entry and no exit are allowed. This Chen Ming was stunned for a moment, not expecting Chen Yi to make such a request. What, is it difficult? No, my subordinates will make arrangements right now. Go ahead. Looking at his hurried away figure, Chen Yi slowly turned his attention to the experimental report in front of him. Su Yan, female, 22 years old, infected with the first generation of SARS-CoV-2, semi-mutant, clinical symptoms are. Of course, this is not the point. The point is, after he entered the bunker, another prompt appeared on the system panel. Destiny's child has been detected near you, and the mission has been refreshed. Mission, deflect the life trajectory of the destined child, Su Yan. Another destiny child. This made Chen Yi couldn't help but sigh that he, a villain, was very busy. The first son of destiny he encountered had not yet been dealt with, but the second one appeared, and the one who seemed to be dead even appeared in his lair. However, at this stage, Su Yan is locked up at the bottom of the bunker, so there shouldn't be any problems. He was not in a hurry to make contact. Of course, the main reason is that the depths of the bunker are the experimental base for studying the coronavirus, and it is actually not safe inside. A gentleman who does not stand under a dangerous wall has no thoughts of seeking death. While Chen Yi was busy handling the affairs of the Chen family in Tianai City, Fang Zan, the son of destiny, was not idle here either. It has been 2 hours since Fang Zan was locked up in the deep cell. The good news is that after he calmed down and thought carefully along the way, he came up with a plan that would allow him to escape unscathed. And if this plan goes well, he won't even have to worry about money in the future. Of course, it's not that he hadn't thought of such a good method before, but it just required a certain price and even a lot of risks, so he didn't plan to implement it. Now that Chen Yi was cornered by a casual ward, he couldn't do anything without this method. As long as we wait until daybreak, everything will be fine. Fang Zan looked at the energy-saving lamps in the corridor outside and slowly counted the time in his heart. There were no windows here, and he didn't know what time it was, so he could only wait. The guards inside will definitely change shifts at dawn, and then he can take the opportunity to let the new and unfamiliar guards help him contact the outside world. As for now, the guards know that he was sent by the Chen family and will definitely not help him. There is no doubt about this. But just when Fang Zan was counting the time and almost fell asleep, he felt his eyes suddenly darken. When he opened his eyes again, he found 2 burly men standing in front of his cell, blocking the light outside. Are you Fang Zan? Who are you? Fang Zan asked in a deep voice. Something's wrong. The 2 men in front of me were not wearing guard uniforms, but were wearing neat black suits. They were probably members of the Chen family. Realizing that something was wrong, he moved back, and there was a key in the hand hidden behind his back. This was what he had hidden just now with a little trick, and he easily avoided the search. With this in hand, if these 2 people in front of him want to do anything to him, he will be confident to kill them all. You don't need to worry about who we are, you just need to know that you have offended the big shot, and we are here to help the big shot teach you a lesson. While talking, 2 bodyguards had opened the cell door and walked in. At the same time, they all took out a strong swinging stick. Here it is, snapped. Fang Zan also wanted to remind them where this place was and asked them to avoid it, but unexpectedly the bodyguard he led didn't talk nonsense to him at all. It was a direct slap on Fang Zan's face. Under the powerful and heavy slap, Fang Zan felt that his teeth were loosened, and his mouth was immediately filled with the smell of blood. After coming back to his senses, he gritted his teeth and prepared to use the killing skills from his Doomsday Middle School to kill these 2 people and then escape directly. But the bodyguard's next words immediately made him hesitate again. Boy, don't blame me for being heavy-handed. Remember to be careful next time and don't offend anyone you shouldn't offend. Next time, that means the other party has no murderous intention. Bang! The swinging stick hit Fang Zan's back mercilessly. Just as he was about to get up, he fell down again and let out a scream. But this time, the key he had just held tightly slipped into his cuff silently. Facing the rain of sticks, Fang Zan curled up tightly, not daring to resist at all after protecting his vitals. But the tightly closed eyes were already bloodshot, and the steel teeth in his mouth were almost broken. Tolerate. At this time, you must hold back. Although it is satisfying for an ordinary man to take 5 steps with blood splashing in anger, it is a last resort and a last resort. Although he has the ability to kill 2 people now, once he does it, even if he successfully escapes, all his plans before the doomsday comes will be ruined. Chen Yi, feeling the pain radiating from all over his body, Fang Zan roared crazily deep in his heart, already falling into madness. But the last trace of reason still restrained his hands and feet, making him endure the pain all over his body without resisting. After an unknown amount of time, the 2 bodyguards finally gave up. One of them glanced at Fang Zan, who was pretending to be dead on the ground, and spit a mouthful of thick phlegm directly on his face. Bah, you don't know how to live or die. Then he swaggered away. From the beginning to the end, the guards seemed to turn a blind eye to the situation here. It seemed that Fang Zan's life and death were not as important as the newspaper in his hand. Too weak, and it's still too weak now. Fang Zan, lying on the ground, clenched his fists, the hatred and madness in his eyes reaching the extreme. But it doesn't matter, soon. As long as I can grab that thing, I will soon become the most powerful existence in the world. Chen Yi, and those minions of the Chen family, when the time comes, I will definitely cut you into pieces and slaughter the entire Chen family. Ran Yumming, you stinky bitch, when the time comes, I will definitely chop your parents, family, and everyone else I care about alive in front of you, so that everyone can see who betrayed me. End quote. And those who stand by and watch the joke, not one of them, think, live. Ding, Fang Zan's resentment value plus 300 was detected. It is currently 2,660 points, and the kill success rate is 26.6%. Master, the Fang Zan you told me to keep an eye on last night is currently being tried to be taken out of the detention center. Our people have just sent news asking if they want to stop him. In the early morning, as soon as Chen Yi woke up, Jinju brought him the latest news. Who? Chen Yi asked in surprise. A member of Tianai's Zhou family, named Zhou Shenyu, is said to be Fang Zan's suitor. Jinju continued, this morning Fang Zan persuaded the guards to pass the news of his arrest to his roommate in the name of contacting his family. Our people analyzed the call records and found that although Fang Zan did not directly ask his roommate to inform Zhou Shenyu of the matter, he was guiding and hinting his roommate to do so, both inside and outside his words. As expected, Zhou Shenyu was notified by Fang Zan's roommate early this morning and rushed to where he was being held. The Zhou family Chen Yi had some impressions of this family. It is also one of the leading big families in Tianai, involved in many industries such as finance, automobiles, semiconductors, etc. Not to mention being as rich as the country, it can be regarded as a wealthy businessman. Of course, it is far behind compared to the Chen family, and its influence is limited to business. After thinking for a moment, he said, let her take the person out. Also, send me a copy of the Zhou family's information. Well, if I remember correctly, the Tianai Zhou family is considered a vassal of the Bai family, right? Let me inform the Bai family that the Zhou family is in my way. Quote. When Qinju went out to deliver the order, Chen Yi was alone on the office chair with a playful look on his face. Even if Fang Zan didn't know how powerful the Chen family was before, he should know it after what happened last night. But he still chose to involve his roommate and the woman Zhou Shenyu. Wasn't he afraid that he would take action against them? You don't seem to be that decent. You will do anything to achieve your goals. No wonder you are the son of destiny. Master, as soon as Qinju entered the door, he saw Chen Yi in a daze, seeming to be thinking about something, and reminded him a little unclearly. Well, Sister Zhu, what's the matter? Chen Yi suddenly came back to his senses. The people over at Fang Zan sent back a video. It may be important. I'll show it to you. Qinju said, transferring a video file to the computer in front of Chen Yi. Although she still didn't know why Chen Yi would target the boy named Fang Zan, but since the young master wanted to do this, she would implement it seriously. Looking at Qinju's pretty and cold face, her perfect S-shaped curved figure, and her thighs wrapped in black silk, she squatted next to Chen Yi, her slender fingers quickly operating on the computer. A pair of Shuimu stared at the computer seriously. She also thought about the system prompts that she might be killed by that bastard Fang Zan. Chen Yi couldn't help but caress her pretty face lovingly. Smooth, tender, and cold. Qinju didn't feel uncomfortable or resisted because of his actions, but looked up in surprise and said, what's wrong, young master? It's nothing, I was thinking, how nice it would be if you could stay with me forever. What are you saying, young master? I, Qinju, am the young master's son in life, and I will die. Qinju spoke sternly, but before she could finish her words, Chen Yi put his index finger on her lips. You are not allowed to die, this is my order. Chen Yi scolded seriously. Yes master, I will always be by your side. Qinju was also moved in his heart. Usually he only saw Chen Yi having fun with various girls, but he had never seen him take it so seriously. The young master is so handsome when he is serious. Qinju's pretty face instantly turned like a red apple, blushing with embarrassment. She couldn't help but lightly fan her face with her hands, and interrupted, I just ran here, it's a little hot. But I was struggling in my heart, what am I thinking? That's the young master, how could my status be worthy of him? As long as I have the qualification to stand beside him and see his back and profile at all times, I will be satisfied. Qinju secretly swore, as long as he is around, he will never let anyone hurt the young master's hair. Whatever the young master wants, you must fight for him even if you risk your life. In the temporary detention center, Fang Zan's nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and he told what happened last night with a painful expression. Sitting opposite him was a baby-faced girl with a cute hairpin in her straight black waterfall-like hair. She had a sweet smile and she looked like a good girl at first glance. But judging from her clothes and decorations, she is definitely a child of a wealthy family. Listening to Fang Zan's words, the girl seemed extremely angry and slapped her hand on the desk. You were so kind to Ran Young before, how could she repay you with kindness like this? And the Chen Yi, when I was at school I thought this guy was pretty good, but I didn't expect him to do such a disgusting thing. Is there any more Wang Fa? As she said that, she looked at Fang Xuanhou with some dissatisfaction and distress. You should have told me last night that this happened, so you wouldn't have had to suffer here all night. If your roommate hadn't told me, I wouldn't have I didn't know something happened to you. Don't be so stupid in the future, okay? It's not worth it for that kind of woman. It's not a big deal in the first place. There's no need to bother you. If they hadn't asked me to notify my family, I wouldn't even want to contact my roommate. Fang Zan said helplessly. Zhou Shenyu naturally felt more and more distressed when she heard this, and after a moment of tenderness, she said, don't worry, the charges they imprisoned on you are not serious. I'll ask someone to do a favor, and I can take you out soon. Fang Zan finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. But on the surface, he looked solemn and looked around the room. Zhou Shenyu reacted immediately and said quickly, don't worry, there are no monitoring or filming equipment in this room. It is absolutely confidential. If you have any worries, you can tell me. Hearing this, Fang Zan lowered his voice and said mysteriously, actually, I was framed here by Chen Yi, not because of Ran Yuming's matter, but for other reasons. I'm afraid he won't let me go so easily. Other reasons? Can you tell me something specific? Zhou Shenyu immediately took the bait and said with concern, if I know the reason, it will be easier for me to let you out. Do you know about the coronavirus? Fang Zan thought for a while and then started telling a story. Basically, when he went to the hotel to catch someone raped, last night, he overheard Chen Yi talking about the coronavirus to others, and then he learned that this virus was extremely terrifying and could actually destroy the world. Chen Yi was afraid that this matter would be leaked, so he found a reason to imprison him. Come inside. The story he made up was ridiculous and far from what happened last night, but his acting skills were top-notch and he told it in a decent way. The purpose is to reveal the existence of the coronavirus to Zhou Xinyu. This was the alternative plan he had come up with. The previous plan to get 5 million startup capital from Chenyi according to the root in memory has failed. Even if he is let out now, he doesn't know how to deal with the doomsday in a month. Although Zhou Xinyu's family is rich, her upbringing is very strict. As a typical good girl, she is actually unable to use too many resources of the Zhou family. Even if he could come up with a large sum of money, he would probably have to be supervised by the Zhou family and would not be allowed to spend Zhou Xinyu's money randomly. But there was nothing he could do now. He wanted to be prepared before the end, so he could only get ideas from Zhou Xinyu. Sure enough, after listening to the story he made up on the spur of the moment, Zhou Xinyu, a love-minded rich girl, had no doubts. He covered his small mouth and said in surprise, so the end may really be coming. Yes, Fang Zan said solemnly, the things Chenyi said should be true. The Chen family is already making preparations. If you don't believe it, you can ask your dad and ask him to contact the terminal in logistics, new. As a reborn person, he can be sure that the Chen family is definitely well prepared for the end of the world. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a deep foundation later. But he obviously still overestimated Zhou Xinyu's IQ, or underestimated the lower limit of a love-minded woman's self-impression. After hearing what Fang Zan said, she didn't immediately go to her biological father for confirmation. Instead, her focus was on his sentence, if you don't believe it, you can ask. She quickly shook her head and said, I believe it, of course I believe it. How could I not believe you? So what do we do now? Fang Zan took a deep breath, looked around and said, time is running out, we have to go out first. Neither Fang Zan nor Zhou Xinyu knew that everything they talked about was being seen. And it was edited down and sent to Chenyi through Chinju's hands. This guy not only knows the dangers of the coronavirus, but he also knows that the end is coming. Chenyi looked at the information revealed by Fang Zan in the video with a thoughtful look on his face. Fang Zan's past had been thoroughly investigated by him. Regardless of his background or life experience, it is impossible for him to come into contact with news related to the coronavirus. At most, he can only see it occasionally on the news. But now this guy can confidently tell secret information that even he, the eldest son of the Chen family, only knew recently. Even if there are basically no errors, then this matter is worthy of scrutiny. Reborn, or did you know these secret messages through unknown special channels? Chenyi wasn't sure, but there was one thing he was sure of, and that was that judging from Fang Zan's scheming, it was absolutely impossible for him to tell Zhou Xinyu everything he knew. Maybe Fang Zan knows a lot more than Chenyi. Just like the flower of dreams, Chenyi was almost certain that Fang Zan knew about it. After thinking for a moment, he said, Sister Zhu, send more people and continue to watch his every move. Remember to tell me if he has any unusual behavior, including where he went, and record it and report it to me one by one. Besides, they haven't gone out yet, right? Let the people over there not embarrass him. After the Zhou family came to find him, they let him go in favor of the Zhou family. It has been arranged. Our people have placed a secret listening device on Zhou Xinyu. Any information he reveals to Zhou Xinyu will be monitored by us. Chinju replied immediately. Okay, then leave it to you, Sister Zhu. It seems that Chenyi really doesn't take me seriously. When he walked out of the detention center, Fang Zan couldn't believe that he could get out so easily after offending the eldest young master of the Chen family. If this were a post-apocalyptic environment, he might have died without a burial place last night. Ah, fresh air. Fang Zan took a deep breath, and a confident smile appeared on his face again. I have to admit that Chenyi is very awesome, and the Chen family is indeed a great family. But in front of himself, a reborn person, it was nothing more than that. He was only imprisoned for one night, didn't he let himself get out of trouble easily? Moreover, when he was released, no one from the Chen family came to embarrass him. First of all, the Zhou family is indeed a bit thin in front of the Chen family. Secondly, Chenyi doesn't take him seriously at all, he just wants to disgust himself. After feeling disgusted, he naturally started thinking about which girl to pick up next and which bar to pay the bill for. Haha, you're such an arrogant Chenyi. Letting me out so easily today will be the biggest mistake of your life. Zhou Xinyu, who was on the side, saw the change in the expression on Fang Zan's face and thought he was being released. She had mixed feelings for a while. So he took the initiative to hold her hand and said, it's over, let's go first. Fang Zan looked at the Rolls Royce in front of him and immediately smiled and said, yes, let's go. Let's go, we have to talk about business, this is extremely urgent. As for the business, of course it was to make Zhou Xinyu explode with gold coins. Fang Zan knew very well that this woman had an almost obsessive trust and admiration for him. In human terms, she is a pure female dog licker. Although he himself was Ran Yuming's licking dog before, Fang Zan didn't think highly of other licking dogs. Now that he is close to Zhou Xinyu, it is purely because this woman still has value. Fortunately, there is still a chance. As long as we win the support of the Zhou family, not only can we accumulate enough supplies to cope with the end of the world, but the success rate of fighting for that thing will also be greatly increased. When the time comes, the Chen family. Fang Zan glanced at the detention center behind him with evil eyes. But he probably didn't expect that when he was staring into the abyss was also staring at him. On the top floor of the tightly guarded building, a man in black watched Zhou Xinyu's car drive away, and said with an indifferent expression, the target has left. Keep an eye on it. If you miss it or miss any important information, we will take care of it. Yes, the next day, Chenyi heard some interesting news just as he got up. What you mean is that the Zhou family suddenly took action last night, intercepting a lot of supplies that were supposed to be reserved for us, and paying a large amount of liquidated damages. Looking at Chen Ming who came to report the news, Chenyi showed an expression of interest on his face. Don't the Zhou family know that this is what we want? I know, Chen Ming said immediately. We are purchasing materials in warehouses on a large scale. Ordinary people may not feel anything strange. But these local snakes must be aware of it. Quote, it's just that they usually don't dare to interfere with our Chen family's affairs, but today they don't know why they are crazy. Crazy? You may not be crazy. Chenyi smiled and said, looking at the information yesterday, we have booked too many supplies for the Tianai that is about to arrive. We are still looking for warehouses to store them, right? Chen Ming hadn't reacted yet, and he didn't know why he suddenly asked this again, and said quickly, yes, the warehouse is not enough for the moment, but please believe me, young master, you will definitely be able to find enough space to store the materials before they arrive. Quote, no need to look for it. Chenyi shook his head and said, the Zhou family is also engaged in big business. Their warehouse should be enough, right? Since they want to help us stock up, let's ignore him first and wait for them to stock up later. Send someone to receive it again. Well, the liquidated damages they paid have been paid. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to do this now? Chen Ming asked worriedly. No one in this world dares to rely on my Chen family's things. Since they dare to stroke the tiger's beard, they have to pay the price. Just think of paying liquidated damages. That would be too simplistic. Chen Ming was startled, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he quickly said, I understand. After he left, Chenyi pondered for a moment, then got up and walked out of the room, taking the elevator down to the 19th floor underground. There are 24 floors in the Xingfang Group's underground fortress. Starting from the 20th floor, everything below has been transformed into a biological laboratory. At this stage, it is mainly used to study the novel coronavirus. That day, he had ordered the sealing off of the floors below the 19th floor. Naturally, when he came here now, he didn't want to go down there for excitement. But I just had time to see another Destiny child in my hometown, Su Yan. She is currently the most bizarre infected person in the entire laboratory, and is called a semi-mutant by some of the world's top biologists. Therefore, Chen Yi did not need to pay special attention to her. She was already the focus of research and attention in the laboratory. But since she is the child of Destiny certified by the system, it means that she can never be locked up here. Get me all the information on infected body no. 31. Also, prepare yourself, I want to have a conversation with her. At 9 o'clock in the morning on October 14th, blood sampling was conducted and 400 milliliters of blood was drawn. At 10:20 a.m. on October 14th, epidermal tissue sampling was performed. The patient was in a bad mood. At 11 o'clock in the morning on October 14th, the patient was agitated, acted violently, and had a tendency to self-mutilate. He was injected with 7 sedatives. October. Chen Yi looked at yesterday's experiment log about Su Yan, his face is dark as water. These researchers in the Chen family's private laboratory are all top biologists recruited from all over the world by the biomedical companies under the Chen family's name. Biology, especially those related to medical treatment, always requires the participation of living people in experiments. Many of these people come here not for money, but because the Chen family has enough power to allow them to do whatever they want without the shackles of the law. In other words, many researchers are scientific lunatics with no moral bottom line. There is a semi-mutant like Su Yan in the laboratory who has not fully mutated after being infected with the virus. Of course, it is an extremely rare research object for these madmen who are obsessed with studying the mysterious coronavirus. Everyone wants to get some samples from her for study. As for Su Yan's own feelings, these people don't care at all, as long as she can't be killed. In order to conduct a blood analysis experiment, 400 milliliters of blood was drained from her at one time. This was not an isolated case, but this amount of blood was drained almost every day. If this were a cow, it would die of anemia even if it were left alone for a few days. That is to say, Su Yan's semi-mutant is extremely special and relatively resistant. In addition, the researchers supplement her with a large amount of meat and specially prepared nutrient solutions every day. In conjunction with her super-fast metabolism, she can continue to produce blood and survive until now. And the perverted thing about these people is that they sometimes feed her raw meat for comparative experiments and data analysis. Although Su Yan is a semi-mutant, the experimental report clearly states that her thinking and habits are no different from normal people. Forcing people to wear hair, drink blood and eat raw meat just for an experiment, isn't this an evil act? Putting himself in Su Yan's perspective and looking at the experiment report, all Chen Yi could feel was a kind of quiet despair. If this was just an ordinary person, of course Chen Yi would not bother to care about what evil these researchers were doing. Anyway, whatever they finally researched, he would benefit from it. But Su Yan is the child of Destiny certified by the system. If Chen Yi didn't intervene, she would definitely escape from here in the future. Looking at what these researchers did to her in the experiment log, if she really wanted to run away, the Chen family would probably have an extremely terrifying enemy in the future. Master, the video call with experimental subject number 31 is ready. Do you need to connect now? A well-equipped guard said respectfully. After thinking for a moment, Chen Yi nodded and said, let's put it through. Hearing this, the guard immediately pressed a few times on the keyboard, and then a bright laboratory appeared on the screen in front of Chen Yi. Chen Yi's eyes immediately fell on the slender figure sitting in the corner holding his knees. She only wore a simple white shirt and a pair of hot pants, and her exposed thighs and arms were almost indistinguishable from a normal person except for being extremely pale. From the appearance alone, it was really difficult for him to connect the frail-looking woman in front of him with those disgusting mutants. At the same time, system prompts also appeared. Su Yan was born in a poor family, but she grew up with the care and love of her parents. She knew the difficulties at home since she was a child, and she was very confident. She was admitted to one of the best universities in the country and came to Tianai to study. However, just when she was about to succeed in her studies, she was infected with the coronavirus. As a special semi-mutant, she was targeted by the Chen family biological laboratory and was taken into the bunker. Endless research and torture made her temperamental. Until one day, the surging power in her body made the bunker no longer able to restrain her. But when she broke out of the cage, she found that the doomsday had come, and her parents and relatives had all died in the doomsday. The bad news was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely crushed her spirit, and along with it, her last conscience. Su Yan vowed to kill all the dirty creatures in this world. Doomsday taboo, death woman, come from now on. Chen Yi wasn't sure what the system's personal panel triggering conditions were. Apart from Qinju, this is the second time he has triggered this similar character card prompt. Even Fang Zan, the son of Destiny, did not receive this treatment. But this did greatly reduce Chen Yi's exploration costs when facing Su Yan, the child of Destiny. Because Su Yan's life is basically shown. His mission is to change Su Yan's life trajectory. Once she has her original trajectory, it will be easy to change it. But looking at the information in front of him, Chen Yi couldn't help but sigh. Although the endless research and torture mentioned in the system prompt were just a few words, Chen Yi, who had actually read the experiment log, knew very well the bloody and terrifying reality behind these words. It's too awful. Of course, he just sighed impromptly, and he didn't feel any guilt at all. Compassion does not control soldiers, justice does not control wealth, and those in high positions want to be ruthless. This is exactly what Chen Yi lacks the most. Just as he was sighing, a voice came from the video, dong dong dong. Dinner time. The staff in the laboratory knew that the eldest young master wanted to see this mutant, so they took the initiative to knock on the glass wall without his instructions. The woman with her back to the glass slowly turned her head. When he saw her profile, the first word that came to Chen Yi's mind was, beautiful. Su Yan has an almost perfect face without any flaws, of course, provided you only look at half of it. After seeing her entire face clearly, even a young man from a wealthy family like Chen Yi, who had seen everything in the world, couldn't help but miss a beat. The left half of Su Yan's face can be said to be flawless, but the right side of her face is covered with black lines that look like devil's tentacles. These lines were extremely complex, and with the rhythm of her breathing, dark purple light flashed across them from time to time, making them look mysterious and weird, and the lines became denser as they went down. On the face, there were still clear lines, but after it spread to the neck, it completely melted into a mass as dark as ink. But if Chen Yi only thought her profile was beautiful before, then after seeing her whole face, his evaluation would be top-notch. The black lines covering half of her face not only did not affect her appearance, but also added a bit of mystery and coquettishness to her, giving her an indescribable sense of incomplete beauty. Hello, Miss Su. The surprise flashed through his eyes, and Chen Yi said hello. Silence. Su Yan moved her eyes from the staff to Chen Yi, looking at him through the screen with a faint look in her eyes but said nothing. Chen Yi didn't care and said to himself, let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Yi. As for my identity, you can think of me as the owner of this place. There was finally some fluctuation in the unusual lavender eyes. Su Yan looked at him for a while, then said in a hoarse voice, "Let me out." "There will be such a day, but not now." Chen Yi shrugged and said helplessly, "You carry some very dangerous viruses, you should know it yourself. If you were let out, I'm afraid it will harm countless people. I'm different from those monsters." Su Yan slowly clenched her delicate fists. The monsters she was referring to were, of course, other mutants of the infected virus in the laboratory. In the same underground laboratory, she had certainly seen what those real mutants looked like. But the virus in your body is the same. Chen Yi didn't come here to talk nonsense with her. He stated the facts and asked her to give up her unrealistic thoughts, and then continued, "I looked at the experiment log and found out what the researchers in the laboratory did to you in violation of regulations. It was me who failed to restrain them, and I'm sorry that you were treated unfairly here. I will deal with some of the violators and give you justice. Although I still can't let you go, I can promise that from today on, you will be treated like a patient, instead of being arbitrarily studied and experimented with no dignity like a white mouse. As compensation, you can make some requests, and I will try my best to satisfy you." Su Yan looked at him steadily for a while, and then slowly said, "I want to meet my parents." She was not stupid. Of course she didn't believe what Chen Yi said about dealing with illegal personnel. But since she was asked to make the request, she couldn't help but want to try it. "Okay, you will see them within 3 days." Chen Yi agreed without thinking. Su Yan was startled, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. "You actually agreed. Ding, the mission progress is refreshed. Su Yan's favorability towards you is +10, and the trajectory of fate is deflected by 0.1%. Looking at the system prompts in front of him, Chen Yi couldn't help but smile. That's right, but then another prompt from the system made him startled, and then he couldn't help but breathe a little heavier. Ding, successfully deflected the life path of Su Yan, the child of destiny, reward, immunity to the coronavirus. The system reward that appeared in front of him made Chen Yi freeze in place for a moment. For Fang Zhan and Su Yan, the tasks given by the system were different. One requires him to kill each other, and the other requires him to change the trajectory of his life. Chen Yi knew this very well, so when dealing with Fang Zhan, what he gained was Fang Zhan's resentment. The more resentment he had, the higher his success rate in killing Fang Zhan. The final reward will definitely come out after he kills Fang Zhan. Even the kill probability on the system panel is very likely to affect the final reward he can receive. Both 1% and 100%, he was actually sure to kill Fang Zhan. After all, the gap between absolute strength and power was too big. But the different probabilities of killing Fang Zhan will definitely be different in the system's evaluation. He had been mentally prepared for this, so there is no rush to kill Fang Zhan now. But the situation on Su Yan's side made him unable to react for a while. Could it be said that Fang Zhan can fatten up and then slaughter them, eating big ones at once, while Su Yan can collect rewards while conquering them? Chen Yi is not sure, but at present, it seems that this is indeed the case. It seems that the system will have different reward plans for different children of destiny. Of course, it is also possible that Su Yan is a special case. This can be noted down for later observation. Without dwelling on this issue, Chen Yi focused on the system's rewards. Coronavirus immune constitution. I have to say that this reward is really in line with his current needs. He has no shortage of power and money now, but the coronavirus attacks everyone indiscriminately. At present, a large number of people have been infected with this type of virus, but they have not yet developed symptoms in the short term. Once a virus breaks out, no matter how powerful you are, there is no cure. Although individuals infected with the virus and unaffected after the virus outbreak have been found in the laboratory, such individuals only account for less than 10% of all infected individuals. No one can guarantee that they are 1/10 of the total. Chen Yi is no exception. This immune constitution gave him a golden body. This means that he almost no longer has to worry about being infected by the virus. Even if one were to enter and exit the biological laboratories on the lower floors without any protection, there would be no problem. And, the benefits of this constitution may not end there. Chen Yi thought of Su Yan's experimental diary again. In addition to studying her every day, it also records a lot of things that make Su Yan different from ordinary people. In addition to being able to maintain normal thinking after being infected, Su Yan's biggest feature is that she has terrifying powers that are different from ordinary people after being infected. According to records, this woman's current strength is probably measured in tons. Hidden in that delicate body is enough power to tear apart tigers and leopards. Completely contrary to common sense of physics, the top experts have not figured out the reason after studying it for so long. They just temporarily classified it as an unknown mutation symptom. And this symptom has a tendency to get worse. Some experts speculate that Su Yan is not only one of the 10% of people who are not affected by the mutation of the virus, but is also an extremely rare member of this group who can use the virus to transform her own physique. There are even bold researchers who have proposed the theory of evolution. This kind of special coronavirus that appears out of thin air will eliminate 90% of human beings, leaving only 10% of outstanding human individuals, and a very small number of these individuals can use this virus to carry out extremely radical evolution. In the end, these successfully evolved people will lead the surviving outstanding individuals to start a new era. If the speculations of these experts are correct, the future world must belong to these evolvers. If you want to evolve, you must be exposed to the coronavirus or even actively accept it. Under normal circumstances, this would be no different than committing suicide. But it's different now. After having a physique that is immune to viruses, Chen Yi can be exposed to viruses without any scruples. This is a threshold. Only after passing this threshold can we be qualified to talk about the future. Although Chen Yi estimated that even in the end of the world, he would probably not become the unlucky guy who mutated after being infected by the virus. But that's just an estimate. Now, the system has helped him cross the threshold that will soon screen out 90% of the world's humans. This sudden gain put Chen Yi in a good mood for the next few days. While the family's material hoarding plan was being managed in an orderly manner, the ground department of Xingfeng Group finally worked overtime to complete the transformation. Neither does he, the eldest young man. After staying in the bunker, he moved directly to the top floor of Xingfeng Building. On the surface, the building looks the same as before. But the interior has been transformed into a fortress like an iron barrel. At this time, the number of Chen family guards stationed in the building has exceeded 3,000. In addition, there are personnel secretly deployed on various important roads around. The Chen family's power in Tianai City has exceeded the establishment of a heavy armed combined brigade. Even the supporting heavy equipment has been brought into the city. Because he was too ostentatious when he entered the city, it made the residents of Tianai nervous for a while. It is no exaggeration to say that with the current power in his hands, he can capture this largest metropolis in Sha Kingdom with just one order. It's just not necessary. Standing in front of the glass curtain wall on the top floor, Chen Yi quietly looked at the bustling city below, while Qinju reported news from all sides behind him. All this information has been screened and compiled by the Chen family think tank. He only needs to know about it, and most of them do not require him to express any opinions. Until Qinju talked about something, so the Bai family agreed to give up the Zhou family. Yes, the Bai family was not willing at first, but after all, their power is in the south, and they are not willing to conflict with us at such a critical time. After several rounds of negotiations, the family transferred some interests in the south and the Bai family let go. Qinju blurted out without thinking. How many days has Fang Zan been out of the detention center? Jenny asked with interest. It's been 5 days. Qinju made 2 strokes on the tablet and called up another information. According to the report of the person we sent to keep an eye on him, he has been assisting the Zhou family in almost all these days. I do collection work, and occasionally I go shopping with Zhou Xinyu when I go out, but I haven't found any unusual behavior on his part so far. By the way, the Zhou family's collection of supplies in recent days has had a big impact on our plan. About 22% of the supplies that we originally ordered were intercepted by the Zhou family. Originally, our collection plan was to not affect Tianai's normal supply of supplies. It was formulated under certain circumstances, but now the Zhou family has interfered. In order to complete the plan, the people below have to use more means to collect supplies. Recently, there has been a shortage of supplies and rising prices in some parts of Tianai. If this continues, there will probably be trouble soon. After another 5 days of letting him feel comfortable, it's time. Chen Yi stretched out and said with a smile, hoarding is a rare thing during a disaster. This week, the Zhou family will be executed in ancient times. What people fear is not the lack of hope, but after seeing hope, it was completely extinguished. So after finding out the general details of Fang Zan, Chen Yi chose to let him use the power of the Zhou family to realize his plan. Of course, he didn't forget to make Fang Zan sick during this period. For example, he obstructed the Zhou family when they were collecting supplies and secretly made some small stumbling blocks. After being disgusted for a few days, Fang Zan's resentment level has now increased to 3,300 points and his kill success rate has reached 33%. However, he did not suspect that Chen Yi was targeting him. After all, the Chen family is collecting supplies, and the Zhou family is doing the same thing now, so some friction is normal. But he will definitely keep this account on Chen Yi's head. That's why the resentment value increased. Resentment turned into resentment, but it did not prevent Fang Zan from relying on the Zhou family to collect a large amount of supplies, and began to enjoy the scene where he would flex his muscles in the near future. His little thoughts were basically accurately grasped by Chen Yi. What Chen Yi has to do now is to expose his fantasy. Tianai, in a garden-style courtyard in the Zhangyan Villa area. A huge topographic map of the sky and the sea was placed on the coffee table, and Fang Zan pointed at the map and talked non-stop to the several impressive people in front of him. Zhou Xinyu stood behind Fang Zan, her eyes showing admiration. Uncle Zhou, we don't have much time now. We have collected a lot of supplies. We can continue to collect according to the current situation. The most important thing for us right now is to create a shelter, or a base, for the post-apocalyptic world. Although the nuclear bunker we bought in the southern mountains is already being renovated, it is remote after all and there is no problem in terms of safety. However, it is more than 300 kilometers away from Tianai, which is too far. Tianai is a treasure land, with both shipping it has a port and a large river that leads directly to the inland. Even in the end, there will definitely be a huge location advantage here, and we must not give up unless we have to. My suggestion is to use the fortress in the mountains as the last resort, and we also need to build a bridgehead on the Tianai side. A rather handsome middle-aged man standing opposite Fang Zan nodded in agreement when he heard this. That makes sense. Everyone is here today. You can continue to talk about your plans and opinions. As long as there is no problem, our Zhou family will definitely support you fully. This is naturally Zhou Xinyu's biological father and the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Lin. In normal times, with his influence, he would be a big shot who would make the heaven and sea tremble when he stomps his feet. However, after witnessing the uncanny ability of this young man who was brought back by the Chen family, his daughter did not hesitate to offend the Chen family. Now she has put down her usual airs of being a businessman, and now trusts and appreciates Fang Zan quite a lot, very willing to follow Fang Zan's suggestions. After receiving the affirmation, Fang Zan continued, after the end of the world, Tianai's dense population will inevitably become extremely dangerous. At this time, if you want to establish a base in Tianai, site selection is crucial. Not only do we need to be in a slightly remote place, avoiding densely populated areas, but we also need to have convenient transportation and be as close as possible to transportation hubs such as ports and airports to facilitate future material transfer. He kept talking for a long time, and finally pointed his finger at a place under the gaze of all the Zhou family leaders. This is actually the most suitable place in the entire Tianai to establish a doomsday base. This is Zhou Lin looked at the direction he pointed and shook his head without thinking, the headquarters of Xingfeng Group. This is the Chen family's territory. We can't take it down. There were some conflicts with the Chen family when we were collecting resources. With the Bai family behind us, the Chen family would not fall out. But if we dare to take advantage of Xingfeng Tower, the consequences are not something we can bear. According to my information, the Chen family now has a large number of escorts stationed in Tianai. Once they turn their backs, no one in the entire Tianai can stop the Chen family's current power. Uncle, don't worry, of course I know this too. If you want to completely eliminate the Chen family's power in Tianai, you have to wait until the end of the world. It's not the time to do it now, so I have an alternative. Fang Zan said with a careless smile. Zhou Lin frowned slightly when he heard this. This prospective son-in-law is good at everything, but he always feels a little inappropriate about wanting to compete with the Chen family. What kind of power is the Chen family? One of the 4 major families in Xia Kingdom. A behemoth with tentacles all over the military, government and business. Looking at the whole world, it is also the top force hidden in the darkness. If the Chen family is unhappy, many small countries can be wiped out with a snap of their fingers. Zhou Lin still knows what kind of strength the Zhou family has, even if it is not dependent on the Bai family, plus. The end is approaching and the existing order is about to collapse. He didn't even dare to follow Fang Zan's suggestion to collect supplies and stroke the Chen family's tiger beard. Zhou Lin wanted to remind Fang Zan that even in the end, it was best not to mess with the Chen family. But seeing that Fang Zan was talking about business seriously, he gave up and planned to talk to him privately later. Here, Fang Zan patted the southeast side of Tianai with one hand, and at the same time looked out the window, Zhangyan Villa. If I remember correctly, this is the property of the Zhou family, right? I have to say, uncle, you had a unique vision when you came to purchase this land. Then, he talked endlessly about the benefits of this place from all aspects. It is easy to transform, easy to defend and difficult to attack, and it is also close to the port for convenient transportation of supplies, etc. After what he said, this famous luxury villa area has become a perfect area that is more suitable to be transformed into a doomsday base than the location of Xingfeng building. Several people in power in the Zhou family had expressions of emotion in their eyes. However, after hesitating for a while, Zhou Lin still said, the place is a good place, but after all, this is the most exclusive villa area in Tianai. All the dignitaries live in it, and some of the families are no worse than our Zhou family. If we don't give them an explanation, I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to transform this place. 2 ways. Fang Zan was not surprised at all by his reaction and said calmly, first, find a reason to let them move out temporarily. Anyway, the end is coming, and there's probably no chance to move back after they move out. Quote. I'm afraid not. You can't deceive these people with ordinary reasons. If you just give them money, they won't be short of money. Now there are signs of chaos outside. This is one of the safest places in Tianai. They will not move here just for money. Zhou Lin immediately shook his head. Then use the second method. Fang Zan's face darkened. Uncle, the chaos in Tianai will only get worse as time passes. As long as we do it cleanly and hide it for 3 to 5 days, even if the news is leaked, I'm afraid the official I don't have time to take care of it. What he meant was simple. Since you won't leave, let's take the initiative and clear out this place. The order is about to collapse anyway. As long as it takes a while, no one will care about the little things happening here. Of course, there was another important reason why he made such a desperate plan. In the memory of the previous life, the location where that thing appeared was not far from here. Taking control here is what he must do. Zhou Lin fell silent, staring at the map in front of him, and his breathing gradually became heavier. The same goes for the rest of the Zhou family, with their expressions constantly changing, weighing the pros and cons. The room was eerily quiet for a while, with only the sound of everyone breathing. But at this moment, sudden applause broke the silence here. Bob bang bang, what a plan. If nothing else happens, you may really be able to seize control of this place. Fang Zan's expression changed and he suddenly turned around. Then his heart fell to the bottom. Looking at the person who appeared at the door, he gritted his teeth and said, Chen Yi. Chen Yi had actually arrived a long time ago and had been listening outside for a long time. As for the security guards of the Zhou family, in front of Chen Zhu and other elite dead soldiers trained by the Chen family, they were naturally eliminated without any resistance at all. I have to say that after listening to Fang Zan's words, even Chen Yi felt that Zhangyan Villa was indeed a good place. Even here in the Xingfeng building where he is located on the north and south sides of Tianai respectively. After the doomsday comes, the densely populated Tianai will turn into a huge voodoo. Although the two places are only less than 50 kilometers apart, under the isolation of the barrier of Tianai City, Chen Yi may not be able to win here unless he is determined. Once it is delayed for a long time, with the resources of Tianai City, Fang Zan and the Zhou family occupy such a precious land, and they can develop a big force in the apocalypse. Although it is still not comparable to the Chen family, it still has the capital to talk. It can only be said that this guy is indeed a reborn person, and he does have something. But it's a pity that even if Chen Yi doesn't come now, the conversation here tomorrow will be sent to his desk. The gap in strength is too big. Under Chen Yi's deliberate attention, the current situation is basically unilateral and transparent. The atmosphere in the living room of the villa was strangely silent for a while. Facing the sudden appearance of Chen Yi, Fang Zan was a little overwhelmed, let alone the Zhou family. Chen Yi was not in a hurry. She walked to the sofa in the living room and sat down as if he had returned to his own home. Qin Zhu behind him immediately poured him a cup of tea. After taking a sip of tea, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and praised, Mr. Zhou is worthy of being a wealthy businessman. This Dahongpao is not much better than the ones produced by the mother trees on Wei Mountain. I'm afraid it's not cheap, right? Zhou Lin, who was frantically thinking about countermeasures, could only bite the bullet and apologize and said with a smile, Mr. Chen has good eyesight. These are the tea leaves produced by the direct descendants of those mother trees. Although they are not as good as the tributes from those mother trees, they are indeed good. As he said that, he looked at his son beside him and said, why are you still standing there? Go to the study and bring Mr. Chen my 2 kilograms of tea. His son was stunned, and immediately understood what he meant, and immediately stood up and wanted to leave. No need. Chen Yi put down the teacup and said calmly, a gentleman does not take away from others' favor. Mr. Zhou probably spent a lot of effort collecting these tea leaves. What does it mean if I interfere now? Zhou Lin's smile suddenly froze on his face. He knew very well that Chen Yi was talking about the Zhou family's robbery of things from the Chen family in recent days. He was actually very aware of the energy of the Chen family, but after confirming that the end was coming, he would inevitably have some luck, thinking that the Zhou family could be regarded as a big family in Tianai, and behind it was the Bai family, which was not inferior to the Chen family. Support. The current situation is chaotic, and the Chen family may not necessarily spend so much energy dealing with him. But the sudden appearance of Chen Yi in front of him completely shattered his illusions. He was secretly complaining in his heart, but he could only laugh and said, Mr. Chen deserves to be from everyone's background. He is indeed upright and upright. Ha, Chen Yi sneered, let's not talk nonsense. In fact, I came here today just to see my old classmates and bring some news to your Zhou family. Zhou Lin heard the words and said quickly, our Zhou family is naturally all ears. It's nothing, it's just that hoarding people during this disaster will lead to beheading. Although it doesn't comply with the current law, heavy codes are used in troubled times. Of course, this world also requires some special means. Chen Yi said and stood up. Said, the city guard was furious after hearing about what your Zhou family did recently, but Tianai officials can't do anything now, so they entrusted me to help deal with it. As soon as he finished speaking, the Chen family's escorts with guns and ammunition rushed in. The originally spacious living room suddenly became a little crowded. Under the black hole of gunfire, everyone in the Zhou family suddenly turned pale. As the head of the family, Zhou Lin was already sweating profusely, but he could only say in a low voice in front of Chen Yi, Mr. Chen, our Zhou family is an honest and responsible businessman. We are not responsible for those who violate laws and disciplines. I never dared to do it, there must be some misunderstanding. Bang! A gunshot interrupted Zhou Lin's words. The young man who quietly touched the stairs and seemed to be trying to escape upstairs suddenly had a flower of blood burst out from his head and fell to the ground. Surprisingly, he is Zhou Lin's son. Ah, people are dead. The sudden blood and death instantly shattered some people's sanity, and with a scream, commotion suddenly broke out in the small living room. Bang bang bang. Gunshots rang out continuously. Several more people fell to the ground. In the chaos, Fang Zan growled, run. Just as he finished shouting, he saw Chen Zhu's eyes already fixed on him. Without thinking, Fang Zan pulled Zhou Xinyu forward, then rolled back. Bang! There was another gunshot, and Zhou Xinyu fell to the ground, but Fang Zan didn't even look back. After rolling, he got up flexibly, then smashed the glass door of the living room and ran to the backyard. Qin Zhu's face showed no trace of emotion as he pulled the trigger again. Fang Zan, who was running hastily, suddenly twitched. After rolling on the ground a few times, he ignored the blood spurting from behind, climbed over the wall and escaped from the backyard, and then plunged into the lake in the villa area. The cold lake water stimulated his nerves, but the gunshot wound on his back was like a hole in a balloon, making him feel that his energy was constantly draining and he was drowsy. Can't sleep, can't sleep. Fang Zan bit the tip of his tongue, and the smell of blood immediately filled his mouth and nose. The severe pain made him sober up, and he swam forward in the lake with all his strength. But now he is not an evolved superpower after all. No matter how strong his willpower is during the apocalypse, there is no matching body that can allow him to withstand such injuries. Finally, as he approached the shore, his vision went dark and he lost consciousness. Before losing consciousness, all he could see was Chen Yi's calm words that determined the life and death of the Zhou family. Of course there was resentment, but besides the resentment, he couldn't help but feel a little more afraid of Chen Yi. After rebirth, he originally thought that everything was under his control. He only needed to use a little trick to manipulate the big forces and figures he could only look up to in his previous life, and finally perform a Diocese reverse attack, a dramatic comeback. But after meeting Chen Yi, he realized that the plan that seemed to have the upper hand, step by step, seemed so pale and ridiculous in front of the Chen family's absolute strength. In the darkness, an emotion called despair gradually filled Fang Zan's body and mind. Until a certain moment, no, I still have a chance to make a comeback. That thing, the flower of dreams, as long as I get it, no matter how powerful the Chen family is, I can break it with my strength. This thought was like a sharp sword tearing through the darkness, instantly making Fang Zhan wake up. Huh, where is this? Looking at the light pink girlish style room in front of him, Fang Zhan looked confused. Ding, the attempt to kill the son of destiny failed, the kill success rate is minus 10%. The current kill success rate, 53%. Ding, the mission progress has been refreshed. Congratulations on getting Fang Zhan's resentment value plus 3,000 points. The current resentment value is 6,300 points, and the kill success rate is 53%. The next day, when Chen Yi woke up, he received a notification from the system and couldn't help but be a little surprised. It's not an accident that Fang Zhan didn't die. After all, he didn't expect to kill Fang Zhan last night. It was just a tentative attempt to see if he could get more resentment points. But now it seems that it was a bit self-defeating. After failing to kill, he did not expect that the success rate of the kill would decrease. As for the subsequent explosion of 3,000 points of resentment, Chen Yi probably did not hurt Fang Zhan, but because he took away all the hard work Fang Zhan had worked for in the Zhou family. It seems that next time you really plan to kill him, you should be more cautious. Don't do it if you are not sure of killing him. Chen Yi didn't feel frustrated at all. This trial allowed him to better understand some of the special features of the Son of Destiny, and the situation was still under his control. A 10% chance of killing is only equivalent to 1,000 resentment points, and there will be plenty of opportunities to make up for it later. Just pay tuition. It would be really terrible if you encounter a powerful Son of Destiny and discover that your kill probability will be lost if you fail to kill him. As if there was a connection between the two minds, not long after Chen Yi woke up, Qinju tiptoed into the room. Seeing that he was awake, he reported, Master, the people we arranged to stay at the lake were at the lake last night. We found Fang Zhan inside, and he was dying at the time. According to your instructions, our people implanted a positioning chip into his body, and then left him floating in the water without paying attention to him, only for people to keep an eye on him secretly. Quote. According to the information from the person who was watching just now, Fang Zhan was washed into the river last night along the outlet of the viewing lake in the villa area, and was then discovered by a female anchor doing live broadcasts outdoors at night and brought home. According to the chip data, Fang Zhan's vital signs have stabilized now, and he should not die. That shot probably didn't hit his vital part. It's my fault. Please punish me, Master. What punishment? If I hadn't let him go, he wouldn't have been able to escape even if he had 10 lives. Chen Yi smiled and shook his head, then patted the bed and said, sit over here. Qinju's pretty face turned red and she sat obediently on the edge of the bed. Chen Yi rubbed her tight black stockings and said with a smile, are you confused as to why I keep targeting Fang Zhan but deliberately let him go again and again? The young master naturally has his own considerations when doing things. This is not what I should care about. Smart, Chen Yi pinched her, and Qinju suddenly let out a cry and collapsed in his arms. Young master, today is inconvenient. Feeling Chen Yi's mischievous hand, Qinju whispered with a blushing face. But master, what should I do if I want to eat meat now? Chen Yi whispered. I'll help you. Qin Weiden opened her mouth slightly, her face red to the root of her neck. Although she had expected such a day, she was still unattended after all, and her behavior in this regard was completely different from her usual calm and indifferent demeanor. Not to mention that I happen to encounter another embarrassing situation right now. At this time, she could only deal with it clumsily using the methods taught to her by the female instructors in the family who specialized in training in this area. Seeing her clumsily getting into the quilt, Chen Yi couldn't help but laugh. But soon he couldn't help but gasp. After a brief morning exercise, Chen Yi got up under Qinju's attentive service. By the time I finished washing and had breakfast, it was already past 10 in the morning. Chen Ming had already been waiting in the office. Master, what should we do with the people captured by the Zhou family last night? Although we have wiped out all the Zhou family, they have a big business after all and have interests with many forces. Many people have come to me this morning, asking about the situation. Do you mean that the Chen family has to give them an explanation for what they do? Chen Yi said calmly. This of course not, Chen Ming said quickly, it's just that many of them have business dealings with our family's property. If they are offended too severely, some of the family's business may be affected in the future. Encountered some difficulties. In the future, Chen Yi looked up at him in surprise. Chen Ming was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head and said, I'm sorry, young master, it was my fault. Well, what else is there? Chen Yi didn't care. This can only be regarded as a sign that his thinking has not changed, but it cannot be said that Chen Ming is not capable. Just tell Zhou Lin that the Chen family will return. He will abide by the rules of the game as before. Even if the Zhou family touches some of the Chen family's interests, it is actually true that Chen Yi will not do anything to him in the short term. To put it bluntly, my mind hasn't turned around yet. In the past, the Chen family was reasonable not because the Chen family did not have the capital to fall out, but because they needed to be harmonious to make money in the long run. But the end is coming. The rules of the game in this world are about to change. The old rules will not work in the end. Thinking long term, think about it. What the Chen family needs now is to scare the monkeys and establish their authority. In troubled times, whoever has the biggest fist is the truth. The exchange of interests and making money through harmony in the business world are no longer needed. Last night we basically took over the property of the Zhou family. All the materials they collected have been recorded and stored in the warehouse, and other assets are still being processed. The companies under the Zhou family's name also include many factories, real estate, and ships. Now that the end is approaching and many things are no longer needed, our people have formulated a plan to liquidate most of the assets and then use this working capital to collect more supplies. But it's the young master's wish to take action against the Zhou family. I just want to ask your opinion. Chen Ming said respectfully, well, sort out all the assets of the Zhou family. Keep all the factories, ships and other assets. Look at the actual situation of the factory. The location is good, keep the ones that can survive after the end of the world. If the location is not good, keep the ones inside. All the equipment will be dismantled, and the factory will be disposed of in the near future. All the real estate can be disposed of and so on. Chen Yi pondered for a while and said, the Zhangyan Biyuan Villa area last night is also an asset of the Zhou family, right? Keep this, and clean up the residents inside. Zhangyan Villa, Chen Ming hesitated and said, there are many dignitaries living there. Even the former Tianai city guard lived here after he retired. If we clean it up. If you don't want to move, ask him to come to Xingfeng building and tell me the reason why he doesn't want to move. Chen Yi said impatiently before he could finish his words, is there anything else? It's okay, Chen Ming said quickly, but after he finished speaking, he showed a slightly vulgar expression. Master, the girl named Zhou Xinyu from the Zhou family was not hit by a bullet yesterday. She has escaped after treatment. It's dangerous. I think she looks quite good, and she is also the little princess of the Zhou family. She is not a vulgar girl. The doctor has also checked her and she is still a baby. After she recovers, do you want to? Chen Yi heard this and cursed with a smile, get out. Hey, okay, get out of here. Chen Ming was scolded, but his expression did not show that he was being scolded at all. Instead, he was happy. Since the young master didn't refuse, he didn't resent it. This time, I finally got the right flattery. As soon as he left Chen Yi's office, he quickly ordered someone to go to the hospital to take care of Zhou Shenyu, and do some ideological work by the way, so as not to make the young master unhappy and ruin the good thing. Zhou Shenyu in the office, Chen Yi thought of the culprit who killed the Zhou family, and couldn't help but smile. I'm stupid enough, but after all, this is the harem of the son of destiny, try to moisturize it's not bad if it's not moist. And Chen Yi really didn't believe that he didn't have any resentment at all for sleeping with Fang Zan's woman. Although he had already tried Ran Yuming's place once before, was it possible that it was Ran Yuming's problem? There's no risk in trying it anyway. Huh, are you awake? On the fragrant bed, Fang Zan, who had just woken up, heard the clear voice of a girl coming from the door. I reluctantly turned around and saw a girl in a white coat walking in. As she walked, she kept mumbling, what happened to you? You were so seriously injured. I picked you up by the water last night. It shocked me. Last night I called the police and no one answered. The line was always busy. It took a long time to call 120 for emergency services. But when I called 120, they said there were too many patients and they were full and we couldn't come. Even the community hospital was full at night. The doctor didn't even know, too busy. Fortunately, I haven't forgotten what I learned before, and the penetrating wound on your chest didn't damage your internal organs, otherwise you would be dead. Hearing the girl's words, Fang Zan subconsciously lowered his head and glanced at the solid bandage on his chest. Judging from the shape of the bandage, he could probably guess that it was just a small bullet hole, and he couldn't help but secretly think he was lucky. The shot last night hit him from behind. Under normal circumstances, the rapidly rotating bullet would be unbalanced due to the change in the medium after entering his body, thus erupting with terrifying energy, instantly forming a void in his flesh and blood cavity. Then a scar as big as the mouth of a bull exploded on his chest. If this was the case, even 10 lives would not be enough for him to die. But he was lucky enough to encounter a situation where the bullet had a very low probability of passing through the body and perfectly bypassing all the organs. That shot just caused him to bleed a lot. Thank you, Fang Zan said weakly. No need to thank you. I saved you because my father is a doctor and taught me a lot of medical skills. I can't watch others die in front of me. The girl shrugged. The security outside is getting worse day by day. Or you. I'm not interested in knowing who or why you got gunshot wounds. I won't tell anyone about you. No one has seen you except me since last night. I'm safe here. No one should come here. You can rest peacefully and recuperate these days. When you are healed, you don't need to say hello to me, just leave. Fang Zan, who had just become alive, could only smile bitterly when he heard this and said, no matter what, thank you girl for saving your life. My matter is more complicated. It's best if you don't participate. I should be able to leave by tomorrow at the latest. I will definitely leave directly when the time comes and I won't involve you. By the way, my name is Fang Zan. What do you call me girl? My name is Shen Yanqi. The girl walked to the bedside, took out the blood pressure monitor and put it on Fang Zan's arm. After a moment, she looked at the value on it and said, the blood pressure is normal. You are quite healthy. You had a bleeding episode last night. My blood pressure was very low, but it recovered today. Fang Zan didn't look surprised at all when he heard this. The coronavirus will cause people to mutate. Those who successfully mutate will become superpowers and develop superpowers. Those who fail to mutate will become zombies. He had been infected with the virus for a long time, but it had not yet broken out. And for someone like him who can evolve, the virus will begin to improve his physique during the incubation period, making his physique far beyond that of ordinary people. At this stage, the virus has not yet broken out, and his powers have not yet awakened, but his physical fitness is not guaranteed. However, what he was thinking about at the moment had nothing to do with these. Instead, the words, Shen Yanqi, echoed repeatedly. This name was so familiar to him that it was not an exaggeration to say it was like thunder. But he was a little unsure whether the pretty girl in front of him was the one in his memory. Because after the end of the world, he had only heard of the medical sage named Shen Yanqi, but had never seen him at all, because with his status, he was not even qualified to see him. Looking at the girl who was packing the blood pressure monitor, he hesitated for a moment and then said, Miss Shen just said that your father is a doctor. Is it Western medicine or Chinese medicine? When Shen Yanqi heard this, she glanced at him and thought he was just looking for something to talk about out of boredom. She said without thinking too much, my dad has dabbled in traditional Chinese medicine since he was a child, and he studied modern medicine when he grew up. What's the difference between this thing? As long as it can save people. When I picked you up by the river last night, I didn't bring any equipment with me. I just used pins to give you acupuncture to stop the bleeding. What about your father? Fang Zan asked tentatively. I've been very busy recently. My dad has been in the hospital and has no time to go home. He won't suddenly come back and find you. Don't worry. Shen Yanqi packed up the things, stood up and said, I don't know how to cook. I will go out to buy food later. Is there anything you want to eat? I'll bring it to you. Just white porridge. Fang Zan was a little absent-minded. White porridge. Let's have meat porridge. You need to replenish protein to heal your injuries. Shen Yanqi said and went out. Fang Zan looked at the direction she left in confusion. Lost in thought, his eyes became brighter and brighter. Right, really right. According to rumors, the medical saint's medical skills were first learned from her father. Combined with her own supernatural powers, it is not an exaggeration to say that the medical skills of the living and dead can be transformed into human flesh and white bones. Her father was a well-known figure in the medical field in Tianai City before the end of the world. He was most famous for mixing Chinese and Western medicine, combining traditional Chinese medicine with modern medicine, and cured numerous difficult and complicated diseases. He is now almost certain that the girl who saved him is the medical saint, the real top figure in the apocalypse, a being that even behemoths like the Chen family will not easily offend. It is obviously wishful thinking to have such a status in the cannibalistic apocalypse with just one medical skill. The medical saint is so powerful, and his strength is also among the top ones. He is extremely powerful and a benevolent doctor who has saved countless lives. Although Shen Yanqi did not create any power in the apocalypse, his appeal was extremely strong. Not inferior to those big forces at all. The most important thing is why she is so strong. Dream flower. It is said that the flower of dreams is a double lotus, with one white representing life and one black representing death. Shen Yanqi got the white flower that represented life when the apocalypse broke out, and was able to rise rapidly later. This is why Fang Zan believes that even if all preparations and plans fail after rebirth, he can make a comeback as long as he obtains the flower of dreams. However, he only knew the approximate direction where the dream flower would appear before, but did not know the specific location. Therefore, we plan to develop our strength and seal off a large-scale search for 4 weeks in advance. Now that his power has not developed and the Zhou family has collapsed, he is actually not sure whether he can find the flower of dreams. But it happened that he met Shen Yanqi at this time. The person who was supposed to get the flower of dreams. What's this? This is my destiny. Fang Zan's fighting spirit, which had been somewhat depressed because he had been frustrated repeatedly in front of Chen Yi, started to burn brightly again. What doesn't kill me will only make me stronger. Chen Yi, Chen family. Wait for me to come back. Master, Fang Zan has been staying at the house of the female anchor named Shen Yanqi for 3 days. According to the previous agreement between him and Shen Yanqi, he was actually supposed to leave the next day, but for some reason he suddenly changed his mind and then made up various reasons to stay at Shen Yanqi's house. On the top floor of Xingfeng building, Qinju, who was wearing a skirt and black stockings, was meticulously reporting to Chen Yi on Fang Zan's situation in the past few days. Our experts have analyzed his data through various data transmitted from the chip implanted in his body. Behavioral psychology was analyzed. The final result is that he stayed there probably just because of Shen Yanqi himself. Shen Yanqi, Chen Yi tapped his fingers on the table. Is there anything special about her? Special? That seems a bit too much. Qinju looked at this woman's information, his eyebrows jumped, and then said, middle-class family, father is a famous doctor in Tianai with superb medical skills. Her personal my hobbies are quite broad. I have been practicing medicine since I was a child, but my grades in cultural classes are also very good. I went to Tianai University when I was only 14 years old. I got an undergraduate degree in clinical medicine from Tianai University when I was 15 years old. I graduated early, then I switched to psychology, and within 2 years I got a doctorate in related disciplines. In short, this person is definitely a genius. She is currently 22 years old. She has already obtained 5 doctorate degrees, and these 5 degrees are all unrelated, namely clinical medicine, psychology, history, and international politics. Study, finance. Currently, she seems to be preparing to study for a degree in film and television acting. This is why she becomes an anchor. In less than 2 months after the broadcast, she has already gained more than 10 million followers. She is currently one of the top anchors of a certain music channel. At this point, she looked a little weird. By the way, the chip in Fang Zan's body recorded their interactions these days. From the current point of view, he was being manipulated by others without knowing it. He thought Shen Yanqi he's just a kind-hearted, silly, sweet guy with some medical skills. I don't even think about it. How could Badian dare to pick up a dying man from the river in the middle of the night and take him home? This woman is very powerful and very courageous. She seems to realize that there is something strange about Fang Zan staying in her house shamelessly, and she is constantly testing his purpose. Chen Yi looked a little surprised after hearing this. He thought that Fang Zan, the invincible little strong protagonist, had regained his power. Not only did he survive the disaster, he also met a noble person and found hope of a comeback. It's okay to meet a shady genius girl. He's so mentally retarded and still wants to take advantage of others. Chen Yi was afraid that before he could take action, Fang Zan, an idiot, would be killed by others. However, this also shows that as the resentment value increases, the aura of Destiny Child does not seem to be so effective. Otherwise, he should have met a really silly Badian now. Master, what should we do now? Qinju's question brought Chen Yi back to his senses. Hearing this, he said without thinking, it's not yet time, let people continue to keep an eye on Fang Zan. By the way, let's keep an eye on Fang Zan. Keep an eye on Shen Yanqi as well, pay more attention to her movements, and report to me if there is any abnormal behavior. People are already watching her, but she seems to have learned some knowledge related to investigation. Her anti-reconnaissance ability is much stronger than Fang Zan's. She seems to have discovered the clues. Qinju shook his head. So powerful, Chen Yi rubbed his chin, then smiled and said, then I won't play with her anymore and have someone invite her over. Be careful not to disturb Fang Zan. No matter what kind of genius monster you are, why don't I stop playing with you? The apocalypse has not completely come yet. Su Yan, the future daughter of death, now has to be a guinea pig in the laboratory. Is it possible that Shen Yanqi's current combat effectiveness is better than Su Yan's? Yes, Qinju didn't feel sleepy anymore when talking about this, so he nodded and left the office. So you were framed by your enemies, and then your enemies wanted to silence you, so you were shot and fell into the water. In the cozy little room, after listening to Fang Zan's story, Shen Yanqi pushed up her delicate little glasses and asked very cooperatively, then who are your enemies? Are they so lawless and no one cares about them? This I'm afraid I can't tell you, otherwise I will harm you. Fang Zan said. Based on his understanding of Shen Yanqi after getting along with him these past few days, Shen Yanqi should ask who it is next. Then he took advantage of the situation and told Chen Yi. With Shen Yanqi's enthusiasm, she would definitely want to help him expose this matter as a blogger with tens of millions of fans. At this time, he needs to stand up and remind Shen Yanqi of the power of the Chen family, and after explaining the pros and cons, let her give up. This dangerous idea was to prevent the news that he was not dead from reaching Chen Yi's ears again. Then according to normal circumstances, after Shen Yanqi is sure that the Chen family is really that awesome, she will be grateful for his honesty. In this way, the relationship between oneself and the other party becomes closer. After repeating the same routine several times, Shen Yanqi will naturally become more and more fond of him. When the time is almost up, he can find reasons to follow Shen Yanqi for a long time, and then he can find the flower of dreams as soon as possible. However, just as Fang Zan's calculations were clicking in his mind, Shen Yanqi's answer made him freeze on the spot. Ah. Is it so serious? Then I won't ask. Fang Zan, no, girl, where's your warm-heartedness? As a music influencer with tens of millions of fans, do you really have no sense of social responsibility? This kind of bad behavior of killing people and selling goods has no idea of exposing it. Shen Yanqi looked at Fang Zan's deflated look. He didn't do anything on the surface, but he was secretly laughing in his heart. But just at this moment, a phone call came. Su Yan glanced at the number and found that it was her biological father who had been working overtime for almost a week and hadn't been home. Without thinking too much immediately, I picked up the phone and chose to connect. The next moment, the unfamiliar voice on the other end of the phone made Shen Yanqi's expression change. Then she looked at Fang Zan, who was awkwardly playing with his mobile phone, and said with surprise, my father collapsed from exhaustion while working. Then please do it. Save him, don't let anything happen to him. I'm going over now. Don't worry, I will definitely bring enough money, no matter how much it is. Soon, the call was hung up. Shen Yanqi glanced at Fang Xuando and said, my dad collapsed from exhaustion while working. I have to go to the hospital. If it's not convenient for you to go out, just stay at home. As soon as she finished speaking, she hurriedly took her bag and walked out the door. From the beginning to the end, Fang Zan didn't have the slightest doubt. He even showed some expected expressions. After all, no one in the apocalypse has heard of who the father of the medical saint is. I guess he died before the apocalypse, and now he suddenly collapsed while working. It may not sound like a big deal, but Fang Zan feels that this is probably a big deal. Can't be saved. Shen Yanqi hurriedly left the house with her small bag on her back. Not long after he left the community, his anxious expression slowly faded away, replaced by calmness that belied his age. After glancing around, he walked straight towards a man smoking on the roadside and said coldly, lead the way. Miss Shen is indeed amazing. No wonder the young master wants to see you by name. The man looked at her in surprise, then stood up and opened the door of a dilapidated Santana on the roadside. Please. Shen Yanqi took a deep breath and stepped into the car. Half an hour later, the car slowly drove into Xingfeng building. Seeing this, Shen Yanqi couldn't help but sigh, is indeed the Chen family. The man driving the car said calmly, Miss Shen knows that Fang Zan offended my Chen family, how dare you take him in? I just figured it out this afternoon. I was trying to figure out how to clear up the relationship, and your call came. She seemed a little annoyed. The man smiled and had no intention of continuing. As the first line follower, of course he knew the information about Shen Yanqi and knew exactly what kind of monster he was. Experience tells him that when facing such a person, he should do whatever he needs to do. It is best not to communicate with the other person too much, otherwise he will die without knowing how. When Shen Yanqi saw this, she could only sigh in her heart and put her thoughts away. Master, we have already arrived. In the office on the top floor, Qinju reminded him after receiving the news. Bring it directly here, bring it up directly. Well, Qinju hesitated. After all, Shen Yanqi acted too evil. No one knew what trick she had up her sleeve. If she was brought directly in front of Chen Yi, she was afraid that something might happen to her. No matter how evil you are just a weak woman in the final analysis. How can you still leave me here? And Sister Ju, aren't you here? Chen Yi waved his hand indifferently. Again, after all, the virus has not completely broken out yet and mutants have appeared on a large scale. No matter how evil people are, they are still within the scope of ordinary people. As long as he is an ordinary person, there is no threat to him in this Xingfeng building. Okay, Qinju didn't say anything more after hearing this and immediately stood up and left. After a while, Shen Yanqi was brought back. The first time he saw her, the system prompt appeared in front of Chen Yi. Shen Yanqi comes from a privileged family and has a very high IQ. Under the age of 22, he has obtained no less than 5 doctorate degrees. After the end of the world, he accidentally obtained the Flower of Dreams while playing outside and awakened powerful powers. From then on, she rose rapidly in the apocalypse. With her powerful medical skills and terrifying strength, she quickly gained a great reputation and was revered as the medical saint. Even though she had long seen through the dark side of the world, she still with a bright heart. He wanders around in the apocalypse to save lives and heal the wounded, and his greatest wish is to rebuild order on the ruins. Really, Chen Yi's eyes narrowed. Fang Zan was very purposeful in doing things, and when he was willing to waste the precious time before the end of the world to stay by Shen Yanqi's side, Chen Yi guessed that this Shen Yanqi might not be simple. Either he is an important figure after the end of the world, or he is someone related to the Flower of Dreams. Now it seems that it is both. In the second half of the system prompt seems quite interesting. It also points out her true face beneath her genius appearance. A very smart and good man. However, what surprised Chen Yi was that such a special person as Shen Yanqi did not trigger the system's Destiny Child prompt, which meant that she was not a Destiny Child, but just a simple genius. The abilities of geniuses are not necessarily worse than those of the children of destiny. Even Shen Yanqi's abilities are much stronger than Fang Zan. If she is the one who is reborn and still has the halo of the protagonist, Chen Yi will have no difficulty in completing system tasks. This idiot Zan can't compare. The biggest difference between the two is that Destiny's Child has extremely outrageous luck. For example, if Chen Yi ignored the system's kill probability and forced people to kill Fang Zan from the beginning, not only would he not be able to kill him, but he would probably be a blessing in disguise. But if Chen Yi wants to kill Shen Yanqi now, there won't be any suspense. No matter how talented she is, she can only die under the absolute power. As his thoughts were spinning, he looked at the pretty girl wearing glasses and smiled. Miss Shen, thank you for traveling all the way. Shen Yanqi said expressionlessly, my father is in your hands, so I dare not come. Also, I need to say something in advance. Fang Zan has nothing to do with me. Saving him is out of medical responsibility, and taking him in is out of personal interest. Of course, after knowing that it was your Chen family who targeted him, I have no interest in him, now he. Right here in my house, you can kill me or cut me into pieces as you please. Quote. Her frankness made Chen Yi a little uncomfortable, but after thinking about it carefully, she felt that there was nothing wrong with it. After all, Chen Yi is not Fang Zan's stupid young man, so there's no way he doesn't know her details. She ran up to Chen Yi and pretended to be stupid. That was really stupid. Might as well be honest. Miss Shen is overthinking. Your father is the best doctor in Tianai and even in the entire Sha Kingdom. At this juncture, he is a hot talent. We have no intention of doing anything to him. We just offer him higher conditions and treatment. He just comes to work in our Chen family's hospital. Chen Yi smiled calmly, then pointed to the sofa. Sit down. Chen Yi's attitude immediately made Shen Yanqi feel relieved. The communication between smart people is sometimes like this. Many things do not need to be said. As long as you show an attitude, it is enough to express your meaning and purpose. Chen Yi's current attitude clearly meant that he would not do anything to her and her father. Of course, she would not be naive enough to think that this would be the end of it. There is no danger to life, but it will cause trouble for others and it will definitely not be easy to escape. After sitting for a while, seeing that Chen Yi had no intention of raising any conditions and was instead looking at his phone, Shen Yanqi couldn't help but speak first. What is Mr. Chen's purpose? It's better to just tell him directly. It's a bit too far-fetched to say the purpose. Chen Yi put down the phone and said, Miss Shen saved Fang Zan and caused our Chen family to suffer huge losses. If you do something wrong, you have to pay some price. Quote. I have read your resume, and I personally appreciate Miss Shen's abilities. It just so happens that the current situation is complicated recently. We have too many things to do, but too few people to use them. With Miss Shen's ability, staying at home and broadcasting every day isn't it a waste of talent? A smile suddenly appeared on Shen Yanqi's taut face since she entered the office. She pushed up her glasses and said, Mr. Chen, you want me to work for you. You detained my father and forced me to submit, so I'm not afraid. I hold a grudge, and I'll cause trouble to you when the time comes. Miss Shen misunderstood. Dr. Shen has great love and wants to cure diseases and save lives. After seeing our Chen family's research on the coronavirus, he took the initiative to join our laboratory and wanted to use the Chen family's resources to develop a new coronavirus. The coronavirus vaccine can prevent the apocalypse. Chen Yi spread his hands and said innocently, it's not that we want to detain him, it's that he doesn't want to leave now. Shen Yanqi's eyes narrowed and he immediately grasped the key point. He stood up suddenly and said, what you just meant is that the coronavirus will lead to the end of the world. After Shen Yanqi is a famous doctor, his father has been very busy recently due to the coronavirus. In addition, he is a genius and has a wide range of information channels. But our understanding of the coronavirus is limited to knowing that it is a highly transmissible virus. In her opinion, the most special thing about this thing is that so far, all its transmission channels have not been fully understood, making it difficult to guard against. As for the consequences of being infected with this virus, the only cold symptoms she knew were fever and headache. So I always just thought this thing was a big flu and didn't pay much attention to it from beginning to end. As for those cases where they were infected with the virus a long time ago, suffered headaches and fever, and eventually turned into monsters like zombies, the news has long been sealed. Currently, only the 4 major families and officials in the entire Sha Kingdom know these things. The wealthy Zhou family had no idea that the end was coming before Fang Zan reminded them, and Shen Yanqi was even less likely to know. When I suddenly learned this, I was naturally shocked and couldn't believe it. Yes, otherwise, why do you think there are so many armed men here, Miss Shen? You came in all the way just now. With your IQ, it's impossible that you didn't notice the clues, right? Shen Yanqi's heart sank. This was indeed her doubt after arriving near Xingfeng Tower. Although the streets nearby are still busy with people as usual, the buildings around the streets are dotted with various fortifications and fire positions. Although she had made a certain disguise so that ordinary people could not see it, she could not deceive her eyes. The Xingfeng building was even more exaggerated, and the security was probably tighter than most military places. After a cursory look, she estimated that the number of armed personnel stationed here might not be less than 4 figures. This was unimaginable in peaceful times. She couldn't figure it out before, so she just remembered it secretly. Unexpectedly, Chen Yi now solved her confusion. What exactly is the coronavirus? Shen Yanqi said after a moment of silence. She didn't ask whether it was true or not. With her IQ, she recalled what she had seen and heard in the recent period, and combined with the information revealed by Chen Yi, it was easy to determine that it was true. Well, this involves some of our core secrets. Chen Yi looked embarrassed. Of course, I mean that I don't want to reveal this kind of news to outsiders. What do you need me to do? I happen to need a secretary to help me with things, and I think Miss Shen is perfect for her. Shen Yanqi was not surprised by this request, and then asked, what about time? Even if you were in jail, you will have a sentence, so there must be time, right? 3 years, help me do things for 3 years, and after 3 years you can come and go freely. Chen Yi smiled, but I guess you will be reluctant to leave by then. 3 years is okay, but during this period, you need to ensure my dad's safety, and I will do my best to work for you. Shen Yanqi made no comment on the second half of his sentence, and at the same time made her own request. No guarantee, can't guarantee it. Chen Yi picked up the tablet beside him and found a piece of top-secret information about the coronavirus. Read it yourself. Shen Yanqi quickly flipped through the information. Although there are a lot of professional terms in it, it is naturally not a problem for her. Soon she finished reading this complicated information that could make people's perspective collapse. When she slowly put down the tablet, the shock in her heart had not faded. Seeing this, Chen Yi said helplessly, you have also seen that the coronavirus is extremely weird. After the outbreak, you will either die or gain some power beyond current scientific understanding. The probability of the former is about 10 times that of the latter, that is, it is said that once infected, the probability of survival is not even 1/10. What's more important is that we haven't fully understood all the transmission routes of this virus. Dr. Shen is now personally involved in researching it. The risk is very high. No one knows whether he will be infected, so I didn't the law guarantee safety. Chen Yi didn't say anything else, let alone Shen Yanqi's father. He could not guarantee the safety of even his own father. Even if the system hadn't given him a virus-immune constitution a few days ago, he himself wasn't sure whether he could survive the virus outbreak. The Chen family has even arranged the succession in advance. Once the current head of the Chen family, Chen Yi's father, is infected and fails to survive, then Chen Yi will take over as the head of the family. And if Chen Yi is also infected, the inheritance rights will be transferred to his uncle. If the uncle dies, he will be his son and his cousin. The sequence list is said to be over 30. In order not to put all their eggs in one basket, the people on the list are now distributed across the country and even abroad, preparing for their own power. Ready to take over the family power at any time. I understand, this is his own choice. If something happens to him, he can't blame others. Shen Yanqi sighed. In other words, I need you to cooperate with my dad's research as much as possible. Of course, the Chen family is the beneficiary of the current order. We also don't want the existing order to collapse. The unknown risks are too great. Chen Yi nodded in agreement. Shen Yanqi didn't think there was anything wrong with what he said, and instead said, well, Mr. Chen, no, I should call you boss now. I wonder what the boss's instructions are now. Instructions. Chen Yi smiled and said, go home and continue hanging on Fang Zan. He should have some plot against you. You should find a way to figure out his purpose. With your IQ, you should have no problem dealing with such a fool. Of course, I will send someone to keep an eye on him secretly near your home. For safety reasons, you don't worry, even if he discovers something abnormal, he can't do anything to you. By the way, I can remind you that if he asks or tests whether you have any plans to go out for fun in the near future, just tell him no. Later, he will definitely encourage you to go somewhere overtly or covertly. This place is the key. Once this is done, you won't have to worry about the rest. The system prompt said that she accidentally obtained the Flower of Dreams while playing outside, but did not mention the specific location. Shen Yanqi was not a reborn person like Fang Zan, so he naturally did not have the ability to predict the future. It is impossible for her to know where the dream flower will appear now. But Fang Xuandao should know. Chen Yi guessed that Fang Zan probably didn't know the specific location, but only knew the general direction, so he relied on Shen Yanqi, hoping that she would take the opportunity to snatch the Flower of Dreams when she encountered it. Unlike Fang Zan, Chen Yi didn't need to know the specific location. The family's power is here, and he only needs to determine the approximate location, and he can directly seal it up and find it slowly. At present, it seems that no one is more suitable to do this than Shen Yanqi. As long as I get out of this place, will it be enough? Is there any time limit? Is there any limit on the method? Shen Yanqi pushed up his glasses. No, it's up to you, as long as it's completed within 10 days. Chen Yi said indifferently, for a genius like you who has your own ideas, I have always been willing to let you do whatever you want. Of course, if things go wrong, there will definitely be punishment. I understand, is there anything else? No, as long as you can complete this task, I can promise you one thing. Of course, it must be within my ability. Chen Yi waved his hand. Go, I know you care about your father. Wait, someone will take you to have a look later, so you can rest assured. No need, let him focus on his own affairs. Shen Yanqi shook his head. Before coming, she was worried that this was a way for the Chen family to retaliate against her for saving Fang Zan. Now that she was sure that Chen Yi came to her not to take revenge on her, but for other reasons, she naturally no longer had to worry about her father's safety. It doesn't matter whether we meet or not. Now that everyone is on board the Chen family's ship, it would be better to quickly handle the things. Chen Yi told him to improve his status on the ship and make it easier to handle things in the future. After Shen Yanqi left, Qinju, who stayed by Chen Yi's side the whole time, couldn't help but ask, Master, can she accomplish this? It's not that she looks down on Shen Yanqi, it's just that the task given by Chen Yi is a bit too difficult. And the difficulty was not in extracting words from Fang Zan, but that there were too few clues about the location that Chen Yi wanted. Just when Shen Yanqi said she wasn't going anywhere, Fang Zan would encourage her to go. As for what she was going for, what features each place had, and what purpose Fang Zan wanted her to go to. Don't know anything. Even if she used the method Chen Yi said to get this place out of Fang Zan's mouth, she couldn't be sure whether it was true or false. And the most bizarre thing about this matter is that it is normal for Chen Yi to know that Fang Zan has plans for Shen Yanqi. But why did he know that Fang Zan wanted Shen Yanqi to go somewhere, and why was he so sure that Fang Zan would persuade Shen Yanqi to go? This is outrageous. Could it be that he is really a prophet? What if Fang Zan has no intention at all? What's even more bizarre is that, faced with such a task, Shen Yanqi agreed without even thinking about it, without even asking for more information. Qinju had to suspect that she had no intention of completing the task at all, and was just pretending to be here. Of course she can. Chen Yi smiled without saying much. This may be difficult for others, but it is not difficult for Shen Yanqi, who is proficient in psychology. With her ability, if she has a clear goal, she can let Fang Zan reveal everything about him with just a little guidance and careful observation. After all, this is not a court session, and everything must be done based on evidence. As long as you get the words out, it's considered a success. Of course Shen Yanqi could tell whether what was being tricked was true or false. Is that so? Qinju frowned slightly, but didn't ask any more questions. Since the young master said so, it must be right. You're back. How's uncle? As soon as Shen Yanqi returned home, Fang Zan asked with concern. Fortunately, it's nothing serious. I'm just too tired. Just rest for a few days. The hospital has prepared a place for him to recuperate. He will probably have to stay there for a few days. Shen Yanqi breathed a sigh of relief, and then he handed the bag in his hand to Fang Zan. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I brought you some steamed buns downstairs. I'll come back to pack my things. I have to go to the hospital to take care of my dad in the next few days. They don't even go home. It's very safe here. If you plan to stay away from the limelight for a while, your enemies won't come to your door. As for eating and drinking, we are all old neighbors here for more than 10 years, and there are relatively few outsiders. You usually only go to restaurants nearby, or a convenience store. I guess your enemies won't find out. Fang Zan suddenly became anxious when he heard this, and said subconsciously, are you going to take care of your dad? How long will it take? Shen Yanqi, who was packing her things, was stunned and looked at him in surprise. Fang Zan immediately realized that there was something wrong with what he said, and quickly changed his words. What is uncle's condition? Does he need to be hospitalized for a long time? Shen Yanqi then shook his head. The situation is not serious, but long-term exertion has damaged his vitality, and it will take some time to recuperate. But my dad is quite stubborn. If I don't look at him, he will probably wake up. It's time to go to work again. Is that so? Fang Zan's eyes flickered. Doesn't that mean you have to be in the hospital for a while? It probably takes. How long? According to our theory of traditional Chinese medicine, this kind of damage to the vitality requires long-term recovery. It should be at least 10 days and a half. If it is longer, it is estimated to be 1 or 2 months. It depends on the specific situation, Shen Yanqi said seriously. After all, she is a doctor and she has the final say. So long, shouldn't we go home to recuperate in this situation? The hospital environment is too noisy, which is not conducive to recuperation, right? Fang Zan looked concerned. That's not true. The nursing room arranged by the hospital is relatively quiet. Moreover, the various equipment there are more complete and more convenient than at home. Shen Yanqi answered while packing her things. There is no flaw in either tone or expression. Fang Zan's heart felt cold when he heard this. The place where the Flower of Dreams appeared was not close to here. It was in a park scenic area in the southern suburbs of Tianai. It is at least 20 kilometers away from where Shen Yanqi lives now, and even further away from the hospital where her father works. Normally, she would never go there unless she had a planned outing. And under the premise that his father was hospitalized and needed care, Fang Zan knew without even thinking that Shen Yanqi was definitely not in the mood to go out and play. He didn't know exactly when the dream flower appeared. Some said it was before the end of the world, and some said it was just after the end of the world. Now there's only about half a month until the end of the world comes. In other words, if we look at the best case scenario, Shen Yanqi will need to stay in the hospital for about half a month, and then return home just in time for the end to come. If the Flower of Dreams appeared before the end of the world, she would probably miss it. Fang Zan was not sure whether it was the butterfly effect caused by his own rebirth that prevented Shen Yanqi from getting the Flower of Dreams this time, or whether the Flower of Dreams appeared after the end of the world, and Shen Yanqi finally ended up after the end of the world due to various coincidences. I would go to a remote park dozens of kilometers away and accidentally obtain this newly born treasure. But he didn't dare to gamble on the odds, and he discovered something extremely embarrassing. That is because of the existence of the Chen family. He really does not dare to run around Tianai, and if Shen Yanqi goes to the hospital now, he will not be able to follow her. In other words, no matter what the situation is, if he doesn't do something, the Flower of Dreams will probably never be with him. Combined with the information given by Chen Yi, Shen Yanqi conducted a simple test when he returned home, which immediately made Fang Zan, the destined son, sweat dripping down his back. He didn't know what to do. After a moment of silence, seeing that Shen Yanqi's things were all packed up, Fang Shuangkai couldn't help but ask, if you go to accompany me, do you have to accompany me all the time and not go anywhere? I will probably be quite busy at the beginning, and I won't have time to go anywhere. But after a few days of rest, my dad will feel better and he won't have to stay there all the time. What's wrong? Shen Yanqi didn't know why, asked. It's nothing, it's just that I'm afraid that you'll be bored if you stay with me in the hospital all the time, so I plan to wait until my uncle's condition gets better and you're not so busy anymore. Please take the time to go out and relax. I happen to know a good place that's relatively unpopular. Let's relax. It's perfect to go, Fang Zan said with a smile. Coming, Shen Yanqi understood in her heart, but she still blinked and said with a confused look, aren't you afraid of being discovered by your enemies? Hey, I thought too much about the sudden change. Actually, if you think about it carefully, we are in a society ruled by law after all. My enemies are just underground gangs. How can they have such great energy? Fang Zan said. He waved his hand. I've been to that place once before. It's really interesting. Let's go together then. I guarantee you will like it. Although this reason was lame and inconsistent with the enemy he described before with his hands and eyes all over the sky, he felt that there should be no problem in fooling silly Badian. That's it. Shen Yanqi nodded in understanding. Where's that? If it's too far away, I'm afraid I won't be able to go, even if my dad's condition is better than now. Yes, I should stay with him and not leave too far away. Don't worry, it's not far away. It's the Lianqi wetland park in the south of Tianai. He looked relaxed when he said this, and blurted it out without much thought. Shen Yanqi saw everything he looked like when he spoke, and she already had some calculations in her heart. She immediately showed a sunny smile. Really? Then I really haven't been there. I'll take the time to go with you in a few days. Have a look. With that said, she took the packed bag and walked out the door. Fang Zan felt relieved when he saw this, and then started calculating the time alone against the calendar, trying to figure out when it would be best to ask Shen Yanqi to act as a radar to help him find the Flower of Dreams. Although Shen Yanqi is easy to fool, he is not a fool. Of course, he cannot use this reason again and again. It would be best to make an appointment with Shen Yanqi when the Flower of Dreams would appear. I'm afraid he would have to take some time to think carefully about this specific time. Lianqi Wetland Park. Chen Yi frowned when he heard the news about Shen Yanqi. This is too fast. He asked people to send Shen Yanqi back and waited for her to come back. The journey was less than 3 hours. Did this get him the information he wanted? Are you sure? Okay, Shen Yanqi's voice on the other end of the phone didn't hesitate at all. Then she recounted the conversation she had just had with Fang Zan almost word for word to Chen Yi. After listening, Chen Yi couldn't help but marvel that this woman was indeed a genius. Her control over people's hearts was almost to the extreme, and her adaptability was also absolutely top-notch. When she went out, she made up a random reason why her father collapsed from exhaustion in the hospital. When she came back, it became the most critical part of completing her plan. Using his own persona with Fang Zan, he easily extracted such important information without causing Fang Zan to have the slightest suspicion. It is not an exaggeration to say that Fang Zan, the son of destiny, was manipulated in the palm of his hand. Well done, but I'm afraid it won't be convenient for you to go home in the next period of time. If you have no other arrangements, then move to Xingfeng building. Chen Yi said calmly, also, I promise to help you with something. The promise is still valid. You can mention it at any time. The big boss kindly invites you, but I will be disrespectful. Shen Yanqi said with a smile, as for which thing, I haven't thought about it yet, let's talk about it later. After a brief chat, the two hung up the phone. Sitting here, Shen Yanqi looked at the hung-up mobile phone with twinkling eyes. Why me? There's one most crucial point in this whole thing. That's why Fang Zan wanted to persuade her to go to the Lotus Pond Wetland Park. Wouldn't it work if it were someone else? Even with Shen Yanqi's IQ, he couldn't find the slightest clue when faced with this situation. In the end, he could only give up temporarily and wait for a chance to find out the reason later. On the other side, Chen Yi pondered for a moment after hanging up the phone, then knocked on his desk and said to Qin Zhu, "Let the people who are watching Fang Zan pay attention. He should go out to buy things later. Wait until he goes out. In 1 or 2 hours, you will come to find him. You can find him wherever you want, but it's best not to try to kill him. Give him. Leaving a few loopholes allowed him to escape from death. Do you understand?" Understood. Qin Zhu immediately left the office and went down to deliver the order. Fang Zan, who was still hiding in Shen Yanqi's house, was naturally completely unaware of this. Seeing that it was getting late and the buns that Shen Yanqi had brought back at noon had been eaten, he was ready to go down and eat something. The situation outside is almost the same as what Shen Yanqi said. The people around are all old neighbors in this community, mostly old men and old ladies. There are relatively few young people, and there are not as many people coming in and out as in the luxury communities in the city center. No takeaways are allowed inside. The risk of exposure if you go out is extremely low. It can be said that Fang Zan's outing this time could not have been smoother. He quickly bought food and spent money to purchase some things he thought were useful. After doing this, he hurried to Shen Yanqi's house to avoid being discovered by the Chen family's minions if he stayed outside for too long. However, as soon as he arrived at the door of Shen Yanqi's house, he didn't even open the door and went in. His eyes just glanced at something on the door frame, and Fang Zan immediately became alert. As a seasoned veteran who has been struggling in the apocalypse for 3 years, he still has a good sense of vigilance. When I went out, I stuck a hair on the door. But at this time, he didn't see the hair. This means someone has gone in. Fang Zan was not sure if Shen Yanqi had forgotten something and brought it back, but he did not let down his guard at all. After hesitating for a while, he took out the key and slowly opened the door. The moment he opened the door, bang! A gunshot broke the silence here. Accompanied by the gunshot, there was blood spurting out from Fang Zan's right shoulder. However, Fang Zan obviously no longer cares about this. The moment he heard the gunshot, he didn't even have time to consider the injury on his shoulder. Immediately, the door that had just been opened was closed again at an extremely terrifying speed. Then without even thinking, he ran away. "Master, I found the information about Lianqi Wetland Park." Qin Zhu hurriedly came to the office with the documents. The wetland park is not far from the Zhou family's Zhangyan Biyuan community. It was originally planned to build a residential community, but an accident occurred not long after the construction started and was forced to stop. Later, the residential building the project was converted into a park and the current Lianqi Wetland Park was built, which has been completed for more than 5 years. The park is not large. It is said to be a wetland park, but in fact there is only a small lake in it. There are many lotus flowers planted in the lake. The scenery can only be described as average. Only people who live nearby usually go for a walk. Chen Yi sat in the boss's seat, pondered for a moment and then said, "An accident happened not long after the work started. What accident is it referring to?" "People are dead." Qin Zhu looked at the information and said with some confusion, "According to the information at the time, this lake was originally here. If they wanted to build a community, they had to fill in the lake first. But on the first day, they started to fill in the lake. At that time, a worker accidentally fell into a lake and drowned at night. The construction was stopped for 2 days. Officials ruled out the possibility of homicide. After confirming that it was an accident, the construction continued. However, as soon as the construction started, another person died. This situation repeated several times. A total of 6 workers and 2 foremen died. After that, neither the workers nor the construction company dared to start work again. The boss who developed this construction site was superstitious, so he reluctantly changed the construction plan and changed the lake that was originally to be filled in into the current park. The amazing thing is that as long as the lake is not touched, all subsequent construction will be normal. No one died anymore. To be honest, Qin Zhu himself doesn't believe in these gods and ghosts. But what she was holding was top secret information taken from the Tianai official secret archives by the Chen family, and there was absolutely no way it was fake. This forced her to believe it. Having said this, she pulled out another piece of information from the bottom. By the way, there's another thing that is also very strange. I don't know if it is a coincidence. Residents in several communities around Lianqi Wetland Park have never been sick since the project was completed 5 years ago. There are even several cancer patients with records in the hospital who miraculously recovered slowly after being admitted. Tianai officials noticed this because almost all the pharmacies and community hospitals nearby can no longer operate. As for why the people in the official archives put these 2 documents together, it is unclear. Maybe it is because of the same a little bizarre. Qin Zhu shook his head, confused. Chen Yi listened to her report, his eyes flickering, and after a moment he said, "I understand, is there any other news?" "Well, then there are some more fragmented ones. In recent years, the developers of the park have lost money due to maintenance, so they have thought of commercializing the park and launched some projects. For example, camping by the lake, fishing, and making tea by the stove. There are also projects for renting out the park. Some young people prefer to rent out the park for marriage proposals and so on. This has indeed increased a lot of income for the park." Speaking of this, Qin Zhu's expression became more serious. Lianqi Wetland Park is now reserved for almost 1 or 2 days every week, and the furthest reservation has been made for 2 months later. We checked these reservations based on the information. A special person was discovered. With that said, she placed a piece of information in front of Chen Yi and said, "Yi Chen, this person has booked a reservation for a week later, that is, October 30th, for a proposal." The person he proposed to was a woman named Zhao Qingya. What's interesting is that this Zhao Qingya. Qin Zhu looked a little strange. She is Shen Yanqi's best friend, and the two have a very good relationship. Lianqi Wetland Park, October 30th. Yi Chen. After thinking for a while, Chen Yi then asked, "What else is special about this Yi Chen?" "No, Yi Chen comes from an ordinary family. His parents died in a car accident in his early years. He grew up alone on compensation money. From school to work, there has never been anything outstanding. He is just an ordinary person who cannot be more ordinary. His resume is almost there is no sparkling point." Qin Zhu shook his head and said, "And I have also checked the person he proposed to marry, Zhao Qingya. When he was in school, he was a school belle. He was also very capable in the workplace. Now he lives a very delicate life. A white-collar petty bourgeoisie. Yi Chen has been pursuing her, but she never seems to pay much attention to her and has clearly refused several times." At the end of the sentence, she did not forget to comment, "I don't think this proposal will come true. Both parents are dead, it's ordinary, but there's still a goddess that you can't lick." No matter how you look at it, this is also a template for the protagonist. However, the flower of dreams in the wetland park was obtained by Shen Yanqi. If Yi Chen was the son of destiny, there is no reason why such a treasure would be obtained by Shen Yanqi. That's right. From this point of view, Chen Yi felt that Yi Chen was not necessarily the son of destiny. Could it be some coincidence? Chen Yi thought about it for a while, then knocked on the table and said, "Go and find out where this Yi Chen is. I'll take the time to see him tomorrow." Whether he is the son of destiny or not, he can confirm by taking a look. If he is judged to be so by the system, then Shen Yanqi finally gets the flower of dreams, which is quite worth talking about. Is this dream flower different from what he imagined, or is there something wrong with the child of destiny itself? Without getting entangled in this matter, Chen Yi took it down and asked, "How's the situation over there with Fang Zan?" The news came back about 10 minutes ago. According to your instructions, young master, our people left some loopholes for Fang Zan when they sneaked into Shen Yanxi's house. This guy realized something was wrong when he came back, and our people shot him in the shoulder. After that, we deliberately let him go. Qinju immediately replied, he is still on the run. We used the chip inserted into his body to monitor his whereabouts and every move. He cannot run away. Yes, I understand. Chen Yi nodded lightly. No wonder I haven't received the system prompt that Fang Zan's resentment value has increased yet. I guess this guy is too busy running around at the moment to have any time to feel resentful towards him. That's right, Qinju slapped his forehead and said, last time you promised Su Yan in the laboratory to let her parents come to meet her. Now that they have arrived, do you want to arrange a meeting for them? Are you here? Chen Yi frowned and said, if I remember correctly, I said 3 days before, right? It's been a week now, how can I do anything? Qinju heard this and explained, her home is in the mountains in the southwest, with inconvenient transportation, and the chaos caused by the virus is already affecting that area. It was not safe for our people to go to her parents along the way. According to the information sent back by the escort, because it is close to the national border, there are many people who have been affected by the virus and have escaped in the mountains. They even encountered infected people on the road where the virus had fully broken out. Many things happened along the way. Don't be surprised, it's actually not easy. The southwest has become so chaotic. What's the situation with the Mu family? Hearing Qinju's explanation, Chen Yi couldn't help but be a little surprised. He knew that the virus situation abroad was already very serious. These were the results of the early indifference to the virus. After all, Sha State is a huge country. When this thing first appeared, Sha State officials introduced various measures to prevent it. Even after it became clear that there was no way to save it, the officials still worked hard to do what they should do and did not completely mess up. This is why we have been able to survive until now without a large-scale outbreak. Most small countries, unlike the Sha Kingdom, do not have the ability to manage it. The complete outbreak of the virus has caused local officials to lose their administrative capabilities, which is equivalent to the destruction of the country. The surviving people naturally wanted to run to a safe place. Unfortunately, there are many small countries like this in the south of Sha Kingdom. So he knew very well that the southwest border was under great pressure. But according to Qinju, infected bodies from abroad can come to Sha Kingdom and threaten the survival of ordinary people. The situation is probably quite urgent. The southwest Mu family and the Chen family are both one of the 4 major families in the Sha Kingdom. They are very powerful, so they should not stretch their hips like this. After all, the really serious time has not yet come. It is said that something happened inside the Mu family and they have no time to take care of these things. I don't know the details. If you want to know, you have to ask the family. Qinju shook his head. At present, the resources allocated to Chen Yi and the territory controlled by the Chen family are basically around the Tianai area, which is also the most prosperous river delta area in Sha Kingdom. He, the eldest son, has nothing to say. However, it is impossible for such a large family to be handed over to Chen Yi now. Therefore, in addition to the fact that everything in the Jiang Delta area is taken care of by his direct lineage, other positions are also taken care of by others. A lot of information is directly sent back to the family headquarters and will not pass through his hands. He wants to know, ask the family for it. In my name, ask the family to send a copy of the recent information from various places in Sha Kingdom. Chen Yi said calmly. In the past, he usually didn't need to go out of his way to understand these things. If there was something worthy of his attention, the family's think tank would take the initiative to notify him. But it's different now. There are now 2 sons of Destiny in Tianai, and there's another one who is suspected of being a son of Destiny. Troubled times are coming, and there seem to be a lot of people like this in the world. Chen Yi also had to get some snacks and find out more about whether there were any suspicious people in other places. Where are Su Yan's parents? Let someone take them to the basement. Please help me contact the family. The elevator slowly opened, and what Chen Yi saw was a clean small room. After entering the house, the elevator closed slowly, and a closed cabin door in front of it slowly opened. Chen Yi stepped inside and went through a series of procedures such as changing clothes and disinfecting before entering the underground biological laboratory. The laboratory specifications are quite high. In order to prevent viruses from spreading through the air pressure inside is slightly lower than outside. Even if the virus leaks inside, there is no need to worry about it spreading. Chen Yi himself came here for the first time. Although he had acquired immunity to the virus a few days ago, it was hard to tell others about it. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for Qinju to allow him to come here. That is to say, only after Qinju is sent away can he come and take a look. Master, go this way, infectious body number 31 is in a special ward over there. Upon seeing this, the person in charge of the laboratory who had been waiting for a long time quickly led the way. How is she doing these days? Chen Yi asked as he walked. The person in charge quickly replied, since you last spoke to her, we have restrained those researchers and they have restrained themselves a lot. Miss Su's treatment is now much better than that of patients in ordinary hospitals. It's because of her special situation, she often has to cooperate with us in doing some experiments, but after communication, she now understands and her mood has become much more stable recently. Speaking of which, with her cooperation, many of our experiments have been much smoother than before, and many research difficulties have been overcome. This is mainly due to your foresight, young master. Those who do research know how to immerse themselves in experimental materials, regardless of Miss Su is dead and alive. If we really let them do whatever they want, how can we achieve the current results? Chen Yi naturally laughed at this kind of flattery and didn't take it to heart at all. If there were to be any major breakthrough in virus research, they would have already come forward to take credit for the news. How could they not know about it? Each basement floor here is very large. Chen Yi chatted with the person in charge about the recent experimental results. It took more than 10 minutes to walk to the special ward where Su Yan was kept. Compared to the bare little room with a bathroom a few days ago, the people here were obviously much nicer to Su Yan after Chen Yi gave the order. Although the small laboratory is not big, some daily furniture is basically complete. He even gave Su Yan a mobile phone and computer to help her pass the time. When Chen Yi came here, Su Yan was still watching some news on her mobile phone. Still remember me? Through the thick glass, Chen Yi took the lead in saying hello. The radio system transmitted his voice into the room through the speaker, and Su Yan, who was looking at her phone, subconsciously turned around. After seeing Chen Yi outside the glass, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he stood up immediately and said, how are you? How is my family? We have arrived at the company. I will arrange for you to meet later. Chen Yi smiled and said, it's a few days late, but judging from the situation, you don't seem too surprised. Su Yan shook her phone. It's so chaotic outside now, and our home is on the border, so it's normal to be a few days late. Naturally, the network in the Chen family laboratory has no wall restrictions. She can easily see Sha's domestic and foreign news, and understands the situation around the world better than people outside. As long as you understand, have you decided whether you want to meet them directly or through a video call later? Chen Yi thought for a while and added, I personally recommend a video call, after all. The risks here are not small. What about you? Aren't you afraid of risks? Su Yan frowned slightly. In the past few days, through the researchers and staff in the laboratory, she finally understood what kind of big shot Chen Yi was. In her opinion, this kind of person should be more concerned about his life. She couldn't understand why he came to such a dangerous laboratory. Risk. I wouldn't come if there was no risk. Chen Yi did not answer. Instead, he glanced at the laboratory manager beside him and said, open the door. Ah, the person in charge was stunned for a moment, never expecting that the young master would make such a request. Don't you understand? I'll let you open the door. Chen Yi glanced at the person in charge who was a little confused. Master, you can't open it. She is too dangerous. If you want to open the door, you must at least stun her with a sedative. The person in charge said quickly, I will have someone release the sedative right now. Even if the risk of contracting the virus is excluded, the person in charge of Su Yan's own terrifying combat power is very clear. To say that Su Yan can tear an elephant apart with her hands is to flatter the elephant. Although this woman is slender and small, the ancient power in her body is not what a normal person should have. He didn't dare to let the young master face such a monster without any protective measures. Chen Yi was unmoved at all and said calmly, I said, if you do it and you really don't understand, let someone else take charge of this laboratory. The person in charge was hesitant with beads of sweat on his forehead. If it was just that he was not the person in charge of the laboratory, then compared with the young master's life, he was not the right one. After all, if something happened to Chen Yi here, he would definitely die. But this laboratory is quite special, and he knows a lot. Once he is kicked out now, there is no guarantee that he will be silenced by his family. In other words, no matter what he chooses, he will die. I don't like repeating the same thing. Chen Yi's indifferent voice came. The person in charge hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and walked to the side of the glass door. After entering the triple password of fingerprint, number, and iris, he finally used a physical key to open the heavy explosion-proof door next to the glass curtain wall. Under such a disaster, he could only pray that the young master was not out of his mind, but that he really had something important to do and that he could ensure his safety. Su Yan had been watching the two of them through the glass. After seeing the person in charge actually opening the door, her breathing became faster. Looking at Chen Yi who walked in, her lavender eyes flickered. Aren't you afraid that I will kidnap you now? You ran out. Your parents are upstairs right now. You wouldn't do that. Chen Yi shook his head calmly. He has already seen Su Yan's life trajectory. This woman's mutation may affect her mind to a certain extent. Coupled with her original tragic experience, she turned into a madman who wants to kill all living creatures in the world. But now she is definitely not crazy. And because her parents are here, she will definitely control some of the bloodthirsty and violent instincts that emerged after her mutation. The rise and fall of Su Yan's chest gradually became faster, and the lavender light shining on the lines on her face became more and more rapid. Hearing this, she subconsciously licked her red lips and said, rationally speaking, I shouldn't touch you, but it's been a long time since I've been in such close contact with a living person. I really want to bite you. I was a little curious before about why those researchers fed you raw meat, but now it seems that they may not be abusing you. Chen Yi said calmly. Yes, although I know it's wrong, fresh flesh and blood is too tempting. Of course, beef is too rough and far inferior to humans, Su Yan couldn't help but take a step forward. Chen Yi quickly found a chair and sat on it, then rolled up his sleeves and exposed his arms. Come here and bite me. The calm tone of command did not displease Su Yan. As soon as she finished speaking, she appeared in front of Chen Yi, half kneeling and grabbing his arm as if she wanted to speak. But at the last moment, she still retained a trace of reason. Are you sure? The consequences of being bitten by me will be serious. Chen Yi said nothing and looked at her condescendingly. After hesitating for a moment, her desire for flesh and blood finally defeated her reason, and Su Yan bit Chen Yi directly on the arm. The strange and coquettish face suddenly showed an expression of enjoyment, and he even couldn't help but let out a little happy moan. A little pain. Chen Yi frowned slightly as he watched Su Yan lying there sucking her own blood. Of course he's not crazy. I just want to test whether the virus immune system will cause positive mutations when encountering a super virus. He had already tried concentrated viruses from the laboratory before. A whole tube of concentrated virus was inserted into his body. Ordinary people infected by the virus will have a long incubation period because the virus concentration is not enough. Normally, only a few drops of this concentrated virus can mutate people in situ. But Chen Yi used so much at once, but there was no reaction at all. After a blood test, it was discovered that there was no sign of the virus in his body. This shows that not long after these viruses were injected, they were killed by the virus immune system and were completely unable to cause any mutations. Of course, this is not to say that his physique is not as good as. Therefore, it will no longer be possible to cause body mutation through viruses in the future, and it will be impossible to have a power as powerful as Su Yan. He discussed the situation privately with the top biologists in his lab. In the end, they generally believed that the concentration of the virus was not enough. This is not nonsense, but is supported by experimental data. In other words, if Chen Yi wants to use the virus in his own physique to evolve, he must find a stronger and more concentrated virus strain. And is there anything more powerful than the purified virus in the entire laboratory? Ha, on Su Yan, it's terrible, I'll be anemic if I suck anymore. Chen Yi patted Su Yan's face. At this time, Su Yan's lavender eyes had completely turned red, but Chen Yi's guess was correct. She still retained her rationality. Hearing this, he reluctantly opened his mouth. The crystal saliva mixed with blood stuck into slender threads in the air, but she was completely unaware of it. Her expression seemed to have grown bigger, and she was in ecstasy. Chen Yi reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Try to stay rational. The day you can control the power in your body and not be affected by it will be the time when I set you free. If you can even keep this last trace of reason, if you don't, it will be just like those monsters you don't like. Even if I am very interested in you, I can only make you disappear. Take some time to clean up. Your parents will be calling you later. Su Yan's eyes were blurred and she said, instinctively. When Chen Yi was about to go out, she didn't forget to grab his hand and suck the last bit of blood on his fingers clean. Although the researchers in the Chen family's laboratory are crazy, they are quite professional. Defining Su Yan as a semi-infected body, rather than defining a special individual like her as an evolver or something else, was not random from the beginning. But she is really very similar to those infected bodies. She usually looks like a normal person, but when she encounters living creatures, she is full of aggression and is extremely obsessed with flesh and blood. However, under this kind of madness, she still maintains a certain degree of sanity, so she is called a semi-infected body, distinguished from true infectious agents. After walking out of the room, Chen Yi glanced at the person in charge who was already shivering at the door, and said calmly, I don't want the fourth person to know what happened here. Subordinate, I understand. The person in charge nodded quickly. Chen Yi didn't say anything more and walked towards the elevator immediately. Vaguely, he could feel a stream of heat slowly rising from his body. Not only did the area on his hand bitten by Su Yan not hurt, but he felt a strange itching sensation. Hot. Chen Yi felt an unprecedented heat rising from his chest and abdomen. It was like he was carrying a huge furnace inside his body, as if his whole body would be burned from the inside out in the next moment. But whenever this heat was about to permeate his whole body, the coolness would spread out of his brain, keeping him awake. This situation lasted for nearly 2 hours before it ended. When the heat completely dissipated, Chen Yi slowly got up from the bathtub and found that the water in the bathtub had actually been boiled, and he was still gurgling enthusiastically. Glancing at his arm, he saw that the wound Su Yan had been on it had healed, leaving only 2 rows of small teeth marks. Is this considered awakening? Chen Yi looked at his hand, his heart moved, and a flame appeared out of thin air in his palm. As the flame burned, he could clearly feel the loss of mental power. However, he didn't care at all. As soon as he focused his gaze, the small flame in his hand suddenly exploded into a huge fireball, and then the fireball shattered like mercury pouring down the ground. The hot flames instantly flowed down his arms and enveloped his entire body. Chen Yi was in the blazing fire, but he didn't feel any burning sensation at all. He only felt warm all over his body. Even his clothes showed no signs of being ignited by the flames. With a slight wave, the fist wrapped in flames rushed forward like a fire dragon. It was so fast and powerful that even the air was torn out and screamed. This is probably the most powerful form currently. The whole body is wrapped in flames. The energy contained in a punch is probably no worse than that of a car hitting a speed of 100 per hour. Ordinary people will die if it touches it. The more parts of the body that are wrapped in flames, the stronger the strength. Even without the slightest flame wrapping, the current strength is probably enough to tear a tiger and leopard apart. And the effect of this flame in the body should not only enhance the body's strength and speed, but it itself is also very special. Thinking of this, Chen Yi flicked his finger, and a wisp of flame was flicked into the water in the bathtub. However, the flame showed no signs of extinguishing when it entered the water, and continued to burn in the water. Soon, the water that had just cooled down began to bubble again. Chen Yi could clearly see the flames burning at the bottom of the bathtub. Seeing that the bathtub was almost burning through, he waved his hand and called back the flames. Once it gets on it, it's like a maggot attached to the bone. The energy in the flame will not be extinguished until it burns out. And the source of this energy is my mental power. The flames on his body slowly faded away, and Chen Yi clenched his fists, clearly feeling a sense of weakness. After a simple calculation, he estimated that he could maintain this special form with flames covering his whole body for less than 2 minutes at most. Once this time is exceeded, not only will he be unable to maintain the flame, but after his mental energy is exhausted, he will probably be so weak that it will be difficult to even move. But fortunately, mental power can be improved. It is difficult for ordinary people to improve their mental power, but for people like him who have awakened their powers, as long as their nutrition keeps up, continuous use of their powers is a way to improve their mental power. Of course, in addition to mental strength, he also needs to pay attention to physical training. When encountering a battle, mental control of abilities can increase the upper limit of his combat power. Physique is the basic strength, which can guarantee the lower limit of his combat effectiveness. The two complement each other. If your physique is too poor, trying to improve your mental strength will be half the effort with half the effort. If the mental strength is insufficient but the physique is too strong, the human will may not be able to control the body that is too strong, and the body will be uncoordinated. Of course, the above is limited to Chen Yi's own understanding after awakening his powers. Others' powers are different from his, so the situation may not be the same as his. Host, Chen Yi. Physique, 7.8. Human limit is 1. Psychic power, 11.6. Human limit is 1. Special ability, Lord Fire, also known as Divine Fire, its name is Shangmei. Junhuo Chen Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Good guy, he suddenly remembered a sentence he had heard in another world before he was reincarnated into this world. The heart is the king's fire, also known as the divine fire, and its name is Shangmei. The kidney is the minister's fire, also known as the essence. Fire is called Zongmei, Qihai is people's fire, and its name is Shamei. The combination of these three is Samadhi true fire. The style of painting has changed. He wouldn't think it would matter if this ability was renamed in the system, but now this Junhuo looks strange. Not to mention the introduction about Junhuo in the system. This is too coincidental, but if it's not a coincidence, it seems pretty good. Think about what you saw in your previous life. He suddenly felt that if the system didn't make nonsense of the descriptions of Samadhi true fire in literary works and legends, it would be okay. When will he really awaken the other two powers and synthesize the real fire of Samadhi? Then who else in this apocalypse will have more awesome powers than him? Ahem, I thought too far. Chen Yi took a shower, and when he looked at the time, it was already past 3 in the morning. He had just used up his superpower, which consumed a lot of money, so he had people bring over supper for several people and then went to bed after eating. It's not just his strength that awakens with his powers, but also his appetite. Sister Ju, have you found Yi Chen's location? The next day, Chen Yi slept until noon and didn't wake up until noon. After washing and eating lunch, he asked the question he was most concerned about as soon as he saw Chen Ju. We found him last night. He is currently working in a small company, but he seems to be on vacation at home due to physical discomfort recently. He has been resting for almost a week. By the way, I asked someone to investigate Yi Chen carefully yesterday and found that this person had been to Donggang Wharf about a month ago. Chen Ju handed a piece of information to Chen Yi. Donggang Wharf is the entire Tianai city is where the coronavirus first appeared, and almost all of the infected people now appearing in Tianai city are people who had been there at that time. From a time point of view, the first batch of people infected at Donggang Pier should have started the outbreak exactly 1 week ago. Yi Chen took leave from the company exactly 1 week ago. It's a bit too coincidental no matter how you look at it. And this person's luck has been a bit too good in recent times. He just won more than 30 million in lottery tickets 5 days ago. The day before yesterday, he bought a random stone at the jade market, and he could cut out ice-type imperial green and sell it. The sky-high price of hundreds of millions. In less than a week, his net worth is hundreds of millions, richer than the boss of their company. But many people have seen him in the past 2 days, and the surveillance near his home can also find videos of him coming in and out. He looks no different from normal people, so it's difficult to draw a conclusion on this matter. It is now certain that he is at home. Do you want to find him? There may be unknown dangers. It's okay, let's go, prepare the car. Chen Yi glanced at the information and then threw it aside. Judging from the latest information, he believed that Yi Chen had most likely awakened some kind of supernatural power. But it's useless, he is not afraid of this kind of thing now. Isn't it just a superpower? Who hasn't yet? Xiao Yi, you don't have to go to work today. In the cramped corridor, Yi Chen met the landlady who was almost fat as a ball as soon as he went out. Hearing this, he just smiled and said, the company has been in a slump recently and we are on a long holiday. Really? The landlord said with some regret, then I have to find a new job. This month's rent has to be paid. Yi Chen's eyes flashed when he heard this and said, no, Andy, I'm looking for another house these days and will move out soon. Move out? The landlord's voice suddenly raised a few degrees. Xiao Yi, the original contract was for 1 year. If you move out now, the deposit will not be refunded. Haha, it's up to you. Yi Chen sneered, turned around and left without saying anything to the landlord. Isn't it just 2,000 yuan? I still lack your 3 melons and 2 dates. I have to find ways to get this little money. It's pitiful. After walking out of the apartment, Yi Chen still sneered, and then took a taxi directly to the sales department of a well-known nearby villa community. I'm going to propose to Qingye in a few days. Although Qingye is not the kind of woman who worships money, she deserves a house and a car. She looked at the sales department with the 4 characters, Zhongyan Villa, written in front of her. After thinking about the balance in his card, Yi Chen walked in confidently. He had already learned before coming that this was one of the most expensive residential areas in Shanghai. Both the environment and the design and decoration of the house are top-notch. When he imagined writing his and Zhao Qingya's names in the house book, he couldn't help but feel excited and felt whinny when he walked. "Hello sir, are you here to see the house?" As soon as I entered the door, I was greeted warmly by a salesperson. Yi Chen couldn't help but feel disappointed when he saw this. He thought that if he wore ordinary clothes to buy a house, he would be looked down upon by the salesperson like in the novel, and then he would spend the money and pretend to be a slap in the face. However, in reality, most salespeople obviously have B numbers, especially in the sales of this kind of top-level real estate. Their business level is very good. Even if he comes in wearing beggar's clothes, people will greet him with a smile. It is indeed the best residential area in Tianai, and the salespeople who sell houses are of such high quality. While Yi Chen listened to the salesman's detailed description of the room type, he praised it in his heart. At the same time, I also learned that the villas in Zhangyanville are all designed differently. There are no identical houses and the layout of each building is different. After listening for a while, he felt a little bored, so he interrupted the sales introduction and said directly, "What is the most expensive room type here?" The most expensive, the salesperson didn't think much after hearing this. He pulled out a house plan from the thick book and said, "This retro garden-style compound should be the most expensive house here." Should. Well, because this is not for sale. The boss of our company used to keep it for himself. Although the boss has changed now and the yard has become vacant, I haven't heard of it being sold. The specific price is difficult to estimate, since in terms of design materials, this is definitely the most expensive villa in our property. I heard that annual maintenance costs 30 to 40 million. The salesperson was very talkative. Although he knew very well that this building could not be sold to Yi Chen, he still patiently introduced it to him. But the speaker has no intention, but the listener does. Yi Chen's eyes flickered, and he became more and more excited. Finally, he simply slapped the table and said, "That's it." The salesperson was stunned for a moment and said quickly, "Sir, this yard is not for sale." However, Yi Chen didn't take it seriously at all. "Not selling. There's no way to say not selling. Go call your manager and I'll talk to him." The salesperson was a bit dumbfounded. "Sir, let alone the manager, without the documents from the head office, even if our store manager comes over, he would not dare to sell this yard. Why don't you look at other house types? Recently, many good houses in our community have been listed for sale. Most of the people who lived in them were big shots. They were either company bosses or official bosses. There will definitely be something that will satisfy you. By the way, it can also expand your circle of friends. What do you think?" She actually didn't mean anything else by her words, she just wanted Yi Chen to consider other houses. But when these words fell into Yi Chen's ears, they turned into, "If the boss of a big company or the official boss can't buy this yard, who are you?" Yi Chen's face suddenly darkened. He suddenly stood up and said, "What do you mean? Are you afraid that I won't have money?" The salesman was still a little confused, so he quickly said, "How is that possible?" "Sir, I just want to recommend other houses to you." "Then I want this set." Yi Chen's face was gloomy, and he threw the card on the coffee table. "How much do you want to give me a price? I don't believe there are other people in this world. Money can't buy things." Quote. It was obviously the first time for the sales lady to meet such a customer. After being stunned for a while, he quickly said, "I'm going to find our store manager. Please wait a moment." After saying that, he hurriedly ran to the office at the back. At this time, Yi Chen's noise had already alarmed many people, and many people who came to see the house were looking at it and pointing. After understanding the cause of the matter, he looked at Yi Chen with even more contempt. However, Yi Chen calmly sat down on the sofa and didn't care at all. They say money makes a man bold, and what he has now is courage. In the past few days, the gifts given to female anchors alone have cost tens of millions. Just to hear a few words of thanks to my brother, how much does a broken house cost? Is the big deal a few hundred million? If a few hundred million is not enough, then a billion will be enough, right? Although Yi Chen does not have more than 1 billion, it is too easy for him to make money now. Don't take this money seriously at all. Not long after, an elegant middle-aged man wearing glasses came over and said, "Hello, sir, I am the store manager of the sales department of Zhangyan Biyuan, a Yunjian construction company affiliated to Xingfeng Group." The salesperson just now did not understand etiquette. "I will make amends to you if I offend you." After receiving a respectful apology from a store manager in full view of everyone, Yi Chen suddenly showed a satisfied smile, and then said nonchalantly, "It's okay, I don't blame her. How to sell that yard? Can you guys give me a price now?" The store manager was a little confused. That yard was designated by our Xingfeng Group boss to keep. "I'm afraid it's not convenient to sell it to you. Why don't you look at other yards?" However, Yi Chen now even wants to drink the best mineral water. How can he afford to buy a house? After seeing the yard that was not for sale, it was obvious that the other houses were beyond his discernment. Without thinking, he shook his head and said, "Then why don't you let the boss of your Xingfeng Group come and talk to me to see if we can part ways with you?" The smile on the store manager's face slowly faded. "Sir, do you know who our boss is?" "Who is your boss? Do you know who I am?" Yi Chen also smiled. He also knows that there are many people in this world who are not only rich but also powerful. But so what? He is not just rich. The store manager heard this and said nothing more. The chairman of Xingfeng Group is Chen Ming, who used to be a big shot in Tianai. But who among the people with some status in Tianai doesn't know that the real boss of Xingfeng Group is Chen Yi? The eldest young master of the Chen family is not comparable to a minor character like Chen Ming. That is an existence that even Tianai City Show has to be polite to see. Even Chen Yi didn't know that this stupid young man in front of him was obviously not from Tianai's upper-class circles. Even if he could afford the money to buy a house, he was just a nouveau riche. Still want to meet Chen Yi and ask Chen Yi to sell him the house. Don't even look in the mirror to see if you are worthy. Does the eldest son of the Chen family need you to buy a house? Of course, due to the professional ethics of the service staff, although the store manager kept complaining in his heart, he did not say it directly. He just smiled at Yi Chen, then stood up and prepared to call the security guard. But at this moment, a clear voice came from the door. "I'm really curious about who you are." The store manager and Yi Chen turned their heads at the same time and saw a young man standing at the door. Behind the young man, there was an incredibly beautiful woman wearing a skirt and black stockings on her legs. The two of them entered the sales department one after another. Yi Chen only glanced at it, and his eyes were all attracted to Chinju. But the store manager recognized Chen Yi immediately and trotted over quickly and said, "Young master." Chen Yi glanced at him and said, "Well, what's going on here?" The store manager quickly explained the whole story briefly, and did not dare to add anything to the matter. Chen Yi raised his eyebrows after hearing this but didn't say much. He just waved his hand and said, "Go and do your business. Leave this to me." After saying that, he walked straight to Yi Chen and sat on the sofa next to him unceremoniously. "I'm Chen Yi, the boss of Xingfeng Group. Do you want to see me?" Yi Chen finally moved his eyes away from Chinju. It wasn't that he focused on Chen Yi and wanted to have a good communication with him, but the faint evil aura on Chinju's body made him a little uneasy. Just when he heard Chen Yi talking, he got off the slope. Yi Chen, looking at the man in front of him, Yi Chen smiled politely and stretched out a hand. The nearly 10 million royal ope on the wrist was properly exposed. When Chen Yi saw the watch this guy was wearing on his right hand, he tugged at the corner of his mouth but shook it politely without breaking it. But I already have a preliminary understanding of this person in my heart. Judging from his series of actions when he came here, there is no doubt that this is an upstart who is not very smart. But if you have to say that he is stupid, that is not necessarily the case. In Chen Yi's opinion, not only was this man not stupid, but he was actually smart, at least much smarter than Fang Zan, who thought he was smart. To put it bluntly, the performance here is just a manifestation of expansion after suddenly gaining power beyond comprehension. The root cause of inflation is also lack of cognition. This is the sequelae of insufficient class and lack of access to information before, and it cannot explain a person's true mind. Judging from the ways he has used his awakened powers to make money in recent days, this person is definitely not a fool. After all, not everyone can rely on a special ability to make hundreds of millions in less than a week, and it has not been paid special attention by the officials. Using supernatural powers to make money is not a skill, only being able to avoid being discovered by others is a skill. Just looking at this, Yi Chen is not a simple person. I have set my sights on the largest courtyard in your Zhangyan villa. I wonder if Mr. Chen is willing to part with it. After Yi Chen said hello, he went straight to the topic. When Chen Yi heard this, he just shook his head and said, I'm afraid this won't work. The price is negotiable. Price, Chen Yi smiled. How about Mr. Yi come to Xingfeng Group to work for me, and I give you this yard? Yi Chen was stunned for a moment and said a little confused, what do you mean? Literally, after all, Mr. Yi's special ability is worth the price. Chen Yi leaned back on the sofa behind him with a teasing look on his face. Yi Chen was startled and immediately guessed what Chen Yi was referring to. But why did Chen Yi know that he had powers? After almost hesitating for a moment, he immediately shook his head and denied, what special ability, I don't know. But just after he finished speaking, when he looked at Chen Yi's half-smiling look, he realized that he had made a mistake and didn't do it to himself. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen's eyes flashed with cruelty. But before he became cruel, he heard Qinju coughing softly. Looking subconsciously, he realized that Qinju's hand had reached into his bag at some point. Through the zipper of the bag, you can vaguely see the gleaming gun handle inside. Ahem. Yi Chen also coughed twice, the ruthlessness in his eyes dissipated, and he smiled and said, haha, Mr. Chen was joking. It was all a misunderstanding just now. It's because I'm blind to Daishan. After saying that, he stood up and said, I'm really sorry for causing you trouble. I'm leaving now. You don't want the yard anymore, Chen Yi asked with a smile when he saw him leaving in a hurry. No, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do at home. I'll come and see you next time. I won't bother Mr. Chen. Yi Chen didn't look back and walked faster and faster. The people around who had been watching for a long time and waiting to eat the melon burst into laughter when they saw it. Listening to the harsh laughter around him, Yi Chen felt like a thorn in his back, but he didn't dare to explode. I was still scared until I left the sales department, hailed a taxi on the side of the road and got in. Gun. He was 100% sure that it was a real gun. What kind of person does a bodyguard carry a gun with him when he goes out? He didn't dare to think about it, but he knew very well that this was definitely someone he couldn't afford to offend at this stage. And what frightened him the most was that Chen Yi knew that he had special powers. Why, am I not the only one in the world who suddenly has special abilities? Yi Chen thought about this, and the more he thought about it, the more likely it became. Thinking about his behavior these days in Chen Yi's eyes that seemed to see through everything just now, the more he thought about it, the more he became afraid. Master, this man is not simple. Is it appropriate to let him go so easily? Do you want someone to keep an eye on him? Qinju looked at the direction Yi Chen was leading and said in a deep voice. You can get people to pay attention, but you can't follow and monitor him like you did with Fang Zan. He will be discovered. Just get a rough idea of his whereabouts. Chen Yi shook his head. Then a system panel that only he could see slowly appeared in front of his eyes. It has been detected that the Son of Destiny is near you, and the mission has been refreshed. Mission: kill the Son of Destiny, Yi Chen. Please note, the Son of Destiny has extremely high luck and is difficult to kill rashly. You need to accumulate a certain amount of resentment and reduce his luck before you can kill him. The current resentment value of Yi Chen, the Son of Destiny, is 100, and the killing success rate is 1%. Ding, the mission progress is refreshed, and you get 100 points of Yi Chen's resentment. 100 points of resentment. Is this caused by being frightened, or is it caused by being humiliated in public? Chen Yi looked at the system prompts and was a little confused. However, this trip today confirmed one thing. Yi Chen was indeed the so-called Son of Destiny. He was also one of the first people to be infected by the coronavirus and to awaken his powers. Then what happens next will be interesting. That's why Shen Yanqi could obtain the Flower of Dreams from Yi Chen, the Son of Destiny. She was just the best friend of the goddess whom Yi Chen liked. Logically speaking, there was no reason for Yi Chen to give up such a treasure to her, right? As for whether it was Yi Chen who didn't know the goods, it's out of the question. After analyzing his recent experience, it is not difficult to find that Yi Chen's awakened power should be more of an exploration type. This is not difficult to see when he can always draw the best rewards from various blind boxes. It is impossible for him not to know that the Dream Flower is an incredible treasure. Is it fate, is there some other reason, or the Flower of Dreams is actually more than one? Chen Yi was stunned for a moment and thought of an unlikely possibility. If Fang Zan had been present and heard about his analysis, he would have definitely called him out on the spot. He, a reborn person, only knew a little bit about what he heard from hearsay, but Chen Yi guessed it just like that. Of course, Chen Yi was not sure, he just thought it was possible. Then I felt that this thing was really difficult to guess, so I left it alone. Anyway, the Lotus Pond Wetland Park has been bought by him. When the time comes, he will send a letter to the park, and he will naturally know what is going on with the Dream Flower. When Chen Yi took the initiative to find Yi Chen. In the abandoned construction site, Fang Zan was licking his wounds alone. The bullet that Qinju shot him a few days ago passed through his chest, and the wound was not healed yet. This time, because he ran in a hurry and ran away, it was torn again. Now he was shot once in the shoulder. This time I was not as lucky as before, except for a penetrating injury, nothing serious happened. After the bullet hit his shoulder, it exploded directly inside his body. A crater as big as a baby's fist was blown out behind his right shoulder. The flesh and blood inside were blurred, and even bones could be vaguely seen. Shen Yanqi had helped him deal with his wounds before, but this time he could only save himself by relying on some first aid knowledge he had learned in the apocalypse. Under the simple conditions, I used plant ash to disinfect the wound, and then left the wound exposed to the air without daring to bandage it, for fear that the wound would become pus if it was not breathable. The severe pain stimulated Fang Zan's nerves, but it made his mind clear. Thinking carefully about everything in the past few days, he suddenly felt that everything that happened recently was a bit too coincidental. From the moment Chen Yi not only didn't throw money at him at the door of the hotel as he remembered, but instead casually sent him into trouble, almost causing his doomsday preparation plan to fail, he seemed to be trapped in a strange circle. No matter what plans you think of and what preparations you make, every time I finally see some opportunity and make some progress, I will be slapped in the head and knocked back to my original shape. And tracing the origin of all this ultimately points to one person. Chen Yi, at this stage, even if he is reborn, he may not be able to offend the eldest young master of the Chen family for a long time after the end. Is he also a reborn person? A ridiculous thought arose in Fang Zan's heart, but he denied it the next moment. Impossible. If he is really a reborn person, he must be a reborn person with the power of the Chen family. You have monopolized all the first wave of opportunities that will appear in the world when the apocalypse comes, and why are you here specifically to target me? Fang Zan still has some skills. In his previous life, he was an inconspicuous person. In the end, he was beaten to death by the Chen family's masters when he tried to rob the Chen family's granary. In the last days, countless people died at the hands of the Chen family because of such disputes. In his previous life, Chen Yi was known as the uncrowned king of Tianai. I'm afraid he doesn't even know the name of a little person like him. It's impossible for him to be reborn and come to target him. He thought about it again and roughly figured out the general context of the matter. According to Fang Zan's idea, the conflict with Chen Yi at the beginning was self-defeating on his part. He wanted to take advantage of the reborn person's foresight, but he ignored that humans are the most unpredictable animals. Instead, he was fooled. It was an accidental event. When Chen Yi later targeted the Zhou family, he probably didn't target him intentionally. It was just that the Zhou family was too restrained when collecting resources and offended the Chen family. So the Chen family took action to exterminate the entire clan and killed chickens to scare monkeys. It's an addition. Until this time, Chen Yi probably didn't pay attention to him. After knowing that he was not dead, he sent someone to kill him and silence him. Then yesterday, he happened to go downstairs to buy something and was discovered. Thinking of this, Fang Zan suddenly felt enlightened again. All of this is actually related to cause and effect to a certain extent. Chen Yi and the Chen family did not target him, an ordinary person, out of thin air. According to this logic, Shen Yanxi should not have betrayed him. After all, the Chen family just wanted to kill him and silence him, so there was no need to bother trying to bribe Shen Yanxi. So, Shen Yanxi is still credible. Fang Zan's eyes narrowed slightly, he glanced at his bloody wound, and said thoughtfully, the wound is too serious, it may become inflamed at any time, and it is a gunshot wound. Ordinary doctors don't dare to treat her, so if she goes to the hospital, she will definitely be discovered by the Chen family. We still have to find Shen Yanxi. But this time I escaped death again, I'm afraid the Chen family will only chase her even tighter. Even if Shen Yanxi is not implicated, I'm afraid there will be people from the Chen family watching her now. We have to find a way. Thinking of this, Fang Zan's eyes suddenly lit up. Got it, he couldn't find Shen Yanxi, but he could find Shen Yanxi's friends. If I remember correctly, the medical sage in his previous life had a close best friend whose name seemed to be Zhao Qingya. It is said that the two of them have known each other since childhood because their parents both worked in the hospital in their early years. Zhao Qingya is also a doctor. She is 3 years older than Shen Yanxi. Judging from the time, she is now 25 years old and should already be working in the hospital. Quote. In Zhao Qingya's suitor is Yi Chen, the murderer. When he thought of Yi Chen, Fang Zan's eyes lit up again. Unlike medical saint Shen Yanxi who was an ordinary person before the end of the world, he knew very well that Yi Chen, the killer star that everyone talked about in the end of the world, had awakened his powers long before the end of the world. When the apocalypse came, he obtained one of the dream flowers that represented death and quickly rose to prominence. Then a considerable force was established. In the 1/3 of an acre of land around Tianai, there were only a few forces that dared to challenge the Chen family and could not be wiped out. Using Shen Yanxi's relationship to find Zhao Qingya for help, and then getting to know Yi Chen through Zhao Qingya. I can't reach the future Yi Chen, but not the current Yi Chen. When the time comes for me and Yi Chen to join forces, this Tianai, maybe it's his Chen family who has the final say. The plan goes through. Tianai Central Hospital, Department of Gynecology. Tuck tuck tuck. Hello, is Dr. Zhao in the consulting room? Zhao Qingya, who was frowning at the medical chart in front of her, heard the sound at the door. She subconsciously looked up and saw a young man wearing takeout clothes and a mask standing at the door. I'm Zhao Qingya, what can I do? Someone asked me to deliver flowers to you. The delivery man walked into the consulting room with a bouquet of flowers in his hand and looked around at the same time. It was lunch break and there was no one else inside. Sending flowers, Zhao Qingya looked at the delivery man and frowned slightly. Yi Chen. I don't know. The gentleman didn't tell me his name, but he asked me to bring you a message. The delivery man said, seeming to feel a little ashamed of what he was about to say. After looking around, he took the patient to the clinic door. When Zhao Qingya saw this, she didn't think much and said coldly, go ahead and throw the flowers into the trash can outside for me. If it was Yi Chen himself who came, she would have kicked him out by now, but it was the delivery boy who came, and it was hard for her to chase him away when he was begging for food. Okay, Fang Xuanyuan closed the door, then walked to the chair in front of Zhao Qingya and sat down, then pulled off his mask and whispered, Dr. Zhao, help me. What do you mean? Zhao Qingya's eyes narrowed, and the sense of smell of an excellent doctor quickly made her realize that something was wrong. The face of the man in front of me was too pale, the kind of bloodless paleness. I am Shen Yanxi's friend. Because of some things, she is being hunted. I'm afraid there are people watching her. It's hard for me to get over now, but I am seriously injured and need treatment in urgent need, so I remembered what she told her before. You and I are also doctors, so we took the liberty to come here. Fang Zan said quickly. As he spoke, he also took off the coat he snatched from a delivery boy. There was no other clothing inside. As soon as Fang Zan turned around, the horrific gunshot wound behind his shoulder was directly exposed in front of Zhao Qingya. Looking at the bloody wound, which was stained black by plant ash, even the well-informed Zhao Qingya couldn't help but take a breath. But the next moment, she said solemnly, are you Yanzai's friend? How to prove it? Fang Zan thought for a moment and untied the bandage on his chest. Inside was the wound that Shen Yanxi had treated for him before, and the stitches on it had not yet been removed. As far as he knew, Shen Yanxi, as a medical sage, had extremely high attainments in medical skills. Moreover, the methods of treating diseases and rescuing people are eclectic, and the method of treating wounds should be different from other doctors. He doesn't understand this and can't tell, but those who know the business should be able to understand. Sure enough, after seeing the sutures on the wound, Zhao Qingya's eyes flashed with surprise, and she nodded and said, it is indeed Yanzai's handiwork, but why should I help you? You may be friends with her, or you may even have some other relationship with her, but it has nothing to do with me. In your 2 wounds, if I'm not mistaken, are both gunshot wounds, right? There are only 2 possibilities for being gunshot wounded in Sha country and not daring to act. One is that you are wanted by the authorities and are a wanted criminal. If I help you, I am committing a crime. The other is that the person who is chasing you is very powerful. Even if you go to the police for help, you will be dead. If I help you, you will be involved in this kind of thing. Although I have a very good relationship with Yanxi, you are not her, so why should I take risks for you? He didn't refuse directly, nor did he make excuses, but asked for the reason. Fang Zan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. I am also happy at the same time. Although the fathers of Zhao Qingya and Shen Yanxi were doctors who worked together in the early years, Shen Yanxi's father was relatively pure, while Zhao Qingya's father was more good at research. Now Shen Yanxi's father is a great figure in the field, and Zhao Qingya's father is also the head of Tianai City's medical and health department. His father was in a high position and his family was quite powerful. This is why Zhao Qingye is so confident. If her father was still a pure doctor like Shen Yanxi's father, with Zhao Qingye's character, he would never want to get into such trouble. After all, most people are not Shen Yanxi and don't like to find excitement that much. I know a huge secret. This is the reason why I am being hunted, but it is also closely related to everyone. Fang Zan said solemnly. Then, under Zhao Qingye's puzzled eyes, she revealed all the news about the doomsday that she knew. He has used this trick countless times, but regardless of whether this trick is old or not, it does work. If you tell this rhetoric to ordinary people, they will definitely not believe it. But whether it was the Zhou family or later Shen Yanxi and Zhao Qingye, they are either from a very powerful family or they are engaged in related industries. After getting his information, combined with their recent experiences, they can quickly verify the authenticity. On the contrary, they are the ones who like this the most. As expected, Zhao Qingye is a doctor herself, and her father is also the boss of Tianai Medical Department, so she naturally has some understanding of the recent epidemic of the novel coronavirus. After hearing what Fang Zan said, he quickly believed it. Knowing this kind of thing, it's normal to be chased. Zhao Qingye pondered for a moment, then glanced at the exquisite lady's watch on her wrist and said, "It's almost time, I should get off work today, you wait. If you want to leave later, remember to close the door to the consulting room." After that, he stood up and left under Fang Zan's surprised gaze. As for treating Fang Zan, he didn't even mention it. Fang Zan was stunned for a moment, but he quickly came to his senses. Zhao Qingye's meaning is obvious. It was impossible to ask her to help with treatment and stitching. But some of the medical equipment in the clinic were kept here, and she wouldn't care if Fang Zan wanted to use them. Although this is a gynecological clinic, there is no shortage of basic anti-inflammatory drugs, bandages, etc. Upon seeing this, Fang Zan quickly closed the door, then rummaged through the cabinets and found some iodine, alcohol and other things, and also found a medical kit. Enduring the severe pain, I used alcohol to clean the wounds on my body with pitch black plant ash, then sprinkled them with wound medicine, then bit the bullet and sewed the wounds up crookedly, stitch by stitch, and finally used a bandage, wrap up. Fang Zan broke into a cold sweat during the whole process, but after all he had been struggling in the apocalypse for several years, he still managed to survive with willpower. Zhao Qingye is older and not as simple and easy to deceive as Shen Yanxi. It's not that easy to get on the line with her, but fortunately, the urgent injury has been resolved. We can plan the future matters in the long term, maybe starting with Yi Chen. After bandaging the wound, Fang Zan began to hatch his plan again. But what he didn't know was that not long after Zhao Qingye left the hospital, he received a call. Looking at the words, Shen Yanxi, on the note, she immediately chose to answer the call. Did someone named Fang Zan come to see you just now? Did he bring you some exciting news? How are you? Are you nervous? Are you sweating profusely, sister? Hey. Listening to Shen Yanxi's nonchalant teasing on the other end of the phone, Zhao Qingye had a few more black lines on her forehead and said angrily, "What the hell are you doing?" Although she acted very calmly from beginning to end, it was impossible to say that she wasn't nervous when she saw the bloody wounds on Fang Zan's body and suddenly learned the news that the end was coming. But listening to Shen Yanxi's words now, she always felt like she was being fooled. Don't misunderstand. Everything is true. It's that Fang Zan, this person, is quite special. In short, he will definitely continue to look for you later. Shen Yanxi said quickly. Special? What special method? Zhao Qingye became interested upon hearing this. She knew very well who her best friend was, an almost monster-like existence, and there were not many things in the world that could catch her attention. It is extremely rare to hear her use special to describe a person. This made Zhao Qingye, who was not very interested in this matter at first, couldn't help but become interested. It's a long story, and I'm just guessing, so I'm not sure. In short, I'm asking you to help me. Shen Yanxi smiled and said, next time he comes to see you, you can tell him anything. Agree, but don't agree too readily, lest you expose your flaws. Zhao Qingye's eyes suddenly widened. Are you crazy? What if he wants to sleep with me? I can't agree to it, right? Don't worry, that won't happen. Even if he wants to sleep with you, he won't sleep with you himself. He will definitely let you sleep with Yi Chen. Shen Yanxi on the other end of the phone said seriously, besides, even if what's wrong with him asking you to sleep with him, it's not like he actually sleeps with him after you agree to it. You understand the hypocrisy. Fart, I'm a young lady, can I agree to such a thing? Oh, don't worry, he will definitely not make such a request. Shen Yanxi said angrily, changing the subject and letting out a mean laugh. I recently met someone, and he has good conditions in all aspects. If you don't want to be a young lady, I can introduce her to you. He will definitely meet all your requirements for choosing a mate. Roll. Seeing the phone being hung up, Shen Yanxi helplessly shrugged at Chen Yi in front of him. It's done. Can you please stop forcing me to do this kind of shameful thing of digging holes for others? Coercion. Chen Yi raised his eyebrows. Why do I feel that you are enjoying it? Although this woman is top-notch in both psychology and acting, and nothing can be seen from her appearance alone, Chen Yi has a vague feeling that she is looking forward to cheating Fang Zan. This expectation does not mean that she has a bad nature and enjoys the feeling of hurting others. But she was probably aware of Fang Zan's special nature and was looking forward to how Chen Yi would target Fang Zan. But Chen Yi wasn't too sure. After all, he was able to guess that Fang Zan was a reborn person through a large number of clues provided by the system and a lot of evidence obtained by his own exploration. Shen Yanxi did not have such conditions. If she could guess this, then this woman's IQ is too high. On the other side, Fang Zan left the hospital after gritting his teeth and treating the wound. When I left, I also took away all the anti-inflammatory drugs, alcohol, bandages and other things inside. Even when I met an old lady in her 70s or 80s who was carrying cash to pay for her grandson's surgery when she asked for directions, he even stole the old lady's medical money. Of course, Fang Zan considers himself a gentleman and would not do anything that would harm his conscience. The reason was that the old lady was not polite at all and did not use honorifics when asking for directions. She even saw him wearing the clothes of a delivery boy and called him delivery boy. So Fang Zan decided to give her a small lesson so that these disrespectful old people would know what politeness meant. Anyway, as long as he doesn't think this is stealing money. As for stealing so much money at one time, will I get into trouble if I call the police? Fang Zan no longer cares about so much. Trying to accumulate resources in the early stage by means that are in line with the current order was his idea when he was first reborn. Now this road has been interrupted by Chen Yi. If you didn't steal, you wouldn't even have money for a meal, let alone find the Chen family. A plan for revenge. But what Fang Zan didn't know was that not long after he stole the money, when the old lady was at a loss because she had lost the money, she happened to meet a fierce-looking man in a suit who claimed to have picked up the money. The lost money was soon returned, in hand. After using the money he had just obtained to change his clothes, and after a brief change of appearance, Fang Zan found a restaurant and had a big meal. Then he set out to prepare for his plan to join forces. Looking for Yi Chen, looking for a person in the huge Tianai city, if there are no clues, is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. But unfortunately, Fang Zan actually had a clue. The first is Zhao Qingye's line. As Zhao Qingye's licking dog, Yi Chen can definitely find Yi Chen through her. However, the current relationship between Fang Zan and Zhao Qingye is average, and she is not as easy to deceive as Shen Yanxi. It was no problem to get some information from her through the news of the impending doomsday. It was not easy to contact Yi Chen. The good news is that Fang Zan has more than one clue. Lianqi Wetland Park. After getting out of the taxi and looking at the park gate in front of him, Fang Zan's eyes flashed with excitement. The Flower of Dreams was his biggest goal in the short term after his rebirth. As the place where the Flower of Dreams appeared, he naturally knew about it early. He knows all about the projects in this park. Even through his connections with the Zhou family, he knew that Yi Chen would book the venue in a few days. Yi Chen booked the venue in advance, so he would naturally leave his contact information here. Fang Zan had his contact information before, but he just didn't remember it. Later, with the destruction of the Zhou family, he panicked when he ran away, and the information he collected naturally I didn't bring it with me. But it doesn't matter, just come and get it again. Anyway, he is now an outlaw maniac, and he dares to steal the life-saving money from the old lady's medical treatment, let alone the customer information in a shabby park. Although the wounds on his body affected Fang Zan's actions, his strong physique and rich combat experience that were about to awaken his powers still allowed him to easily avoid the staff in the park, sneak into the office of the person in charge, and easily obtain him. Want something. But just when he opened the door and was about to leave, he found two staff members dressed as security guards standing outside. Both of them were holding swing sticks, and one of them was holding a big wolf dog. As soon as Fang Zan opened the door, one of the security guards said, "Good boy, how dare you come here to steal something? I have already called the police. The police will be here soon. I advise you to just let it go and follow me to the station." Fang Zan, who was just about to commit murder in silence, was startled. He looked at the security guard blocking the door. The murderous intent in his eyes slowly faded, and then he turned around and ran back. The office is on the second floor, which is not too high, and there are no security windows. He only needs to push open the glass to jump down. HMPH. Want to escape. After all, Fang Zan is still an ordinary person now. Although his thoughts are clear, his movements are still not fast enough because he is injured. As soon as he turned his head, he heard the angry shouts of the security guard behind him and the whistling sound of the stick being thrown at him. Fang Zan knew that if he wanted to run away quickly, he would not be able to avoid it, so he immediately tensed the muscles in his back, preparing to take a hard blow. But the metal swing hit Fang Zan's injured shoulder. Feeling the severe pain of the tearing wound on his shoulder, Fang Zan screamed in pain and ran to the window. He quickly opened the window and was about to jump down. As he climbed through the window, another security guard stick also fell on him. Still the same place, same recipe. After a muffled sound, a large dark area suddenly appeared on the black clothes that Fang Zan bought with stolen money. That was caused by a large amount of blood gushing out after the wound burst. This stick made Fang Xuanren numb, and he stumbled and fell out of the window. When he landed, he heard a click from his ankle, but he didn't care so much at the moment and limped out. However, this is not the end. He hadn't taken 2 steps when he heard a whistling sound behind him. When he turned around, he saw that it was the 2 security guards who had released the big dogs in their hands. Fang Zan suddenly felt a surge of souls. He picked up a stone and tried to scare away the 2 vicious dogs. According to his experience, this trick was miraculous for ordinary dogs. It's just that these 2 wolf dogs were obviously professionally trained and didn't listen to him at all. After dodging the flying rocks, they pounced on them from left to right. Fang Zan had no choice but to use his arms to stop him. The next moment, severe tearing pain was felt on both arms at the same time. Fang Zan endured the severe pain of being bitten by a vicious dog, threw a dog away, and then used his free right hand to punch a wolf dog on the head that bit his left hand. The wolf dog whined and immediately relaxed. Fang Zan suddenly turned around, stretched out his right hand like a snake, grabbed the vicious dog that was thrown away and then rushed back, and then punched the dog on the nose. The second dog was also hit by him and fled in panic. Fang Zan didn't care about chasing after him for revenge, and immediately limped out quickly, dragging his wounds all over his body. I ran a few kilometers in one breath until I reached the foot of a nearby bridge that was not too busy, and then I breathed a sigh of relief. Then he had time to check his injuries. The wound on his shoulder had opened and even worsened. At the same time, he had lost all feeling in his right foot. When he rolled up his trouser leg, he saw that his ankle was as swollen as a carrot. After simply touching the bones, Fang Zan felt that he might have a fracture. In addition, the bite injuries on both arms were also serious. These 2 dogs were obviously professionally trained. After being bitten, they shook their heads like a crocodile tumbling to death. There were 2 rows of unusually obvious lacerations on his left hand, and the injuries on his right hand were even more severe. A piece of flesh as big as a palm was bitten off, and the flesh was bloody. The tiger fell flat and was bullied by the dog. Fang Zan cursed secretly. He never expected that there would be security guards in a dilapidated park, and they also had vicious dogs. That's outrageous. There's nothing valuable inside, right? While cursing, he took out the scalpel from his pocket and treated his wound. Yes, he actually has weapons on him. Even just now he was completely confident of killing the 2 security guards. But after hearing that the security guard had called the police, he quickly gave up the idea. Stealing things can only be regarded as a trivial matter. Even if it is tens of thousands of dollars stolen, it can only be regarded as trivial things. It is impossible for the police to go to great lengths to arrest him. As long as we delay for a few days, when the end comes, everything will be gone. But killing someone is different. That was a murder case. When the time comes, he will definitely face the full-scale search by the Tianai police. That is the true truth that there is no way to heaven and no door to earth. Fang Zan held a sharp scalpel to deal with the complex injury of the dog bite on his hand. He wanted to simply cut off some rotten flesh and then apply medicine and stitches. But after the rush of adrenaline, his hands were shaking. It was said that the meat was cut into pieces, but the trembling hands cut off a lot of good meat. The key is that there is still no anesthetic this time. It is said to be a treatment, but in fact it is a complete torture. Master, Fang Zan did go to Lianqi Wetland Park and stole the customer information related to Yi Chen. Qinju looked at the message below and said, according to your instructions, our people have been waiting for him there for a long time. Fang Zan's old injuries have not healed yet, and new ones have been added. Injuries add to injuries. In this case, the data returned by the chip showed that his physical condition was already very poor. Quote. But he seems to be about to awaken his powers. He is in excellent physical condition and should not die from this. Chen Yi nodded lightly when he heard this, and then looked at the system panel. Ding, the mission progress has been refreshed. Congratulations on getting Fang Zan's resentment value plus 1,000 points. The current resentment value is 10,450 points, and the kill success rate is 94.5%. Last time at Zhou's house, Qinju tried to shoot Fang Zan and failed. The success rate dropped a bit, but the resentment value did not drop. After that, if you want to kill Fang Zan, you need to collect 11,000 resentment points, and the success rate of killing can reach 100%. But fortunately, the resentment value was increased by another 3,000 points that time. The resentment value at that time was 6,300 points, and the kill probability was 53%. 2 days ago, Shen Yanqi was invited to cooperate. When someone went to Shen Yanqi's house to arrest Fang Zan, and then deliberately let him run away, Fang Zan contributed another 2,500 resentment points, and the kill probability reached 78%. In addition to today's 1000 points, as well as the resentment points that Fang Xuanlu continued to contribute every time he dealt with the wound after being injured. Now he has finally pushed the kill probability to 94.5%, just shy of 94.5%, and he can completely eliminate this child of destiny. A little bit of staged mission progress from Su Yan will reward him with a physique that is immune to the virus. Kill Fang Zan and complete the first mission given by the system. What will be the final reward? Chen Yi was looking forward to it, and then ordered, tell the people watching over there not to let down their guard. I'll keep an eye on him and cause him some trouble. Didn't he steal something? You can ask the police from time to time. Go and catch him, but be careful and give him a chance to run away, don't really catch him. Also, if he has trouble contacting Yi Chen, remember to help him. In short, I will give him some trouble no matter what I do, and make him feel uncomfortable, but I will help him accomplish what he wants to do. Although this kind of order sounded strange and even a bit contradictory, Qinju had already gotten used to it in the past few days and had no intention of asking any more questions. He turned around and left after hearing this, but before she could leave, she heard Chen Juyi said, does Yi Chen have any feelings there? Somewhere in the sky, Yi Chen suddenly sneezed. At this moment, a text message was suddenly sent to his mobile phone. Yi Chen opened it and immediately saw the contents. I can help you catch Zhao Qingye. It was short and straightforward, but just these few words piqued Yi Chen's interest. Hello, who is this? The next day, Zhao Qingye received a phone call as soon as she woke up. She listened for a while half asleep before realizing that it was Fang Zan calling. When she was still curious about why Fang Zan knew her contact information, her expression suddenly changed after hearing Fang Zan say a few words on the other end of the phone. Until she hung up the phone, she still looked confused. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Qingye picked up her cell phone and called Anna Shen. Huh, Fang Zan is looking for you. Listening to Shen Yanqi's lazy voice on the other end of the phone, Zhao Qingye suddenly became anxious. Stop sleeping, are you still sleeping at what time? Fang Zan said that he discovered that the coronavirus can mutate people and gain extraordinary powers. Is this true or false? Of course it's true. Why did he lie to you? Shen Yanqi said in surprise, as if he didn't understand why she didn't believe it. Zhao Qingye was left speechless by her plain tone. After a moment of silence, he said angrily, no, how come you don't seem surprised at all by this kind of thing? Because I already knew it. Shen Yanqi said impatiently, if you have anything to do, tell me quickly. I'm going to bed. Fang Zan said that Yi Chen was the first batch of virus-infected people, but he did not mutate into a monster but successfully evolved superpowers. Now Yi Chen wants to meet me and share the secrets of superpowers with me. I want to go, Zhao Qingye said hesitantly. If it were herself, she would definitely not go. Although she was indeed very interested in the coronavirus and the so-called superpowers that evolved after being infected by the virus, Yi Chen made her feel disgusted and she didn't want to see him at all. But considering that Shen Yanqi asked her to agree to Fang Zan's conditions yesterday, that's why she came to ask on the phone. Go, why don't you go? Shen Yanqi suddenly became more energetic. There's only one superpower I know of so far, but that guy's status is too high and I can't study it. You go to Yi Chen and give me a cure, just click on research materials. Then what? Then what? Zhao Qingye said angrily, you solemnly asked me to agree to Fang Zan on any condition yesterday. Is there nothing I need to do after agreeing? Hearing this, Shen Yanqi pondered for a moment and then said, well, if possible, let's get some insights from Fang Zan on people with superpowers. In short, we should inquire more about this aspect. Don't worry about your safety. They probably won't do anything to you, and there are people protecting you, so don't worry. Then okay, although Zhao Qingye was a little worried, she gritted her teeth and agreed. Shen Yanqi, who was staying in the luxurious guest room at the Xingfeng Group headquarters, jumped up from the bed as soon as he hung up the phone, quickly washed up and changed his clothes, and ran to Chen Yi's office excitedly. Wangjiang Pavilion. At noon, Zhao Qingye, who had specially dressed up, came to the place she had made an appointment with Fang Zan. One of the most expensive restaurants in Tianai, Wangjiang has an average per capita of nearly RMB 10,000. To be honest, she was a little surprised when she heard about this position. After all, Yi Chen had always been an ordinary person in her mind, and it was impossible for him to have money to spend money in a place like this. As for Fang Zan, this guy seems to be still being chased by some forces and is still running for his life. He was so seriously injured that he didn't even dare to go to a hospital or clinic or anything. He only dared to go to her place to rely on Shen Yanqi. I asked her for treatment. It doesn't look like he's very rich. However, her family is well off and her income is not bad. She has been to this kind of place before, so she doesn't have stage fright. After a moment of hesitation, he walked straight in. Immediately, a waiter wearing a shirt and vest came out and said, you're Zhao Qingye, Miss Zhao, right? It's me. Your friend has reserved a seat for you, please come with me. The waiter politely led the way. Soon she was taken to a corridor-shaped hall facing the river. The environment here is very good. You can directly see the most prosperous riverside area of Tianai through the window. The only flaw is probably that there are no private rooms. However, for some people, not having private rooms is an advantage, so it cannot be said that a restaurant without private rooms is not high-end enough. As soon as she came up, Zhao Qingye saw Yi Chen and Fang Zan sitting with Yi Chen. After taking a deep breath, he followed the waiter and walked over. Before she even got close, Yi Chen, who was looking forward to seeing her, noticed her arrival and quickly stood up and said, Qingye, you're here. Sit down, sit down. Speaking of which, although Yi Chen was quite frightened by Qinju when he was buying a house 2 days ago, he still had a good attitude and was very happy. Adjusted quickly, he realized that although he had abilities beyond imagination, there were some people in the world that he could not afford to offend for the time being. However, he was not discouraged by this. He just kept a lower profile and planned to develop slowly and steadily. Of course, as for the short-term goal of pursuing the goddess Zhao Qingye, his plan remains the same as before. Especially after receiving Fang Zan's text message yesterday and having an in-depth exchange with Fang Zan. I even feel that with Fang Zan's help this time, I have gained superpowers again. After all, I can't compare with them before, and I must be able to capture them. For Fang Zan, the person who suddenly appeared to find him. Yi Chen was skeptical at first, but he soon gave up his suspicions. Because of Fang Zan's appearance, he finally confirmed one thing, that is, he was indeed not the only one with superpowers in the world. The so-called superpowers were just caused by benign mutations after being infected with the coronavirus. More importantly, Fang Zan himself is also a superpower. Yes, Fang Zan personally told Yi Chen that his supernatural power could predict the future to a certain extent. And he also used practical actions to prove the authenticity of the superpower. Finally, Fang Zan also told Yi Chen that in the future he predicted, as long as Yi Chen did what he said, he would definitely successfully conquer Zhao Qingye and win the beauty back. Yi Chen was naturally overjoyed. In addition, Yi Chen also found that Fang Zan was extremely attracted to him from free perspectives and other aspects. Even though they only got along for one day, Yi Chen wanted to make Fang Zan his confidant and wear a pair of pants with him. Little did he know that Fang Zan's so-called superpower was just to deceive him based on the reborn person's foresight. As for the fact that it was consistent with his three views, it was because Fang Zan deliberately did what he wanted after understanding him. The purpose was just to win Yi Chen's trust in the short term and use Yi Chen to help him win the flower of dreams. Faced with Yi Chen's enthusiasm, Zhao Qingye just smiled politely. After sitting down, her eyes fell on Fang Zan. Is the superpower you mentioned real or fake? Yi Chen was a little unhappy when he heard this. He was obviously the host, but after the goddess he thought about day and night came, she took the lead in talking to other men, which made him feel a little green on his head for no reason. As for Zhao Qingye's calm and indifferent attitude towards him, he didn't mind. Because I have long been used to it. If Zhao Qingye would look at him with admiration because he now has superpowers and money, she would not be the cool goddess he likes. After hearing her words, Yi Chen said before Fang Zan could answer, of course it's true, Qingye, I have superpowers. Zhao Qingye looked back at him for a while, and then asked curiously, what kind of power? This you will know later. Although Yi Chen was a pure licker when facing the goddess, he was not stupid enough and had no intention of revealing his biggest trump card, turned to look concerned and said, Qingye, listen to me, the world has changed now. This virus is very powerful. It will not be long before a full outbreak. By then, many people will become monsters, and the existing order will be completely destroyed, collapse. But don't worry, as long as I'm here, no matter what happens in the future, I can protect you. It was such a straight shot when they first met, which made Zhao Qingye's mouth twitch. Although Xindao has gained superpowers and seems to be rich now, the taste is still the same as before. After giving him a dick, it belongs. Immediately, a displeased look appeared on his face, as if he was a little dissatisfied with Yi Chen for hiding his superpower. He turned to Fang Xuandao. Didn't you say on the phone that you wanted to tell me the secret about your superpower? The underlying meaning of this statement is naturally, if you are unwilling to say anything about your own powers, aren't you lying to me on the phone? Seeing that she seemed a little angry, Yi Chen immediately panicked, but he didn't want his powers to be exposed just like that. He had no choice but to look at Fang Zan. Fang Zan still had a problem. Although Zhao Qingye had been asking him questions as soon as he arrived, he had no intention of overshadowing the guest and kept silent. Now seeing Yi Chen trying to smooth things over for him, he smiled and said, don't worry, Dr. Zhao, since I said that, I'm definitely not lying to you. Actually, as far as I know, the so-called superpowers are the result of a benign mutation of the coronavirus. And I also know that this mutation can actually be guided artificially. What do you mean? Zhao Qingye's pupil shrank. Literally. Fang Zan shrugged and said, the coronavirus not only infects people, but also infects some animals. After infection, these animals will be like people, some will become brainless infected bodies, and some will be infected. You will gain true evolution, and you will not only gain superpowers, but also gain wisdom that is not inferior to humans. Every animal that has successfully evolved is an extremely special individual. After these individuals reproduce, some completely new groups of animals will be born. By the way, I forgot to tell Dr. Zhao that I have the ability to see the future. In the future I saw, someone used the serum of a mutated beast called Pegasus, combined with the serum of spiritual evolvers, to create a drug that can control human evolution, so that people who cannot evolve naturally can after being infected with the virus and becoming an evolver. This drug is called the Salvation Serum. Of course, the name belongs to the name, but the output of this thing is too small. It is definitely impossible to rely on this to save the world and completely solve the coronavirus. People in the future apocalypse will still struggle to survive with this serum. Zombies and various mutant beasts are still the biggest crisis for human survival. People with superpowers will have a very high status in the post-apocalypse because the order collapsed and the production system was also destroyed. If people want to survive, they mainly rely on various superpowers. Fang Zan talked eloquently, with Ritter's logic, and also spoke a lot of special vocabulary that only people after the apocalypse would understand. It wasn't that he was lying, but it was something he had indeed heard before he was reborn. And it was produced by the Chen family's biological laboratory. At that time, it was still a sensation in the apocalypse, but it soon fell silent. The reason is naturally that the output of this thing is too low, and the apocalypse has been coming for a few years at that time. The living people are either already evolvers, or they are immune to the coronavirus and will not be infected or evolve, of ordinary people. This drug doesn't make much sense at all. He brought this up because Zhao Qingye was originally a doctor and might be more interested in this aspect. By the way, he could continue to bring the topic to supernatural powers so that Yi Chen could easily answer the question. You mean, if we make this serum now, we can mass produce superpowers? Question mark. Zhao Qingye quickly found the key. That's true, but it's difficult, and there's not enough time. Fang Zan shook his head with regret and said, the future of this world still lies in the hands of those with powerful abilities that evolve naturally. As he said that, he did not forget to glance at Yi Chen. Brother Yi, for example, will definitely be able to shine in the apocalypse in the future. As for my superpower, I will probably only be able to help those with really powerful superpowers in the future. When Yi Chen heard this, he immediately patted Fang Zan on the shoulder and said, what are you talking about? If we brothers join forces, we will definitely be able to make a big difference in the future, so what will be the point of distinction? Zhao Qingye watched the two of them singing in harmony, but her heart was filled with the news about the serum that Fang Zan had mentioned before. As for what they said and said that the future will be a world of superpowers, and how awesome their actions as superpowers were, they were directly ignored by Zhao Qingye. They were just superpowers, and she knew more than just the two in front of her. Even if she really needs to find a person with superpowers to hug her in the future, she will definitely have to find someone Shen Yanqi knows. Compared to Fang Zan and Yi Chen, she naturally believed more in her evil best friend whom she had known since childhood and grew up with. With the deliberate guidance of Fang Zan, the wingman, and Zhao Qingye's intention to inquire about the information, this meal was quite enjoyable for both the guest and the host. Zhao Qingye did get a lot of information from Fang Zan. Although it was difficult to tell whether the information was true or false, she did not need to worry about it. When the time came to tell Shen Yanqi the true words, she would naturally have this evildoer to distinguish the true from the false. This was the first time that Yi Chen had such a pleasant meal with the goddess. He became more and more satisfied with Fang Zan. He was determined to accept this little brother, and at the same time he couldn't help but swell. Looking at Zhao Qingye, who was having a lively conversation, she considered whether to confess her love directly. After all, the end is approaching now, and he still has a lot of things to prepare for, and time is very tight, so he can't keep thinking about falling in love. And now that he is a superpower after all, today can be regarded as teaching Zhao Qingye a lesson, letting her know how powerful a superpower is. If she confesses her love now, she may not be unable to win. Thinking about it this way, he felt more and more feasible. He touched the huge diamond ring in his pocket that cost him more than 10 million, and immediately gritted his teeth and prepared to dig it out. But at this moment, a surprised voice sounded from the side, Qingye. Why are you here? Yi Chen was stunned, and when he looked back, he saw a beautiful girl wearing small glasses. The girl hugged a handsome young man affectionately. The moment he saw the young man, Yi Chen's pupils couldn't help but shrink. He had seen this person before in the sales department of Zhangyan Delay a few days ago. His name was Chen Yi. At that time, he was still frightened to death by Qin Ju next to Chen Yi, so it was naturally impossible for him to forget. He also knew the girl. She was Zhao Qingye's best friend, Shen Yanqi. Compared to his surprise, when Fang Zan, who was sitting next to him, turned around and saw Chen Yi and Shen Yanqi, who was acting close to Chen Yi, his breathing stopped suddenly and his vision went dark. Why are the two of them together? That was the first thought that came to his mind. And the next thought is run. Yanqi, what a coincidence, you are here too. When Zhao Qingye saw Shen Yanqi appearing, she was immediately overjoyed. She was not stupid, and she noticed very keenly that as she talked more and more, Yi Chen, who was sitting opposite, became more and more eager to move. Seeing him fidgeting, looking at herself from time to time, and taking something out of his pocket, Zhao Qingye knew without even thinking that this guy was probably under some kind of misunderstanding and was planning to make a show of confessing his love on the spot. At this moment, Yi Chen was worrying about how to deal with this if he really showed up, when Shen Yanqi happened to appear. Yes, what a coincidence. Shen Yanqi smiled and pulled Zhao Qingye to her side, and calmly stepped back. The two of them seemed to be standing together with Chen Yi, but in fact they were one position behind and hid behind him. This is Zhao Qingye glanced at Chen Yi and said curiously. He is Chen Yi, my boyfriend. Didn't I tell you last time? Shen Yanqi blinked. Chen Yi turned to look at her and did not refute. After nodding to Zhao Qingye, he turned back to look at Fang Zan and Yi Chen on the table. Yi Chen finally made up his mind and planned to express his love all at once, but he didn't expect to be interrupted by Su Chen. He was inevitably angry. But after what happened last time, he knew that the person in front of him was not something he could afford to offend now. Besides, now that Zhao Qingye was around, he also needed to maintain his grace. He had no choice but to stand up, stretch out his hand with some reluctance and said with a smile, Mr. Chen, we meet again, what a coincidence. However, Chen Yi didn't even look at him. He just stared at Fang Xuanda, who was lowering his head and pretending to be dead. It's a coincidence, what do you think, classmate Fang? Fang Zan didn't reply, he lowered his head and didn't know what he was thinking. But Yi Chen's greeting was ignored, and he could only retract his stretched out hand in embarrassment, and said with a smile, Mr. Chen, do you know Azan? Get out, Chen Yi glanced at him and said calmly. Yi Chen's face suddenly turned red, and his anger level was maxed out. He had bowed his head repeatedly, but Chen Yi in front of him repeatedly ignored his presence and actually told him to get out. The most important thing is that his goddess Zhao Qingye is watching from the side now. If he swallowed this breath, how could he raise his head in front of Zhao Qingye in the future? As the saying goes, the more you think about it for a while, the more angry you will be, the more you think about it when you step back, the more you will lose. So after his face turned green and red, Yi Chen chose, Akshuan, since Mr. Chen has something to do with you, I won't bother you for now. I'll go down and wait for you. After you finish talking, go straight downstairs. Just come find me. After saying that, Yi Chen smiled and nodded, and then quickly went downstairs. Fang Zan was not surprised that the good brother he had just met sold him outright. He knew very well that Yi Chen was easy to deceive in certain aspects, such as issues involving the goddess Zhao Qingye, and that his vision was not far-sighted and could easily swell due to temporary favorable conditions. But in some things, he is not stupid. For example, who can be offended and who cannot be offended? For example, when you see people, you talk about people, and when you see ghosts, you talk about ghosts. Philistine is probably the best way to describe Yi Chen. How could such a person have a head-on conflict with the eldest young master of the Chen family just because he was a good brother whom he had just met? Let alone Fang Zan, even if Chen Yi hugged Yi Chen's goddess Zhao Qingye and nodded in his arms, and had a face-to-face NTR, Yi Chen probably wouldn't have an attack on the spot, but would just write it down and wait for an opportunity to take revenge. By the way, I made up a character that Zhao Qingye dislikes the poor and loves the rich, looks down on him as a poor man, and throws herself into the arms of the rich second-generation Chen Yi to comfort herself, turning hatred into motivation, and making up her mind to liquidate this bad couple in the future, etc. Thinking of this, Fang Zan was suddenly stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt that this thing sounded inexplicably familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. And at this moment, an idea flashed in his mind, and he felt as if he had discovered something important, but he couldn't tell what it was. However, Chen Yi obviously didn't intend to give him time to think about it. After glancing at Yi Chen who was leaving in a hurry, he looked at Fang Zan who was still pretending to be dead. Why, old classmates meet, don't you want to say a few words? After his thoughts returned to reality, Fang Zan glanced at Chen Yi, who was sitting opposite him, and then at Shen Yanqi, who was standing aside. Although he had not yet understood the various situations he would face after his rebirth, after seeing Shen Yanqi, he roughly understood what he had encountered recently, and could only smile bitterly. What is there to say? If you want to kill or behead me, just do as you please. Having said that, he naturally had no intention of really surrendering. While speaking, he looked at Chen Yi sitting in front of him, and was already thinking about the probability that if he took action, he would be able to successfully kidnap Chen Yi and escape. Although when he saw Chen Yi appear, he had already made up his mind to run away. But when he looked up, he realized that except for their table, there was no one else in the entire restaurant. Even the waiter who had served them food not long ago was missing. Many times, fewer people and quietness does not mean safety. On the contrary, it may mean that a dragnet has been set up and the surrounding area has been cleared. And he, Fang Zan, is the target of this net. He didn't need to think about it to know that there were probably dozens of guns pointing at him around him. Once he makes any unusual move, he will be beaten into a sieve immediately. That's why he sat down now and took the opportunity to think about countermeasures. Although he hadn't figured out how to escape this time after thinking for a long time, the good news was that Chen Yi actually dared to sit directly in front of him, as long as he could catch the eldest young master of the Chen family. Fang Zan had no doubt that he could easily escape from here. Is this what you want? Really or not? Chen Yi raised his eyebrows. Glancing at Fang Zan's hand, which was getting closer and closer to the knife, he probably guessed this guy's intention, but he had no intention of stopping it. Of course it's true. The Chen family is so big that I have no room to fight. Fang Zan said with a bitter smile. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Fang Zan, who had looked resigned to his fate a second ago, suddenly became angry. His right hand instantly reached out like a snake, tightly grasped the knife in front of him, and then stabbed straight at Chen Yi. Die. Of course, Fang Zan was not tired of living, so he naturally had no intention of actually killing Chen Yi. Although he shouted, die, the position where the blade was pointed was clearly Chen Yi's arm. His intention could not be more obvious. Don't overestimate your own capabilities. With a soft sigh, Fang Zan's stab at the arm failed, and the blade stopped steadily less than 10 centimeters away from Chen Yi. A palm wrapped in flames was firmly clasped on Fang Zan's wrist. You a superpower. Fang Zan looked at Chen Yi's hands wrapped in flames with a horrified expression. Guessed it right, but there's no reward. Chen Yi smiled, and then used his hand slightly. Click. The crisp sound of broken bones spread throughout the audience, and Fang Zan let out a low roar. The severe pain caused him to lose all resistance in an instant, and he collapsed directly to the ground. By this time, he had almost lost all thoughts. Facing an opponent who far surpassed him in terms of both the power behind him and his own strength, he saw no hope of a comeback. Even if you were a reborn person, so what? Fang Zan only felt regret at this time. He regretted that he should not have tried to use the woman Ran Yuming to plot Chen Yi after his rebirth, thus provoking himself an enemy that he could not deal with at this stage. Then he made a mistake and misjudged the Zhou family's strength when he was at the Zhou family, thinking that Chen Yi would not take action just because of the slightest offense from the Zhou family. As a result, the huge Zhou family collapsed. He was also exposed to Chen Yi again and was endlessly hunted by the Chen family. In Fang Zan's opinion, all of this was because he made the wrong move in the first two moves. If he didn't provoke Chen Yi at first, or if he reminded the Zhou family not to be too unscrupulous after Zhou Xinyu brought him to the Zhou family, this would definitely not be the case now. Endless regret almost filled his heart at this moment, and besides the regret, there was also some helplessness. There is no way, although he is a reborn person, his status in the apocalypse in his previous life was too low. I have never had any contact with a big shot like Chen Yi, I don't know him at all, and I have no idea how terrifying Chen Yi is. Oh, the gap is too big. One wrong step after another, it's not a crime of war. Fang Zan smiled bitterly and slowly closed his eyes. The horrific injuries all over his body had left him physically and mentally exhausted, and he didn't want to struggle anymore. However, even after closing his eyes and waiting for a long time, Chen Yi's fatal blow did not come. He couldn't help but opened his eyes in surprise. Then he saw Chen Yi pulling up a chair and sitting in front of him with a half smile, as if he had no intention of killing him. Could it be that Fang Zan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart? He suddenly remembered that although he had suffered a lot recently, to be fair, he was much better than most ordinary people when they encountered this kind of situation, right? And he thought about it carefully, and to put it bluntly, there was no blood feud between him and Chen Yi. At least from Chen Yi's perspective, there was no need to kill such a small person like him. This Chen Yi could it be that he has a love for talents and wants to take him under his command and work hard for the Chen family. Although Fang Zan had sworn many times before that he would destroy the entire Chen family if he had the chance, but now the situation was stronger than the others. If Chen Yi really wanted to recruit, then it would be okay for him to agree to it. Chen Yi looked at this kid who looked desperate just a second ago, and now suddenly there was a bit of hope in his eyes. He immediately guessed what he was thinking and couldn't help but smile. Don't get me wrong, I didn't let you off the hook. My plan is just to be bored and want you to die and understand. Fang Zan was startled, and despair appeared in his eyes again, but he was not completely desperate. This time was no better than before. If Chen Yi killed him directly without giving him a chance to speak, then he would naturally die. But if you have the chance to speak, you may not be able to rely on your sharp tongue to survive in death. Chen Yi, snap. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, Chen Yi slapped him in the face with a loud slap. Fang Zan, who was sitting on the ground, was beaten so hard that he rolled over and fell to the ground. A mouthful of blood mixed with teeth and saliva spurted out from his mouth. I said, listen, Chen Yi wiped his hands, I just heard you talking about non-war crimes. Do you think you were just unlucky that you have reached this point? If I tell you, I have been watching you since that day when you tried to get money from the hotel. The reason why the Zhou family was destroyed was not because they robbed my Chen family of supplies, but because of you. Do you believe it? Chen Yi naturally didn't have enough time to talk so much. He had to be worse than Bilai's entire villain who died from talking too much. It's because of the prompt from the system just now. Ding. The mission progress has been refreshed. Congratulations on obtaining Fang Zan's resentment value plus 549 points. The current resentment value is 10,999 points, and the kill success rate is 99.9%. This was the first time that Chen Yi saw the increased resentment value mixed in and out when the mission progress was refreshed. The kill success rate happens to be stuck at 99.9%. Of course, with this level of success rate, now there's almost no suspense about killing Fang Zan. As long as he thought about it, Fang Zan would be killed immediately without any surprise. Even in order to avoid an accident, Yi Chen, who had just come downstairs, was actually controlled by the Chen family, and it was impossible for him to perform a scene of stabbing someone under the knife and then rescuing him. A combined battalion of troops was deployed in the surrounding streets, covertly and covertly. Under the dragnet, even Fang Zan, who had supernatural powers before his rebirth, had no choice but to die, let alone Fang Zan, who was now a child of destiny and had almost had his love deprived of him, and whose powers had not yet awakened. But killing him is easy, but the rewards given by the system were mostly based on the success rate. The higher the success rate, the better the system you can get. After completing the main mission of the system for the first time, Chen Yi pursued perfection. Naturally, he wanted to see if he could make up for this last point. And how to make up for it, Chen Yi has some guesses, and now is the time to try it. Impossible. As expected, Fang Zan looked extremely excited after hearing Chen Yi's words. Since he was destined to die today, he simply let himself go and said in a strange way, haha, you're a big shot, what are you doing against me? For that bitch ran yumming. How is it possible? What you are saying now is just to play with. Human heart, you just want to see others die in despair to satisfy your perverted evil taste. Do you think I will believe it? Really? Chen Yi smiled, casually put his arm around Shen Yanqi, and said calmly, drive. Shen, her father, is not sick, but was invited by me to work in the Chen family's biological laboratory. Recently, Yanqi lives in Xingfeng building. Fang Zan's face that seemed to have seen through everything froze, and his eyes suddenly looked at Shen Yanqi. That's not the case, right? He is lying to me, right? Tell me, is he lying to me? The reason for his excitement was not that he was deceived by Shen Yanqi, nor was he angry because he felt that Shen Yanqi had betrayed him by joining Chen Yi. In fact, when he saw the two of them together just now, he realized that his current situation must be related to Shen Yanqi. He even suspected that after Shen Yanqi said that she was going to take care of her father and left home, he was immediately attacked by people from the Chen family, and it was Shen Yanqi who went to inform him. And he also guessed that he must have underestimated this woman before, and Shen Yanqi was definitely not a fool to be deceived. What Fang Zan couldn't accept was that if what Chen Yi said was true, then he could have killed him long ago, but he never did so. Instead, he kept playing with himself as a reborn person, looking at himself like jumping up and down like a clown. The humiliation of being treated like a clown was simply worse than killing him. Under Fang Zan's hopeful gaze, Shen Yanqi looked at Chen Yi and then at Fang Zan. This evil genius with an extremely high IQ suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. Although she didn't know what the grudge was, she didn't think there was any problem with Chen Yi wanting to kill Fang Zan. Anyway, there must be grudges between the two parties. But in her opinion, killing is nothing more than a knot. She couldn't understand Chen Yi's murderous and heart-wrenching behavior. Under Fang Zan's gaze, she subconsciously moved, trying to get out of Chen Yi's arms. However, Chen Yi not only had no intention of letting go, but instead held her tighter, causing her slim waist to feel a slight pain from being strangled. After a moment of silence, Shen Yanqi sighed and Fang Zan said, everything he said is true. When Fang Zan heard this, there was only deathly silence on his face, and he kept mumbling, why? Why? Why do you do this? However, Chen Yi's expression did not change at all. After looking at Shen Yanqi with satisfaction, he said softly, don't worry about what happens next. There happens to be a commercial street downstairs. Let's go shopping. I will pay for everything. Shen Yanqi glanced at him with a complicated expression, then nodded and said, okay. After saying that, he pulled the already dumbfounded Zhao Qingye downstairs in a hurry. At this time, only Chen Yi and Fang Zan were left in the entire restaurant. Fang Zan was still repeating, why, mechanically. Chen Yi walked to the seat in front of him unhurriedly, straightened his clothes, and chuckled, want to know the reason. Classmate Fang, or a reborn person. As soon as the words fell, Fang Zan, who kept talking, froze in place. The entire restaurant suddenly became eerily quiet. After a while, Fang Zan slowly raised his head and looked at Chen Yi, his lips trembling, and he said in a difficult voice, how do you know? Because the so-called rebirth is originally false. Chen Yi shook his head. The coronavirus is extremely special. It appeared in this world about 3 months ago. Just after it appeared, our Chen family's biological laboratory has already this virus was discovered and we knew enough about it to predict that the world would end as a result. So the crazy scientists in the laboratory implemented a crazy plan. They built a special algorithm to deduce what might happen after the end of the world. This algorithm is based on the characteristics of the coronavirus and calculates the demand for power is huge and there is no suitable computer anywhere in the world. So they focused on the human brain, which is more sophisticated than any computer. During the experiment, they discovered that if the future deduced by the experimental subject that provided the brain could be made more realistic, the best solution would be to infect the experimental subject itself. Coronavirus. This thing is said to be a virus, but in essence it is an extremely magical thing that humans have never come into contact with before, and its uses are beyond your imagination. As expected, the experiment made a great breakthrough, and we obtained a lot of information about the future. But then the problem appeared again. Ordinary experimental subjects cannot withstand the negative effects of the coronavirus, and they will mutate into zombies in a short time, so we need a special individual who is naturally immune to this type of virus and can even use the virus to mutate benignly to develop superpowers. Then, among the countless medical files, they found you. You may have forgotten that you were in a car accident and were already on the verge of death. No other place could save you. In the end, it was the geniuses in the laboratory who saved you. Then they started to deduce future experiments. Quote, your body and brain are indeed very useful. The future model you deduced is more complete than imagined, and it is even like the real thing. Many of the details have even touched the deepest secrets of the human brain, and our technology cannot detect it. So, in order to pry out the secrets about the future from your mind, our scientific researchers deleted part of your memory and added some memories to you, and you became who you are now. Chen Yi's tone was calm, as if he was telling a trivial matter about what he had eaten this morning. But when Fang Zan heard these words, it was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue. But the next moment, he shouted, impossible. How can this kind of technology exist in the world? Don't even try to lie to me. There are too many things in the world that are beyond your knowledge. Would you rather believe that something as bizarre as rebirth has happened to you than believe that all of this is the work of modern technology? Besides, I lied to you about a dead man. What? Chen Yi smiled and said, do you know why I gave you the card and took away the money that night? Do you know why I asked someone to lock you in? Because I know you want this money and need this period. Time is coming. I am preparing for the doomsday that is coming, so I deliberately caused trouble for you. Quote. Do you know why you suffered setbacks every step of the way after your rebirth, trying your best to achieve nothing? Because everything you did was under our watch. From beginning to end, you were just a puppet on strings, but you didn't realize it yet. That's all. Now, the test data that should be collected from you has almost been collected, and you, the experimental subject, should be humanely destroyed. In fact, the rhetoric you made up on the spur of the moment can be said to be full of errors and omissions. If Fang Zan is clear-headed, if he thinks about it carefully, he will find that there are many obvious inaccuracies. But he is not clear-headed now. Listening to Chen Yi telling all his recent intentions one by one, there was only confusion in his mind. If it wasn't what Chen Yi said, then why would Chen Yi know what he wanted to do, and why would he target a small person like him? Not to mention that he was directly exposed to his face as a reborn person. All this made him believe it. However, he always had a vague feeling that something was wrong. However, Chen Yi didn't give him a chance to think about it. After saying that, he stood up and walked behind him. He picked up a table knife, ignored Fang Zan's wailing, and directly cut the flesh on the cervical spine on his back, violently picking out the flesh. A chip the size of a little finger was casually thrown in front of Fang Zan. This was naturally implanted when Fang Zan was shot and fell into the water and was unconscious when the Zhou family was annihilated that day. But he was completely unaware from the beginning to the end. Now looking at the bloody chip that was pulled out of his body in front of him, he thought about what Chen Yi just said. Although his instinct made him refuse to believe this statement, the facts were already before his eyes. Everything seemed so irrefutable. Ha 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 ha, fake, all fake. Fang Zan held his head in pain and wailed, real. Fake, I can't tell the difference. I really can't tell the difference. Kill me, kill me. Ding, the mission progress has been refreshed. Congratulations on getting Fang Zan's resentment value plus 1 point. The current resentment value is 11,000 points, and the kill success rate is 100%. Looking at the system prompts, Chen Yi couldn't help but curl his lips, excitement flashed in his eyes, it's true. Boom. The scorching flames ignited, and Fang Zan, whose eyes were filled with deadly energy, finally showed a look of relief in the fierce fire. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing Fang Zan, the son of destiny, and completing the system mission. Congratulations to the host for receiving the basic reward, superpower, Eye of the Sky. The detection success rate has reached 100%, and the additional rewards are being settled. Congratulations to the host for receiving additional rewards, physical fitness plus 10, mental strength plus 10, power awakening serum x100, reborn memory fragment x1. The blazing flame slowly extinguished. Fang Zan had turned into ashes, leaving no trace in the world. And Chen Yi's kill reward finally arrived. After choosing to extract, he was surrounded by a strange wave. When the fluctuation dissipated, he opened his eyes again, and there was a golden stream of light in his eyes. The golden light flashed away, and it soon returned to normal. However, Chen Yi was very satisfied with this new ability. Previously, his superpower was fiery, ferocious, and capable of burning everything. It was the ultimate killing power. But other methods are somewhat lacking. Once you encounter some superpowers with weird abilities, you can easily become stupid and be manipulated by others. Just like that Chen Yi is still not sure what his superpower is, but he can roughly guess that it is some kind of spiritual superpower, rather than a superpower that is powerful in head-on combat. After all, if he could just fight, he wouldn't be able to make so much money in a short period of time. It's hard to say how far this ability can evolve in the future. It's possible that it can evolve into abilities such as mental control or creating illusions. Before he obtained the Sky Eye, with Chen Yi's own Lord Fire ability, he would undoubtedly be at a huge disadvantage if he encountered someone with this kind of ability. But now it's different. The greatest characteristic of the Heavenly Eye is to detect illusions. And it can also use the power of the Sky Eye to use extremely powerful mental attacks. In other words, after having the Sky Eye, he is now considered a spiritual superpower, and he is still at the top level of superpowers. What's even more outrageous is that, in addition to spiritual attack and defense methods, the Sky Eye power also brings real frontal killing power. Methods like Cyclops are just the basis. If he has enough mental strength in the future, he can even stare others to death with a single glance. As the basic reward for killing Fang Zan, Chen Yi was very satisfied, and it was not in vain that he had put so much effort into dealing with Fang Zan, the reborn person. The additional rewards did not make Chen Yi waste his efforts. Physical plus 10 and mental plus 10 are easy to understand. These two things are complementary to each other. They are related to the strength and durability of the superpower, and directly affect the combat effectiveness of a superpower user. The powers themselves are divided into strengths and weaknesses, but as long as a person with weak powers has excellent physical and mental strength, he may not be unable to counterattack those who are born with powerful powers. For these two data, the limit for ordinary people is 1. A 1 time +1 does not just mean that the combat power has been improved to the point where it can defeat 10 ordinary people. The data presented as numbers in the system is not added, but converted according to a certain formula. For example, after awakening the Lord Fire, Chen Yi's physical constitution had reached 7.8, but at this time, the power of his punch had exceeded 3 tons. Not to mention 7 or 8 people, even if this number was doubled 10 times, facing 70 or 80 people, Chen Yi could easily kill these people without using weapons and bare hands. As for 100 superpower awakening serums, this thing is relatively useless for ordinary people. After all, most ordinary people can't find so many confidants who can use the serum. In the end, the biggest use is probably to sell it and exchange it for other resources. But Chen Yi was different. There are many loyal soldiers in the Chen family. He can use this to cultivate an absolutely loyal team of superpowers and build his own core team. The Chen family has a big business. As the eldest son, it is not that easy for him to inherit the family business. Without his own core team, even if he succeeds in taking the position, he will often be embarrassed in the future. After all, some old men in big families are not so easy to get along with. Before the apocalypse, the team he wanted was composed of talents from various industries, but after the apocalypse, everything became simpler. An absolutely loyal army of superpowers is the strongest and most invincible team. Of course, there is no need to say more about the memory fragments of the last reborn person. Just what he needed right now. As a reborn person, Fang Zan definitely still has a lot of useful information in his mind, and Chen Yi also knows it very well. But he couldn't wait until he dug out all the information in Fang Zan's mind before dealing with him. When is it? Simply now, the system has given the reborn person memory fragments, which can also allow Chen Yi to obtain more information about the future to a certain extent, making up for the lack of information. Host, Chen Yi. Physique, 18. Human limit is 1. Psychic power, 22.7. Human limit is 1. Special abilities, Sovereign Fire, also known as Divine Fire, whose name is Shangmei, Heavenly Eye, to destroy falsehoods, trace truth, subdue demons and bandits. Items, Power Awakening Serum X100, Reborn Memory Fragment X1. Looking at the skyrocketing attributes on the system panel and feeling the surging power in his body, Chen Yi couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This is the feeling of power. With his current strength, not to mention that he can control everything, but at least he can be regarded as having few opponents at this stage. Of course, this is only at this stage. As for what's next, Flower of Dreams, Chen Yi's eyes flashed and he clarified his goal for the next stage. Although he has not yet used the reborn memory fragment, judging from Fang Zan's previous performance, the Dream Flower is definitely an extremely rare resource. There is a high probability that it can make a qualitative leap in the strength of superpowers and even ordinary people. Otherwise, Fang Zan would not have relied on the Flower of Dreams to make a comeback in that desperate situation. After glancing at the messy restaurant, Chen Yi found a tissue and wiped his hands before going downstairs. Someone will naturally handle the aftermath here, so there's no need for him to worry about it. As soon as he arrived on the first floor, he saw Yi Chen being detained by a group of soldiers from the Chen family security department. Qinju was also watching him here. Seeing Chen Yi come down, Qinju breathed a visible sigh of relief. But before she could speak, Chen Yi waved his hand, indicating that she would talk about it later if she had anything to do. Then he walked straight to Yi Chen. A line of prompts slowly appeared on the system panel. Ding, the mission progress is refreshed. You have obtained Yi Chen's resentment value of 500 points. The current resentment value is 600 points, and the kill success rate is 6%. This should be the resentment value generated by this guy before he was knocked down and then detained again. Chen Yi glanced at him and smiled. Is Fang Zan your friend? Yi Chen heard this and said quickly, Mr. Chen, I have only known him for 2 days, so we are not friends. It's not your fault. Fang Zan broke the law and deceived people. He has been executed. You are so close to him, so you have an obligation to cooperate with our investigation. Chen Yi glanced at him and said calmly, take him away. Bar. Ding, the mission progress has been refreshed. You have gained 800 resentment points from Yi Chen. The current resentment value is 1,400 points, and the kill success rate is 14%. The first thought in Yi Chen's mind was, I'm super. Fang Zan is dead. Then he reacted immediately. What the heck, he actually suffered Wu Wu's disaster, and now he's going to be arrested. If it were normal times, forget it. Anyway, he was not short of money now and didn't have to work. Being caught would be a waste of time. He didn't think Chen Yi would let anyone kill him together. But not now. This shit, the end is coming soon. If you were locked up in the station, won't it be a dead end? Yi Chen wanted to say something, but after looking at Chen Yi's back, he swallowed the words that came to his lips. He probably now understands what kind of strength this man has. Fang Zan, who was still alive and kicking not long ago, is now gone, and judging from the situation, no one will bother Chen Yi. Adding him now is probably just one more person for Chen Yi. If he dares to speak out at this time, he is afraid that his life will be in danger. With his brain running rapidly, Yi Chen quickly thought of a countermeasure. You absolutely can't get into trouble. He now possesses special powers. If he hadn't been frightened by Qinju before and became a little scared, these people wouldn't be able to hold him down at all. So later, when there are fewer people around, just find an opportunity to run away directly. If you are wanted, you will be wanted. Anyway, life is not going to be easy for a few days and the end is coming soon. And now there's actually some chaos in Tianai. The officials are too late to put out the fire, so how can they have the time to care about him? After running away, just find a place to hide and avoid the Chen family's pursuit. Besides, from Yi Chen's point of view, the Chen family may not go all out to pursue him. After all, the doomsday is approaching, and the energy of such a big family must be preparing for the doomsday. Why waste manpower and material resources on such an irrelevant person? Now I just ran into him and Fang Zan and caught him conveniently. With an idea in his mind, Yi Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief and his expression softened a little. But the next moment, what Chen Yi asked Qinju almost made him lose his temper again. Where's Shen Yanqi? Qinju immediately replied, Miss Shen and Miss Zhao are going shopping, and our people are accompanying them. Well, I'm going back first. Zhao Qingye feels pretty good to me. I'll ask her to come to my office later. Yes, the conversation between the two people did not deliberately lower their voices or anything like that, just like ordinary people discussing what they had for lunch today. There were no strange expressions on the faces of the Chen family members around them, and many of them even took it for granted. After all, this is the eldest son of his family. Is it a big deal to let a woman go to the office? However, Yi Chen, who was being held in custody, felt as if he was struck by lightning when he heard this. His vision went dark, and all he could think of was this sentence, Zhao Qingye gives me a good feeling. Let her come to my office later. Zhao Qingye, that is the goddess he has dreamed of, and now he has never even touched her with his fingers. Could it be? Ding, the mission progress has been refreshed, and you have gained 1,000 resentment points from Yi Chen. The current resentment value is 2,400 points, and the kill success rate is 24%. Chen Yi found that it was much easier to obtain resentment points from Yi Chen than from Fang Zan. Fang Zan himself is a reborn person. Although his brain is not very good, he is far less smart than Yi Chen. But after struggling in the doomsday, his will is extremely tenacious, and what he pursues is relatively real, such as strength and power. This guy is extremely capable of withstanding blows and can survive the apocalypse, and his weaknesses in human nature are also infinitely reduced. Female friends and the like are dispensable things to Fang Zan. Therefore, it is difficult to extract resentment from him. But Yi Chen was different. He used to be an ordinary person who couldn't be more ordinary. After gaining power, his biggest goal was to make money and become a goddess. Now that the end is approaching, he doesn't take the goal of making money that seriously. But on the goal of getting the goddess Zhao Qingye, she has never given up. Now that Chen Yi came to confront him, a huge wave of resentment immediately exploded. Hearing the system prompts, Chen Yi couldn't help but smile. It seems that Yi Chen should be easier to deal with than Fang Zan. Of course, this is only the current view, and it remains to be seen what will happen next. This guy's brain is better than Fang Zan's. If he adjusts it later, it may not be easier to deal with than now. It's best to take the opportunity to complain more about him now. Value. However, this matter cannot be rushed. After returning to Xingfeng building, Chen Yi did not go to his office but went directly to the laboratory on the lowest floor. He took out several superpower awakening serums from the system's inventory and gave them to the scientific researchers for study. If you want them to develop something in a short time, it is not realistic to copy this thing. But there is nothing wrong with letting them determine the safety and reliability of these serums. Soon Chen Yi received the result from the laboratory, valid. Not only is it effective, but the effect is also very good, and the effect time is also very fast. Those mad scientists only conducted simple tests and animal comparison experiments, and then someone directly gave themselves a shot. The result was that he gained superpowers on the spot, and this guy's superpowers were not weak enough. He could actually control plants and even make plants grow on steel. Now this guy himself has become an experimental material for the scientific researchers there. It is said that the entire Chen family biological laboratory's understanding of supernatural powers has been improved. After confirming that it was effective and harmless, Chen Yi summoned Qinju to his place. Not in the office, but in his residence. Master, I just got the news that Yi Chen ran away during the escort. I was about to deal with it. As soon as Qinju entered the door, she was ready to report the news about Yi Chen to Chen Yi. She knew very well that her young master was more concerned about this matter. But before she could finish speaking, Chen Yi shook his head and said, "It's just a small matter. Don't worry about him, come sit here." As he spoke, he patted the sofa next to him. Qinju was stunned for a moment, then sat down very naturally and stretched out his bare hands to help Chen Yi rub his shoulders. Chen Yi rubbed her beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings for a while and said lightly, "Do you want superpowers?" Superpower. Qinju's hand movements paused, and then he said, "I listened to the young master." Chen Yi's hand slowly moved up. When it reached a certain place, Qinju couldn't help but tremble, and a blush appeared on his face, but his whole body was very cooperative and stuck to Chen Yi's back. Feeling the softness behind her, Chen Yi smiled and put the power awakening serum into her hand. Use this, just intramuscular injection. Qinju, whose eyes were a little blurry, looked at the metal syringe that suddenly appeared in his hand, was stunned for a moment, and then came back to his senses immediately. Yes. With that said, she took off her suit and shirt without any scruples in front of Chen Yi, leaving only her underwear, showing off her perfect figure without any reservation. Then after briefly seeing how to use this thing, he pierced it into his arm without hesitation, and pushed all the suspicious green medicine that exuded faint fluorescence into his body. Didn't ask what it was, didn't ask why the injection was needed. Because this was what Chen Yi said, she did it. How do you feel? Chen Yi's hand gently brushed the waistcoat line on her abdomen. It's a little itchy, Qinju said with a trembling voice. I asked you how you felt after injecting the serum. Chen Yi slapped her butt angrily. Qinju groaned, looked at Chen Yi with watery eyes and said, "It's just that my arms are a little swollen, and now my body seems to be special." Specially sensitive, Chen Yi asked with a strange expression. The people in the laboratory didn't say it had such an effect. Qinju said nothing, but his face became increasingly red. Seeing this, Chen Yi tried to squeeze her gently. Oh master, Qinju's breathing became heavier and his voice was almost hoarse. Does it mean that different people have different symptoms when they awaken their powers? Chen Yi thought thoughtfully, remembering the time when his body temperature was so high when he awakened that the water in the entire bathtub was almost boiled dry. At this time, Qinju had climbed onto him like an octopus. Seeing this, Chen Yi simply hugged her into the bedroom. Different from Chen Yi, who has a beautiful woman in his arms. Yi Chen was very upset now. Just now, when the Chen family sent him to the police station, he broke free from the handcuffs, jumped out of the car and ran away, relying on his superpowers and his physical fitness that was far superior to ordinary people after acquiring the superpowers. He thought that the current situation would be fine as long as he ran away. The worst case scenario is to change to a city life. Although he had heard Fang Zan mention how powerful the Chen family was before, Yi Chen really didn't believe that such a large Sha kingdom could be covered by just one Chen family. However, after running away, he realized that things were far from simple as he imagined. Because Yi Chen suddenly discovered something. That means all his bank card numbers and mobile payment accounts have been frozen. Even the mobile phone number has expired. What does this mean in modern society? It means being completely out of touch with society, and it means being unable to move forward. The tens of thousands of wealth he had accumulated in the past few days by relying on his superpowers were all gone, and all his hair was gone. I still have a few antiques at home that I bought from the antique market. They should be worth 10 to 20 million. It would be okay to lower the selling price and let people settle in cash. Yi Chen thought about it, but the problem is that at home there may be people from the Chen family watching now, and it's too dangerous to go back now. Would you like to try your luck at the antique market? Thinking of this, Yi Chen immediately rejected the idea. Previously, he found several valuable antiques in succession, one of which even sold for a sky-high price of more than 100 million. The antique market in Tianai has long been famous. Maybe the Chen family is waiting for him there. Besides, there aren't that many antiques that he can pick up in Tianai, and it will be difficult for him to find anything valuable with his powers. Yi Chen's superpower is very special. To put it simply, he can see good and bad times. This power can only be used 3 times a day. These days, he wins the lottery jackpot almost every day because he keeps using these powers. Of course, it was also because he did not expect such an unreasonable disaster and used all his powers to make money, so he had no expectations for the current situation. Now that all bank accounts have been frozen and he has almost directly become a black account, it is naturally difficult to make money like this. The only thing I can do is find some way to get some valuable items like antiques and then sell them in cash at a lower price. I'm afraid I can't continue to stay in Tianai. I have to find a way to leave Tianai and go somewhere else. But Qingya. For Yi Chen, he was an orphan, without a father or a mother, and now he had supernatural powers. Even if the end was approaching, he could still live better than others. Where could he not live? Just thinking that Zhao Qingye, the goddess he had been pursuing for an unknown amount of time, was most likely to be beaten by Chen Yi, made him feel heartache. No, we have to rescue Qingye first. She must have been forced by Chen Yi. When I rescue her, I will take her far away from the sky and sea. Even at this time, Yi Chen has not completely given up on his goddess. To put it bluntly, it is still a problem of poor information. Until now, he has not realized the seriousness of the matter. After all, when Fang Zan was hanging out with him before, it was impossible to tell Yi Chen about the situation of the Chen family and the fact that he was being chased by Chen Yi. Otherwise, how could Yi Chen dare to be so close to Fang Zan? This led to the fact that although Yi Chen knew that Chen Yi had killed Fang Zan for unknown reasons and that he was implicated, he still did not think it was a serious matter. I don't think the Chen family will use all their strength to deal with him. But now Qingye is trapped in a tiger's den. I'm afraid I have to take a long-term approach to save her. The top priority is that I have to find a way to gain a foothold in Tianai for the time being. But now all the accounts have been banned, and Tianai and the Chen family are watching. Yi Chen found himself trapped in a strange circle. If he wants to save Zhao Qingye, he has to stay in Tianai and wait for the opportunity. But now he can't stand in Tianai and can't stay at all. But if he leaves Tianai, he has no chance to save Zhao Qingye. This makes it hurts people. In the quiet park, Yi Chen scratched his head, not knowing what to do. Just then, he suddenly heard a cry for help not far away. The voice sounded like a woman's, and she seemed to be shouting, "Help," or something like that. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment. If you can save someone's life, then it shouldn't be a problem to ask for money as a reward, right? By then, won't you have enough money to live in Tianai? Thinking of this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He stood up and hurried towards the direction where the cry for help came from. When he was about to get close, he hesitated and still used his powers. It's already a new morning, and he hasn't used his 3 opportunities to use his powers today. The next moment, in Yi Chen's eyes, the place where the cry for help came from not far ahead was already filled with bursts of golden light, which made him feel shocked. His ability can predict the good or bad fortune that an item or event will bring to him. Of course, this prediction is only for the short term. The same thing may be auspicious now, but it may cause huge disasters over time. This is the limitation of his power, but as his strength increases, the prediction time will become longer and longer. The specific way the prediction results are presented is that they appear in different colors in his eyes. And gold represents the top level of luck. Good luck. Grandpa, just hold on, I'll find someone to save you now. Help, is there anyone? Beside the woods in the park, a cute and cute girl was kneeling in front of an old man who fell to the ground. She was frantically calling for help and calling for help. The old man was wearing a loose tank suit, and his gray hair was combed meticulously. You could tell he was a respectable man just by looking at his clothes. But now he is not very decent. As he fell to the ground with his head up, his body was still twitching, his half-open eyes were rolled, and he had obviously lost consciousness. Is this a heart attack? As soon as Yi Chen came over, he realized what had happened to the old man on the ground. Although he is now unemployed, he knew Zhao Qingye when he was in school, and naturally he studied medicine. Although I did not engage in related work after graduation, I still remembered some professional knowledge, and I could see the old man's symptoms at a glance. Dang even walked up quickly and said, "This is a myocardial infarction. Have you brought any medicine? Nitroglycerin, or Susha Juxin pills will do." The girl who was busy on the phone was stunned and shook her head in a panic. No, no. This is the first time my grandpa has had such symptoms. He was obviously healthy before. Yi Chen heard this and said immediately, "Have you called 120? Don't waste time on the phone after calling. The nearest hospital is several kilometers away. We can't wait for the ambulance to come. Hurry around and look for those who go out for a walk in the morning. If you are an elderly person, ask them if they have any quick-acting Juxin pills or anything like that. I know some first aid methods to help the elderly." Yi Chen was familiar with this area and knew that there would be many old people walking here in the morning. Many elderly people suffer from cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases, so many elderly people will prepare some drugs such as Susha Juxin pills when they go out. As he said that, he glanced at the girl who was still in a daze and shouted, "What are you doing standing still? Go quickly. Remember, nitroglycerin or quick-acting heart-saving pills, whether your grandfather can survive depends on you." The girl agreed in a panic, and then quickly ran out to find someone as Yi Chen said. As for Yi Chen himself, after cleaning the vomit in the old man's mouth and nose, looking at the still filthy mouth and nose, thinking about the golden light he just saw, he still suppressed his nausea and started artificial respiration. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the girl to run back, followed by 2 old men who went out for a walk early in the morning. At the same time, there was also a medicine bottle that looked like a small board in his hand. What was inside was the Su-acting Juxin pill. Yi Chen got the medicine, quickly fed a few pills to the old man, and then continued artificial respiration. As time passed, Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the old man's symptoms began to gradually weaken. He gradually resumed his spontaneous breathing, and his body twitching also eased. To this extent, people are basically saved. The next step is to wait for the ambulance to arrive and send him to the hospital for a comprehensive examination to prevent something similar from happening again next time. "Young man, how are you?" An enthusiastic man next to him handed over a bottle of mineral water. Yi Chen took the water and rinsed his mouth. Then he realized that he was surrounded by old men and women. He then said, "The most dangerous time is over. Just wait for the ambulance to come. Don't worry, everyone." Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and they were full of praise for Yi Chen. What a nice young man, handsome and enthusiastic. Who says it's not the case? This old man suddenly fell ill on the road. If it hadn't been for this young man, it would have been difficult this time. Looking at this young man's standard skills, he must be studying medicine, right? Grandpa and aunt spoke to each other, and Yi Chen responded politely. But his eyes would glance at the concerned girl next to the old man from time to time. "No, sister, I saved your grandpa, and all the grandpas and aunties walking around are thanking me. Are you really not going to express your gratitude at all?" However, the girl was concerned about the old man's safety, and because she was young and didn't know much about the world, she naturally couldn't care about him at the moment. "I was just anxiously waiting for the ambulance and kept answering the phone. It seemed that many people were worried about the situation here and it seemed very busy. Fortunately, it didn't take long before the ambulance arrived, and the old man's family members came first. The first person to come was a middle-aged man wearing an executive jacket and a majestic look. After coming over and learning about the situation here, the middle-aged man dared to breathe a sigh of relief, and then thanked Yi Chen profusely and said that he would thank him again later. Seeing what he was wearing, Yi Chen guessed that the other party's identity was probably not simple. This would probably be a big thank you. Not hasty, it should be no problem to help him get through the difficulties ahead. I felt relieved immediately, but thinking about this, he thought again of the golden light he saw just now. According to his understanding of his own powers, this kind of golden light should be more than just able to help him get through the current difficulties. There are probably more benefits. Just at this time, the ambulance arrived. Yi Chen thought for a while and then came up with an idea. When the doctor and nurse who came with the car put the old man on a stretcher and pushed him into the car, they stepped forward and said that he had saved the old man just now. He knew the old man's condition better and hoped to go to the hospital with the car. After seeing his certificate from Tianai Medical College, the doctor agreed without much thought and let him get into the ambulance with the girl. As for the middle-aged man and other relatives who arrived one after another, they naturally drove behind the ambulance. Yi Chen finally figured out the situation of this girl's family in the car. Then he naturally took a breath. In girls' terms, the middle-aged man just now was her father, namely Qin Kang. Identity Tianai City Show, properly seal the border officials. And that's not all he got out of this girl's mouth. In addition to his biological father, who is the guardian of Tianai City, his uncles, aunts and other direct blood relatives also hold high positions. The most powerful one is the old man lying in the ambulance now. It is said that he worked in the imperial capital at the beginning. It would be no exaggeration to say that this family has a rich background. Only then did Yi Chen realize why the golden light was displayed when he used his supernatural power to detect it. This is close to the thigh, and judging from the current situation, as long as he hugs this thigh tightly, can he still be afraid of the Chen family? It doesn't exist. Qingya, wait for me, I will come to save you soon. Looking at the worried girl and the old man lying on the bed, Yi Chen secretly clenched his fists and felt very excited. The previous depression due to being turned into a gangster by the Chen family's manipulation was wiped away, and his fighting spirit suddenly became stronger. Full. In a bedroom on the top floor of Xingfeng building. The clothes scattered everywhere and the torn stockings all hinted at the madness last night. Chen Yi was lying on the bed looking at his phone and scrolling through the latest news. Qinju curled up in his arms like a kitten. Usually Qinju would get up before Chen Yi, but today it was Chen Yi who woke up first, indicating that she was probably very tired last night. It wasn't until 3 o'clock in the morning that Qinju stretched lazily. He woke up and was confused for a while before he remembered what happened last night. Seeing that his head was still resting on Chen Yi's arm, he immediately said in a panic, "I'm sorry, master, I slept for too long." "Sister Ju, you can sleep as long as you want." Chen Yi interrupted her, smiled nonchalantly, and then said, "Your superpower should have been awakened, right? What is it?" Superpower. Qinju was stunned for a moment, then stretched out his hand from the bed. The next moment, an electric arc suddenly appeared in the palm of her hand. When the arc came into contact with the surrounding air, there was an explosion. "Is this thunder and lightning?" Chen Yi looked at the arc in her palm with a strange expression. He said why he felt numb last night, as if there was an electric leak. "I thought it was Qinju who was gifted. Good guy, it turns out there's a real leakage of electricity, right? Well, I seem to have gained the ability to control thunder and lightning." Qinju looked at the electric arc jumping between his fingers, and wanted to try the power of the supernatural power, but when he thought that this was the young master's bedroom, he gave up the idea. "How do you feel about the power?" "The power, I haven't tried it and I'm not sure, but I feel that with just that one shot, it should be no problem to electrocute an elephant. The main thing is that I am well, a little tired now. If I have the physical strength if things are normal, there should be almost no restrictions on the use of similar attacks. If necessary, more lethal lightning attacks can be used." Qinju explained with a blushing face, "I can take a rest later. Let's test it in the lab." "Rest? Why rest? Let's take the test next time." However, Chen Yi turned over and looked at her. Feeling the increasingly dishonest hand, Qinju's face suddenly became more rosy. "Sister Ju, try to make some electricity leakage." Boom. In the huge indoor training ground. With the heartbreaking sound of flesh and blood clashing, Qinju, who broke the pillar of the arena, slowly got up from the ground. He glanced at the woman on the stage with a purple halo all over her body, and said to Chen Yi, who was watching the battle behind him, with some shame, "Master, I can't beat her. After awakening her powers, her strength has already changed. Judging from the standards given by Chen Yi, her physical fitness is now close to 8 points, and her mental strength is around 7 points. This is definitely extremely luxurious data for someone who has just awakened. Coupled with her superpowers and her extremely rich combat experience, it would be difficult for ordinary people to get close to her without using thermal weapons. However, with all aspects of supernatural power awakening data skyrocketing, Qinju was hit twice in succession. Once from Chen Yi, although they did not exchange boxing skills, they exchanged other aspects of their skills. Then Qinju found out in despair that even though he had awakened his powers, he was still no match for his young master and was tortured to death. The other time was naturally from the monster locked up in the underground laboratory, Su Yan. This woman has not awakened any superpowers yet, but her body itself seems to have the strongest superpower. Judging from the standards set by Chen Yi, Su Yan's physical and mental strength values may have exceeded 30 points. At first, Qinju was a little dissatisfied, thinking that with his combat experience and lightning powers, he should have no problem dealing with Su Yan, who only had brute strength. Then she discovered that Su Yan was a typical woman with thick blood and high defense. Her attack methods were simple and crude, but extremely effective. After being knocked away by Su Yan's unorganized punches several times in a row, but her thunder and lightning powers could not cause any harm to Su Yan even if she used them to the extreme, she finally accepted that she could not defeat Su Yan at all. Of course, this simply refers to the situation without using weapons. If weapons were allowed, Qinju felt that there was still a chance to snipe Su Yan from a long distance. However, just a few days ago, according to the data given by the researchers in the laboratory, it was not a big problem for an experienced agent like Qinju to kill Su Yan if he had weapons. But only a few days have passed, and now Qinju has awakened his superpower. Without weapons, I dare not say that I can definitely deal with Su Yan. There is no way, this woman is growing up too fast. After a while, Qinju didn't dare to think how far she would grow. Anyway, at this stage, according to the scientific researchers in the underground laboratory, the small room that has been reinforced countless times can no longer contain Su Yan. This time, after Chen Yi saw the reinforcement request from the laboratory, he brought Qinju down to have a look, and on a whim, he asked Qinju to compete with Su Yan. The result is of course needless to say. Don't be frustrated, powers will always get stronger gradually. Chen Yi smiled, but he didn't care about it. It would be strange if Qinju could beat Su Yan. After all, this is a doomsday taboo certified by the system, an existence known as the Daughter of Death. If nothing goes wrong, she will cause boundless evil in the apocalypse in the future. Those with superpowers after the apocalypse will not be able to do anything to her, let alone Qinju now. After saying that, Chen Yi easily jumped onto the ring, looked at the coquettish and charming Su Yan in front of him, and chuckled, "Let's compete." Su Yan glanced at him with purple pupils, and then said, "You are better than her, but you still can't beat me." She was telling the truth. After all, if we only look at the statistics, both of her statistics are over 30, and Chen Yi's only mental strength is over 20. Not even close. However, Chen Yi doesn't think that because the data is inferior, he is definitely not an opponent. The difference between the strength and weakness of superpowers determines that the battle between superpowers is definitely not based only on physical fitness and mental strength. Su Yan hasn't shown any powerful abilities yet, and Chen Yi thinks that his supernatural power should be pretty good. Whether you can win or not, you have to give it a try before you know. Chen Yi smiled and waved to her, "If you win, I can grant you a request." "I want blood. Yours. Can." Boom. After receiving Chen Yi's approval, Su Yan's eyes suddenly flashed with bloodlust and she stepped on the floor of the arena. She directly stepped on the tough floor made of composite materials to create a big crater, and Su Yan herself shot towards Chen Yi like a cannonball. Well done. Facing the menacing Su Yan, Chen Yi's eyes narrowed. A wisp of crimson flame ignited from the palm of his hand out of thin air and instantly gathered into a huge fireball. The next moment, the fireball collapsed like mercury pouring down the ground, and the flames spread instantly as if alive, covering every corner of his body. Wrapped in the flames, Chen Yi's strength suddenly surged, far exceeding the limit that his 18-year-old physique could exert. At the same time, Chen Yi's eyes glowed with golden light. Su Yan's speed, which was so fast that he couldn't react, immediately slowed down in his eyes. Taking a step back with his right foot, Chen Yi turned sideways lightly and easily dodged Su Yan's menacing blow. Su Yan obviously had little combat experience and relied solely on instinct. She had not considered what to do if a blow missed. At this moment, her body was suspended in the air and she had no way to use her strength. She could only watch helplessly as Chen Yi dodged her sideways, then his hand wrapped in flames reached out like a snake and grabbed her wrist. Immediately afterwards, Su Yan felt dizzy and then was hit hard to the ground, causing pain in her back. It was Chen Yi who used his strength to grab her hand and swing it around her in a circle before slamming it onto her on the ring. The force was so great that it not only smashed the ring, but also made a big crater out of the hard floor tiles under the ring. The cracks spread around like a spider web, and not a single complete floor tile could be found around 10 meters away. Hiss. The people watching the battle all around gasped in unison. Researchers in underground laboratories originally studied the coronavirus and related derivative phenomena. People with superpowers caused by viruses are naturally a top priority. When they heard that there was a person with superpowers who wanted to compete with the freak Su Yan, they naturally gathered around. At first, the scientific researchers were not too surprised when they saw that Chinju, a person with special powers, could not defeat Su Yan at all. After all, they knew Su Yan very well. This woman's current strength is enough to tear apart a tank with her hands, and it is no problem to deal with such a recently awakened superpower. However, at this time, Su Yan, who in their opinion was already non-human in all data, was subdued by her big boss with one move. This is quite scary. Are there any experts? However, it is different from the surprise of many scientific researchers. As the person involved, Chen Yi didn't feel that he had subdued Su Yan. Seeing the woman slowly getting up like a normal person, her eyes were full of solemnity. With his attack just now, even an elephant might have been smashed into pulp, but Su Yan didn't even scratch her skin. Her physical strength has reached an extremely outrageous level, far beyond what the current physical data can achieve. This means that Su Yan either deliberately hid her clumsiness in the previous test, or there's something mysterious about her body. No matter from which angle you look at it, this guy obviously didn't use his full strength when he competed with Chinju just now, and he may not even have used 20 to 30% of his strength. It really hurts. Su Yan slowly got up from the ground. Although she said it hurt, the excitement flashed through her charming pupils. Come again. Before she finished speaking, she disappeared directly from the spot. A wave of air burst out from the spot, and she appeared in front of Chen Yi in an instant. Even after she arrived, Chen Yi could barely hear the sound. Breaking the sound barrier speed, Chen Yi looked solemn. If it weren't for the blessing of the sky eye, he wouldn't even be able to see Su Yan's movements clearly. But with the blessing of the world, he could see clearly, but it didn't mean that his body could react and dodge. It can only be connected hard. The fist wrapped in flames hit Su Yan's fist wrapped in purple halo. Boom! A terrifying wave of air swept through the entire training room, and the arena, which was originally only a wreckage, was thrown away. Chinju, who was watching the battle inside, couldn't help but reach out to protect his face. The scientific researchers watching the battle outside were even more shocked. What level of power is this? Su Yan's power is so strong. Logically speaking, that room should have been unable to contain her for a long time. Why hasn't she tried to escape? Haha, if the young master hadn't come down last time to explain it, according to the way some of you treated her before, she would have broken out of the cage and gone on a killing spree. Thank you to the young master for your foresight. This kind of experimental material is really rare. Don't think about it. We can't contain her in the laboratory with her current power. Do you think the young master will let her stay down here? Even if it's just a beg, the old man wants the young master to give me some experimental materials. Wait, you said. The experimental material does not refer to the young master, right? Courageous. Amid the discussion among the crowd, the winner of the competition in the training room was finally decided. Although Su Yan's sudden burst of power was terrifying, it was still slightly inferior to Chen Yi's superpower. With the blessing of Zhenhuo, Chen Yi's strength was not inferior to that of Su Yan, whose physical statistics were much higher than his own, and even more so. Defeating Su Yan in a pure strength battle, he directly pressed her to the ground and rubbed her. At the same time, the omnipotent king's fire also caused great damage to Su Yan's tough body. Although she seemed to be protected by a special force within her body, the king's fire could not burn anything it touched like it did with other things. It would be extinguished not long after it fell on her. But even so, Su Yan's body is now covered with burn marks. According to the medical classification method, it was more or less a severe burn, and his life was not saved. But of course this injury is nothing to her. As long as there is enough flesh and blood for her to eat, she can recover in a day at most. Su Yan herself didn't care at all. At this time, Chen Yi, who was covered in bruises, pinched his neck and pressed him to the ground. Not only did he not show any sign of pain, but a strange flush appeared on the pale half of his face. He smiled with a trembling voice. What's wrong with you? Your fire is very powerful. I can't beat you now, but the time your fire can last should be limited. After you can't maintain this state, you won't be able to beat me. You're right, but if I want, I can kill you right now. Chen Yi said expressionlessly. At the same time, the hand wrapped in flames exerted force slightly, and Su Yan's slender neck was visibly dented. The flesh and blood made a sizzling sound when in close contact with the fire, and wisps of green smoke continued to rise. Su Yan didn't seem to care about this at all, as if her body wasn't her own and couldn't feel pain. Instead, she blinked her seductive eyes and asked with a smile, Ahem, will you kill me? Ahem. Of course not. Chen Yi smiled and let go. Looking at Su Yan's clothes that were burned to pieces by the fire, he took off his coat and threw it to her. Clean up and come up with me. You don't have to stay here anymore. Ding. The mission progress is refreshed. Su Yan's favorability towards you is plus 500. The current favorability is 2,160 points, and the trajectory of fate has been deflected by 21.6%. Looking at the prompt that popped up from the system, Chen Yi raised his eyebrows, but he was not too surprised. In fact, following his orders these days, the attitude of the entire basement laboratory towards Su Yan was completely different from before. Su Yan also knew very well who brought about this change. So I kept providing him with favorability points. Although there are only a few dozen points each time, over time, the accumulated points amount to more than 1,000. Including today's 500 points, this time it is considered to have exceeded the 2,000 mark, and the fate trajectory has been deflected by more than 20%. However, although Chen Yi was not surprised by this, the next notification sound from the system made him surprised. Ding! The host deflected Su Yan's fate and gained stage progress. The reward, a special metal sword. Special metal sword. The coronavirus is an extremely special virus that not only infects and mutates animals and plants, but also corrodes everything in the world, including inanimate metals. In the future, when scientific researchers studied eroded metal veins, they discovered an extremely rare mutated metal. This metal is an excellent conductor of all superpowers, but it has amazing destructive power on the flesh and blood of superpowers. It is an excellent material for making special weapons for superpowers. It was first discovered at scientists named it metametal. Weapons made of special metals can greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of superpowers. They are what all superpowers dream of in the apocalypse. However, even decades after the apocalypse, the coronavirus has eroded most of the world. Special metals are also extremely rare, and special metal weapons are hard to find. Chen Yi had received a reward once before when he gained 10 points of favorability from Su Yan for the first time, deflecting her fate by 0.1%. It never happened again. At that time, he thought that the system would give him a reward at the beginning, and the next reward would have to wait until the task was completed. Unexpectedly, the progress has exceeded 20% again. In this time's reward, Chen Yi looked at the ridiculously beautiful Tang Dao in the system panel thoughtfully. According to the description of the system, this thing is a weapon specially made for use by people with superpowers. With this, his combat effectiveness will most likely increase a lot. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Su Yan. This guy is really a lucky star. The first time he came, the system rewarded him with a virus-immune constitution. With this constitution and the super virus in Su Yan, he successfully awakened his powers. This time, I obtained a special weapon for superpowers from her, which greatly improved my combat effectiveness. This is not the daughter of death, she is clearly the goddess of luck. What have you been looking at me for? Are you suddenly regretting it? Su Yan's probing voice brought Chen Yi back to his senses. Seeing the worried look on this guy's face, Chen Yi smiled and said, of course I won't regret what I said, but you have to agree to a few conditions if you want to go out. Say, Su Yan tightened the clothes he gave her. First of all, after you go out, you must listen to me. You cannot run around, and you are not allowed to hurt or bite people at will. You know best how terrible the virus on your body is. Ms. Su must not want the world to become a dead place because of you. Bar. The virus in Su Yan's body can no longer be transmitted through the medium of air, so it doesn't hurt to take her out. Just because they are not transmitted through the air does not mean that the intensity of these viruses has decreased. On the contrary, the virus she carried was probably much more terrifying than when Su Chen asked her to bite him before. The virus outside now has an incubation period of half a month or even a month for ordinary people to be infected. It will not explode until the time is up. After the outbreak, there should be many people who will neither become superpowers nor be infected. It will still be ordinary people. When the end of the world truly comes, the concentration of the coronavirus will at best speed up the mutation rate of those who will be infected and mutate into monsters. There will be no incubation period. Ordinary people are still ordinary people, and people with superpowers are still people with superpowers. As for the virus on Su Yan, at this stage, in addition to people who are already superpowers, even those who can evolve into superpowers after being infected by ordinary viruses will directly become superpowers when exposed to her virus. Monsters can only be resisted by those who have acquired superpowers. In other words, she is a superdrug king. Chen Yi even felt that if she was allowed to develop for a while, even weak superpowers might not be able to withstand the virus in her body. But fortunately, this poison king's means of spreading the virus are now limited. As long as she... If you don't take the initiative to bite people, it is safer for ordinary people than most virus-infected people. So as long as she is obedient, there's no problem in taking her up. Hearing this, Su Yan nodded. Okay. The other thing is that after you go out, if there's a need in the laboratory, you should try your best to cooperate with the research. Of course, there will definitely not be too much research. At most, some virus samples will be taken from you occasionally. Chen Yi made a second request. Su Yan naturally has no problem with this. Anyway, this is what she does every day in the laboratory. Well, one last thing, sometimes I may need you to help me kill some people. Chen Yi made his last request. Kill. Not only was Su Yan not afraid, but her eyes flashed with excitement, and she quickly said, then I also have a request. Explain. If it's a person with superpowers, leave the body to me after killing it. Chen Yi was stunned for a moment, looked at the bloodthirsty look in this guy's eyes, paused, and said flatly, no. Why? Dead people are of no use to you. Su Yan asked puzzledly. When Chen Yi heard this, flames instantly covered his body, and he appeared in front of Su Yan in an instant. He grabbed her face and said in a cold voice, I only say this once, no cannibalism. After this guy mutated, he became extremely bloodthirsty, and instinctively liked to eat raw flesh and blood. She opened her mouth to ask for corpses, and Chen Yi immediately thought that she wanted to eat people. After all, she is not a serious superpower, but a semi-infected person. There are many real infectious agents in the laboratory, and those things are completely humanoid monsters. The biggest difference from the zombies in the movie is that they are stronger and faster, and they pose a greater threat to ordinary people. Cannibalism is nothing unusual for infected bodies. Infectious bodies have occasionally appeared outside, but the news has been suppressed by the authorities. It is certainly not difficult for the Chen family to obtain this news. In almost every case file of these infectious agents, it is written how many people were eaten. The biggest difference between Su Yan and these infected bodies is that she is stronger and can maintain a certain degree of sanity. So Chen Yi wasn't really surprised that she wanted to eat people, even people with superpowers. Eating people, Su Yan was obviously stunned for a moment, and then she slapped Chen Yi's hand away angrily, who said I want to eat people. I only want blood, and the blood of superpowers can increase my strength. Quote. Can the blood of superpowers enhance your power? Chen Yi narrowed his eyes and let go of his flaming hand. He really didn't know this. The research on Su Yan in the laboratory was limited to her extremely terrifying recovery ability. As long as she had enough flesh and blood to replenish energy, she could recover quickly no matter how serious the injury was. As for whether the blood of superpowers can make her stronger, even the top scientific researchers in the laboratory don't know. After all, there are too few superpowers at this stage, and there are simply no conditions to conduct experiments in this regard. Etc. Chen Yi was suddenly stunned. How did Su Yan know that the blood of superpowers could make her stronger? Logically speaking, she should have never seen a person with superpowers. How did you know? Since the person was right in front of him, he didn't bother to guess around and over again, so he asked directly. Because of you. Su Yan glanced at him in surprise. Didn't you drink a lot of blood from me last time? Me? Chen Yi was stunned for a moment, and his brows gradually wrinkled. If you think about it carefully, before he was bitten by Su Yan, the biggest difference between him and ordinary people was his immunity to the coronavirus. His Lord Fire ability was awakened after being infected by the super virus in Su Yan's body. That time has not come yet. Thinking of this, the first reaction in his mind was, is this thing considered a superpower? But he soon came to his senses, realizing that he might have underestimated the first reward this system gave him before. If virus immunity is really a kind of superpower, it may not be as simple as he imagined. It's you, what's the problem? Su Yan stood up slowly. She didn't seem to care at all about the burns all over her body. She twisted her pinched neck and said, I'm hungry. I have asked people to prepare food. We will go up to eat later. Chen Yi shook his head and walked out of the training room. As soon as he went out, two scholars in white coats came out. One of the middle-aged men with vaguely gray hair quickly said, Mr. Chen, are you really going to take her out? The concentration and toxicity of the virus she carries far exceeds the virus outside. if something goes wrong. Chen Yi glanced at him, then smiled and said, "Are you Professor Shen?" The middle-aged man in front of him was none other than Shen Yanxi's biological father, Shen Wangxi. He can be regarded as a leader in the entire Sha Kingdom's medical community. Shen Wangxi didn't expect that the young master actually knew him. Hearing this, he nodded quickly and said, "It's me. I also know what Professor Shen is worried about, but you should also know, Professor, that the virus in her body is very special and the conditions for transmission are relatively harsh. I will strictly restrain her after taking her out, so don't worry." With that, Chen Yi rolled up his sleeves and said, "It just so happens that I have another thing to ask you to do. Draw a tube of blood for me. My physique is quite special. You can ask Director Zhao of the Underground Research Institute about this later. He knows better. In short, compared to such a trivial matter as taking Su Yan out, this tube of blood should be of greater value to your research. Bigger." Draw blood. Shen Wangxi looked at Chen Yi's wrist, and then at Su Yan behind him, with a hesitant expression. But at this time, another gray-haired old scholar beside him said quickly, "No problem, of course no problem. As the young master said, the virus on this sus body is very contagious, and there's not much risk in taking it out. Master, please come this way, and we will draw your blood right now." Just kidding, compared to Su Yan who has been studying for so long and still hasn't figured out, even if she is released, it will be no problem to draw blood or something in the future. He wanted to know about the blood sample of Chen Yi, a superhuman being, when he was watching the battle just now. A moment ago, he was worried about how to open this door to Chen Yi. After all, whether it was Chen Yi or Qin Ju beside Chen Yi, if he didn't want to give, he had no choice at all. Unexpectedly, Chen Yi actually took the initiative to say this. So what's there to hesitate about? For these people who are obsessed with scientific research, valuable experimental materials are of course the most important thing. As for whether the super virus on Su Yan's body after being released will give the already shaky world another head-on blow, what does that have to do with him? What's more, Su Yan herself can't be locked up now, so what if she doesn't get released? Shen Wangxi on the side was silent for a moment and then nodded. Chen Yi then followed them to a sterile laboratory and drew a tube of blood using equipment that had been repeatedly sterilized. After that, some samples such as hair were left for them to observe an experiment, and then he left with Su Yan and Qin Ju. Su Yan was naturally extremely excited to finally leave the dark underground laboratory and return to the surface. This is mainly reflected in her appetite. This guy is now a veritable big eater. There is a large table full of dishes, including many hard dishes. As a result, Chen Yi and Qin Ju had not even eaten a few mouthfuls before they were fucked clean by her. But after awakening their powers, Chen Yi and Qin Ju were now extremely powerful. In desperation, he simply asked someone to roast a cow. A cow weighing more than 1 ton was completely destroyed by 1.5 infected people and 2 superpowers. This kind of appetite shocked Chen Yi himself. After he acquired the superpower, he maintained a normal pace of life and ate in a normal amount. I never expected that today, just because I had a sparring session with Su Yan, I felt like I was consuming a lot and that I would suddenly become so palatable. What's even more outrageous is that the 3 of them ate so much, but they didn't look like they were overeating at all. Chen Yi also quietly lifted up the corner of Qin Ju's clothes and took a look. After hundreds of kilograms of meat, the vest line on her abdomen was still clearly visible, and there was no sign of overeating. My own situation is similar. This discovery actually made him think about something further. If the situation of superhuman beings is similar to this, if food with higher energy cannot be found as a substitute in the future, then food will be the top priority, and it will be the most important thing for every superpower. A necessity for those who are capable. Under normal circumstances, when a person with superpowers is not using his superpowers, his food needs are similar to those of ordinary people. And once the power is used, or even the power is consumed excessively, the food intake will increase greatly. In the apocalypse, when the production order collapses, not only is there less food to be found, but there are also dangers everywhere, and superpowers need to be used from time to time. People with superpowers may become the group most likely to go hungry. The large demand for food may be a way to control people with superpowers in the future. Chen Yi's guess of using food to control people with superpowers may not be correct. After all, people can evolve and acquire superpowers after being infected with the virus. Some animals and plants can also be used. In this case, after animals and plants also acquire superpowers, the energy contained in their bodies may become a new, high-energy, high-protein food source that is more suitable for people with superpowers. And the possibility is very high. By the way, there are also memory fragments of the reborn. Chen Yi remembered another reward he got when he killed Fang Zan. For this kind of question, Fang Zan should be able to find the answer in his memory. So after eating, he asked Qin Ju to take Su Yan around and then went into his bedroom. Of course, he also didn't forget to ask Qin Ju to inform Chen Mi and other people in charge of increasing the original grain harvesting plant. Although he is still not sure whether the superpowers will be short of food after the apocalypse, but given that the 3 of them are so good at eating, it is always right to stock up on more. As soon as he returned to the room, Chen Yi lay down on the bed, looked at the sky shrouded in the night outside, and then used the memory fragment. The next moment, a wave of sleepiness hit me. He wasn't too surprised by this. According to the system, when using the memory fragments, he will be in a dream state and experience what he experienced before his rebirth from a first-person perspective as Fang Zan. At this time, his body will naturally start to sleep. Boundless darkness slowly enveloped Chen Yi's consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, he slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was a huge ladder classroom. The classroom was quite noisy. It seemed that get out of class had just ended. A group of young students were gathering together and shouting something. It seemed like, together, together, together. As if feeling a little noisy, Chen Yi saw himself getting up impatiently and coming to the crowd, opening his mouth, and was about to ask them to be quiet. But after seeing the man and woman surrounded by everyone, they froze on the spot. The girl is Ran Yuming, whom Fang Zan has known since childhood and has been his childhood sweetheart since they grew up together. And the man turned out to be Chen Yi. Seeing this scene, Chen Yi in the dream couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. No wonder Fang Zan, the boy, looked like he wanted to eat him alive when he saw him outside the hotel that day. It turned out that he had such a big problem in his previous life. But having said that, Chen Yi was a little confused. Would he really confess to a woman like Ran Yuming? Or is there some other secret behind this? With doubts, although he thought the plot was a bit vulgar, he still read on patiently. What happened next was uneventful. In Fang Zan's memory, Chen Yi's confession was successful, and he took Ran Yuming to check out a room that night. Fang Zan, heartbroken, followed him unwillingly, and was then offered 5 million by Chen Yi at the door of the hotel. The deposit card was humiliated in public, but Fang Zan was quite angry at this time, and naturally he was unwilling to accept this kind of food. Seeing this, Chen Yi couldn't help but suddenly realized, and he asked why he sent a text message that night telling Fang Zan to transfer the money in the card, and then this guy contributed so much resentment points. Co-author, after this guy was reborn, he originally came here to extort money. However, this method was a bit too crude and he did not hide his intentions. At that time, he discovered that Fang Zan seemed to be here for the money and transferred the money directly. This guy doesn't really think that once he is reborn, others will follow the script he knew before, and that he can pass the level just by copying the guide, right? People are the most unpredictable variable. Without such a bit of common sense, it was a waste of time to be reborn. Chen Yi complained while watching, but it did not affect his progress. The memories I'm looking at now are basically from before the end of the world. However, Chen Yi found many unusual things in these fragmented memories. From some details, he, an onlooker, could tell that the social atmosphere at this time was already very tense. The most intuitive point is that the Tianai University cafeteria where Fang Zan goes to eat every day provides less and less food. It was a bit meaty at first, but later it was just rice, cabbage, radish and the like. Later, even the staple food was not enough. Several canteens in huge schools could only feed students white porridge. At this time, even a mentally retarded person should realize that something is wrong. But Fang Zan, who had just broken up in love, was like a brainless idiot. He was still complaining that the food in the school cafeteria was getting worse and worse, and the food sold in the supermarket was getting more and more expensive. He did not realize that the crisis was coming. In this regard, Chen Yi's evaluation is number. As expected of a son of destiny, with his sense of smell so dulled to such an extent, he was not only able to survive when the doomsday came, but he was even able to be reborn after he died for an unknown amount of time. If the dog is lucky, it belongs to you. The picture flashed by quickly, and soon it was time for the end to come. The virus that had already infected countless people and had been dormant finally began to explode on a large scale. Overnight, countless people turned into humanoid monsters that drank blood. At the same time, there are also many lucky people who have received great opportunities and become transcendent superpowers. Most of the people who survived without mutating into monsters or evolving into superpowers died at the hands of countless monsters that suddenly appeared around them, and a small number of them survived. The survivors gradually gathered together through various means and began to huddle together for warmth. The new order after the apocalypse is gradually born. And those who mutate into monsters have a new name, zombies. This memory has come to an end here. From the perspective of Fang Zan, an ordinary person, Chen Yi saw a lot of valuable information, especially the news related to the time when the doomsday was coming. This information is of great value and can help him prepare for the end of the world and avoid many detours. It is worth savoring. However, the memory fragment obviously did not intend for him to review it slowly frame by frame, and soon began to play the next memory. Fortunately, Chen Yi has a good memory. Although he cannot dig out all the information at once, he can write down the general situation so that he can study it later. Have you heard? The medical saint seems to have returned to Tianai from Feixiang City. It is said that a blind tribe on the way saw the medical saint as a kind-hearted man and wanted to tie her up, but he was killed. Quote. Really, it seems that the medical saint is not only great at medical skills but also stronger in strength. How many people in this world can be stronger than her? I don't think so. I was lucky enough to see the medical saint and the masters of the Chen family kill the Snake King on Tianai Nanshan Mountain before. That strength tisk, it's too strong. Sometimes I'm very curious, we are all superpowers, why can others be so strong, but we only have so little ability, so we can only stay here as mercenaries, doing things like licking blood with the tip of a knife, and we have to worry about what to eat next. Hey, you didn't know this, right? The medical saint obtained a peerless treasure when the apocalypse first broke out. Oh, what a peerless treasure, please tell me about it. Keep your voice down, I've also heard about it. You know about the killing god Yi Chen. Everyone knows that he got the flower of dreams to be so strong, but few people know that there are actually two flowers of dreams, black ones. The flower represents death, and the white flower represents life. I heard that Yi Chen got the black one, and the medical saint got the white one, that's why they're so strong. The flower of dreams, two of them. Chen Yi's pupils couldn't help but shrink. He had speculated before that there might be more than one flower of dreams. Unexpectedly, it was confirmed here. In addition, other information exposed in this memory fragment is also worthy of careful consideration. The first one to bear the brunt is the Flying Bear City mentioned in it. This is not a unique post-apocalyptic city name, but one that exists now. And this city is extremely special. It is a city built out of thin air. Before the establishment of Feixiang City, the original site was just an empty farmland. It was a city built by Xia State to attract the village population due to the needs of some industrial transformation and the transfer of population pressure from giant cities. As of now, the city is basically completed, but no residents have moved in yet. To be honest, a brand new, completely uninhabited, empty city is undoubtedly the most suitable place to build a giant base in the end of the world. The most important thing is that this city went from project establishment to design to construction. Almost all of them were handled by people from the Chen family. This is also the core area of Chen family's power. Before, when Chen Yi knew that the end was coming, he heard rumors coming from his family that he seemed to be planning to transform Flying Bear City into a giant doomsday fortress. Currently, he is still running Tianai, so of course he doesn't know the specific progress there. But now judging from these memories, it should be successful. Flying Bear City. Chen Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he already had a lot of thoughts in his mind. Of course, it's just an idea. Flying Bear City is currently not within his reach. His current task is to take care of things on Tianai's side. Furthermore, if he can really sweep away Tianai and take everything here into his pocket, his future power may not be as powerful as the Chen family that monopolizes Flying Bear City. The memories continue to flow like a slideshow. During this period, Chen Yi got a lot of useful information. For example, what Fang Zan said when he got close to Zhao Qingye, that the Chen family laboratory had created a salvation serum that could control human evolution, was not just nonsense by Fang Zan, but it was true. For another example, according to Fang Zan's memory, after the end of the world, 3 superpowers will emerge in Tianai City, a world-class metropolis with a population of tens of millions, after the order is completely broken. They are the Xingfang Group, the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee, and the business alliance headed by Chen Yi, the eldest son of the Chen family. The sphere of influence of these 3 superpowers covers the river delta area including Tianai and several surrounding provinces and cities, and the population they directly control will reach 40 to 50 million after the end. Of course, there is no need to say more about Xingfang Group. To put it bluntly, it is part of the Chen family. It started preparations as soon as it was determined that the end of the world would come, and it has a strong foundation. The Doomsday Picture Preservation Committee is more interesting. It is a force jointly composed of the original official survivors of Tianai and surrounding provinces and cities in the military. They had eaten almost all the information that the Xia Kingdom had laid out in this area before the end. The strength is naturally extremely powerful, even worse than the Xingfang Group, which can only be regarded as a branch of the Chen family. As for the final merchant alliance, it is more interesting. After the Doomsday, or now, the Doomsday has not yet come. Many wealthy and powerful capitalists secretly formed this alliance after learning about the impending Doomsday. The members of the alliance are not limited to the Xia Kingdom, or simply put, the person leading the alliance is not even a businessman from the Xia Kingdom. This is a huge worldwide organization. The Merchant Alliance, which is one of the 3 superpowers in Tianai, along with the Xingfang Group and the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee, is actually just a branch of the real Merchant Alliance in the Xia Kingdom. For families like the Chen family or the government, businessmen are at a low level and are basically not looked at seriously by them. But when all the famous big capitalists in the world unite, it becomes a force that no one can ignore. These people hold the lifeblood of trade in their hands, which means they have control over massive resources. To have control over resources means to have control over everything. When order collapses and money becomes waste paper, the resources in their hands are truly valuable. Don't talk about neighbors stocking up on food and me stocking up on guns. Only merchants from the Shah Kingdom had difficulty obtaining weapons. For those foreign businessmen, weapons are not a rare thing. Even some world-renowned arms dealers are not official organizations of any country, but private enterprises. Therefore, after this alliance is formed, it is almost inevitable that it will become a superpower in the Doomsday. The Doomsday Map Preservation Committee and the Business Alliance seem to want to clear out these forces. There is still a lot to do to capture the treasure land of Tianai. Chen Yi let out a breath. The predecessors of these two forces are now officials from the provinces and cities around Tianai, and the other are just some businessmen. Under the existing order framework, when seeing Chen Yi, he could basically nod his head and act like a grandson. But after the birth of the new order, it is almost inevitable for these organizations with hard power and massive resources to grow. Even if he knew what was going on now, it would probably be too late to interfere in advance. Not to mention that what is listed here is just the 3 strongest forces in Tianai in the Apocalypse. There are more major forces that have not been listed below. Each of these major forces is very strong on paper. Although it is not as good as the Yusan family, it is not a vegetarian either. It takes a lot of effort to solve it. Until he finished reading the contents of the memory fragments, Chen Yi couldn't help but sigh. It was a long way to go to dominate the sky after the end, and it was far more difficult than he imagined. The tiger roars in the valley, and the dragon lurks in the abyss. Many capable people just don't show up in peacetime. Once troubled times come, these people will officially take the stage. They are not comparable to the so-called Sons of Destiny such as Fang Zan and Yi Chen who rose to prominence through bad luck. For Chen Yi, dealing with these people is far more troublesome than dealing with these Sons of Destiny. Of course, the information contained in the memory fragments is far more than that, and many of the pictures contain a lot of information about the post-apocalypse. It's just that the information is too much and too complicated, and the time is limited. Chen Yi can't analyze it all while reading it, and the system doesn't say it will give him a chance to read the file. So he could only write down a lot of things for the time being, and review them later when he had time. In addition to many details worth digging into, there are also many contents in the memory fragments that Chen Yi cannot understand at all. This is mainly because the memory fragments are intermittent and do not copy all the memories of Fang Zan's previous life in detail. His lack of understanding of the situation was what made him unable to understand. This is also normal. After all, a person's memory is close to a lifetime. If measured by modern standards, the human brain can store about 7 billion terabytes of data. What he saw were fragments, not everything. But just this part of the memory is enough for him to have a deep understanding of the situation after the end of the world. Chen Yi got a lot of important information from the memory fragments, but there were also a lot of things he wanted to know that he didn't get from them. For example, he clearly knows that the virus has completely broken out and the end is coming in the near future, but he doesn't know the specific day. For example, he only knew that the Flower of Dreams would appear in the Lotus Pond Wetland Park, but he also didn't know exactly when it would appear. But the good news is that regarding the Flower of Dreams, Chen Yi doesn't need to specify when he will show up because someone will naturally lead him. Yi Chen has been in a good mood these past 2 days. Fang Zan, a close friend he had just met before, died in front of him, and he was swept away by the haze of being targeted by the Chen family and becoming a gangster. The reason is very simple, he boarded the ship of Tianai City Show. When he saved the old man before, he didn't think much about it. He just saw the supernatural power indicating that it was a good thing, so he saved him. When he got the words out of the girl's mouth in the ambulance and found out that he was saving Tianai City Show's biological father, Yi Chen couldn't believe it for the first time. But what happened next made him quickly accept the result. Relying on the karma of saving the mayor's father and helping the Li family several times with his ability to judge good and bad luck, he quickly established a good relationship with the mayor's Li family. It can be regarded as completely getting rid of the dilemma of being easily turned into a black house by the Chen family and making it difficult to move forward. At the same time, he learned the general situation of Tianai from the Li family. I figured out what kind of family the Chen family was and how powerful it was. Of course, these were all information he got out of casual chat. Yi Chen was not stupid. When Chen Yi dared to kill Fang Zan in the downtown area before, he had guessed that the Chen family was definitely powerful, so naturally he did not dare to tell the Li family that it was the Chen family that he had offended. Otherwise, Yi Chen estimated that even if it was a life-saving favor, the Li family might not risk antagonizing the Chen family to help him. However, the information obtained in this way is ultimately limited and very subjective. It was impossible for the Li family to tell Yi Chen that Li Qingking, the highest-ranking governor of Tianai City, could only smile to please Chen Yi when he met him. Among the people of the Li family, the information Yi Chen got was that although the Chen family was strong, in the 3/3 of an acre of Tianai, a strong dragon could not suppress the local snake like the Li family. Is what the Li family said wrong? To a certain extent, this is actually true. After all, the Li family is not the Zhou family, and it is impossible for Chen Yi to just kill it. At this juncture, he really did not want to be at odds with the Li family. But this is just because the current situation is special and we don't want to cause any complications. It doesn't mean that the Chen family really has nothing to do against the local snake like the Li family in Tianai. The Li family themselves knew this, but they naturally did not want to weaken their prestige in front of outsiders, so they said such specious words. But when Yi Chen heard these words, he naturally understood that although the Li family might not be as strong as the Chen family in general, they definitely had no fear in Tianai. As a result, the original fear of Chen Yi was reduced a bit. Of course, although his fear of the Chen family has decreased a lot in the past few days, it is not without worries. That is naturally about Zhao Qingya. After all, it was impossible for him not to worry about his goddess being trapped in the enemy camp. Although he has a good relationship with the Li family now, it is obviously unrealistic to rely on this relationship to ask the Li family to help him go to the Chen family to request someone. You have to make your position in the Li family more special. So he is currently using his brain to try to capture Li Wantong, the daughter of the city guard Li Qingking. Unfortunately, the progress is quite impressive. Li Wantong has been busy taking care of the elderly recently and is not in the mood to pay attention to his various invitations and pursuits. Yi Chen has been Zhao Qingya's dog for so many years and has been rejected countless times but never gave up. Naturally, such a small setback will not make him depressed. On the contrary, it aroused his fighting spirit even more. The pursuit of Li Wantong became more and more intense. Li Qingking, the city guard, seemed to know about this, but he had no intention of stopping it. After all, Yi Chen is also one of the first batch of superpowers to appear in the world. Not to mention his own strength, this specialness is worth investing in the eyes of the Li family. If Li Wantong is willing, Li Qingking actually doesn't mind. The two men came together. In addition to trying to gain more support from Li Wantong and the Li family, Yi Chen did not forget to try to contact Zhao Qingya. What surprised him was that Zhao Qingya was actually able to get in touch with her. And he also learned that Zhao Qingya's freedom is actually unrestricted. She can go wherever she wants, but there will be people following her. This discovery made Yi Chen's mind become more active again. So I tasted. He tried to invite Zhao Qingya out, and during the chat, he hinted that he could get her out of Chen Yi's clutches. Zhao Qingya obviously understood his hint, and she was unusually cooperative this time. Thinking that he had booked a place at Lianqi Wetland Park to confess to Zhao Qingya, Yi Chen immediately invited Zhao Qingya to the wetland park. After all, although Zhao Qingya could move around as she pleased and even use her mobile phone to send messages, it seemed to Yi Chen that someone would still be watching her. So I tried to be as secretive as possible without exposing any flaws. He chose to invite her to Lianqi Wetland Park because he had already invited Zhao Qingya on WeChat many days ago when he had just reserved the venue. It wouldn't actually be out of the blue to invite him again now. Moreover, it is already a relatively remote place in Tianai City, far away from the Chen family's Xingfeng group. As long as Zhao Qingya cooperates with him and comes here, even if there are people from the Chen family following him, Yi Chen is confident that he can deal with the people from the Chen family and rescue Zhao Qingya. Of course, this plan was actually full of loopholes, and Yi Chen himself knew it. But the premise of being full of loopholes is that someone has been strictly watching him and Zhao Qingya. He didn't think that Chen Yi, the eldest son of the Chen family, would bother so much about this matter. After all, Yi Chen thought that he had only interacted with the Chen family twice, once in the sales department and once with Fang Zan. Later, he was turned into a criminal, and he was probably implicated because of Fang Zan. After he became a gangster, he was not hunted down or anything like that. He was living like a fish in water in the Li family these days. The Li family was very well informed and no one told him that the Chen family was chasing him. Yi Chen naturally thought that the Chen family didn't care about a little person like him. As for Zhao Qingya, seeing how she went wherever she wanted, the Chen family naturally didn't care. He even suspected that the Chen family might not know about his relationship with Zhao Qingya. So for such a plan full of loopholes, he felt that the probability of success was extremely high. Although he thought nothing would go wrong, Yi Chen had already been beaten several times after gaining the power of floating. At this time, his character has become extremely cautious. So when I made an appointment with Zhao Qingya to meet at Lianqi Wetland Park, I decided to go to the stepping spot first to check out the situation. Just in case something unexpected happens. For some reason, he always felt uneasy. As if something bad was about to happen. Therefore, he not only rushed to the Lotus Pond Wetland Park in advance to check out the spot, but he even used the power that he used 3 times a day. The detection results directly made him throw away almost all his worries. Gold, good luck, and it was a brighter golden color than when he met the old man of the Li family that morning when he was ill. It was so bright that he couldn't even open his eyes. It's just that unlike the pure gold at that time, the gold I saw this time in Lianqi Wetland Park was faintly mixed with some scarlet blood. Yi Chen didn't quite understand what this meant, because he had never seen such a bright and blinding color in the power before, let alone such red. He guessed that the opportunity here may have reached a certain threshold, and it may have triggered another level of prompts. It seems that the one with better luck than gold should be red. Yi Chen was thoughtful and couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. He never expected that he just wanted to fish out the goddess, but he would inexplicably run into such great luck. It is fitting that he should rise in the coming apocalypse. While Yi Chen was excited, Chen Yi finally finished reading the memory fragments of the reborn person. He started to watch in dreamland at night, and when he woke up, it was already the next morning. I looked at the time and saw that today happened to be October 30th. If he remembered correctly, it was the day when Yi Chen reserved the venue at Lianqi Wetland Park. If nothing else happened, it was very likely that the Flower of Dreams appeared in the wetland park during this time. Yi Chen's whereabouts these days have actually been under his control. Although this person is more difficult to deal with than Fang Zan and requires much more vigilance, it is not difficult for the elite members of the Chen family to grasp his whereabouts. But like dealing with Fang Zan, it is more difficult to know his every move, every word and every action. However, Yi Chen was different from Fang Zan, and there was no need to monitor his words and deeds. It was enough to know his whereabouts. After getting up and taking a shower, Chen Yi just walked out of the bedroom door and saw Qinju waiting outside. Seeing him coming out, Qinju quickly stood up with a piece of information and said, "Master, the people watching over there have received news that Yi Chen left the Li family this morning and went to the Lianqi Wetland Park." Sure enough, I went. Chen Yi took the information and took a look at it, then smiled and said, "Zhao Qingya did a good job. After this is completed, remember to distribute rewards according to the family's highest standards." The highest standard, Qinju was stunned for a moment, a little confused. A family like the Chen family naturally has a set of internal rules. Generally speaking, if you make a contribution to the family, you can get rewards from the family. The rewards are graded and increase gradually. As for the highest standard of reward standards, it is no exaggeration to say that before the order collapses, it is easy to make people become billionaires out of thin air. The Chen family has issued very few rewards of this kind, and even Qinju has not received rewards of this level yet. Well, the highest standard, if this thing comes to pass. Chen Yi's eyes narrowed slightly and he said no more. Qinju, who was familiar with his young master, immediately realized the importance of this matter from Chen Yi's attitude at this moment. Without another word, she nodded immediately and then said, "Are we going to send more manpower to Lianqi Wetland Park later? I asked you to arrange some people to control the area around the park before, right? What's the situation there now?" Chen Yi asked instead. "A combined battalion of troops has been deployed." Qinju gave the answer without thinking. "That's basically enough. There's no need to send extra manpower." Chen Yi shook his head and said, "Order all ministries to speed up the storage of supplies. The situation is getting more and more tense now. It's okay to use some special means when necessary. Today is October 30th. I want to see at least 1.5 times the original plan in the warehouse before the 10th of next month. Also, have you distributed all the 20 serums I gave you a few days ago?" Qinju quickly took notes and quickly replied, "I distributed them all yesterday. They are all good players carefully selected by me. They are of clean origin and have no problem with their loyalty. They will only obey. Master, you alone give orders." Quote, "These 20 people have basically completed the awakening of their powers. However, the powers of some of them did not seem to be so suitable for frontal combat. Of course, this is compared to other people with powers. Compared with ordinary people, they without relying on supernatural powers, the power alone is far beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Do you need to call them over to take a look?" "No need, you can ask those who have awakened combat powers to go directly to Lianqi Wetland Park. As for those powers that are not suitable for combat, report them to the Underground Research Institute first and let the scientific researchers think about it." Su Chen thought for a moment and said, "Some abilities are suitable for combat and some are not." He had actually guessed this before. Yi Chen's current superpower was most likely not suitable for combat. This kind of superpower cannot be said to be useless. On the contrary, it is easy to see from Yi Chen's various bad luck that some non-combat superpowers may not be as useful as combat superpowers in other fields. The power is greater. "We have a total of 18 superpowers suitable for fighting. Do we want to send them all?" Qinju said in surprise. In her opinion, this force is now enough to storm the Tianai City Hall and capture the city guard alive. They were all sent to catch Yi Chen, which would be overkill. "Send them all, and he will come with me later. By the way, where's Su Yan? Ask her to come too." Chen Yi said decisively. "Just kidding, a lion fights a rabbit with all his strength. Although he doesn't think much of the abilities of these destiny children, he has never underestimated the bad luck of these people. Otherwise, if the Flower of Dreams still falls into Yi Chen's hands, then his work these days will be in vain, and the benefits of killing Fang Zan, the Son of Destiny, will be greatly reduced. After all, apart from the rewards from the system, the most important thing he got from Fang Zan was the information about the Flower of Dreams. For this reason, he took out time to prepare for half a month in the intensive preparations before the end. There is absolutely no room for error. Stealing the Flower of Dreams is essentially robbing Yi Chen, the destined son, of his destiny. So Chen Yi chose to let Yi Chen come over when he could have directly sealed off the Lianqi wetland park to prevent any accidents. They even asked Zhao Qingye to cooperate with the acting to trick Yi Chen over. Because he was worried that if the Son of Destiny did not appear, maybe the pair of dream flowers that created the two Doomsday superpowers would not appear either. Chen Yi didn't believe in luck before, but after the system appeared and he saw these children of destiny with his own eyes, he had no choice but to believe it. It is worth mentioning that in the past 2 days, it seemed that it was because he had left Zhao Qingye in the Xingfeng group. Although Yi Chen had fallen into the lap of the Li family and got rid of the pressure exerted on him by the Chen family. But he kept contributing resentment points to Chen Yi. Now Yi Chen's resentment value has reached more than 4,300, and the kill probability has also reached 43%. Chen Yi didn't know how much the chance of killing would increase if he snatched the dream flower in front of Yi Chen this time, but it would definitely be no less. At that time, if the probability of losing one of them exceeds 90%, it might be a good idea to kill him to avoid future troubles. Although the rewards of this system will be much less, it will also save him a lot of trouble. If not, then he planned to let Yi Chen go for the time being, so as not to cause trouble, and like the previous attempt to let Qin Ju kill Fang Zan, not only did he not kill him, but he also lost the chance of killing him. October 30th, evening, Yi Chen, who had dressed up in disguise, slowly walked towards the Lotus Pond Wetland Park with a backpack on his back and half a bottle of mineral water in his hand. It looked like a foreign tourist who was tired of walking and wanted to take a rest in the park. But as soon as he reached the door, the park security guard stopped him with his hand and said with an apology, "I'm sorry, sir, our place has been booked today. No one else is allowed in except the designated invitees." That's it, forget it. Yi Chen replied with a surprised expression, and then left the park gate very naturally. As he walked, he was still looking around, as if looking for a place to rest, and soon left the sight of the security guard at the door. Being stopped at the door not only did not make Yi Chen depressed, but actually made him let go of his worries. He had booked today's event a long time ago, and now it is only right that the park does not allow idlers to enter. After all, although this is a park in name, it is essentially a commercial farm located in the urban area. It cannot be like other parks where anyone can enter. Of course, it was actually Yi Chen's whim to try it out in disguise. He didn't know why, but he always felt a little uneasy, as if something big was going to happen soon. Because he was afraid of an accident, he came to test the situation in the park. Logically speaking, if he is really being targeted and someone is planning to harm him in this park, then his clumsy disguise will definitely not be able to hide it from the eyes of the other party. People are eager for him to enter, so how can they stop him? Outside. Since the park security guards are still working as before, there should be no problem. But even so, Yi Chen had no intention of taking off his makeup after coming out and walking in with his original identity. Although he felt that the Chen family should not worry about this little person like him after so long, he always erred on the side of caution. What's more, if Zhao Qingye comes later, he will be waiting for an opportunity to save the goddess from the clutches, so it is naturally difficult to reveal his identity now. Even if the Chen family did a little research afterwards and found out that he was the one who asked Zhao Qingye out, and he was probably the one who rescued Zhao Qingye, but so what? Do you have evidence? If he had no backer, Yi Chen would certainly not have the absurd idea that the Chen family could not do anything to him without evidence. But he has a backer now. Yi Chen didn't believe that the Chen family would offend the Li family at this juncture for a mere woman and a nobody like him. Therefore, it is important to him not to be caught. Otherwise, if there is really evidence to prove that he rescued Zhao Qingye, then the Li family will be in trouble if they want to speak for him. Yi Chen quietly reached a place in the woods outside the park wall. Seeing no one around, Yi Chen gently turned over and crossed the nearly 3-meter high iron fence. As soon as he entered the park, there was grass beside the lake. He took advantage of the situation and lay down in the grass. Then he slowly took out a telescope from his bag. This place was carefully selected when he visited 2 days ago. The location is very good. It's just in the grass by the lake. It's inconspicuous at all, and because it's a hillside and the terrain is relatively high, you can see it from here. You can easily see the general situation of the park entrance and main activity areas. Yi Chen was quite proud of this, and at one point he felt that he did have the talent to be a scout. He was attracted to such a good position at a glance. And there was a lot of preparation for that. At this time, he lay down in the grass and took out things from his bag one by one. Not only did he have binoculars, but he also brought camouflage blankets and night vision goggles. The light green camouflage blanket was draped around him, and he didn't know how to expose it. The night vision device was a military product he got from the Li family, and it was very useful. The time he made an appointment with Zhao Qingye was 7 o'clock in the evening. This season, it was almost completely dark at 7 o'clock in the evening. That's when the night vision devices came into play. Now he has everything ready, all he needs is the east wind. I looked at the time and saw that it was only around 4:30 in the afternoon, not even 5 o'clock. Yi Chen lay quietly in the grass and did not look at the door. Instead, he used binoculars to observe the main activity areas inside the park and the behavior of the park staff. After observing for a long time, he didn't see anything unusual, and his worried heart slowly relaxed. It seems that I'm overthinking it. Also, why is a family as big as the Chen family trying so hard to deal with me? It's not like they've eaten too much. He shook his head mockingly. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, but there was still a while before the time agreed with Zhao Qingye, he lay there a little bored and counted ants. He had already confirmed it with his superpower before, and there would be a great opportunity coming here today. He didn't know what the specific opportunity was. As for why you were still lying here and not taking the initiative to look for it. According to Yi Chen's past experience, as long as he gets to where he should be, he will usually come to him for this kind of thing. There is no need to look for it on his own. After lying down for a while, Yi Chen was a little bored and wanted to find something to do, but it was already dark now and he was afraid that someone would be discovered playing with his mobile phone here. Out of boredom, he simply took out the night vision device. He must have tried this thing before coming here, but it was idle anyway, so he might as well check it again. With this in mind, he put the night vision goggles on his head. But the next moment, he was stunned for a moment. What the hell? Is this thing broken? This night vision device has a thermal imaging function, which can capture thermal radiation at night and present it in front of him through images. Generally speaking, the image of an object with a higher temperature is closer to a warm color. Mammals have a higher body temperature and will generally appear directly in orange or red. But now, as soon as Yi Chen put on the night vision goggles, he discovered that less than 1 meter next to him was a huge red heat source, almost filling the screen of the night vision goggles in front of him. After being confused for a while, Yi Chen opened the night vision goggles and looked at the place that radiated a huge heat source. It was clearly a flat piece of grass and sand, no different from the surrounding area. How could there be any heat source? The confused Yi Chen put on his night vision goggles again and took a look. Well, that big chunk of heat is still there. Damn it, what a ghost, it was fine yesterday, is it really bad? Unwilling to give up, Yi Chen put on his night vision goggles and looked around again. Then I saw that in this palm-sized small park, there were hundreds of human-shaped heat sources densely distributed, and they looked red at first glance. Especially the lakeside was the hardest hit area. The grass surrounding the lake was basically packed with heat sources, and there was rarely even an open space. Just outrageous. This result made Yi Chen amused. Dang even took off the night vision goggles and threw them aside. He stared at the dim sky and picked up the telescope to look around. Those places that showed heat sources under the night vision goggles clearly didn't have a single hair on them. You were raised by force, what kind of military product is this quality? It broke in less than a day. Isn't this a fake and shoddy product? Yi Chen cursed in a low voice. It's clear that there's nothing, but it shows that there's a heat source. What the hell, if you were a timid person, you might think you have hit a ghost. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand toward the location where the heat source appeared. However, the next moment, the soil and grass roots that seemed normal to him suddenly moved. Before Yi Chen could react, he saw a black pipe sticking out of the pile of soil. If you don't want to die, get out. A low voice came from under the ground, and Yi Chen's hand froze in the air, neither up nor down. After being stunned for a while, he forced out a smile and said, I'm sorry to bother you. As soon as he finished speaking, he hurriedly crawled to the side. Halfway through the climb, he didn't forget to look back and pick up the night vision device that was thrown aside. Get out of here, leave your stuff behind. Hey, okay brother, Yi Chen agreed without thinking, and then rolled and crawled for dozens of meters before he breathed a sigh of relief. But when he stopped, he felt that the grass under him seemed to be abnormally soft. When he thought of the red dots he saw all over the screen in the night vision device, he couldn't help but swallow and look down carefully. Sure enough, a black muzzle appeared in the weeds at my feet. Sorry, get out of here. Yi Chen chuckled in a low voice, and then without thinking, he bent down and ran through the grass. When he arrived at the fence of the park, he didn't care about what was going on outside and jumped out. Only then did he realize it. Something big happened. Of course, he didn't feel that these things were directed at him. After all, he had to run out completely after bumping into the lurking people. Obviously these people lurking here had other intentions. The target was not him, and they did not intend to be exposed at this time, so he could run away. Otherwise, with his running around just now, he would have stepped on so many disguised people that even 10 lives would not be enough to kill him. Why are there so many people, armed with weapons, lurking here? Yi Chen gasped and thought about the reason. Soon I thought of the bright golden light when the power was prompted. Are they all here to seize the opportunity? Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but be surprised. If his guess is true, it proves that he is not the only one who knows about the possible opportunities here. This is not the kind of opportunity that belongs to him alone. After acquiring the superpower for so long, he has roughly figured out how to use his superpower. Although most of the time, if the superpower shows good luck, he will get lucky. But not all of this great luck will come automatically to him just by lying still. The luck presented by superpowers is generally divided into two types. One was what he encountered when he rescued the old man of the Li family. At that time, he was probably the only one present who could save the old man of the Li family. This kind of thing was equivalent to good luck. The other type is items. For example, when he went to the antique market to look for valuable antiques, he would often encounter some elderly antique-loving men trying to grab the goods from him. It's just that he used his powers to make sure that what he liked was good, and he had no scruples, so he could often get what he liked. Even so, some things are not easy to obtain casually. Antiques that can easily sell for tens of millions or hundreds of millions are placed on the stalls. He has also encountered situations where the stall owner did not have 200,000 yuan to sell. He didn't have much money at that time. 200,000 was undoubtedly a huge amount of money for him, but an old man next to him was willing to pay 100,000 for it. He almost passed by this treasure. In the end, he was determined. It was indeed valuable, so I scraped together enough to get 200,000 yuan. I snatched the treasure from the stall owner and returned home with the treasure under the regretful eyes of the old man. It was foreseeable that if he didn't work hard at that time, the stall owner would probably sell the item to the old man in the end. After all, the stall owner himself doesn't know whether this thing is real or fake and how much it is worth. Otherwise, it would not be sold at such a low price. In other words, the luck of items is something he needs to fight for to obtain. It does not mean that treasures will come to him just by sitting still. What to do? Realizing that the opportunity in the park might be wrong, Yi Chen immediately became anxious. After thinking about it again and again, looking at the park not far away, he gritted his teeth and approached it. At night, only the entrance and main activity areas of the park are lit, and there are only sporadic dim street lights around the lake. It looks dark and gloomy. It was like a predatory beast opening its bloody mouth, ready to devour everyone inside. The sound of brakes sounded. A fleet of black Rolls-Royces slowly stopped on the roadside not far from Lianqi Wetland Park. As soon as the motorcade stopped, a dozen men and women wearing crisp suits and looking like bodyguards got out of the cars in front and behind. After getting out of the car, these people looked around and made sure it was safe before one of them opened the door of the car in the middle. Chen Yi slowly got out of the car, followed by Qin Ju and Su Yan, a crazy beauty. At the same time, in the car behind them, Shen Yanxi and Zhao Qingya also got out of the car. Zhao Qingya came over and it was easy to understand. To put it bluntly, it was because of Yi Chen's mentality. There was no other reason for bringing Shen Yanxi here, it was simply because in the original timeline, Shen Yanxi got the flower that represented life among the flowers of dreams. Logically speaking, given Yi Chen's dog-licking attributes, this flower should be given to Zhao Qingya. It makes no sense that Shen Yanxi got it in the end. But in Fang Zan's memory, it was Shen Yanxi who received the other flower of dreams. Therefore, Chen Yi estimated that even if the dream flower was placed there, not everyone could get it. She probably had certain requirements for the user, so he brought her here to avoid wasting this treasure. What's going on with Yi Chen now? Looking at the park from a distance, Chen Yi asked calmly. Our people noticed that Yi Chen entered the park more than an hour ago, but after staying for nearly an hour, he ran out again, looking very flustered. We guessed that he met someone inside. Qin Ju replied immediately. Ha, Chen Yi sneered. Have the identities of these people been found out? Who sent them? We are still investigating, and we already have some clues. The results should be available soon, Qin Ju said without thinking. When Chen Yi heard this, he didn't continue to ask. He looked at the park not far away with a faint look. A group of rats in a smelly ditch want to change the world. Yes, the hiding people Yi Chen met in the park were not from the Chen family. Instead, they were a group of unidentified outsiders who gradually gathered in the park over the past 2 days. At first, the guard who was arranged by Chen Yi to wait for Yi Chen to surrender in the park accidentally discovered one this morning. The guard did not take action immediately, but reported it directly to the superior. At that time, Chen Yi was still digesting the memory fragments. Qin Ju considered that this was related to some important strategies of Chen Yi, so he did not alert the enemy but only asked people to secretly investigate the situation in the park. After a round of inspection, it was clearly determined that there were dozens of outsiders lurking in the park, and the exact number was even more numerous. Therefore, she used her authority to directly mobilize a synthetic battalion-level force to directly control the surrounding areas of the park secretly. In her opinion, no matter what the background of these hidden people is, in this Tianai city, the power of a combined battalion is enough to crush these people. This is why when Chen Yi asked her in the morning, she said that it had been arranged and there was no need to worry. However, not long ago, she received another report that the soldiers from the surrounding synthetic battalion discovered a large number of suspicious people. This shows that not only a large number of unidentified militants have infiltrated the Lianqi wetland park at this time, but there are also an unknown number of people around. Faced with this situation, if it were Chen Yi before, he probably would not have chosen to come here at this time because the situation was too weird. According to the information given by the Chen family's intelligence department, the entire Tianai should currently be closed except for his Chen family and the official. There is no such thing as a force of this scale. The Chen family was watching every official move, so it was impossible to secretly send so many people out without him knowing about it. It's like a bunch of people appeared out of nowhere. What's even more weird is that this group of people just appeared in the Lianqi wetland park. To be honest, Chen Yi was a little confused when he heard the news for the first time. But he quickly thought of another piece of information obtained from the memory fragments of the reborn person. Merchant Alliance. In the future doomsday, Tianai can compete with him and the remaining official forces, but now it is an unknown organization. The memory fragments did not mention when this organization was established, but they mentioned that the businessmen's rapid rise was very sudden. Before their sudden rise, few people expected that such an organization would emerge. So if it is a business alliance, it is normal for the Chen family not to know the details of these people now. In this era, the power of those big capitalists if they unite is very terrifying. Even for the Chen family, it would be difficult to discover the existence of such an organization if you don't go out of your way to understand it. Therefore, after learning the news here, the first thing Chen Yi thought of was the Merchant Alliance, a force that was still relatively unknown at this stage. So in the afternoon, people started investigating from various well-known businessmen in Tianai. Sure enough, the clues were soon found. Facts have proved that the Merchant Alliance's work is not watertight. The reason why it has suddenly emerged is simply because no one paid special attention to them before. However, the news found out made Chen Yi frown, because the first important information that people who went to investigate the Merchant Alliance found was that there were people from the Merchant Alliance within the Xingfeng group. And the position is still very high, second only to Chen Ming, the head of Xingfeng group on the surface. Through this clue, the Chen family quickly figured out why the Merchant Alliance sent so many people to Lianqi wetland park. It's ridiculous. In fact, they themselves didn't know why they sent so many people. I only learned about Chen Yi's layout and attitude towards this small park from the spies of the Xingfeng group, and guess that something important might appear here, or even some kind of treasure mutated by the virus. The virus has been around for so long. Naturally, the research on viruses is not limited to the Chen family. People all over the world are spending crazy money on this matter. Many major forces know that viruses can not only turn people into monsters or activate supernatural powers, but can also give some things magical powers. It's no secret that babies born under the influence of the virus are born. People in the business alliance have obviously studied Chen Yi's character for a long time and know that he does things in a measured manner. If something important hadn't appeared, just to deal with a small person like Yi Chen, Chen Yi would never have gone to war like this. So they wanted to get involved. This is the current situation. Of course, this is just the speculation of the Chen family based on the available information. Chen Yi is not sure why the Merchant Alliance wants to mobilize forces like this. Maybe these people got some more important information. It may also be that someone in the Merchant Alliance has a power similar to Yi Chen. After discovering the unusual layout of the Chen family around the Lianqi wetland park, they sent someone to investigate and found that something extraordinary would appear here, so they gathering so much strength, I want to intervene. Chen Yi believes that the latter is more likely. After all, in this era, any kind of weird superpowers may appear. But this is no longer important. He is bound to get the flower of dreams. Whoever wants to get involved tonight will die. What people want to check now is just how many members the Merchant Alliance has in Tianai and how powerful it is. Once he finds out, the fun is naturally yet to come. As for the people who have been sent to Dai Sui to break ground, it's almost time, let's have people clean up the park. Chen Yi gave an order and then walked straight to the park gate with his hands behind his back. When Qin Ju heard this, he clicked on his headset and said indifferently, kill. Bang! A crisp sound sounded in the park not far away. The fire tore through the dark night, and also tore through the tranquility of this giant city in the last layer of window paper before the end. What followed was the sound of gunfire as crisp as fried beans. The wails and screams mixed with the gunshots alarmed countless people around him. The vehicles on the road and the passers-by looking at him looked at him sideways. In this country that has been at peace for decades, people are somewhat unfamiliar with the outpouring of firepower from weapons of this scale. Many people did not even realize what was happening for a while. However, things clearly don't end with their shock. Before the people around him could react, several large warehouses not far from the park, which seemed to have been idle, suddenly heard the roar of engines. Tanks with shiny muzzles smashed open the rolling doors and came out. Behind the tanks were dozens of the latest infantry fighting vehicles. As soon as these tanks appeared, they raised their muzzles and pointed them in the direction of the park. As for those infantry fighting vehicles, as soon as they came out, they ramped up their speed and killed them. Along with these heavy weapons, there were more than a dozen armed helicopters painted in camouflage in the sky. At this moment, the Chen family, one of the strongest families in the Xia Kingdom, finally tore off all disguises and exposed their fangs in the largest city of the Xia Kingdom when the end was about to come. Are you crazy? Is this a violation of heaven's rules? On the outskirts of Lianqi Wetland Park, Yi Chen ran back again without giving up, but did not dare to enter the park. He was stunned when he looked at the huge bomb crater in front of him and the fence that was torn apart by the shells. What the hell, he never expected that he would sneak into a park on the outskirts of Tianai City and almost be killed by a cannonball. This is too outrageous. There was a direct fight in Tianai City in broad daylight, and even heavy weapons such as tanks were used. Is there any other method? Vaguely, he seemed to understand the meaning of the ray of blood and the golden light he saw in his superpower. Damn it, there's obviously a bloody disaster. If you encounter the real person version of eating chicken directly offline, is a yes. However, Yi Chen's ability to become the son of destiny did not rely solely on luck. He was much stronger than Fang Zan, who only followed the steps after his rebirth. When he found out that there were so many people hiding in the park, he was a little reluctant, thinking that this auspicious opportunity might not be the right one for him. But now suddenly another force intervened, and the two sides started fighting. Yi Chen was on the front line of the battlefield, but he became more alert. This is a city, and even if it's a suburb of one of the largest cities in the world. The population density is also definitely higher than 99% of the world. If the two sides fight here, it will inevitably affect ordinary people. The scene couldn't just be a melee between two parties, but an extraordinary chaos. In this chaos, Yi Chen smelled a scent called opportunity. Looking at the war-torn park, he just hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and entered the park again through the gap in the wall blown by the shells. Not long after he came in, he heard a muffled sound not far away. When he pushed aside the grass, he found a gun barrel sticking out from under a tree. To be honest, if it weren't for the smoke still coming from the muzzle of the gun, he would never have imagined that there was a person lying here when he walked up to someone's face. But now that it had been discovered, Yi Chen was heartbroken and took out a half-foot-long dagger from his arms and quietly touched the back of the sniper lurking under the tree. He is a superpower. Even without professional training, he can already control the muscles of his whole body very well. It was not difficult for him to walk without making any noise. It wasn't until they were close to each other that he suddenly realized that there was not only one person lying under the tree, but two people. A sniper, an observer. As soon as he got here, he heard the sniper say, "At 3 o'clock, the young man wearing a black suit walking in front of a group of people with several women behind him is an important target. Wind speed, XXX, humidity, XXX." Yi Chen didn't know who they were targeting, and it was even more difficult to understand that there were such coquettish people in the world who dared to walk around with a girl in a place like this. But this did not prevent him from discovering a blind spot. The place where these two people are hiding should be considered a relatively safe corner in the park now, with a wide view and completely inconspicuous. After all, it is the sniper position chosen by a professional sniper, which is much better than the place he chose before. If he kills them and hides here, and then waits for an opportunity to act, it will be even more powerful for his plan of fishing in troubled waters. That unknown unlucky guy who was targeted, thank you, Grandpa Yi Chen, for saving your life. Yi Chen raised his dagger and stabbed it down amid the chaotic sound of gunfire. One knife pierced the observer's entire neck. Then, without waiting for the sniper on the side to react, he turned around and sealed his throat with a knife. In just 3 seconds, Yi Chen, who had never killed anyone before, killed 2 living people. Looking at the bloody corpse in front of him, not only did he not feel fear, but his heartbeat accelerated, adrenaline surged, and he was filled with excitement. Ever since he knew that the end was coming, Yi Chen had been mentally preparing for the murder. Ha ha, is this what killing feels like? The violent gene coming from the depths of the superpower's instinct made Yi Chen look at the blood and corpses in front of him and couldn't help but tremble. Then he discovered the trophies left by the two men. A high-precision sniper rifle, and a set of sighting equipment that looked valuable. This came in handy for Yi Chen, who was eager to understand the situation, but was robbed of his night vision goggles. Immediately, he didn't dislike the 2 bloody corpses and moved the corpses to the side, while he lay down inside. He casually picked up the side of the observer and pointed it at him. The direction he was looking at. "Let me see which lucky guy is saved by me. Hey, is this girl with tattoos on her face so beautiful? There's a girl wearing high heels and black stockings next to her. Walking in a place like this. These legs, slick also, the other one is not bad. This figure, wait a minute, why does this figure look familiar? This is Zhao Qingye. Wait a minute, that slutty guy in front of him, holy shit, is that stupid Chen Yi?" When he saw Chen Yi walking in front of Zhao Qingye, Yi Chen's nose became angry. Damn it, if I had known earlier, I would have struck later and let the sniper kill this guy with one shot first. Big loss. And, why did Qingye appear here with Chen Yi? Is one of the two sides in the fight a member of the Chen family? Yes, it must be. Only the Chen family has such energy and courage in the city. To cause such a big thing. When Yi Chen thought about this, he always felt that something was wrong. Then he responded with a slap on his forehead. Yes. Damn it, isn't this the place where he asked Zhao Qingye out? I made the reservation a few weeks ago. Damn it, why are these people fighting here? For some kind of opportunity, seen in his power prompt. But what is this thing that is worthy of such a big fight by the Chen family? And it's not the end yet. He didn't expect that people in Tianai City would dare to start a movie with the Chen family. Various clues and discoveries were like chaotic lines, stimulating Yi Chen's nerves. It made him completely confused. All this seemed too coincidental and magical to him. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't explain it. If it was a coincidence, Zhao Qingye was chatting with him on WeChat 2 days ago, but now she appeared here with Chen Yi. Yi Chen was very familiar with Zhao Qingye, and he even knew Zhao Qingye's habit of typing and speaking. So he can be sure that the person who chatted with him a few days ago was definitely Zhao Qingye, and not someone else who chatted for her. Why did Zhao Qingye talk to him about these things? To trick him into coming here. But why did you trick him into coming here? Could it be that the Chen family forced her to do this just to catch a little guy like him? That would be even more outrageous than fighting in the city right now. Vaguely, Yi Chen felt that the situation in this park seemed to be more complicated than he imagined. His intuition told him that it was best to stop trying to fish in troubled waters and run away. But the big luck shown on the superpower in the scene of the two sides fighting here in front of them all implied that the opportunities that may arise here are absolutely immeasurable. Damn it, never mind. Hold on, the brave will starve to death, and the timid will starve to death. I am a superpower after all. Be smart and run away if something goes wrong. I think as long as I keep a low profile, neither side of the fight will notice me. Ding, the mission progress has been refreshed. Yi Chen's resentment value towards you is plus 1000. The current total resentment value is 5300, and the kill probability is 53%. Oh, you really like to be nosy. Chen Yi couldn't help but smile when he saw this message. In fact, he knew that there were many pairs of eyes staring at him in this forest, but Chen Yi was not nervous. Because with his current strength, weapons like sniper rifles would do minimal damage to him. Yi Chen must have been clever and got rid of the sniper, and then he discovered that the sniper's target was actually Chen Yi. Because he invited Zhao Qingye to Xingfeng Group, Yi Chen has contributed a lot of resentment points to him these days. But this really pales in comparison to this wave. Since he is nearby, that's good, let me continue to increase my resentment points. With this thought in his mind, Chen Yi thought for a moment, paused in his steps, walked with the women behind him, and inserted himself directly in the middle of a row of them. On the left is Qin Ju, and on the right is Zhao Qingye. Seeing that Zhao Qingye seemed a little afraid of the battlefield filled with artillery fire in front of her, Chen Yi put a hand on her shoulder, lowered his head with concern and asked, "Why, is Dr. Zhao feeling unwell?" He was a head taller than Zhao Qingye. At this time, he lowered his head and looked at Zhao Qingye closely. People who didn't know the situation might have thought he was kissing her if they saw her from a distance. Ding, the mission progress is refreshed. Yi Chen's resentment value towards you is plus 500. The current total resentment value is 5800, and the kill probability is 58%. As expected, Yi Chen's resentment level reappeared. Chen Yi smiled knowingly after confirming his guess. But Zhao Qingye was a little confused by his ambiguous behavior. She was stunned for a moment and then hesitated. "No, it's okay. Well, it's okay. For some reasons, I need you to come on this trip, but you can rest assured that I will ensure your safety." Chen Yi nodded with a smile, and then continued to walk forward slowly. After a while, Qin Ju, who had been holding a tablet and a headset to receive messages and issue instructions, paused, raised his head and looked at Chen Yi and said, "Master, these people's counterattack was very powerful. After our first round of heavy fire suppression from helicopters and tanks, the infantry fighting vehicles drove directly into the park. I thought it would be easy to deal with these people with only light weapons, but I didn't expect it. These people have a strong will to resist, and now they still have about 1/3 of the park in their hands. And there are many of their people around the park. Although they don't have the help of heavy weapons as we do, these people are well trained and equipped with top-notch individual equipment. Relying on the complex terrain of the city, they can attack our peripheral enemies. The troops were causing a lot of trouble, preventing their heavy firepower from supporting the troops operating in the park. Even these people are equipped with shoulder-fired anti-aircraft missiles. Not long ago, we had a helicopter shot down. A rough estimate is that there are no fewer than 3,000 unidentified militants appearing around the park. As long as they gain a foothold in the park, there will be a steady stream of active forces joining them, and not only from the park but also from those areas with complex terrain outside the park. The enemy's fire support in the high-rise buildings was also the reason why they could not conquer the temporary positions they built in the park. The enemy positions inside and outside the park were at angles to each other. If the enemies on the periphery could not be dealt with, there would be a lack of heavy fire support. Those are the people we'll have a hard time clearing out in a short time. So based on the current situation, how long will it take to completely capture the park? Chen Yi asked calmly, showing no emotion or anger. With the current strength of the troops, it will take at least until tomorrow morning to completely remove the enemy positions outside the park and start to encircle and suppress the remaining enemy forces in the park. They can be wiped out by tomorrow afternoon at the latest, Qinju said quickly. It's too late, Chen Yi shook his head and said. What if we call in a few more synthetic battalions, or simply call in the entire heavy-armed synthetic brigade? No, young master, the urban terrain is too narrow. It is difficult for this kind of field troops to spread out in a short time. Qinju shook his head in embarrassment. She didn't say anything, unless she deployed in advance, controlled all traffic arteries, and set up positions in all important places around her. That's certainly no suspense, but in the afternoon, when she received news that more and more suspicious people were appearing here, she mentioned the deployment of additional troops, but Chen Yi refused. Now her young master asked if there was a possibility of adding more troops. Of course she couldn't say that it would be okay to deploy in advance before the war started. Now that they were here, they wouldn't be of much help or shorten the time. Young master has no face. However, although she said it tactfully, Chen Yi could naturally guess what she meant and said with a smile. Yes, it will definitely be too late to call in more people, so what should we do? As he spoke, he glanced at the dozen or so superpowers who had been injected with serum following behind him. I need you to clear the park in half an hour. Any questions? Promise to complete the mission. A group of superpowers immediately stood still. As the eldest son of the Chen family, Chen Yi has received countless types of education. Of course he knew the most basic military theories. In the afternoon, Qinju was not asked to send more manpower in advance. To put it bluntly, he just wanted to test the combat effectiveness of these superpowers. Of course, he has some other purposes behind it. The idea came about after learning some information about the post-apocalyptic flying bear city from the memory fragments of the reborn. Even he, the eldest son of the family, didn't know the true background of the Chen family. He only had a vague idea. Judging from the information he learned from the memory fragments, he had obviously underestimated the family he came from before. This not only shows that the Chen family is powerful, but also shows that his father, as the head of the Chen family, may not be able to fully control this huge family, and he does not even have a specific knowledge of his own family's wealth, otherwise it would be impossible to hide it from him. The real power of the Chen family is actually in the hands of the oldest old men. Of course, as Chen Yi's biological father or Chen Yi himself, as long as he survives for decades, he will definitely become one of those old men in the future. But of course he couldn't wait until that time. Moreover, he is not used to sharing power with others. So if he wants to win more support from his family and get rid of the shackles of his family, then he needs to show some of his true strength. Almost everything he owns now comes from his family. In addition to the various rewards and abilities that come from the system, as well as the abilities derived from these rewards. Although there are some wild superpowers at this stage, such as Yi Chen, they are definitely rare. He found so many superpowers at once and formed a certain scale of combat effectiveness. Even the old guys in the Chen family's old house had to re-examine him as the heir. Master, there are at least hundreds of enemy troops inside the park now. They have set up a temporary position. These superpowers can indeed cooperate with our troops to tear out the position, but they can kill those hundreds of people in such a short time and block the follow-up. Possible additional reinforcements are somewhat reluctant. It would be a pity if there were casualties here, Qinju whispered. If you are afraid of casualties, then why fight? Chen Yi shook his head, then casually put his hand on Su Yan's shoulder, brushed her collarbone with his fingers and said with a smile. And who said there are only superpowers? Isn't there her? You think so, Su Yan? By the way, remember to distinguish your clothes later so you don't accidentally kill one of your own. Su Yan, who had long been aroused by the bloody smell on the battlefield and had a bloodthirsty instinct, rolled her eyes when she heard this. I'm not a fool, don't talk nonsense, this is what you asked me to kill. You can kill those wearing enemy clothes, right? That's right, go ahead and you'll be rewarded when you come back. Chen Yi patted her buttocks. But ever since Su Yan drank his blood, she no longer cared at all about his rude behavior from time to time. After hearing this, he immediately disappeared like a wild horse, disappearing in an instant. Only a bloodthirsty back glowing with dark purple light was left. How's the situation over there? In the brightly lit conference room, a deep voice said calmly. No, Alliance leader, the mercenaries we have recruited can no longer stand it. We have no choice, our people only have some light weapons. Their equipment is no different from that of the regular army. Even the equipment is better than that of the regular army. Even if the wives, children and children of those mercenaries are here in our hands, we had to fight hard, but we couldn't hold on for long. Moreover, they could still hold on for a few more hours, but now the Chen family released a group of monsters. These people are all agile, professionally trained, powerful, and have different abilities. Special abilities. With the help of this group of people, the Chen family's troops are now overwhelmingly strong. In a few minutes, we will all have to exit the Lianqi wetland park. The hurried report interrupted the calm in the conference room. The circle of people sitting inside immediately started talking. I told you a long time ago, don't stroke the Chen family's beard, that's the Chen family. Why are you going head to head with them? To be honest, I'm not afraid of the Chen family. Now that we are united, as long as we work together, we may not be weaker than the Chen family. Is it too much to go to war with the Chen family just for such a shabby park? The end has not come yet, the order has not collapsed yet. The Chen family will find us with just a little investigation, which will definitely be extremely detrimental to our original pre-apocalyptic development plan and put us into an extremely passive situation. Indeed, no matter what is in the park, it is just an object. At this stage, we should follow the original plan and develop it in a low-key manner. In the past, we were in the dark and no one noticed at all, but now we are suddenly exposed to the bright side. Come up. The old man who was called the leader of the alliance sat at the head and looked at the group of people below with a long sigh and an indifferent expression. After a while, the discussion subsided, and he said calmly, is the quarrel over? Leader, we are not arguing. Shut up. The old man stood up suddenly, looked at the group of people and said, this decision was made jointly by Mr. Xiao and I. Are you questioning me, the old man, or Mr. Xiao? Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, the group of people in the conference room suddenly stopped and became quiet. Seeing this, the old man softened his tone and said calmly, you don't have to worry about things over there. Mr. Xiao is already over there, and he will solve the problem. You have to understand that our goal is only to get what is about to appear in the Lianqi wetland park, not to defeat the Chen family. These mercenaries are just cannon fodder. If they die, they will die. As for this battle, if you lose, you will lose. Quote. You are all veterans in the shopping mall. The shopping mall is like a battlefield. As long as you achieve your biggest goal, what does it matter if you win or lose in the moment? Then the Chen family has a big business. We have to use small things to make big things. How can we achieve it without taking certain risks? Having said that, please think twice and don't do something you shouldn't do at this critical moment. Otherwise, even if the old man cares about his feelings, Mr. Xiao will not care about it. After that, the old man slowly stood up and left. It seems that he is not interested in the fierce battlefield on the other side. However, the Mr. Xiao he spoke of seemed to be extremely prestigious among this group of people. The members of the Merchant Alliance, who had been expressing their dissatisfaction with this incident, although they still had some concerns, did not say anything more in the end. Just quietly waiting for the final result. On the other side, Lianqi Wetland Park. As Chen Yi sent more than a dozen superpowers to join the battlefield, the battle suddenly became intense. Although these superpowers have only recently acquired superpowers, they each have the terrifying power to tear apart tigers and leopards with their own hands, and the speed is so fast that ordinary people cannot react at all. As soon as he entered the battlefield, he rushed directly into a corner of the park occupied by the Merchant Alliance mercenaries, and directly killed dozens of mercenaries who relied on temporary fortifications to counterattack the Chen family's troops. This stronghold was captured in an instant. The mercenaries of the Merchant Alliance were immediately thrown into chaos, and they quickly sent out a small team to try to retake this position. But under the right fire cover from the Chen family's elite troops behind them, this was destined to be in vain. There were no casualties among the dozen or so superpowers, and they captured a stronghold in less than 3 minutes, successfully suppressing the few mercenary strongholds in the park again. And this is just the beginning. The terrifying power of superpowers is almost invincible when faced with ordinary people. In urban street battles where heavy weapons on both sides are inconvenient, they are almost invincible. Especially when the monster Su Yan joins. Other people with special abilities may encounter. When the enemy heavy machine gun and other weapons suppress the firepower, you still need to temporarily avoid the edge. But for Su Yan, it was completely unnecessary. The layer of lavender fluorescence that lit up around her was like a light shield, and large caliber machine gun bullets hitting it could hardly cause any damage to her. Her speed was so exaggerated that it broke the sound barrier, and she didn't give the opponent much chance to shoot at her. Once she gets close, the mercenaries sent by the Merchant Alliance will know what the devil means. If these people don't have any countermeasures, our people can drive them all out of the park in 10 minutes at most. Then we only need to build positions around the park, and they will never have a chance to break in. Observed all the time, Qinju, who was concerned about the battle situation, said immediately. However, there was no relaxed look on Chen Yi's face. Hearing this, he shook his head and said, I'm afraid things are not that simple. This thing was weird from beginning to end. Even though both sides have almost beaten their brains out, this matter still seems a bit confusing. But Chen Yi understood a truth. Never underestimate your opponent. It's impossible for people in the Merchant Alliance not to know the strength of the Chen family. This group of people can even keep undercover agents in the Xingfeng group. They are absolutely clear about the news that Qinju has sent troops to secretly station nearby. Even though they knew the disparity in strength between the two sides, they still chose to fight head-on with the Chen family. What is certain at present is that these people definitely know the existence of Dream Flower, otherwise they would not fight like this. But Chen Yi didn't believe that the entire business alliance was full of desperate gamblers who were willing to risk everything for such an item, and started a war with the Chen family in this way, which was almost like an egg against a stone. Since they dared to do this, they must have some backup plan. Make them think they can achieve their goals no matter what. What is it? Chen Yi looked thoughtful. But at this moment, a terrifying explosion exploded in the park. Rumble. The horrific explosion sounded like thunder for kilometers around. Obviously, such movement cannot be caused by the weapons carried by both warring parties today. Although it is not difficult for the Chen family to obtain such a weapon, Chen Yi is not crazy enough to use such a thing in the urban area. Moreover, he didn't feel that this wave was coming from any weapon. On the contrary, it's a bit like the sound of real thunder. Chen Yi frowned and looked at Qinju, who was also confused, and said, can your thunder and lightning power make such a noise? Qinju shook his head and said, it's okay, but after using this move, I'm afraid I will completely dry up my physical and mental strength, and completely lose my fighting ability. Just now that should be another voice, right? There shouldn't be anyone with such powers at this stage. Doesn't it exist? Chen Yi thought about himself and then about the children of destiny, shook his head and said, not necessarily. Stop gossiping and ask the people in front of you what happened. Okay, Qinju quickly clicked on the headset and asked quickly what happened just now. Soon he returned to Chen Yi with a solemn expression and said, Master, the movement just now was really caused by the superpower. A young man in black clothes suddenly appeared in the position of the business alliance. He was the one just now. He used an ability similar to thunder and lightning to make a sudden attack when our superpowers were close to the position. Sure enough, there's a backup. Chen Yi shook his head when he heard this, and then asked, what are the casualties? The opponent's superpowers are very strong. The two superpowers we rushed to the front have been confirmed to have died, and there are many more superpowers behind who were seriously injured. By the way, Miss Su Yan is also within the attack range, and is still in the attack range. The center of the lightning strike. However, although she was blown far away, she did not seem to be injured. She is now confronting the young man. The battlefield has now reached a state of near ceasefire due to the sudden appearance of this man. Su Yan was confronting him. Didn't she just kill him? Chen Yi was a little surprised, but his eyes were solemn. With this period of contact, he could not understand more clearly what kind of urine Su Yan was. Now is the time to get mad. If the other person is not as strong as her and dares to flirt with her, she will definitely be torn to pieces without even thinking about it. But now she didn't take action directly, but was confronting that person. This meant that Su Yan believed that the opponent's strength was probably not inferior to hers. Even if she fell into a bloodthirsty and violent state, she still pressed the button forcefully. He suppressed the murderous intention in his heart and began to seriously examine the opponent in front of him. Interesting. Chen Yi just chuckled and planned to check out the situation. But at this moment, Qinju, who was paying attention to the situation ahead, suddenly said, Master, the other party is calling. Oh, Chen Yi said with interest, what did he say? He said. Qinju frowned. He said he wanted to talk to you. Master, the battlefield ahead is very dangerous. The war is currently suspended due to an accident, and a fight may break out at any time. I don't recommend that you go there. However, Chen Yi naturally would not listen to her advice. He waved his hand and said, since the other party has already invited me, it would be a bit rude not to go. Let's go. With that said, he took the lead and walked into the park. The park gate has always been under the control of the Chen family, and there is no possibility of a minefield. Now that it is heavily guarded, it is safer than outside. So Chen Yi thought about it for a while, and did not forget to wave to Shen Yanqi and others who were hesitating behind him and said, you guys can come in too. You don't have to go to the front line. Just stay in the safe area behind. Just kidding, who knows if these women who were related to the Flower of Dreams in the original timeline would be one of the prerequisites for the Flower of Dreams to appear. Chen Yi was going to the front line now, but he didn't dare to leave them outside to avoid accidents. Hearing this, although several women were a little scared, they gritted their teeth and followed into the park. Naturally, Chen Yi led Qinju straight to the front of the battlefield. The front line in the park has been pushed to a corner nearly 2 kilometers away from the entrance, which is the other end of the lake. Chen Yi rushed over in no hurry. By the time he arrived slowly, it was already more than 10 minutes later. The battlefield on the front line can be said to be quite tragic. The park that was originally lush with trees, after a big battle, basically only the flames of war remained in the main fighting area. The trees were either burning or had been blasted down to their roots. A doomsday scene of ruins, and at the front, the shortest distance between the temporary positions of both sides is not even more than over 50 meters. It is within the range that an ordinary soldier can explode by throwing a grenade. The battlefield was littered with corpses, mostly from the business alliance. Of course, this is not to say that everyone in the Chen family is invincible, but because with the addition of superpowers, the opponent's defense line will be torn apart almost immediately. After the defense line fails, even the most elite soldiers will the situation was in chaos. At this time, the Chen family's troops charged with the superpowers, so the casualties would naturally be relatively low. Chen Yi came to the front line and with a glance, he discovered the big black pit in front of the opponent's position. At the same time, he also saw the 2 burnt and mutilated bodies of the superpowers, and he couldn't help but frown. Next to the body, stood a young man wearing a black t-shirt. The young man's half-length hair hung casually on his head. Even in this dangerous battlefield, facing off against a terrifying existence like Su Yan, his expression was relaxed and carefree, with no trace of nervousness at all, as if he was strolling in his own back garden. Chen Yi walked out of the position, glanced at him, and said nothing. Instead, she walked to Su Yan and asked, "How's it going?" Seeing that he had finally arrived, Su Yan, who had a solemn face, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then said pitifully, "It hurts." That means he's probably not injured. Chen Yi glanced at this guy who looked weak, but was actually thicker than expected, and then turned his eyes to the young man. The young man in black was also looking at him at this time. When the two looked at each other, the young man smiled and said, "Is this the eldest son of the Chen family? I'm Xiao Yuan. I have long guessed that the Merchant Alliance must have some other reason to dare to do such a thing. I guess this reason is you," Chen Yi said with a smile. "Don't get me wrong, Mr. Chen. I have nothing to do with them. I'm just here to do a favor for you," Xiao Yuan said with a playful smile. "The main reason is that their people found some clues from your Chen family, so that the relevant aliens can the capable man tried his best to investigate and discovered that an incredible treasure was about to be born here. He promised that as long as I do a favor, the treasure will be divided equally. I can't refuse this thing, right? It is true that no one can refuse what is about to appear here." Chen Yi nodded in agreement. "Look, Xiao Yuan," he clapped his hands, "otherwise, it would be unseemly to fight and kill. Moreover, the baby hasn't appeared yet, and it's not yet time for the war to begin. Depending on the situation, you guys with superpowers may not be able to do it either. She is so capable of beating me. Although this girl is very powerful, her skills are limited and she can't do anything to me. In this case, I think it's better for everyone to have a truce for the time being. When the baby comes out later, we can each rely on our own abilities. Whoever grabs it gets it, how about it?" There was a gentle smile on Chen Yi's lips that made people feel like a spring breeze. Hearing this, his expression remained unchanged and he said, "I don't think it's good. A child of destiny has been detected near you. The mission has been refreshed. Mission, kill the son of destiny, Xiao Yuan. Please note, the son of destiny has extremely high luck and is difficult to kill rashly. You need to accumulate a certain amount of resentment and reduce his luck before you can kill him. The resentment value of Xiao Yuan, the son of destiny, is currently 0 and the kill success rate is 0%. Looking at the sudden system prompt in front of him, Chen Yi realized that things might not go well today. Xiao Yuan, a son of destiny who is no less powerful than Su Yan and is backed by such a powerful force as the Merchant Alliance. It is completely different from the script of Destiny's Child where little people like Fang Zhan and Yi Chen counterattack. It will also be the most difficult opponent Chen Yi has encountered since he obtained the system. Isn't it good? So Mr. Chen means to do it now, Xiao Yuan said with a smile, but it's a pity, if you wanted to fight a few minutes ago, I would still have a headache. After all, this is Tianai, and I don't know how many ambitious people are lurking under this huge city. I'm afraid that if I fight too hard, others will take advantage of me, so I don't want to fight you to the end. But now we only have this little distance between you and me. Young Master Chen thinks it's really up to you to decide whether you want to fight or not. As long as I capture you, the eldest young master of the Chen family, not only will there be no need to fight, but even the Chen family members present will have to rush to help me get that treasure to redeem you, the young master, don't you think? With the help of your Chen family, there won't be any accidents. You talked a lot of nonsense, and I thought you had something to say. Didn't you just want to hold me hostage? You can come and try. Chen Yi interrupted him impatiently, and then waved behind him. Qinju immediately came to him carrying a box and opened it. Lying quietly inside the box was a beautiful long knife. The blade of the long knife is slender and straight, in the style of a tang knife. The whole body is as black as ink and is engraved with complex patterns. This is the special metal sword that was rewarded by the previous system. Chen Yi has naturally tried it. This knife not only has great compatibility properties with supernatural powers, but also has a certain amplification effect on the power of supernatural powers. The exquisite patterns above that seem to be used for decoration are actually some kind of circuit like loops. However, the circuit carries electricity, and these patterns carry supernatural powers. It is no exaggeration to say that with this knife in hand, Chen Yi's combat effectiveness can at least double. After he tried it before, he sent the knife to the Underground Research Institute for study. When he came out to prepare this time, he had a premonition that there might be a big battle, so he naturally brought it out. Xiao Yuan's eyes focused on the sword for a moment, and then he praised, as expected of the Chen family, the foundation is so profound, including treasures such as Zandai. I think this sword is very good. I don't know, Mr. Chen, can I give up my love? Xuanti, Chen Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. From the introduction of the system, he only knew that the material used to make this knife was a metal that had been mutated after being corroded by the virus, and was the best material for making weapons for superpowers. As for black iron, he had never heard of it. Known systems basically follow post-apocalyptic standards in interpreting these items. In other words, this metal should be called a special metal after the apocalypse. This is also in line with the naming habits of Shaguo's scientific researchers. The words are concise and concise, so that people can clearly understand the name at a glance and can probably guess what type of metal it is. Although Xuanti sounds good, it is more fantasy-like, making it sound a bit vague, and it does not seem like something named by scientific researchers. The system had mentioned at the beginning that this was accidentally discovered by researchers from the Sha Kingdom while studying the impact of viruses on minerals after the apocalypse. From this, we can probably rule out the possibility that the Xiao Yuan in front of him is a reborn person like Fang Zhan. While guessing about Xiao Yuan's background, Chen Yi obviously had no intention of answering his provocation. He slowly pulled out the tang sword, handed the scabbard to Qinju and asked her to step back. Then he stroked the blade gently and said with a smile, "This knife has not drunk blood yet. I think you have a good head, so it is perfect to use it as a sacrificial knife. You just happened to hurt my person again. In that case, come and die." Ding, the mission progress has been refreshed. Congratulations on getting Xiao Yuan's resentment value plus 200 points. The current resentment value is 200 points, and the kill success rate is 2%. Xiao Yuan's face darkened visibly. Okay, then let me see what you, a pampered young man from a wealthy family, are really capable of. 16 and 6 armor heavenly soldiers. The next moment, I saw him casually scattering a handful of golden beans. The wind rose, and soon they turned into tall warriors wearing golden armor, holding long swords, and looking menacing. What kind of supernatural power is this? Su Yan on the side asked with wide eyes. I'm afraid this isn't a superpower. Chen Yi shook his head, then slapped her on the back of the head. I'll leave these toys to you. The strength of these so-called 16 Lugia heavenly weapons seems to be comparable to that of ordinary superpowers. Xiao Yuan probably does not think that Chen Yi can be solved with this thing. It is just a means to hold back Su Yan and other Chen family superpowers. That's all. They are not living creatures. Su Yan shook her head, looking uninterested. She was not interested in such flesh and blood things. You deal with these things, and I will break the kid's limbs, capture him, and bleed him for you to drink every day. Chen Yi said with a smile. Su Yan's eyes lit up, and without any nonsense, she broke the sound barrier and turned into a stream of light, then rushed into the pile of golden armored warriors. These golden armored warriors looked bluffing, but in front of Su Yan's strange power, they looked like paper. She can break one with one punch. However, the strange thing is that the golden armored warrior who was beaten to pieces by her will soon reunite and pick up the sword again to join the battle. These are clearly a group of monsters that cannot be killed. Sure enough, there is something. Chen Yi saw it, but was not surprised. If it were just a few things at the level of ordinary superpowers, Xiao Yuan probably wouldn't try to hold Su Yan back with this. Okay, now it's just the two of us. Young Master Chen, I'm here to take care of you. Xiao Yuan slowly hung in the air, and at the same time, he shook his right hand, and a yellow talisman appeared on his fingertips. One of the talismans spontaneously ignited without fire, and a huge fire dragon appeared out of thin air behind Xiao Yuan. Fire dragon curse, edict. Roar. The fire dragon, which was more than 10 meters long, set off monstrous flames, carrying endless heat, and rushed straight towards Chen Yi. It's interesting. Chen Yi chuckled, and a huge fireball also appeared in his hand. The next moment, the huge fireball was crushed by him casually, and the bright yellow king's fire flowed down his arm like jelly, covering his whole body in an instant. The sword in his hand ignited flames at the same time, emitting a scorching red light. Boom. With the mud flying, Chen Yi crushed the ground under his feet and rushed towards the sky, facing the fire dragon. Under the cover of night, Chen Yi, who was wearing flame armor, faced off against the ferocious fire dragon, and the scene was frozen at this moment. Then, a dazzling light like the sun suddenly exploded, and a small half of the sky and sea was illuminated at this time. Ah, my eyes. Mom, look, it's dawn. Stop looking and pack your things quickly. We have to go to Grandma's house in the country as soon as possible. Someone just said that there's a war in the south of the city. I still don't believe it. It looks like there's really a war. What kind of weapon is that? A nuclear bomb. It might be a small tactical nuclear bomb. In short, no matter what, there's definitely a war over there, and weapons of mass destruction are being used. We have to leave quickly. Leave the big city and take refuge in the countryside. What about work? I have to go to work tomorrow. Run quickly. If your life is gone, why do you still have to go to work? On the street, many Tianai city residents who were attracted by the movement in the wetland park were startled by the violent bright light and the terrifying explosion sound. The Sha Kingdom has been in peace for a long time, and the people have long forgotten what war is like. There had been fighting for a long time in the wetland park, and many residents living nearby didn't even know what was going on, let alone those who were a little further away and couldn't even hear the sound of gunfire. But now with the explosion and bright light, people finally realized that something big had happened in their city. Immediately, he packed up his things in a hurry and prepared to escape from here. Those with private cars drove away directly, while those without private cars poured into the subway. After all, modern people with some common sense know that in addition to transportation purposes, subway stations can often also serve as shelters during wartime. For a time, the streets were extremely congested, and the subway station under the street was also crowded. Panic began to spread in the city. The result of a large city with a population of more than 20 million falling into panic was a complete outbreak of chaos. Normal people want to escape from the city as soon as possible, but people with ulterior motives take advantage of the chaos and start vandalizing, smashing, and looting. As this terrifying explosion sounded, the sky and sea this night were destined to be unquiet. Tianai, the city guard. The office of Li Qingkang, the city guard, was already full of people. There are senior officials from Tianai City wearing administrative jackets, as well as generals wearing military uniforms. City supervisor, the Chen family has gone too far this time. In a city with a population of tens of millions, do they still have the law? At this time when people are panicking, their actions will only make the situation more chaotic. If our officials cannot take effective measures, it may be difficult to maintain order in the future. Come on, city guard. The two light combined brigades stationed outside the city are ready to go, loaded with live ammunition and ready to go at any time. Although the equipment is not as good as the Chen family's heavy combined brigade. But we are not as good as them in field battles, and they are far inferior to us in urban street fighting. As long as you with one order, we can end this farce within an hour. Yes, give the order to the city guard. Even if the Chen family is powerful, this is Tianai after all. The other families will not let them mess around. Listening to the urging of his subordinates, Li Qingkang sat at the top and never expressed any opinions. Thinking about today's Sha Kingdom, frontier officials like the city guard have great authority in their hands. He does have the authority to directly dispatch troops into the city to quell the chaos. Of course, this is just theory. The actual situation Li Qingkang is not stupid. Don't look at the people in the conference room who were screaming louder than anyone else with righteous indignation. But he knew very well that Tianai City was the default territory of the Chen family. From the military to the officialdom, no one knew how many secrets were buried by the Chen family. Now the eldest son of the Chen family is fighting with unknown forces in Lianqi Wetland Park. Even if he wants to send troops into the city, the reason can only be to help Chen Yi eliminate the terrorists sent by the unknown forces. We really need to do what these people said, let the army march into the city and wipe out both sides of the fighting, in order to strengthen the official momentum. It sounded relieving, but he had no doubt that once such an order was issued, it would not be long before he, the city guard, would have a gun put to his head and resign. He might even disappear without even resigning. Therefore, even though this incident has caused chaos in the important town of Tianai, it is a bad incident that the official cannot tolerate. But he still didn't express any opinions. He just reported the news and waited for orders from above. When it comes to the Chen family, it's no longer his decision. Amid the quarrels among Tianai's top management and Li Qingkang's silence. Jingle bell bell. The special dedicated phone number in the city warden's office finally rang. The office fell silent instantly. All eyes were focused on the phone. Li Qingkang slowly picked up the phone. Okay, I see. Don't worry, mentor, I will handle the aftermath and will not let the impact of the incident expand. Okay, that's it. Teacher, take care of yourself. The phone was hung up and the room was eerily quiet. Li Qingkang looked around expressionlessly and said calmly, General Zhao ordered the 198th and 199th Brigades to enter the city. They are responsible for maintaining order, evacuating the masses, sealing off the surrounding areas of the battle, and assisting the 755th Battalion of the 96th Heavy Armed Synthetic Brigade in exterminating unknown terrorist forces. You can't let an armed thug go free. As soon as his words fell, pin drop could be heard in the office. Everyone here knows that the 96th Heavy Armored Combined Brigade is the unit transferred into the city by the Chen family, that is, the Chen family's private army. It's just that although the Chen family's private army does not rely on military expenditures to support it, it still has a military number and order of operations. Serious officers in the military generally do not regard this unit as their own, and usually refer to it as Chen Jiaxin. But now Li Qingkang is calling them in the official military terms. There are no fools here. Everyone knows that the above is a characterization of this incident. Ignoring the role played by the Chen family in this matter, they pointed the finger at the so-called unknown force. Chen Yi, who led this matter, and Chen's troops, who brought heavy weapons into the city frantically, were naturally regular troops who suppressed unknown militants. Many people had originally guessed that this would be the result. But after hearing the order, I still felt a little regretful. Similarly, although many people were shouting for joy just now, they were secretly relieved after hearing that they did not have to fight to the death with the Chen family. Everyone's micro-expression changes were seen by Li Qingkang. Although he showed no expression on the surface, he shook his head in his heart, secretly thinking that this was indeed the case. Then he continued, as for those in charge of administrative work, the task of calming the panicked people and maintaining law and order will be entrusted to you. The burden is very heavy, so please do your best. Don't worry, Mayor, we promise to complete the mission. Soon, as the main tone of this incident was finalized, Tianai officials finally took action. Li Qingkang looked at the empty office and sighed softly, alas. The family members. Why are you sighing, Lord Mayor? A hoarse voice suddenly appeared behind him. Li Qingkang's eyes widened and he turned around suddenly. Then he saw a man wearing a black sweatshirt, whose appearance he could not see clearly, appeared in his office at some point. Just as he was about to call the guard, he heard the man in black say, Don't worry, city guard. I'm just here to say hello to you on behalf of a group of people like you. I don't mean any harm. An organization made up of people like me. Li Qingkang looked solemn and said slowly, What organization? What does it do? Why have I never heard of it? The man in black suddenly became serious and said with a pious expression, We are an organization composed of insightful people who care about the world and serve the country and the people, but are suppressed by these ancient aristocratic families and unable to show their talents. From our perspective from the day it was founded, the purpose of the organization has been to save all the people in the world, sweep these aristocratic families that have been active on the world stage for thousands of years into the garbage heap of history, and spread the brilliance of true freedom and equality to the entire world. Our short-term goal is to re-establish order in the coming apocalypse, save ordinary people struggling to survive, and restore peace to the world. So, the name of our organization is Doomsday Picture Preservation Committee. Mr. Li, your current position is of great significance to the strategic purpose of our committee, so please allow me, the director of the Superpowers Department of the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee, to replace our supreme chairman and issue you the most sincere invitation. We hope you'll join us. As he spoke, the man in black took out a pure gold medal from his arms. Next to the relief of the medal is a line of words, Vice Chairman of the Doomsday Picture Preservation Committee and Supreme Executive Member of Tianai District, Li Qingkang. Li Qingkang didn't expect that the organization would even prepare a medal for his position and representative status. After being stunned for a moment, he couldn't help but smile. Are you so sure that I agree to join? Yes, the man in black looked up and smiled. After all, we all have the same goal, and now is our best time. You should be clear. His so-called same goal is naturally to overthrow the 4,000-year-old families headed by Chen, Bai, Mu, and Ji, as well as countless powerful families under these four families. As for whether this goal is really for the country and the people, or because these big families occupy too many resources and lack channels and space for their own power to rise, they have to unite to overthrow the old forces and become the new upstarts. That's hard to say. Of course, this doesn't matter either. It is enough to have a great and upright slogan. After a moment of silence, Li Qingkang finally smiled and reached out to take the medal. As the director said, I do have the same goal as you. Thanks to the chairman of the committee, I will naturally do my best. With my small power, we can strive for a bright future for all the people in this world. Seeing this, the man in black, whose face had never been clearly seen, finally took off his disguise and revealed his true face. This is a pale young man with a smile on his face. He seems to be extremely satisfied with Li Qingkang's answer. He immediately holds his hands and says, Wu Lin, director of the Department of Supernatural Powers, has met Chairman Li. Lotus Pond Wetland Park. The collision of the world's top extraordinary powers continues. Chen Yi naturally has no time to pay attention to the surging undercurrents in Tianai City at the moment. After slashing the fierce flames of the fire dragon with one strike, perhaps his sovereign fire was more advanced than the flames on the fire dragon, or perhaps his strength was stronger than that of the fire dragon. Anyway, he didn't suffer any harm. Not even the clothes on his body were wrinkled at all. But Xiao Yuan, who was standing in the air not far in front of him, looked surprised. He judged from Chen Yi's previous actions and the news from the Merchant Alliance's undercover agents in Xingfeng group that this young man of the Chen family might also be a person with superpowers. But he didn't expect that Chen Yi's supernatural strength had actually reached this level. He was able to cut through the fire dragon spell and seal that he had spent countless resources to successfully refine with one knife. This kind of combat power can be said to be the strongest superpower he has ever seen since he traveled to this world. Previously, he was quite disdainful of these superpowers who could only rely on their own body instincts to drive their superpowers. In his opinion, this method was too crude and low level, and was far inferior to the immortal method he practiced in the world in his previous life. Almost all the superpowers he met before today were not his enemies, which further confirmed his view. After all, he had not traveled to this world for a long time, and it had only been a week or two before he started practicing seriously. It can already beat the vast majority of superpowers. It is not an exaggeration to say that this performance is the complete explosion of magical powers that rely solely on instinct. But at this time, Chen Yi in front of him forced himself to use the Fire Dragon Curse, which was considered one of his strongest trump cards at this time. And still unscathed, this forced him to re-examine the group of superpowers. Of course, you also need to re-examine Chen Yi in front of you. It happened that Chen Yi also looked over at this time. The two sides' eyes collided, and Chen Yi grinned, if nothing else. If you have other means, then you are probably really going to die here today. Quote. Then you can come and try. Xiao Yuan snorted coldly. Then a piece of yellow paper in his hand burned again, and he muttered something, as if he was chanting some spell. However, Chen Yi was faster than him. Having seen the power of these talismans, he naturally would not give Xiao Yuan another chance to cast spells. While Xiao Yuan was still chanting a certain spell, Chen Yi's eyes suddenly burst into dazzling golden light. The next moment, a pair of huge golden pupils appeared out of thin air in the night sky. His pupils looked down at Xiao Yuan, like a god above the 9 heavens looking down at the human world. Xiao Yuan, who was reciting a mantra, suddenly trembled, as if struck by lightning. Then he vomited several large mouthfuls of blood as if he didn't want any money, fell directly from the air, and hit the ground heavily. However, Xiao Yuan couldn't care less about the pain in his head at this time, which was like 1,000 poisons eating his heart. He looked up at Chen Yi with a horrified expression and said, "You actually have more than one kind of power. Otherwise, how can I kill you?" Chen Yi turned into a flash of fire and appeared in front of Xiao Yuan in an instant. The sword in his hand was raised high, and before he finished speaking, he slashed at Xiao Yuan. Kill him while he's sick. Even though the resentment value given by Xiao Yuan now only totals 1,300, the kill probability is only 13%. Not only is the probability of killing him low, but the reward from the system after killing him is definitely very low. But facing such an opponent who far surpassed Fang Zhan and Yi Chen in all aspects, Chen Yi had no intention of having to maximize his kill probability before taking action. Ding! The sound of gold and iron clashing came. Sure enough, when the sword was about to cut off Xiao Yuan's head, an emerald green barrier suddenly appeared on him. The barrier looked like just a curtain of light, but it was like a turtle shell and couldn't be cut at all. At this time, Xiao Yuan finally recovered from the spiritual attack from the sky eye that directly hit his soul. He quickly rolled out of Chen Yi's sword, then quickly floated into the air to distance himself. Although he managed to save his life by relying on the life-saving magic weapon on his body, the fight with Chen Yi just now still left him with lingering fears. He currently has no means of resisting that kind of mental attack. This time he relied on magic weapons to survive, but he may not be able to do so next time. It's a good way to save your life, but I don't know how many times I can save you. Chen Yi was not discouraged even though he missed a blow. This was expected. Not to mention Xiao Yuan, Fang Zhan and Yi Chen were probably not that easy to kill. The good luck of these children of destiny can always save them at critical moments. Not to mention that Xiao Yuan must have some trump cards that are useless at the moment. Even if the situation is really at the end of the rope, he may still be able to save his life due to various accidents. But it's not like he gained nothing at all. This stabbing attack can be regarded as verifying some of his conjectures. If he originally thought that he couldn't kill the Son of Destiny this way, he wouldn't actually lose the kill probability. After understanding this mechanism of the system, you can well control the decrease in kill probability due to unexpected failures. Similar to the previous accident when he killed Fang Zhan at Zhou's villa, Chen Yi himself felt that it was impossible for Qinju's marksmanship to miss at this distance. In fact, Qinju did not miss, but the bullet just passed through the body without damaging any internal organs or important blood vessels. This is the bad luck of the Child of Destiny, you really can't help it. That's why the kill probability will be reduced that time. But this time, Chen Yi knew that he would not be able to kill Xiao Yuan when he slashed with the sword, so it was not considered a kill failure in the system's judgment, and the probability of killing was naturally lost. Chen Yi guessed that the probability of killing was probably a punishment method of the system. The purpose was to prevent him from taking any chances when facing these destined children. Even if the opponent was crushed to ashes, as long as the system's kill prompt hasn't appeared yet, so you can't relax even a little bit. Above the sky, Xiao Yuan looked at Chen Yi who was wrapped in flame armor and holding a long knife with lingering fear. He glanced at the pair of golden eyes in the night sky again. Slowly, he took out something the size of a palm and similar to a tortoise shell from his arms. I saw a clear knife mark visible to the naked eye on the tortoise shell. The tortoise shell that was supposed to be emitting a faint fluorescent light was already dimmed a lot at this time. If the same blow comes again, this life-saving magic weapon will not be able to save him. The difficulty of refining such a magic weapon in this world is undoubtedly hellish. Including the messy talismans on his body, refining it requires a huge amount of resources. If it weren't for the Merchant Alliance's powerful hands and eyes, he would never have been able to collect so many consumable magic weapons. After all, the current world environment is still changing, and there are too few such resources. Maybe there will be more such treasures when the end of the world comes one day. Therefore, although he currently has a lot of things on his body, they are all consumables. It will be difficult to replenish them in the short term. Apart from these magic weapons, if we only talk about his own strength, Xiao Yuan feels that he should have no problem defeating an ordinary superpower. If he faced monsters like Chen Yi or Su Yan, he would be killed indiscriminately. This is not to say that the immortal cultivation method he brought from another world is not good, but the time he came here was too short, and the situation was tense. After understanding the situation, he did not rush to practice, but spent all his energy on creating these unpowerful consumables. He was not strong enough, and the consumable magic weapons he relied on were restrained by Chen Yi's sky eye ability. This is impossible to fight. Xiao Yuan only hesitated for a moment, then flew back out of thin air. Young Master Chen, the world is a long way from here. We will settle our accounts slowly in the future. He didn't know exactly what the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that were about to appear here were. Xiao Yuan was cautious by nature, so naturally he couldn't take such a big risk to grab such an unknown thing. After all, he has skills to cultivate that are far beyond the understanding of people in this world. On the road to transcendence, he is naturally a few steps ahead of others. As long as he continues to practice steadily, he will definitely become the most powerful being in the world. There is absolutely no need to compete with others over life and death for a piece of heavenly material and earthly treasure at this time. Chen Yi watched this guy leave and had no intention of keeping him. Xiao Yuan is obviously different from other superpowers. No one knows what other abilities this guy has, and he can fly. This is a difficult solution at this stage. If he wants to run away, there's nothing you can do against him. Although Tianyin's mental attack is powerful, it is not completely unlimited. The attack just now has consumed most of his mental and physical strength. If he uses the same attack again, his mental strength will be seriously exhausted. The biggest goal today is to get the Flower of Dreams, not Xiao Yuan who suddenly appears. However, just as Xiao Yuan was leaving, the mercenaries of the Merchant Alliance were also preparing to withdraw. A strange fragrance, but it suddenly spread throughout the park. The moment he smelled the fragrance, Chen Yi couldn't help but feel shaken. He had spent most of his mental energy just now, but now he was recovering like crazy, which made his mind clearer. After being stunned for a moment, he suddenly turned around and looked at the lake behind him. Similar to his reaction, there were countless warriors and supernatural beings present, as well as people with ulterior motives lurking around him. Under the gaze of everyone, the center of the small lake in Lianqi Wetland Park. A faint light slowly bloomed. Then everyone saw that in the center of the dim light was a lotus stem, and on top of the lotus stem were a pair of parallel lotus flowers in bud. One black, one white. It exudes a faint mist and a refreshing fragrance. Everyone who saw this scene could not help but feel an instinctive desire in their hearts. It's as if this is some kind of panacea that can make people immortal after eating it. This is a biological desire. The Flower of Dreams. Chen Yi looked at the budding lotus with a solemn expression. Because at the same time, the system prompt also rang. Ding, an abnormal event has been detected near the host, and the temporary mission has been triggered. Mission: capture the Flower of Dreams. Mission introduction: the Samsara Golden Lotus has twin flowers. One is for life and the other is for death. There is great terror between life and death, and there is endless reincarnation. The two complement each other and form reincarnation together. It is said that every time a new reincarnation begins, the golden lotus of samsara will appear in the world. And because those who get the golden lotus after the apocalypse have great supernatural powers, are invincible in the world, and can do anything without any taboos, therefore, the golden lotus of samsara is called the flower of dreams by the survivors in the apocalypse. Capturing the flower of dreams is reversible, changing the destiny so that the host has fewer worries when dealing with the son of destiny is of great significance. This is the first time the system has been triggered by something other than Destiny Child. This shows how unusual this thing is. At this time, he was naturally not the only one who felt that the flower of dreams was unusual. Chinju reacted the fastest and immediately gave the order. Everyone obeys the order and guards the area around the park. No one is allowed to go near the lake. The heavy artillery positions outside the city are loaded with shells, but anyone who crosses the boundary will be covered by fire. In the sky, Xiao Yuan, who had retreated halfway, paused in the air. Looking at the Bingtilian blooming gradually in the smoke on the lake, he was stunned for a moment and then his eyes showed disbelief. The golden lotus of samsara. This is the golden lotus of samsara that is only recorded in ancient books. Not to mention in this barren world, even in the world where immortality was prosperous, such a treasure only appeared in ancient books. If he hadn't come from a major sect in the world of immortality and had read many ancient books in the library, he might not have been able to recognize this treasure. The first time he saw the samsara golden lotus, all the things that he had been thinking about, such as fighting for the rest of his life and avoiding the spotlight for a while and then finding his place later, were all thrown out of the sky in an instant. Even if the old monsters in the nascent soul transformation stage in the world of immortality see this kind of treasure of heaven and earth, they will probably risk their lives to fight for it. Not to mention a nobody like him. If in his previous life, such a treasure had been born, he wouldn't even be qualified to watch. But it's different now. With his strength, Chenyi is the only one who can fight with him. If you still want to shrink back and dare not fight, then why are you still cultivating immortality? Temporarily avoiding the edge is the result of weighing the pros and cons, and after the appearance of this pair of parallel lotus, weighing the pros and cons, the result will undoubtedly be to fight with one's life for this great opportunity. It is different from Xiao Yuan's complex psychological activities in the sky. Yi Chen, who had already taken advantage of the night in the flames of war to reach the lakeside, saw Bingtilian appear, and there was only one thought left in his mind: this thing should be born to belong to me. He didn't know why he had such unrealistic thoughts. After all, the two sides fighting now are far more powerful than a weakling like him. But this kind of thought just appeared in his mind, and it was so natural, as if it should be his of course. Of course, even though he thought so in his heart, he was not really so mad that he rushed out to grab it. Instead, he chose to wait. Because of Chen Yi's action, the two sides that were originally fighting were suddenly about to retreat, and Yi Chen secretly said something bad. After all, if they didn't fight, it would be nonsense for Yi Chen to fish in troubled waters. But now because of the sudden appearance of the pair of lotuses, he has no doubt that the two sides will continue to fight. And the beating was even harder than before. At this time, it was time for him to take action in troubled waters. Of course, he is still on the shore now, still hundreds of meters away from the flower of dreams in the middle of the lake. Naturally, this distance does not allow him to fish in troubled waters. Yi Chen looked around and determined that the two sides were at war with each other and no one was paying attention to the corner where he was. He quietly climbed out of the grass and slowly submerged into the lake. It was early winter now, and the lake was already quite cold. But for the powerful body of the superpower, this temperature is completely bearable. And with Yi Chen's current lung capacity, he could hold his breath and dive into the water for half an hour without any problem. With his strength, if he wanted to obtain the flower of dreams on such a battlefield, he would naturally have to approach slowly from the bottom of the water. Exit the park. Paul's body is intact. Looking at Xiao Yuan who was paused in the air and about to move, Chenyi held a long sword across his chest and said calmly. At the same time, he did not forget to glance at Chinju behind him. With just one glance, Chinju immediately understood what he meant. Immediately, he ordered a team of people to kayak to the flower of dreams. Of course, even if these people are Chen family confidants, they are not allowed to come within 10 meters of the dream flower. The purpose of letting them pass is to prevent Yi Chen. Apart from Chenyi himself, there were only a few people present who knew about Yi Chen's existence. Chinju knew his young master best. From the look in his eyes, he guessed that Chenyi was asking her to prevent Yi Chen from fishing in troubled waters. If it's something else, then I really don't want to be an enemy of Mr. Chen right now. It's just a pity that treasures like the Samsara Golden Lotus are right in front of me. I have to do anything with you today. Xiao Yuan now he shook his head, then looked at Chenyi and said, I just don't know, Mr. Chen, how many more times can you use your mental method of directly attacking the soul? Chenyi smiled when he heard this and said, I think you should worry about how many times the turtle shell can be used. Xiao Yuan clearly planned to run away before, which proved that there must be a limit to the number of times he could use his life-saving means. But he didn't know how many times Chenyi could use his heavenly eye. At this point, Chenyi is more confident than him. Under normal circumstances, this information difference alone would probably be enough for Xiao Yuan to retreat, but unfortunately, this is not a normal time. From Xiao Yuan's eyes, it was not difficult for Chenyi to discover that originally this guy just wanted to try his luck, but now his eyes were extremely determined. Obviously he is determined to get the flower of his dreams. Then let's try it, Xiao Yuan shouted loudly. The next moment, several talismans appeared in his hand. Different from the previous talisman that took a certain amount of time to chant, this time Xiao Yuan also had a small dagger in his hand the moment he took out the talisman. The dagger directly cut Xiao Yuan's palm, and blood flowed profusely in an instant. Xiao Yuan didn't care at all and directly wiped the blood from his palm on the talisman. This time, there was no need for complicated chanting techniques to detonate the talisman. While being stained with blood, the talisman burned out of thin air. Immediately afterwards, a bolt of lightning pierced the night sky and struck directly at Chenyi. Chenyi's expression remained unchanged, and the king's fire surrounding his body became a little more intense. Then the whole person rushed out of the place like a cannonball and arrived in front of Xiao Yuan in an instant. The raging and burning king's fire annihilated the thunder and lightning as he approached, and he took the blow forcefully. But what followed was the same huge fire dragon as before and a huge ice cone that appeared out of thin air. And at the same time, a fluorescent earth yellow barrier appeared in front of Xiao Yuan, blocking Chenyi's attack. With a barrier in front of him and a murderous intention behind him, Chenyi fell into a dilemma almost instantly. However, he didn't panic at all. If that's all, today is the day you die. In the sky, the eyes of the god staring at the mortal world slowly opened. This time, what appeared in his eyes was not a spiritual attack, but a bright golden divine light. In an instant, the divine light destroyed the fire dragon and the ice cone, and tore apart the earth yellow barrier like a stone. It hit Xiao Yuan directly. At the same time, Chenyi didn't wait for him to be hit to the ground by the divine light, and slashed him with a knife. Ding click. The sound of broken glass was heard, and the emerald green barrier was directly chopped into pieces by this knife. Also disappearing with it was one of Xiao Yuan's right arms. The sword failed to kill Xiao Yuan, so Chenyi took advantage of the last moment of being in the air and directly grabbed Xiao Yuan's throat with his right palm covered with Zhenhuo. The two of them landed like cannonballs, creating a large crater on a hillside in the park and raising a huge cloud of smoke and dust. The smoke dispersed, and Chenyi, covered in fire, slowly stood up. But there was nothing in the big pit in front of him. The blow just now hit Xiao Yuan, and he actually grabbed Xiao Yuan's throat. But this guy is gone now. Looking around, he didn't see Xiao Yuan, nor did he find anything unusual. Chen Yi's eyes narrowed slightly and he slowly exited the big pit that was created. On the other side, the so-called 6 Ding Lujia heavenly soldiers that had been pestering Su Yan finally lost their ability to regenerate and were easily torn into pieces by Su Yan. It seems as if because the master who controlled them, Xiao Yuan, died, they also lost their power. But Chen Yi was 100% sure that Xiao Yuan was not dead. Because the system has not yet given a kill prompt. What's more, a child of destiny doesn't die so easily. He disappeared into thin air. Did you kill that guy? Where's the body? Su Yan gasped and returned to Chen Yi and asked. He's not dead. Chen Yi shook his head, then looked at Qinju, ordered the artillery positions outside the city to open fire and plow the rest of the park. Qinju almost didn't hesitate at all and immediately nodded and ordered. Just a moment later, the roar of heavy artillery sounded. The entire park, except for the area occupied by the Chen family's troops, was plowed by large caliber artillery shells. That is to say, most of the remaining mercenaries had withdrawn when they saw that Xiao Yuan seemed to have been defeated, otherwise they would probably not be left alive now. Facing the 152mm heavy artillery, in this park with only temporary and simple fortifications, there is only a dead end when the help comes. Chen Yi breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that all the places on his side that were not controlled by the people were bombed by heavy artillery. She calmly put her hand on Su Yan's shoulder and looked at the dream flower that was slowly blooming on the lake behind her. Although his current physique and mental strength are far beyond ordinary people, using an attack at that level just now still left him a little overdrawn. Now I feel dizzy and my limbs are sore, but fortunately, the aura emitted by the dream flower when it blooms can quickly restore physical and mental strength. So he can hold on for a while now. Otherwise, if under normal circumstances, the overdraft reaches this level, I am afraid that people will faint. Of course, under normal circumstances, neither he nor Xiao Yuan would fight to this extent. Looking at Su Yan who was still lively and energetic, Chen Yi couldn't help but feel a little envious. Although this guy's explosive power is similar to him, it is even slightly worse than him. But his endurance is really incredible. Like a perpetual motion machine, he doesn't seem to know what fatigue is. This is also the reason why Chen Yi is still here because he is exhausted. Even if Xiao Yuan is really not dead and comes back with full health, he can still fight with Su Yan there. And he didn't believe that Xiao Yuan could really survive the collision just now without any problems. Compared with Xiao Yuan, what needs to be guarded against now is Yi Chen, who has completely lost his trace in the chaos. After all, this guy is the one who actually got the Flower of Dreams in the original timeline. Looking at the calm water, Chen Yi thought for a moment, and then once again squeezed the little mental power he had just recovered. A golden light flashed in his eyes. The dark lake surface seemed to become a piece of transparent glass in front of him. And inside the glass there were more than a dozen people hiding. Among them were Yi Chen and Xiao Yuan who had disappeared. At this time, they were all hiding in the mud at the bottom of the lake. With their superhuman vision, they stared at the dream flower and bud under the water. Waiting for this treasure to mature, Chen Yi's eyes narrowed for a moment and then he looked away. Depending on the situation, the dream flower will be fully bloomed in a minute or two at most. It is definitely too late for the Chen family to pump the water directly now, and these people are hiding at the bottom of the lake. There is really no good way to deal with them other than sending people with powers to find them to fight against. And the time is too short. Although the dream flower will greatly benefit the surrounding supernatural beings when it blooms and can quickly restore mental and physical strength, it is already too late for Chen Yi. The situation doesn't seem good. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yi's eyes roamed the lake and finally stopped at a certain place. Then he lowered his head and said something in Su Yan's ear. Su Yan was stunned for a moment when she heard this, then nodded. You're not allowed to go back on your word. I haven't lied to you, Chen Yi said calmly, but although that guy is not strong, he may not be easy to deal with. You. Don't worry, I'm going to tear him alive right now. Su Yan waved her hand, not caring at all. Then I didn't wait for Chen Yi to say anything. What? He went straight to the lake, and with a strong movement of his feet, he crossed nearly 100 meters and fell into the lake with a splash. The direction of falling into the water was exactly where Yi Chen was hiding where Chen Yi had just told her. Host, Chen Yi, Physique, 18th human limit is 1. Psychic power, 22.7 human limit is 1. Special abilities, Sovereign Fire also known as Divine Fire, whose name is Shangmei Heavenly Eye to destroy falsehoods, trace truth, subdue demons and bandits. Item, Power Awakening Serum by 80 inches. Current mission, kill the Destiny's Child, Yi Chen, kill the Destiny's Child, Xiao Yuan, and change the life trajectory of the Destiny's Child, Su Yan. Please note, the Son of Destiny has extremely high luck and is difficult to kill rashly. You need to accumulate a certain amount of resentment and reduce his luck before you can kill him. The current resentment value of Yi Chen, the Son of Destiny, towards you is 6,800 points and the success rate of killing is 68%. The current resentment value of Xiao Yuan, the Son of Destiny, towards you is 1,100 points and the success rate of killing is 11%. The current favorability of Su Yan, the Child of Destiny, towards you is 3,660 points and the trajectory of fate has been deflected by 36.6%. After keeping his eyes fixed on Yi Chen's column for a long time, Chen Yi looked at Su Yan's column. In terms of strength, there is no doubt that Su Yan can kill Yi Chen a weakling before he gets the Flower of Dreams. In terms of luck, Yi Chen is the Son of Destiny, isn't Su Yan the same? To him, Yi Chen's kill success rate was only over 2/3, and the probability of killing Yi Chen was actually not high. What's more, the current situation was chaotic. In addition to the Merchant Alliance, there were probably more people outside and inside the field. There are many other forces watching. In this case, it would be difficult for him to kill a Child of Destiny because an accident could happen at any time. Children of Destiny like them like all kinds of accidents the most. Therefore, it is actually very difficult for Chen Yi or others in the Chen family to kill Yi Chen. He could only let Su Yan, who is also a Child of Destiny, try it. If successful, then the reward from the system after killing Yi Chen is enough to get him out of the lose-lose situation with Xiao Yuan and suppress the whole audience. Changing the original timeline and forcibly seizing the Destiny book that did not belong to you will naturally require you to pay some price and bear some risks. It is destiny, even if you exhaust all your mechanisms, it will be useless. Although it seems that the Chen family has the upper hand now, a large number of elite soldiers have taken control of the entire park, and there are heavy firepower outside the city that can provide long-range fire support at any time. But in fact, if you want to seize the Flower of Dreams, it ultimately depends on the performance of a few people. Chen Yi was not sure how effective this dream flower was, but he was basically certain that if anyone from Xiao Yuan or Yi Chen got this thing, the dragnet set up by the Chen family today would not be able to stop them. Even in his current state, it might be dangerous to stay here. But so what? From the day he obtained the system, Chen Yi was destined to compete with these sons of destiny who were favored by heaven and earth. Every battle is a top-level drama to gain the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and seize the essence of the sun and moon. There will never be a possibility of people sitting in tents and good news coming from afar. Every time you defeat a so-called Son of Destiny, the reward is as great as the risk you have to take. When facing Fang Zan and Yi Chen, his background has solved most of the potential risks for him, but when facing a freak like Xiao Yuan, the big tree of the Chen family cannot completely avoid the risks he brings. Risky. This is the real test of whether he can bear the weight of the crown. Now he still has the last card of Su Yan in his hand. Before this card is played, the outcome is still undecided. If he leaves now, this dream flower will never be associated with him. If Xiao Yuan becomes the final winner, then the merchant alliance with the blessing of his strength will become the most powerful force in the entire Tianai, and the Chen family represented by Chen Yi may have no choice but to withdraw from Tianai. Once he withdraws, his status within the Chen family may plummet. The eldest son, so what? The most important thing for such a big family is heirs, let alone geniuses. At that time, he will not only face failure in running Tianai, but also lose power within the family. Or it would be the same as before, and Yi Chen would finally get the Flower of Dreams. Then he will also face an extremely terrifying opponent in the future, and he may never have a chance to kill Yi Chen again. Everything he has done before will be in vain. Therefore, he will never give up on these two divine flowers that condense the essence of heaven and earth and can even change fate against the will of heaven. Looking at the lake where Su Yan disappeared, Chen Yi's face was as sinking as water and he said to Qinju, "Prepare a boat, I want to go there." However, Qinju heard this and said, "The lake is too dangerous, young master, let me go, and I will bring this flower back to you." Chen Yi slowly turned his head and looked into Qinju's black and white eyes. After a moment, she slowly smiled and said, "Okay, then go ahead. Wait next to those two flowers. If Su Yan fails to kill Yi Chen, you don't have to wait for the flowers to bloom." He didn't know what the consequences would be if he picked the flowers before they bloom. But he would rather the flower be destroyed here than fall into the hands of Yi Chen and Xiao Yuan, the two destined sons. Apart from himself, this kind of thing can only be done by the most trusted person. Obviously there is no more suitable candidate than Qinju. Yes, at this time, Qinju had almost no hesitation. Soon someone sent a small boat to the Flower of Dreams. Looking at these two dreamy flowers waiting to bloom, Qinju felt the urge to take them as his own. This is biological instinct, but it just so happens that humans are creatures that can overcome their instincts. Qinju took a deep breath, let the boat float next to the Flower of Dreams, and waited for the results from Su Yan at the bottom of the lake. The calm lake gradually stirred up waves, hinting at the unrest at the bottom of the lake. The dream flower on the lake seems not to be affected by the waves under the water at all, and is still blooming quietly. The strange fragrance in the park is getting stronger and stronger. Chen Yi's body, which was originally overexhausted and overdrawn, was almost recovered at this time. Of course, it's not enough to continue fighting, there's nothing wrong with just acting normally. Whether it was on the surface of the lake or at the bottom of the lake, or people from various forces hiding around the park, their eyes were all focused on those two flowers. Everyone was waiting for the flowers to bloom, and the battlefield that was almost raging with war a moment ago was surprisingly quiet now. But this is just the calm before the storm. Everyone knows that a bigger storm is still brewing. At a certain moment, it bloomed. The flowers bloomed. Someone suddenly shouted. At the same time, the dream flowers on the lake also slowly. A lotus petal slowly bloomed. Then came the second and third pieces compared to the budding stage just now. The flowering speed is obviously much faster. Almost in the blink of an eye, most of the two lace flowers bloom. The lake is becoming more and more turbulent, and everyone present, whether from the Chen family, from other forces, or lurking at the bottom of the lake. At this moment, all eyes were focused on the two flowers. Only Chen Yi, looking at Su Yan's position submerged in the water, said calmly into the headset, 10 seconds, if I didn't stop, I would have ruined it. Yes, Qinju's decisive voice sounded in the headset. 10, 9, 8 time passes by second by second. The Flower of Dreams still bloomed in an orderly manner, with the petals unfolding for the first time, and the black and white lotus pods looming among them. 1. Qinju looked at the two flowers indifferently, thunder and lightning flashed in his palms. But at this moment, Chen Yi's laughter came to his ears. No need to do anything. The next moment, she saw Su Yan leap out from the bottom of the lake and land lightly. In Su Yan's hand, she was holding a human head. The fractures on the human head and neck are also connected to many cervical blood vessels, and the fractured cervical vertebrae are exposed to the air. You can tell at a glance that it was ripped out of the human body alive. It was indeed something Su Yan could do. It's done. This guy can really run. It's just good luck. Two supernatural beings came out of the water for no reason and blocked the way. He almost escaped. Su Yan casually threw the head in her hand at Chen Yi's feet. But Chen Yi wasn't even interested in checking to see if it was Yi Chen. Because he already knows the result. Ding, the mission progress has been refreshed. Yi Chen's resentment value towards you is plus 3199. The current total resentment value is 9999, and the kill probability is 99.99%. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing Yi Chen, the Son of Destiny, and completing the system mission. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the basic rewards. Physical fitness plus 30, mental strength plus 30. The detection success rate has reached 99.99%, and the additional rewards are being settled. Congratulations to the host for receiving additional rewards. Astrology, Power Awakening Serum X 100. Astrology, it can predict good and bad luck. It consumes 10 points of mental power each time. It must be cooled down for 3 days after use. Sure enough, having a 100% kill success rate is completely different from not reaching the final reward. Chen Yi looked at the reward list and understood. Although the physical and mental strength rewarded in this way have increased, the most intuitive thing is that there is no superpower reward. Although physical fitness and mental strength are good, in the long run, the development potential of supernatural powers is naturally greater. And looking at the additional rewards obtained for killing the Son of Destiny these 2 times, Chen Yi found another characteristic. One of the additional rewards should be related to the characteristics of the Destiny Child. For example, Fang Zan is a reborn person, so after killing him, Su Chen obtained the memory fragments of the reborn person. This is also the most precious thing for the reborn person. Until now, Chen Yi wasn't sure what Yi Chen's special feature was, but he could probably guess that it was something like being able to predict good or bad fortunes in the future. As a result, the system gave him an astrology as an extra reward. In other words, every time he kills a Child of Destiny, he will obtain a castrated version of the Child of Destiny's most critical ability. Although these children of Destiny have the best luck, in the final analysis, this world still depends on strength. So obviously none of their special features are simple. Although it is a castrated version, as long as Chen Yi collects enough, it may not be worse than awakening a few top powers. Of course, now is not the time to think about these things. He glanced at the Flower of Dreams where the last petal was about to unfold. Chen Yi took a deep breath and thought to himself, withdraw the reward. Ding, extraction successful. Host, Chen Yi. Physique, 48, human limit is 1. Psychic power, 52.7, human limit is 1. Special abilities, Sovereign Fire, also known as Divine Fire, whose name is Shangmei, Heavenly Eye, to detect truth, subdue demons and bandits, astrology. Item, Power Awakening Serum X 180. Boom. Terrifying power surged from Chen Yi's body. The body that had become a little weak due to excessive use of supernatural powers returned to its peak almost instantly. Again, the system's judgment of physical fitness and mental strength is not as simple as 1 plus 1. For Chen Yi, whose original physical constitution was only 18 and mental strength was only 22.7, a one-time increase of 30 points in both attributes did not mean that his strength had more than doubled. But it climbed several times. If he had such power before, the first blow would have chopped off Xiao Yuan's life-saving tortoise shell and taken off his head. But it's not too late. Chen Yi slowly opened his eyes, and the golden eyes across the sky appeared in the night sky again, looking down at the world like a god. Almost at the same time, the last petal of the dream flower finally unfolded. The refreshing fragrance has reached its peak. Even Chen Yi felt that his strength seemed to have increased significantly at this moment. I took the time to look at the data panel, and saw that physical fitness and mental strength had improved by more than 1 point. Physical fitness directly reached 49.6, and mental strength reached 54.5. This is the flower of dreams. Even before you get it, just smelling the fragrance of the flower can make people achieve such a great improvement. At this moment, everyone present who felt this almost lost their minds. All eyes were fixed on the dream flower, which seemed to be even more beautiful after blooming. With greed in his eyes, he rushed forward desperately. Even Qinju, who was closest to the dream flower at this time, looked at the flower with ripples in his eyes and unconsciously stretched out his hand. Just when he was about to touch the black lotus that represented death, he suddenly paused and then suddenly woke up. No, this belongs to the young master. Immediately afterwards, a cruel look appeared in her eyes. Terrifying thunder emerged out of thin air and enveloped her whole body. In the armor condensed by thunder and lightning, Qinju's beautiful eyes were full of murderous intent. She looked at the rolling lake and shouted softly, "Death!" Almost as soon as she finished speaking, a supernatural being with greedy eyes and his body wrapped in flames poked his head out of the water. In this case, it stands to reason that he should be wary of Qinju, who was guarding the flower of dreams. But this superpower turned a blind eye to Qinju, who was surrounded by thunder and lightning and was not easy to mess with at first sight. All he could see were these two magical flowers that were like a dream. Qinju naturally won't care about this. She only knows one thing. This treasure is rare in the world and is of great use to the young master. Anyone who wants to snatch it will die. Click boom. Qinju directly grabbed the head of the superhuman who emerged from the water with one hand. Under the dual blessing of thunder and lightning and the huge power of the superpower, this unknown power was directly crushed. The person's head, the brain matter spattered and evaporated by the thunder and lightning surrounding her before it landed on Qinju. However, this is just the beginning. There were more than a dozen people lurking under the lake, including Xiao Yuan. This guy had done something to the bottom of the lake. Chen Yi had seen it when he used his sky eye to squeeze out his power for the last time, so he only let Su Yan kill Yi Chen before, but didn't let her provoke Xiao Yuan and others under the water. Therefore, there are still many superpowers in the water at this moment. After Qinju killed one, 7 or 8 more heads appeared one after another within 5 meters of the flower of dreams. She had gathered superpowers and was about to take action. But at this moment, Chen Yi's gentle voice sounded behind her, "Don't take action yet." Then she felt a gentle big hand fall on her shoulder, and the thunder and lightning surrounding her body was involuntarily taken back into her body. Qinju looked back at Chen Yi in surprise, but they can't take away my things. Chen Yi shook his head, stopped Qinju's slim waist, stepped on it, and returned to the shore. Let the superpowers lurking under the water rush towards the flower of dreams crazily. Seeing how these people seemed to have lost their minds, he knew without even thinking that this thing was probably weird. I'm afraid it's not a treasure of heaven and earth that can simply be grabbed by others. Just now he heard Xiao Yuan, like the system, call the flower of dreams the golden lotus of reincarnation. This proves that this guy definitely understands the flower of dreams. Now Chen Yi has the confidence to crush Xiao Yuan with absolute strength. Since he is not in a hurry, Chen Yi will naturally be even less anxious. Finally, a person with supernatural powers came to the root of the flower of dreams, staring at the black lotus above with a greedy expression. Without any hesitation, he stretched out his hand towards the black lotus. However, the moment it touched the petals, the black lotus bloomed with a faint light. The aura of death and despair in the dim light was daunting. Immediately afterwards, the superpower froze directly above the water. The picture freezes. A turbid wind carrying gunpowder smoke blew by. The person and his clothes turned into smoke and dust and dispersed in the wind. Really, Chen Yi looked solemnly at the black lotus among the lotuses. To be honest, he couldn't understand how this thing could turn a superpower into ashes in an instant. But his guess was correct. Even if the treasure was right in front of him, not everyone was qualified to take it. This guess not only came from the fatal temptation that the flower of dreams exerted on everyone present at the moment it bloomed, but also came from something that he had been wondering about before. Why was it that Yi Chen, as Zhao Qingya's licking dog, in the original timeline, ended up with Shen Yanxi getting the flower of dreams? Now it seems that the reason is obvious. Simply because Shen Yanxi has this qualification, but Zhao Qingya does not. Although what she got was a white lotus and the one that looked strange at this time was a black lotus, Chen Yi didn't think that the white lotus was as harmless as it looked. Thinking of this, he turned back and looked at Shen Yanxi behind him. As expected, almost everyone else behind had their minds deceived by this time, and their eyes looking at the flower of dreams were full of greed and desire. However, Shen Yanxi's eyes were clear and there was no sign of being attracted. It happened that Shen Yanxi also looked at Chen Yi at this moment, and the two looked at each other. Then Chen Yi appeared in front of her in an instant and took her back to the lakeside. In this short period of time, several more superpowers turned into smoke and dust due to contact with the black flower. Chen Yi glanced at it and then said to Shen Yanxi, "What do you think?" Shen Yanxi pondered for a moment and then replied, "The two flowers, one black and one white, look distinct and completely different. However, these two completely different flowers are the same lotus, which reminds me. The way of yin and yang." "You still understand this?" Chen Yi asked in surprise. "Understand a little." Shen Yanxi's lips curled up with a hint of confidence, and then said, "Although you are the riddler and haven't told us why you brought us here, I can probably guess some of it now. These two flowers are some kind of treasures. Once obtained, they will have unexpected effects. Maybe they will make the superpowers, abilities more powerful, or maybe they are something else. In short, they are very powerful things. And this thing was originally related to Yi Chen. You brought me and Zhao Qingya here because we had some relationship with Yi Chen before, right?" "That's understandable," Chen Yi said calmly. "Then now you want to ask me how you can overcome the weird killing methods of these two flowers and use them for your own use, right?" Shen Yanxi pushed up her small glasses. Chen Yi looked at her and said nothing. "Don't be so serious. I have no intention of trying to figure out what you are thinking. I'm just asking a few questions out of curiosity." Shen Yanxi stuck out her tongue, and then said without thinking, "There's a saying you must have heard. Tao gives birth to 1, gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. All things hold yin and negative yang, and the energy is in harmony." Chen Yi still didn't speak, just looked at her. Shen Yanxi couldn't help but complain, "It's so stupid. Yin can't be born without yin, and yang can't grow without yin. Yin and yang combine to make all things come into being. This is the way of heaven. Don't you understand yet? There are only 2 ways to get this thing. One is that you are a fierce person and use all these 2 flowers. How to use it is the matter of your superpowers, I don't know. Another way is to have me and you and you and me. If you want to use one of them, you have to use it with a part of the other flower. You mean, if I want to gain the power of the Black Lotus, I must use part of the White Lotus at the same time when using the Black Lotus, such as picking a petal. That's right, Shen Yanqi said immediately, but as soon as she finished speaking, she quickly added, first of all, this is just my guess. If there is no evidence, it cannot be true. You can have someone try it. Chen Yi looked at Qinju, paused, and then fell on Shen Yanqi again. Although she knew that she was the person who obtained the representative life White Lotus in the original timeline, her guess was very likely to be true. But Su Chen didn't want Qinju to test whether this was true or not. Even if he succeeds, Qinju can gain unimaginable power, and he can also gain a strong confidant who can absolutely be trusted. But he had to consider the risks involved. There are many ways to make Qinju stronger, and there may be more opportunities in the future, so don't rush now. For something with such a high risk, it would be better to let Shen Yanqi, who was supposed to get the White Lotus, try it on her own. However, he just looked at Shen Yanqi. Before he could say anything, a wild laughter came from the bottom of the lake. Okay. What a way for all things to embrace yin and negative yang, and use qi to make peace. This girl is nice. Vitality, since Mr. Chen is unwilling to take risks, let me try it for you. Quote. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Yuan, with only one hand left, rushed out from the bottom of the lake, aiming directly at the Flower of Dreams. However, Chen Yi was already prepared for Xiao Yuan, who was hiding under the water. How could he let him succeed so easily? Almost the moment he jumped out of the water, Chen Yi appeared in front of the dream flower, blocking his way. The sword in his hand made an unpretentious vertical slash, pointing directly at Xiao Yuan. If he didn't take the initiative to retreat, this knife would cut him in two. Ha ha ha, Chen Yi, you have been fooled. The next moment, Xiao Yuan's voice appeared on the other end. Xiao Yuan, who appeared in front of Chen Yi, disappeared without a trace, and then the water surface surged. Almost in an instant, a cage formed by water columns trapped him inside. Chen Yi struck the water column with his sword, and there was a sound of golden iron. There is no need to waste your efforts. This is the water prison formation diagram that I spent countless resources to refine. If it weren't for the Samsara Golden Lotus that appeared here today, I would really be reluctant to use it. Mr. Chen, you have nothing to do with it. Damn, those pair of divine eyes are even more powerful. Now we are all in a state of exhaustion. If we fight again, I may not be your opponent. What a pity. You consciously used your divine eyes to find out that I was hiding at the bottom of the lake, so you were confident. How could I not know? In the end, I am slightly better in this round. Of course, my cultivation is still shallow, and the formation diagram I refined is also very rough. If Mr. Chen, you're still at your peak, I may not be able to trap you for long, but after the battle just now, you still have some strength left. Quote. Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, there's a behemoth like the Chen family standing behind you. It is an existence that neither I nor the Merchant Alliance can afford to defend now. But there is no problem in trapping you in this formation for a day and a night. By then, after I refine the Samsara Golden Lotus, I can fight you again. To be honest, I really want to thank you. I have only seen some records of Samsara Golden Lotus in ancient books. I only know that it is mysterious and extraordinary, but I really don't know how to use it for my own use. Thank you, this girl you brought. While talking, Xiao Yuan had already arrived next to the Flower of Dreams. Looking at the two dreamlike lotuses in front of him, he reached out and planned to pick them and take them according to the method mentioned by Shen Yanqi. But just when his hand was about to touch the Flower of Dreams, a bright sword light suddenly cut through the night sky. Xiao Yuan only felt a chill on his remaining left wrist. Then the palm slowly slid down. Ding, the mission progress has been refreshed. Xiao Yuan's resentment value towards you is plus 1200. The current total resentment value is 2300 and the kill probability is 23%. Seeing the palm of only one remaining hand slowly slipping away, Xiao Yuan was stunned for a moment. Then he couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. Why can you break through the water prison formation? Even though he had been beaten by Chen Yi twice in a row before, and even had his right arm cut off directly, he had never lost his composure like this. This can be seen from the resentment value obtained from Chen Yi. Before this, he had contributed a total of 1,100 resentment points to Chen Yi. This time, he directly contributed 1,200 points, which directly exceeded the previous total. The reason to put it bluntly is that he didn't think he was a failure in the first place. With the methods he learned in the world of immortality, just breaking an arm is not a big deal at all. Whether it is subsequent improvement in cultivation or using more resources to use other methods, he can regenerate the broken arm. But this time, when all the mechanisms were exhausted, Chen Yi actually broke through everything he had planned, and used the most intuitive and absolute power that he could not even understand to cut off his other hand. Let him completely break his defense. It takes time to regenerate a broken arm, and breaking one hand is completely different from breaking two hands. Even if he gets out alive today, he will be hampered everywhere in the future. It is even very possible to miss the most critical window period before the end of the world. This was something he couldn't accept no matter what. Of course, what made him break his guard the most was the mocking expression on Chen Yi's face. He comes from the world of immortality. After traveling here, to be honest, he doesn't really appreciate everything in this world. Whether it's the people of this world or the superpowers of this world that seem to him to be extremely rough. And now, Chen Yi is in front of him, a native of this world. Using powers that were no different from rubbish to him, he completely shattered all his pride. Combining the two, he contributed so much resentment value at once. You have a trump card, can I have it? Chen Yi slowly placed his sword on Xiao Yuan's neck. I said, I will kill you. Feeling the cold blade on his neck, Xiao Yuan, who was a little depressed, suddenly became energetic. He was not an ordinary person after all. Although Chen Yi made his mood fluctuate greatly, he still put away the messy things at this time. The mutilated body slowly became illusory, and Xiao Yuan looked at Chen Yi in front of him with resentful eyes. This time, I admit defeat. It's just that you want to kill me but you think too much. Next time, I will let you see what real power is. As a cultivator, he naturally has the means to escape, so he cannot die here. With his escape method activated, the knife held by Chen Yi around his neck no longer threatened him. Xiao Yuan originally wanted to say harsh words. But the words are not finished yet. The pair of divine eyes in the sky suddenly stared at his figure, which had become illusory and seemed to be disappearing. Immediately afterwards, he felt his eyes go dark, as if someone had hit his head hard with a heavy hammer, and he suddenly fainted and lost consciousness. But fortunately, saving his life was not interrupted, and he was still teleported away in a coma. Otherwise, Chen Yi might have to try the feat of killing 2 destiny children in a row. Chen Yi had no expression on Xiao Yuan's running away, and was not even surprised at all. The probability of killing is too low now, and Xiao Yuan is the kind of destiny son who has endless cards in his pocket. He just has a knife held to his neck. It is too easy for him to run away. As Xiao Yuan disappeared, the entire park gradually became quiet. The damn superhuman is almost dead after being attracted by the Flower of Dreams. That's pretty much all the aliens in the park. As for the dozen superpowers of the Chen family, they naturally could not escape the fate of being attracted, but Chen Yi was still awake, so naturally he would not let his men die. So I survived. It's been a while since the flowers bloomed, and they have naturally returned to normal. In addition to these Chen family superpowers, the forces lurking nearby also gradually dispersed after Xiao Yuan's defeat. Under a tree in the park less than 300 meters away from Chen Yi, a man in black lurked in the shadows under the tree, seemingly blending into the darkness. After watching Xiao Yuan disappear with his own eyes, the man in black seemed a little regretful and sighed softly. Then it slowly turned into a thick black fog and disappeared into the darkness. After Xiao Yuan, the most powerful person besides Chen Yi, was easily defeated by Chen Yi today. This farce has finally come to an end. The remaining superpowers, as long as they had not been attracted to die, basically chose to retreat. After all, everyone can basically judge their own strength. Chen Yi can't even defeat Xiao Yuan's endless methods. Although they have more people, what can they do? Not to mention Chen Yi, it's hard to say whether they can defeat the dozen or so superpowers of the Chen family together. Even Su Yan could tear them all alive by herself. Although it was a pity that they could not fish in troubled waters to get this treasure, if they didn't leave now, they were afraid that they would be unable to leave even if they wanted to wait for Chen Yi to take his hand. The annoying mice are finally gone. Chen Yi took a breath and then brought Shen Yanqi to the Flower of Dreams. If you are willing, you can try the method you just mentioned. Of course, if you don't want to, you can just tell me and I'll replace you with someone else. Try it. Of course you have to try it. Look at how hard you guys are thinking about these two flowers. You don't need to think about it to know that this thing is a good treasure. Wouldn't it be a big loss if you don't give it a try, Shen Yanqi of course. Then she reached out and picked the white lotus, which represented life, from the lotus stem. Another petal was picked from the black lotus. Compared to the previous way when the dream flower just bloomed, it would choose people and devour them. Now Shen Yanqi was picking flowers like this, but it didn't react at all. Seeing Chen Yi's gaze, Shen Yanqi casually picked off a petal from the white lotus and handed it to Chen Yi. Then looking at the flowers in his hand, Shen Yanqi only hesitated for a moment before stuffing all of them into his mouth. It smells weird, and it tastes sweet, Shen Yanqi commented with green teeth while chewing the white lotus like a cow chewing peonies. Until she swallowed the white lotus, Chen Yi didn't notice anything unusual about her. Not only was there no negative impact, but Shen Yanqi's aura actually became stronger and stronger, and his whole person was degenerating at an extremely fast speed. It's such a strange feeling. Chen Yi, an outsider, could see the changes, and Shen Yanqi, as a person involved, naturally felt it too. A gentle force gradually integrated into her limbs and bones as she ate the white lotus. And beneath this layer of gentleness, there is still a vague violent energy raging. Shen Yanqi felt as if her whole body was in a warm ocean, and her body had never felt so relaxed. This is her own feeling, and from Chen Yi's perspective. At this time, Shen Yanqi had floated out of thin air, and her whole body was like a goddess descending to earth, emitting a faint white fluorescence, looking extremely holy. At the same time, a huge life force burst out from her body. Almost instantly, the park's small lake, which had become bare since winter, began to roll again. Immediately afterwards, pointy lotus leaves emerged from the bottom of the lake, and grew rapidly. Soon they grew to 1 or 2 meters high. Then the pointy lotus leaves unfolded, and in a howling cold wind, the little lotus leaves were blown away. The lake is covered with a vibrant emerald green. There are also a large number of lotus flowers in bloom. Chen Yi, who was in the middle of the lake, seemed to appear in a sea of flowers in an instant. Like a dream, however, the refreshing fragrance of flowers and the lotus leaves within reach told him that all this was true and not an illusion. The lotus blooms in the cold winter reverses Tiangdong. Chen Yi looked at the scene in front of him with serious eyes. This dream flower is truly worthy of its name. Just a little bit of vitality released from one of them when absorbed can make such a thing that violates the laws of nature appear in front of everyone. Wow, why did this bloom? At this moment, Shen Yanqi, who was floating in the sky, finally opened his eyes. Looking at the drastically changed environment around him, he looked surprised. You don't know, Chen Yi glanced at her. I don't know. After eating that flower, I was in a state of mindlessness and had no consciousness at all. So how do you feel now? It's not bad, I just feel like my strength suddenly became a lot stronger. Shen Yanqi scratched his head and looked at Chen Yi. After hesitating for a moment, he looked towards the lake not far away. Su Yan, who was watching, said, anyway, I think it should be okay to hit her. Su Yan, after being stunned for a moment, Su Yan said disdainfully, just you. He, my aunt is very powerful now, just wait until you are caught by me and studied. Shen Yanqi seemed extremely confident about the sudden increase in power. Chen Yi naturally had no interest in participating in the bickering between the two women. After observing for a while and confirming that there was no problem, he reached out and picked the black lotus. Like Shen Yanqi, she stuffed it into her mouth together with the remaining petal of Balian. Bitter. This was Chen Yi's first feeling, and it's still the kind of thing that can make you cry your teeth out. As soon as he put this thing into his mouth, he secretly scolded Shen Yanqi for being dishonest and actually saying it was sweet. But then he reacted. The flowers of dreams coincide with the path of yin and yang, and they are mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. To a certain extent, if white lotus is sweet, then black lotus should indeed be bitter. Maybe Shen Yanqi didn't lie to him. He didn't have much time to worry about the taste. Just like Shen Yanqi, he felt a terrifying power pouring into his body as soon as he took the lotus flower into his mouth. But before he could feel it with his heart, the system prompt suddenly appeared in front of him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and successfully capturing the Flower of Dreams. Mission reward, killing word technique. The formula for killing: when the sky sends out murder's intent, the stars will change places. When the earth sends out murder's intent, dragons and snakes rise from the ground. When humans send out murder's intent, the heaven and earth will turn upside down. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have successfully fused with the Flower of Dreams, Black Lotus. Awakened the superpower, killing life, and your attributes have been greatly improved. Society: the more you kill, the stronger you become. Host: Chen Yi. Physique: 106. Human limit is 1. Psychic power: 124. Human limit is 1. Special abilities: Sovereign Fire, Heavenly Eye, Astrology, Killing Life. Skill: Killing Word Technique. Item: Power Awakening Serum X 180. The surging power in his body slowly faded away. Chen Yi opened his eyes and looked at his hands. There is no special feeling, but his strength is much stronger, which is similar to the feeling when the system directly added attributes to him before. Master, Qinju on the side suddenly shouted tentatively at this time. Huh? Chen Yi turned to look at her. Your eyes. Qinju hesitated, took out his phone from his pocket, turned on a selfie mode and put it in front of Chen Yi. Chen Yi couldn't help but be stunned for a moment when he saw himself in the mirror. His appearance was no different from before, but his eyes were very different from before. This feeling is very indescribable. If I have to say it, it is that the black eyes are deeper than before. To describe it more abstractly, as soon as he opened his eyes, the murderous look in his eyes could not be concealed, making people intimidated. Huh, that's interesting. Chen Yi returned the phone to Qinju. The moment the two looked at each other, Qinju subconsciously looked away, not daring to look into his eyes at all. Chen Yi reached out and pinched her face without saying anything else. This situation is probably brought about by the power of Shishengren. His eyes have great intimidation, and one look can stop a child from crying at night. It's normal for Qinju to be unable to adapt in a short period of time. However, Shen Yanqi was not affected by this at all. After seeing Chen Yi finish, he ran to him and looked him up and down, then shook his head and sighed, "You have become a lot stronger again. I thought that after eating this flower I can become powerful enough to defeat you, a villain, and rescue my dad from your evil underground research institute, but it seems like there's no hope now." When Chen Yi heard this, his head suddenly hit her smooth forehead, and he didn't bother to say anything more to her. It would be no exaggeration to say that this guy was so smart that he was almost a demon, but Chen Yi didn't want to quarrel with her. Shen Yanqi immediately covered his little head and almost burst into tears because of the pain. Chen Yi ignored her and looked around before discovering that because Shen Yanqi ate the white lotus, the lotus leaves that bloomed out of season when his huge vitality suddenly exploded seemed to be due to the fluctuations he emitted when he fused with the black lotus. The influence has all withered away. Samsara golden lotus Samsara. Chen Yi murmured a few words, then shook his head and did not delve deeper into this issue. He felt that the flower of dreams, or the golden lotus of Samsara, had far more secrets and uses than what he felt now. It's just that I don't have a clue now, so there's no need to worry about it. Just explore it slowly in the future. Shen Yanqi couldn't run away anyway. Looking at the park that was almost completely in ruins, Chen Yi calmly ordered, "Let the soldiers withdraw and then let people deal with this place. As for the impact of this incident on public opinion, we will see how it is dealt with. Well, if it's really hard to handle, don't worry about it. It's only a few days anyway. If the old people in the family have any objections, let them come to me." On the way back to Xingfeng Group, Chen Yi sat in the back seat of the Rolls Royce and closed his eyes to relax, carefully feeling the power he had just gained. The benefits this time are not unimpressive. Not only did he seize the flower of dreams, but he also triggered a special task in the system. He also earned a wave of system rewards, which happened to match the newly obtained killing ability. At the same time, he also killed Yi Chen, a person with special abilities. Although the reward is not as good as before for killing Fang Zan because the kill probability is not full. However, it still provided Chen Yi with a brand new idea. Using the Son of Destiny to deal with the Son of Destiny does seem to be a feasible path. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Su Yan sitting in the row in front of him. At this moment, he was sitting in the boss's seat in the back seat. The passenger in front was Su Yan, and next to him was Qinju, who was rubbing his shoulders. Shen Yanqi and Zhao Qingyu were in another car. Just when Chen Yi was thinking about how this incident would end, there were sudden sounds of sudden braking on the city expressway where vehicles were speeding. Naturally, the Chen family's motorcade could only stop accordingly. Fortunately, several people in the car, including the driver, were all supernatural beings, so nothing happened to Chen Yi. After the car stopped, without waiting for Chen Yi to ask, Qinju nodded and said through the headset, "What happened ahead?" "Sister Ju, there seems to be an accident ahead. It seems like a car accident. I'm going to check." The bodyguard's voice soon came from the headset. Qinju didn't say much after hearing this. Chen Yi could naturally hear Miley's voice. He usually didn't bother to deal with such matters and left them to Qinju. At this time, he was naturally waiting for the result quietly. However, Su Yan, who was sitting in the front row and had closed her eyes to relax, suddenly opened her eyes and said, "There's a situation ahead." "Oh," Chen Yi raised his eyebrows, "what's going on?" "I smelled a very familiar scent. It was very similar to the monsters I encountered in the Underground Research Institute before, but it was a little different. There seemed to be something more violent and cruel than those monsters in front of me." Su Yan muttered. When Chen Yi heard this, he glanced at Qinju. Qinju immediately understood and immediately ordered, "Two superpowers will go to the front together to take a look. There may be zombies or mutant beasts ahead. Be careful." Yes, as soon as the news was delivered, two superhumans got out of the car in front and walked straight forward. At this time, the expressway was already blocked, with cars packed in front and behind. Moreover, this section is still elevated. Once something happens in front, it is impossible for ordinary people to drive away. They can only abandon the car and walk backwards to evacuate. Judging from the experimental tests of these mutated monsters by the Chen Family Research Institute, ordinary people may not be able to outrun these monsters with just 2 legs. Chen Yi knocked on the armrest of the car door, looking at the confused crowd outside, waiting for news. But it seemed there was no need to wait, as soon a commotion broke out outside. A large number of people were running from the front to the back. The fleeing crowd looked panicked in panic, as if they had seen something terrifying. The car owner and passengers behind, who could not clearly see the situation ahead, panicked when they saw the scene. They were smarter and decisively joined the running army and retreated to the rear. Some people still couldn't let go of their cars and looked ahead hesitantly. "Sister Ju, something happened. Several infected people appeared in front of us. In just a short time, they may have infected more than 100 people. The situation is very chaotic. What should we do?" Qinju's headset suddenly heard the voice of the bodyguard. At this stage, the existence of viruses and zombies is no longer a secret. The elite bodyguards of the Chen family who can participate in such an important operation naturally know the inside story, so they know how serious the current situation is. Qinju heard this and looked at Chen Yi. "Now that we have encountered it, let someone clean it up," Chen Yi said calmly. But the look on his face when he gave the order was quite playful. The doomsday did not come in one day. The Chen family predicted the possibility of the doomsday more than half a month ago, and had already calculated that the current order would completely collapse in about a month. Now more than half of this month has passed. Naturally, it is impossible that zombies or infected mutated animals and plants would not appear along the way, something that could threaten human life. It's just that the officials have been putting out fires everywhere and suppressing the news. After all, the current concentration of the virus is not enough, and there will be a long onset period before the virus breaks out in the human body. Under the full force of the official suppression, most of the infected people were secretly dealt with while they were still in the onset stage and had not had time to mutate. That's why the news can be suppressed, right? Ordinary people don't see any monsters at all when they go out. But now, so many monsters appeared on the elevated highway in the center of the big city of Tianai at once, and they infected so many people at once. The nature of this kind of thing is undoubtedly extremely bad. And with the current speed of news dissemination on the internet, no matter how fast the official response is, it will be difficult to suppress the matter. Even if it is suppressed, there will be all kinds of gossip flying all over the sky. Don't underestimate these messages. 1 or 2 messages are nothing. Once there are more, it will not be far from official recognition that the end is coming. How could something like this happen despite the officials' full-scale suppression of infected people? I'm afraid that the spread and outbreak of the virus are now quite serious, even to the point where the officials can no longer control it. Chen Yi calculated the time. There should be about 10 days left before the doomsday predicted by Chen's laboratory. Boom. Vaguely, Chen Yi saw the flickering fire in front of him. What followed was a violent explosion. It should be the Chen family's superpowers who have arrived and are dealing with those who have been infected by zombies and are about to become zombies. Of course, neither Chen Yi nor Qinju took it seriously. With so many superpowers around, there would be no suspense in clearing out a few zombies blocking the way. The only troublesome thing is that the traffic jam is like this and many people have died in front of me. I don't know when traffic will be restored. But at this moment, Chinju felt his phone vibrate. He took it out and looked at it before saying to Chen Yi, "Master, the family will hold an online video conference in an hour to discuss your visit to Lianqi Wetland Park tonight. I'm afraid you'll have to go online to explain our actions." Is it finally here? Chen Yi was not surprised at all by this. His actions at Lianqi Wetland Park tonight clearly violated the low-key development route before the doomsday that the Chen family had set during the previous family meeting. It was over now, and the family and him naturally, these discordant factions would take advantage of the opportunity to raise troops to investigate. Send a helicopter and come over. Go back early so I can see what new jobs these old guys are planning to give me. Soon Chen Yi returned to Xingfeng building by helicopter. As for the matter on the viaduct, naturally the Chen family's bodyguards had basically finished dealing with the zombies when he left. It is worth mentioning that the zombies that appear now are generally much more powerful than the early zombies captured and studied in underground research institutes. It took a lot of effort for more than a dozen superpowers to go and deal with it. Even because one of the zombies was completely different from the other zombies and was extremely powerful, there was also a person with supernatural powers who was actually injured. Of course, this is because the superpower users of the Chen family have just gained their superpowers, are not proficient in controlling the power they have just acquired, and are also unfamiliar with using superpowers to cooperate with each other. But essentially, the zombies that appear now seem to be a bit too strong, especially the most special ones. After the superpowers killed this thing, they sent its body to the research institute for research. Compared with the zombies that have been studied in the institute for so long, these newly acquired ones are obviously better research materials for the scientific researchers. There's a small conference room where Chen Yi lives on the top floor of Xingfeng Group, specifically for him to participate in this kind of video conference. Only direct descendants of the Chen family can participate in a meeting of this size today, so Chinju naturally cannot come. Chen Yi entered the conference room alone. After verifying his identity through a series of technological means, he just had to wait. The moment the agreed time came, the screen in front of him lit up. There are 9 frames on the screen. In addition to Chen Yi himself, there are 2 gray-haired old men among them, and the other 6 are all middle-aged people in their 40s or 50s. Among them is the current head of the Chen family, Chen Yi's daddy. The only young one is Chen Yi. This is the core member of the Chen family. Of course, there are more than just a few real core members. It's just that for things like today, these are the only ones participating in the meeting. Now the entire Chen family is preparing for the end of the world. Everyone is very busy, and many people do not have time to get involved in this mess. After all, everyone understands that this matter is said to be because Chen Yi violated the development tone set by the Chen family before, but in fact it is essentially a dispute between the eldest and the second family of the Chen family. In addition to the elders of these 2 rooms, only 2 other people from the Chen family came to listen, and not even an elderly person came forward. As a junior, Chen Yi should logically say hello on such occasions. After all, they are a family, and no matter how discordant they are internally, everyone will generally maintain harmony on the surface. But this time he had no such interest. After saying hello to his own grandfather, father, second uncle and third uncle, he said calmly, "I heard that this impromptu family meeting was initiated by Uncle Chong. I don't know what Uncle Chong has about my affairs in Tianai. Advice." Chen Chong, the boss of the second room. He failed to compete with Chen Yi's father Chen Wu for the head of the family, but he is also the leader of the second room of the Chen family and can be regarded as a very important boss in the Chen family. If you put him outside, even a provincial governor and a high-ranking official would have to call him Chen Eri when he saw him. Chen Yi's attitude of going straight to the point without saying hello made a group of people in the second room very unhappy, but naturally these old foxes wouldn't show it on the surface. Chen Chong heard the words and just smiled and said, "Advice is out of the question, but the matter of Tianai has been spread among the upper levels at this time, and many people from other families have come to ask me about the situation. This is in line with the doomsday plan set by our previous family meeting. The development tone is inconsistent, so taking into account the interests of the family, I convened this meeting to inquire about the situation. You also know that Tianai is the top priority of our Chen family's business area, but the location there is special and there's a mixture of good and bad. If you stay in this position, you have to think twice before doing things." Just after he finished speaking, another middle-aged man on the other side of the second room said in a deep voice, "Last time, you destroyed the Zhou family who was dependent on the Bai family without the family's consent, leaving the family in a very passive situation. This time you actually let the army open fire in the city and reduced an area to rubble. It was a bit too domineering to act like this. You are the eldest son of my family, Chen. Are you not a rich second generation from a nouveau riche family who does things without considering the consequences?" Hearing this, before Chen Yi could say anything, the second uncle on the other side of the longhouse said calmly, "The Zhou family relied on the support of the Bai family to cause trouble for Yi everywhere in Tianai. So what if they were destroyed?" At this time, the elders of the clan where everyone nodded. Where does the word, unauthorized, come from? What about tonight? I'm afraid no clan elders nodded and agreed to him opening fire in the city, right? The second room said tit for tat. Do you need me to tell you how bad the impact of this thing is? To do such a thing without the consent of the family, in my opinion, it should be done in accordance with the family law. Thing, quote, joke, special times call for special means. According to what I said, I took action to snatch an unborn treasure. If it weren't for the local forces in Tianai who didn't know how to live and die and competed with my Chen family, how could it have been like this? No, you go to question outsiders, but you only seek trouble for your own people. What do you mean by the second wife? What kind of treasure is worthy of such a big fight? What's more, according to family law, when a special treasure is discovered, shouldn't it be better to notify the family and let the clan make a decision? When did it become his turn for a junior to act without permission? Seeing that the 2 sides could still communicate normally at the beginning, the conversation was about to turn into a war of words. A clan elder who had been keeping his eyes closed immediately said, "That's enough, how unbecoming is it to make such a noise?" Tell me. Okay, Grandpa. Chen Yi nodded, and then said, "Second uncle is right, there is such a big commotion here tonight. It is really to fight for a treasure that can be obtained superpowers, things that greatly enhance your strength." As soon as these words came out, the entire video conference suddenly became quiet. Several of them were breathing heavily, which was visible to the naked eye. After a while, Chen Chong from the second room said in a deep voice, "Where are the things?" "Of course I used it." Chen Yi grinned. "According to family rules, special items obtained by mobilizing a large amount of family resources should be handed over to the family for disposal." Chen Chong said expressionlessly. He had already guessed that Chen Yi must have used this kind of thing for himself, but after hearing that this thing could allow people to awaken their superpowers, he was still a little reluctant. What does a thing that can help people awaken supernatural powers mean? Represents having extraordinary power. It also means that you can ensure your survival in the event of a complete virus outbreak. That's right, even the top brass of the Chen family can't guarantee that they will survive this virus where all living beings are equal. People with supernatural abilities will no longer be infected by the virus. A treasure that can awaken people's superpowers is undoubtedly something of inestimable value to high-ranking people like them. But it happened that such a thing was obtained and used by Chen Yi, the eldest son of the eldest family who usually disliked the second room. Now Chen Chong felt as uncomfortable as eating shit. But it can't be shown on the surface. We can only make a fuss through family methods and try to see if we can get any other benefits from Defong. Haha, this thing is special and inconvenient to store. I'm afraid it's not suitable for giving to the family. Chen Yi replied calmly. That is to say, the family spent a lot of strength and resources to settle this matter, but in the end there was no gain, another second family member said. Why not? Am I not from the Chen family? Chen Yi asked. This sentence made the uncle-like second roommate opposite him choke and unable to speak. Political correctness exists everywhere. The political correctness of the Chen family is family unity. Even though the person opposite was a high-ranking person in the second house and one of the most respected figures in the entire Chen family, he did not dare to answer this question in front of the clan elders and everyone in the first house. Fortunately, they are not stupid either. Chen Chong said calmly, the eldest son of the Chen family has to waste so many family resources just to obtain a superpower. How can he convince the public? My Yunur is in the mountain city but no family resources have been mobilized. Then he awakened his superpower. There have been many children of similar families recently. You're the eldest brother of this generation, so you should make a good start. At this time, it is a little out of consideration. Quote. Chen Yi didn't believe that with the resources of these old guys, they still didn't know what level of treasure the dream flower was after it happened for so long. To put it bluntly, these people are just putting pressure on him to wear small shoes and want to get some benefits from Defong. After all, Chen Yi belongs to Defong. Now that he has obtained such a treasure, it is not an exaggeration to say that everyone in Defong is making a fortune. We are all a family, why don't you give me a few points if your family earns so much? As for whether the main benefit is physical objects such as land resources or something else, Chen Yi really has some guesses. However, Chen Yi certainly couldn't just let it go in response to his strange hint that Chen Yi, the heir to the first house, was not as good as their second housemate. Hearing this, he just smiled and said, really, since our Chen family's descendants have so many talented children, I, the eldest brother, am also very happy. It just so happened that it had been decided 3 days before that the whole family would hold the last meeting before the doomsday in the old house. Everyone should be there at the family meeting. Let's do this. I suggest that all parties should let their children who have awakened their powers come out to compete. After all, one who is the best and who is not the second. The future world is a world of superpowers, and our family naturally needs to do the same. If some changes are made, the strong should have more say, and who is stronger will naturally have to see the truth on hand. I wonder what the two clan elders think. At this point, without waiting for the clan elder to speak, he slapped his forehead again and said, oh, by the way, Tianai's biological laboratory has recently come up with a good thing called Superpower Awakening Serum. My men have already cultivated it through these serums. A batch of superpowers. However, the output of this thing is low, and I don't have enough for my own use. However, it coincides with a family event, so I will take out 3 of them as a bonus. Quote. As the older generation, the clan elders naturally have a larger structure and cannot be limited to the struggles of various factions within the family. Therefore, the 2 clan elders present were either Chen Yi's biological grandfather who was born in a big family, or another who was born in a second family. Originally, he didn't want to agree to Chen Yi's request for a superpower competition. I'm afraid of hurting the harmony within the family during this special period. But when Chen Yi was about to take out something like the Power Awakening Serum, he just hesitated for a moment and then nodded to express his attitude. As Chen Yi guessed, the family basically knew every move he made. Among them, the Superpower Awakening Serum that can awaken people is the focus of the family. He estimated that the purpose of the second room's attack today was originally because of this. So I just took the initiative to bring it up now. The elders of the clan agreed to this kind of thing, and the second roommate was naturally unable to object, and the 2 other members of the family who came to eat melon strongly supported it. After all, this is a serum that can awaken supernatural powers. At this stage, it is undoubtedly a life-saving medicine of inestimable value. Who doesn't want that? The contestants are all young people who have awakened their powers. Those who have already awakened their powers will naturally not be able to use this thing. If the younger generation of my family gets one by the time, how can it be decided by the elders who are not the ones who make the decision in their own house? It was originally a video conference like a public trial, but the atmosphere suddenly took a 180-degree turn. The 2 people watching the battle were full of praise for Chen Yi, and the people in the second room were now considered to have achieved their goals. They were no longer angry at this time, and their attitudes became very kind. In just a short moment, the harmonious brothers and happy family in a 1,000-year-old family were shown. But just when Chen Yi thought that today. When the matter was over, Chen Chong from the second room suddenly said, by the way, one of the forces competing with you for the treasure tonight is your new merchant alliance from Tianai, right? Chen Yi was stunned, and his eyes suddenly turned playful when he looked at Chen Chong. Yes, Uncle Chong. Speaking of which, I have been preparing for this matter for a long time. If it weren't for the interference of the merchant alliance, tonight's accident would have happened. I'm afraid it won't happen. Then what do you plan to do with this organization? Of course I followed the vine and uprooted it, Chen Yi said calmly. I'm afraid it will be difficult. Chen Chong shook his head and said, the leader of the merchant alliance is an old acquaintance of mine, and I know his details. This person used to do business overseas and engage in cross-border trade, and he has strong capital. Then I returned to the southeast a few years ago to develop, and I just happened to catch up with the opportunities of rapid development in recent years, and I am very influential in both the political and business circles in the southeast. In normal times, people like this would be nothing more than ants to our Chen family. They would be crushed to death if they got in the way, but that's not possible now. This person used his overseas connections in the past to join forces with a group of big capitalists from Western countries to establish a large transnational organization like the Merchant Alliance. With the support of overseas forces, he came to Sha Kingdom as the founder of the Merchant Alliance to secretly form a branch, the one in Tianai. The influence behind it is huge. If the Merchant Alliance is disturbed, they will not let it go. The capital in the hands of these people is enough to shake the entire world's trade. At this juncture, Uncle Chong still hopes that he will put the overall situation first. It is best not to touch him for the time being. Anyway, I heard that you didn't suffer a loss in Tianai this time, but the Merchant Alliance suffered a loss. In my opinion, it's better to put this matter aside for now. Chen Yi really didn't expect that the Merchant Alliance's tentacles would actually reach out to the Chen family, and even Chen Chong, a senior member of the Chen family, would speak for them. It's quite magical. However, in the face of Chen Chang's sincere advice, Chen Yi's answer was simple. I have my own sense of things regarding Tianai, so I don't need to worry about Uncle Chong. This is the reality. Many people always regard some large organizations or even countries as a whole. I can't understand why this kind of organization often changes its orders day by day and is so capricious. I think this is just a lack of rigor in doing things. In fact, it is because their own understanding of this organization is wrong. Wherever there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Once an organization or family reaches a certain level, the intricate internal interest relationships are enough to give birth to countless different factions. These factions talk about this concept and that idea, but in the final analysis they are just grouping together to make profits. It is normal for smaller organizations to form groups within large organizations to divide their interests. The Chen family is naturally unavoidable. It is also normal for a group that has lost power internally, such as our Fang, to try to increase its influence in the family through external forces. But Chen Yi didn't expect that the people in the second room were actually related to this business alliance. Previously, he had clearly found out that the top executives of Xingfeng Group were undercover agents from the business alliance. This matter is worth considering, but there's no need to continue searching to see if this undercover agent has anything to do with the second roommate. It's impossible to find out. Chen Yi knew it well and was too lazy to waste his efforts. In many times, evidence is not necessarily needed to do something. To be honest, considering the influence of the Merchant Alliance, after Chen Yi just learned of their existence from the memory fragments of the Reborn, he originally planned to boil the frog in warm water and slowly deal with this organization that attempted to separate itself from the world. But now that Chen Chong had said this, he had given up the idea of taking his time. Of course, one reason for this is the existence of Xiao Yuan. This guy was so special that Chen Yi guessed that he might be a time traveler, and that he might have traveled from some high-level martial arts world. Once he is given too long time, Chen Yi is not sure how far this guy can grow. With so many factors added together, the Merchant Alliance cannot survive no matter what. After hanging up the video conference, Chen Yi looked at the night scene outside the curtain wall and thought about a plan to deal with the business alliance. The simplest and crudest way is of course to kill directly with a knife. But there's a flaw in this approach. This organization was so mysterious that he didn't even know where the Merchant Alliance's headquarters was in Xia country. And there's another point, that is, it is impossible for this group of people to hide together. Even if he mobilizes resources to find out the locations of a few important people, once he does it, the other group of people will definitely run away. To wipe out all these people in one fell swoop, the manpower required is unimaginable at this stage. At least with the power assigned to him by the Chen family and Tianai, it would be difficult to do so. After all, people are not just paper. It doesn't mean that you can find where the person is and just send a few people there to arrest them. A fierce battle is inevitable. This is the difficult part if you don't have enough power at hand. On the contrary, after the fierce battle, there is a high probability that Tianai will fall into complete chaos. The end will come early, and his plan to collect supplies will be hindered. It is a small problem. After all, the Merchant Alliance has a deep foundation. After killing them, he will naturally have a lot of resources in his pocket. Thinking of this, Chen Yi suddenly raised his eyebrows. Yes, people can run away, but materials cannot escape. A group of capitalists with money and resources rely on the resources at hand to win over people's hearts and let people with superpowers work for them to grow their power. As long as they rob all their supplies, what will they do to develop into Fang Zan's memory fragments? That kind of behemoth in there. In comparison, those in the Merchant Alliance are the least important things. But this matter is not easy to handle. After all, the current order has not collapsed yet. What he did in Tianai has gone too far, and the officials' tolerance has its limits. There really needs to be another scene where the whole city seizes the Merchant Alliance warehouse and hunts down the Merchant Alliance members. By then it will become a big deal, and the officials may really be unable to bear it. Of course, with the power of the Chen family, they are not afraid of the officials, but at this time, neither Chen Yi nor the Chen family want to conflict with the officials. Otherwise, if it is too ugly, other forces may take advantage of it. You have to talk to the officials first, or Chen Yi's eyes flickered, thinking of another message he saw in the memory fragments of the reborn person, or to talk to the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee. Quote. Mr. Xiao, Mr. Xiao, are you awake? Somewhere in the sky, Xiao Yuan slowly opened his eyes, and what he saw was a pure white room with no windows. The moment you see your surroundings, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Recalling what happened during the final escape of that battle, he still has lingering fears even now. The eyes of the gods overlooking the world seem to be his nemesis, and all his trump cards seem so pale and powerless in front of those eyes. If he was given another chance to choose, he would never become an enemy of Chen Yi when his cultivation level was still insufficient. That person is so terrible. Mr. Xiao, it's great that you're awake. Hearing the clear voice on the side, Xiao Yuan moved his head feebly, looked at the little nurse next to him, forced a smile and said, how long have I been sleeping? It's been a whole day and night, the little nurse quickly replied. Yesterday you suddenly appeared in the base, and then you passed out as soon as you appeared. Fortunately, you were discovered by the patrol and sent to the infirmary. Your injuries were too severe and you lost too much blood. We thought you would be in a coma for at least 3 to 5 days. We didn't expect you to wake up so soon. Mr. Xiao is indeed different from ordinary people. He is too strong. It's okay to praise him as a person who was carried in. Xiao Yuan, who had just been defeated miserably at the hands of Chen Yi, sounded like he was in a strange mood. However, there was only a hint of gloom in his eyes, but he did not have a direct attack. Because he knew very well that the little girl in front of him was the daughter of an important member of the Merchant Alliance, and the intention of sending her to his side was obvious. If it were before, he would naturally disdain this method. As a monk, he has never lacked women or anything like that. But not now. He was now seriously injured, his right arm was completely gone, and his left hand was left with only a bare arm without the palm. This is just a superficial injury. His soul had been seriously damaged after being attacked one after another by Chen Yexian's eyes. In this case, he now needs the support of the Business Alliance. With the huge resources of the Merchant Alliance, he could quickly find the resources he needed to help him heal. Otherwise, let alone seeking revenge against Chen Yi, it would take him who knows how long it would take him to recover from his injuries. After patiently chatting with the little nurse for a few words to cultivate their relationship, Xiao Yuan asked her to invite the person in charge of the Merchant Alliance to come over. After seeing Chen Yi and the Chen family with his own eyes, it was obvious to him that the previous strategy of the Merchant Alliance was not feasible. He needs these businessmen to change their original strategy of occupying Tianai. Otherwise tonight's fiasco at the park may not be the end, but the beginning. Mr. Xiao, are you feeling better? Soon, an old man with gray hair entered the ward. Well, it's just a minor injury, no problem. Xiao Yuan shook his head and said, Mr. Wu, what's the situation in the alliance now? Things are not good. The old man known as Mr. Wu said slowly. The recent defeat at Lianqi Wetland Park has caused a lot of confusion within the alliance. Many people feel that they will be targeted by the Chen family, and there are a lot of discordant voices. In fact, all of them knew that the reason why the Merchant Alliance's branch in Xia country could be established so smoothly was not due to the name of the alliance itself. The bigger reason is Xiao Yuan. The various miraculous things he has shown before are the most important reason why so many members are willing to risk their lives and wealth. If Xiao Yuan had withdrawn without fighting yesterday during his first confrontation with Chen Yi, there wouldn't be much of a problem now. After all, victory or defeat is a common thing for a military strategist. The members of the alliance are all wealthy businessmen. This can still be seen clearly, and they will not be limited to temporary gains and losses. The mistake was that after Xiao Yuan was defeated in the first contact, he became greedy again when he saw the Flower of Dreams, and then was ruthlessly and completely defeated by Chen Yi. When he came back, he didn't even have consciousness. If it weren't for the many ways to save his life, he would have been almost killed on the spot. This is completely different from a simple defeat. This shows that the strength of the eldest young master of the Chen family is no longer comparable to that of Xiao Yuan. In other words, he has to have many skills to survive. But such people are now on the opposite side of their alliance. So, how can we not make people panic? The failure of this battle is all due to me. I was too trusting. Xiao Yuan sighed. The future is long, it's just temporary gains and losses. Mr. Xiao, don't be discouraged. Mr. Wu comforted him warmly, and then continued, in view of the current situation, I plan to modify the original layout and initial development plan of waiting in Tianai. What do you think of Mr. Xiao? After hearing this, Xiao Yuan couldn't help but nod and said, the current situation can only be like this. When I recover from my injuries in the future and my cultivation level improves, I will naturally be able to return to Tianai. The original development plan of the Merchant Alliance was to prepare secretly in Tianai, waiting for the end to come. Once the doomsday comes, they will begin to exert their efforts to control Tianai City's most important transnational trade port and part of the main city, compete with the Chen family, and divide Tianai into two parts. Well, they naturally don't know that there's a doomsday picture preservation committee secretly watching. Therefore, for the Merchant Alliance, their imaginary enemy from the beginning was only the representative of the Chen family and the Tianai Xingfeng group, or Chen Yi. Now that the end has not come, and the plan has not yet been implemented, they have been exposed. The original plan was naturally not feasible. Therefore, the revised plan is for the Merchant Alliance to seize the largest transnational trade port in Tianai, and then the remaining forces will withdraw from Tianai, occupy Tianzhou City in the south of Tianai, and control the port. These people see clearly that even in the end, trade cannot simply stop. Even though various monsters may appear in the sea by then, there is always a solution. The role of the port will not only not be smaller than it is now, but may even be greater. The largest port in Tianai City is on an isolated overseas island far away from the urban area. Once they occupy the port, they only need to guard the only traffic artery to ensure that neither the official nor the Chen family can do anything to them in a short period of time. The only one who can deal with them is the Navy. Even if you give them 10,000 courages to do such a thing in peacetime, they would not dare to do it. After all, official power is no joke. But it's different now. The official can't spare any effort to control them. Even if the Chen family has the energy to mobilize warships, they may not have enough time. As long as they capture this port, their losses from withdrawing from Tianai will not be that big. Tianai can become the target of competition for all major forces when the end is approaching, precisely because of the city's own special location advantages. Internally, it can radiate to the richest river triangle in Xia Kingdom, and it can also affect both sides of the river, the most densely populated area in Xia Kingdom, through the river. Externally, it can directly connect to the whole world. It has gathered countless resources and technical talents from Xia State. It means a lot in the aftermath of the apocalypse. By controlling this port, the Merchant Alliance would monopolize the largest foreign trade bridgehead in the entire Tianai. And if they can get some warships in the chaos, this will be the best springboard to attack land. The situation of Tianzhou City to the south of the port is similar to that of the port. It is an archipelago city. As long as they can complete the occupation, it can almost be said that there will be no one can do anything to them. Xiao Yuan strongly agreed with Mr. Wu's new plan after reading it. This is the plan with the least damage to the alliance. It was also a concession he had to make after this defeat. Overall, as long as this plan is successfully implemented, the Merchant Alliance will be covered by him. But since people had given him the full scoop, it was naturally impossible for him to remain silent. Sure enough, after he expressed his approval of the plan, Mr. Wu immediately said with a sad look on his face, Mr. Xiao, this plan is a plan, but it depends on manpower. Now we are still facing a big difficulty. Oh, what's the difficulty? Just tell Mr. Wu and see if I can help, Xiao Yuan said quickly. Just kidding, he is still pointing to the Merchant Alliance to support him in his current state. It's impossible to think without effort. It is inevitable for the Merchant Alliance to pay some price to pay for their own losses. They are a group of businessmen, not his parents, and they have to care about interests. According to reliable information, Chen Yi seems to have mastered a technology that can awaken people's superpowers. Now he has a large number of superpowers under his command. As far as we know, there are no less than 30 people. You also know the destructive power of these superpowers. Now we lack the matching power. Even if we occupy the port, once the Chen family sends these powerful individuals to fight for it, it will be difficult for us to hold it. What we rely on to occupy the island is that it is blocked by the sea and is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Even if the Chen family has heavy firepower to attack the island, it is extremely difficult to land on it. But if there is no means to deal with superpowers, these superpowers will if you sneak in and land, it will be difficult for us to stop you, you know this. At this point, Mr. Wu sighed and said no more. See you in the picture. Xiao Yuan took a deep breath and secretly thought that these businessmen were indeed greedy. They wanted to ask for his biggest secret, but he was helpless in his heart. Xiao Yuan is very special. This is no secret among the top leaders of the Merchant Alliance. Although there are few people with superpowers outside the Chen family at this stage, they are not without them. With the resources of these business tycoons, they naturally have an understanding of people with superpowers. If Xiao Yuan was just a superpower, how could the huge business alliance unite around him alone? He was able to gain support from the Merchant Alliance because he showed so many differences from those with supernatural powers. What attracts these businessmen the most is his cultivation method that allows others to obtain superpowers. Xiao Yuan had deliberately demonstrated this before, and the most direct beneficiary was Mr. Wu's grandson, who is now a cultivator. Although the strength is not yet strong, it can at least guarantee that even if the virus breaks out completely at the end of the world, it will not be infected. This alone is enough to form a fatal attraction to these businessmen. Mr. Wu's so-called worry about the Chen family's superpowers is essentially just an excuse. His own grandson has practiced Xiao Yuan's method, and his current strength is only a little stronger than ordinary people, but not enough to be punched by a person with superpowers. Although the cultivation method has further future prospects and greater development potential than supernatural powers, the speed of gaining power in the short term is far inferior to direct awakening. It is nonsense to expect to rely on his method to train a group of people to fight against superpowers. It is better to give professional soldiers some powerful equipment. In the final analysis, people just want Xiao Yuan's cultivation method, and then practice it themselves to ensure that they will not die from the virus outbreak when the end comes. Xiao Yuan's heart is clear, and this thing is essentially something he plans to use as a bargaining chip in exchange for more benefits before the end. Now that something unexpected happened to the plan, naturally it had to be handed over to the Merchant Alliance to stop the loss. Of course, the cultivation method he gave these people could not be the best he had, it was just an introductory version. If they wanted to practice to a higher level, he would need to provide subsequent techniques. If this thing is released, it will be a bargaining chip for him to further control the Merchant Alliance in the future. So although being given out in such a naked exchange of interests was not in line with his original psychological expectations, he had no intention of not giving it. Don't worry, Mr. Wu, I will solve this problem. You will have someone come to the ward later. I will dictate a recipe. You can write it down and distribute it to others for practice. In this case, it all depends on Mr. Xiao's efforts. Mr. Wu said quickly after hearing this. While the Merchant Alliance here makes major decisions and exchanges interests, the same exchange of interests is also happening simultaneously in another place. Tianai City, Xingfeng Building. In the elegant living room, Chen Yi was sitting in the main seat, and sitting opposite him was Li Qingkang, the city guard of Tianai City. I haven't seen you for many days, but the mayor looks a little haggard. It seems that he has been busy with official duties these days. There's no way. Mr. Chen also knows that now is a special period. Many things have no precedent in the past. The people below can't make up their minds, so naturally they can only ask questions regardless of the big or small. Li Qingkang sighed. There was one more thing he didn't say. That is, if the Chen family didn't cause trouble, I'm afraid he wouldn't be under so much pressure. The incident at Lianji Wetland Park yesterday has caused huge waves on the internet. Under the terrifying pressure of public opinion, he, the city guard, is a little unable to withstand it. Everyone is asking for an explanation, but how the hell can he explain it? Arrested Chen Yi directly. Stop joking. As for the people from the Merchant Alliance, their power has become quite large now. The official government cannot spare the power to control them at this stage. Naturally, it is impossible to announce to the public that this matter was caused by the Merchant Alliance. Otherwise, if the person who committed the crime is known but cannot be taken away, wouldn't the official face be even more disgraced? Now that the dispute between the two sides is over, the government is in the most dilemma. However, he did not mention this, but Chen Yi took the initiative and said, what happened at Lianji Wetland Park yesterday, the city guard must also have a headache now, right? Haha, that's natural. We're in a dilemma. Although Li Qingkang felt uncomfortable in his heart, he still smiled without changing his expression. What's so embarrassing about this? The Merchant Alliance flouted the law, ignored the lives of countless people, and attempted to conduct evil biological experiments in the urban area of Tianai. Therefore, the Tianai official dispatched the 96th Brigade to eliminate them. Unexpectedly, these rebels hid weapons secretly. So the two sides started a battle in the city, and in the end our army won a great victory, and the Merchant Alliance and the evil capitalists were defeated. Chen Yi said with a smile, what does the city guard think of this statement? Li Qingkang shook his head when he heard this and said, I'm afraid this is inappropriate. The guilty person should bring him to justice so that the law can be strictly enforced. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Yi took the lead and said, I also know the difficulties faced by the authorities. Naturally, our Chen family will not stay out of this matter of bringing anti-human traitors to justice. We will fully cooperate with the authorities to eliminate crimes, molecular. Hearing this, Li Qingkang tapped his fingers on the table and did not hesitate, but he also did not agree directly. Chen Yi's intention was obvious. He wanted the officials to cooperate with him in defining what happened yesterday, and to use official authority to endorse it, turning the business alliance into a rat on the street. And the answer he gave was very simple. If the Merchant Alliance cannot be completely solved, then the official will never endorse it. Regarding this problem, Chen Yi said that it could be left to him to solve, but the officials could not sit idle and everyone had to come together. If Chen Yi took over this matter directly, Li Qingkang would certainly not hesitate. He knew the strength of the Chen family. Although he lacked a certain understanding of the Merchant Alliance, he did not think that the Chen family could not deal with a group of capitalists. But now what Chen Yi said was clearly to let the Chen family and the authorities deal with the Merchant Alliance together. The amount of information contained here is a bit too much. The Merchant Alliance may be more difficult to deal with than he thought, and the Chen family's power in Tianai was not guaranteed to be completely conquered, so Chen Yi came to him to seek cooperation. The authorities don't have much power at their disposal right now, but they don't have none at all. Even if you just look at the force on paper, there's no doubt that the Tianai city governor still controls the strongest armed force in the city. There's definitely no problem in wiping out the Merchant Alliance with the Chen family. However, what he, or the official, can gain after the resolution is very important. Seeing his hesitation, Chen Yi took the initiative to throw out his bargaining chip. After the matter is completed, the official can get 1/3 of all the assets and resources controlled by the Merchant Alliance. The city governor may have no idea what kind of organization this is. I don't have a clear idea yet, but I can clearly tell the city guard that the 1/3 of the things they have in their hands are probably enough to survive for more than 20 million people in the entire Tianai for half a year. Hearing this, even Li Qingkang, who had been emotionless from the beginning, couldn't help but change his expression. In this case, let's have a happy cooperation. Lord Mayor, please go slowly. At the entrance of Xingfeng building, Chen Yi and Li Qingkang shook hands cordially to say goodbye. After some pleasantries, Li Qingkang got into his car. After a friendly exchange in the living room upstairs, just as Chen Yi predicted, Li Qingkang agreed to work with his Chen family to completely eliminate the influence of the Merchant Alliance from Tianai City. In addition to the fact that the Merchant Alliance is too fat, getting rid of them can obtain a large amount of materials and hard currency. What's more, Chen Yi also made an additional offer that Li Qingkang couldn't refuse. Power Awakening Serum. At first, Chen Yi opened one, but after some pulling, Li Qingkang got two. This kind of thing is impossible for any powerful person to refuse at this stage. Li Qingkang is naturally no exception. Of course, in terms of interests, Chen Yi knew very well that in addition to being the guardian of Tianai City, Li Qingkang was also a member of the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee. It may not be in the official interest to eradicate the Merchant Alliance while it is still in its infancy, but it is definitely in the interest of the Doomsday Committee. So no matter what happens, Li Qingkang will agree to it in the end. But it's one thing to agree, but it's another thing when to agree, when to take action, and how vigorously to use it. In order to cut through the mess quickly, he quickly dealt with the trouble of the Merchant Alliance. Giving away some benefits was not a big deal to him. Let's go back. Seeing that Li Qingkang's motorcade was about to leave the Xingfeng Group's campus, Chen Yi said lightly, turned around and prepared to go upstairs. But at this moment, a sharp roar suddenly came from Judian. Chen Yi, who had just turned around, was stunned, suddenly turned back, and looked in the direction of the sound. The next moment, a giant strange bird with a wingspan of more than 30 meters was seen swooping down from the sky, causing bursts of sonic booms. The speed was so fast that except for a few superpowers such as him, Suyan and Qinju, everyone present could almost only see an afterimage. And the target of this strange bird's swooping attack was actually the car of City Governor Li Qingkang. Chen Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at this strange bird. Suyan on the side tilted her head and said, do you want to help? I'll do it. Chen Yi sneered. The next moment, he disappeared directly from the spot, and in an instant he appeared in the sky where the strange bird and the car on the ground met. Looking at the oncoming strange bird, Chen Yi's body burst into flames, and with a clang sound, the sword was unsheathed. Ding! He swung his sword towards a seemingly transparent wave in the air. Then I saw sparks flying everywhere, and there was a sound of gold and iron ringing together. This is a wind blade, a mutant beast with superpowers. Chen Yi glanced at the undamaged special metal sword in his hand, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. This strange bird that suddenly came to the Chen family's territory to attack the city guard was actually a mutated beast with supernatural powers. This was something he did not expect. However, he was not given much time to think. After the wind blades of the strange bird flying towards Chen Yi were all chopped away by the sword, its huge body had already dived to a place less than 100 meters away from Chen Yi. At this distance, with the speed of both parties, they will meet in an instant. You are a flat-haired beast after all. Since you are bent on pursuing your own thoughts, I will grant you my wish. Chen Yi shook his head and put aside the idea of throwing this thing alive to the research institute for study. The sword in his hand instantly ignited with scorching flames. He originally bounced up to the sky with his heaven-defying physique, but his forward strength was exhausted and his body, about to fall, actually violated the laws of physics and once again paused in the air and then flew towards the strange bird. Phew, the huge scream spread for several kilometers in the surrounding area. For a moment, feathers flew in the sky and blood rained down. The strange bird, which was directly disemboweled by Chen Yi, fell straight from the sky. It happened to hit a car in Li Qingkang's motorcade and smashed the car into a discus. None of the security personnel accompanying him were spared. In the blood rain all over the sky, Chen Yi, wrapped in hot flames, slowly fell to the ground. Looking at the strange bird that could be called a prehistoric beast in front of him, he calmly said to Qin Zhu, who was coming over, "Let the people from the institute take samples for research and the remaining parts will be temporarily sealed." From Fang Zan's reborn memory fragments, he knew clearly that this kind of mutant beast with superpowers could actually be eaten. And after eating it, it is of great benefit to people with superpowers. If you eat too much, it can even increase the two-dimensional data of physical and mental strength, making people with superpowers stronger. Furthermore, energy is conserved. While a person with superpowers has great strength, he will also have a huge appetite that matches his strength. Because the energy contained in the food eaten by normal people can no longer satisfy most people. People with special abilities need to eat a lot of food to make up for the lack of energy in the food itself. This is why there are many benefits to stocking up on food after the apocalypse. But the meat of this mutated beast is different. Its meat contains terrifying energy. Ordinary people may have nosebleeds after just a few bites. But for people with superpowers, eating this thing is just right. It is the most suitable food for filling your stomach. Chen Yi is also facing this problem now. Now that something like this hits his face, of course he won't let it go. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhu immediately sent someone to deal with the huge body. Chen Yi came to Li Qingkang's car and knocked on the window. Soon the car window was open. Li Qingkang in the car had already put on a special gas mask. As soon as he opened the window, he smiled bitterly and said, "Thank you Mr. Chen for your help, otherwise I am afraid I will die here inexplicably." That's not necessarily inexplicable, Chen Yi shrugged. After all, Li Qingkang is an ordinary person, and it is normal to wear a gas mask in this environment. After all, the sky here is filled with the blood mist of mutant beasts. If ordinary people take a few puffs, they may mutate. Hearing this, Li Qingkang's eyes narrowed. Master Chen means. Discord Chen Yejue said that only halfway through his question, fierce gunfire came from not far away. Soon a person with superpowers trotted over to Chen Yi and reported, "Master, just now, a large number of mutant beasts suddenly appeared and attacked the area we had defended around Xingfeng building. It seems that there are no less than 100 of them at present. The firepower we have deployed around is extinguishing it. Well, after the extermination, seal the corpses of the mutant beasts with superpowers, and hand over the corpses of the mutant beasts without superpowers to the research institute." Chen Yi nodded lightly, not surprised at all. Just now when he was high in the sky, he had already seen mutant beasts coming from all directions. After saying that, he looked at the stunned Li Qingkang and chuckled, "The world has changed and it's not safe outside. I'll order another group of people to send the city guard back home." Although Li Qingkang was full of doubts at the moment, since Chen Yi had clearly given the eviction order, he couldn't ask any more questions. Soon, they left Star Peak Tower under the escort of an elite team led by superpower and driving an 8-wheel armored vehicle. When he left, the sound of gunfire around Xingfeng building slowly calmed down. A total of 129 mutant beasts were wiped out this time, and no one in our army was injured or killed. In the conference room, Chen Yi listened to the report of the battle situation by the people below. His face was expressionless and he did not praise them for their good fighting. After all, it was just a group of brainless mutated beasts attacking their long-prepared position. If there were casualties, then Chen Yi should be surprised. Now this kind of record can only be said to be reasonable. Go on. After reporting the casualties, the security chief was stunned for a moment, then quickly continued, "We have found the source of these sudden mutant beasts. About half an hour ago, a large-scale animal mutation occurred in Tianai Zoo, which is less than 2 kilometers away from our Xingfeng building, causing great commotion. But what's strange is that these animals completed the mutation process in less than a few minutes, which caught people off guard, causing large-scale casualties in the zoo. What's even more strange is that after they completed the mutation and rushed out of the cage, instead of fleeing and attacking others, they rushed together with great purpose to the location of our Xingfeng group. So what just happened? Logically speaking, these mutated beasts shouldn't attack us so purposefully. This thing is weird from beginning to end." With that said, the person in charge put down the information in his hand, glanced at Chen Yi, whose face was as heavy as water, and did not dare to say anything more. I really don't blame them for not warning them in advance. In fact, it only took about 10 minutes from the incident to the exchange of fire between the mutant beast and the Chen family. No one could react. What do you think of the research institute? Chen Yi declined to comment on the situation at the security department, and then looked at the old man on the other side who didn't even have time to change into a white coat. When the old man heard this, he immediately said, "Master, I'm afraid this is man-made. The concentration of the virus at the current stage, from infection to virus outbreak, will never be less than 10 days. Even if these animals in the park have been infected with the virus long ago, it is impossible for a full outbreak to occur in just a few minutes. There is only one possibility for this situation to occur, and that is that someone extracted a high concentration of the virus through some means and then spread it to these animals." Having said this, the old man paused and continued, "However, the Ministry of Security did not say that there were human mutations in the park. This is a bit strange. Logically speaking, once the high concentration virus extracted artificially if it spreads, it will not only be animals that will be infected and mutated, but humans as well." Hearing this, the person in charge of the security department quickly said, "It is true that no one was infected in the zoo at the first time. Later, the bodies of many people killed by mutant beasts mutated and turned into zombies. Well, that means that the first wave of virus outbreak in the zoo did not affect people." The old man mused, "From this point, we can boldly guess that this artificially extracted concentrated virus will not cause human mutation. To do this, the person who extracted the virus may have already researched the virus to a very deep level. This requires a lot of resources and data to support, and it also requires an extremely high standard laboratory, at least not it is inferior to our underground laboratory and can do all these at the same time. There must be a huge organization behind it." At this point, the old man from the Underground Research Institute said no more. What he meant was already obvious. This was not just man-made, but even intentional by the big forces behind it. There are currently 3 major forces around Tianai that can meet these conditions at the same time. A Chen family, a business alliance. The other one is naturally the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee. Of course, the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee cannot be compared with the Chen family and the Merchant Alliance at this stage. After all, the officialdom has not completely fallen apart. They want to rise only after the official order completely collapses and receive a large amount of official inheritance. So this third one can be said to be the official force around Tianai. The strange bird just attacked the city guard, so this must have been done by the Merchant Alliance. A stubborn Su Yan said immediately. As one of Chen Yi's strongest combatants at this stage besides herself, she is naturally qualified to reach this level. Meeting. However, this guy only thinks about fighting and killing, and he is obviously not used to this kind of twists and turns that require using his brain. When Shen Yanqi heard this, he couldn't help but said, "How do you know it was the business alliance that did it?" This is not simple. If the city guards die here, can the official cooperate with us to deal with the Merchant Alliance? This seems to be beneficial to them, Su Yan said matter-of-factly. Then to put it another way, if the city guard dies here, both us and the officials will think that it was the Merchant Alliance. Then shouldn't we share the same hatred and kill them? Shen Yanxi asked in return. Su Yan was speechless for a moment. Stupid, Shen Yanxi rolled her eyes. But at this moment, Chen Yi suddenly smiled and said, Su Yan is right, this matter was done by the Merchant Alliance. Shen Yanxi was stunned for a moment, and then asked in confusion, but as of now, there is no evidence pointing to them, right? Isn't it too hasty to draw a conclusion like this? Chen Yi glanced at her and said calmly, are you careless? Very sloppy indeed, but the question is, who is doing this behind the scenes, and does it matter? It is important to say that it is important. After all, this may mean that there's still a big force hiding in the dark around Tianai that has not surfaced. But if it's not important, there's actually nothing wrong with it. Because the most important thing now is that what the Chen family has to deal with the officials is the Merchant Alliance. So this matter can only be done by the Merchant Alliance now. The government is a huge organization. Even if Li Qingkang is the guardian of Tianai City, he cannot dominate Tianai City's official system. The Merchant Alliance can all have internal support within the Chen family, let alone within the officialdom. He didn't need to think about it to know that there would definitely be a lot of resistance if Li Qingkang wanted to cooperate with the Chen family after he returned. But now, the Merchant Alliance is abusing the purified virus to cause animal mutation, causing a large number of casualties, and using technical means to control mutant beasts to attack the city guard and the Chen family's residence. Is there any better reason to suppress the different voices within? This reason is not only useful for Li Qingkang, but also for him. Hasty. Hearing Chen Yi's rhetorical question, Shen Yanxi was stunned for a moment, but with her IQ, she naturally reacted instantly. Then he said, I understand. Chen Yi nodded and was about to discuss the next action plan and purpose with them. But at this moment, a voice came from the headset Qin Zhu had been wearing. Xu Mei frowned slightly, then stood up and whispered into Chen Yi's ear, just now, our various material storage warehouses and strongholds in Tianai City were attacked by mutant beasts. The scale of this attack is huge. The defense force in those places is far inferior to that of the Xingfang Group headquarters. Now several warehouses have been lost, and a large amount of materials have been destroyed by mutant beasts. Moreover, these mutant beasts not only attack us but also attack us. Attacking ordinary people, it is roughly estimated that it has caused thousands of casualties and caused huge riots in Tianai City. Chen Yi, who was about to speak, paused, then sneered, these people really do everything they can. If he had only suspected that this matter was done by the Merchant Alliance but was not sure yet, setting the tone here was just to make it easier to deal with them. So now he is 90% sure that this is the work of the Merchant Alliance. Because making such a big commotion in Tianai is not in the interest of the officialdom at all, nor is it in the interest of the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee. The only beneficiaries so far seem to be the Merchant Alliance. This group of people created so many mutant beasts and caused Tianai to fall into a huge commotion, which would force the Chen family and the government to solve the problems in the city first and not focus on them. This gives them breathing room to focus on other things. It doesn't matter whether it's transferring materials and withdrawing from Tianai, or relocating in Tianai. It all takes time. Chen Yi had no intention of hiding the news, and announced it right away in front of everyone. People like the Chen family obviously did not expect that the Merchant Alliance would be so crazy. But after all, they are all elites here, and they quickly reacted and began to propose solutions one by one. But in the final analysis, these plans require a lot of manpower and material resources to be invested, and they will indeed delay the time to deal with the Merchant Alliance. This is someone else's conspiracy, and there's really nothing you can do about it. After all, it was impossible for Chen Yi to ignore all the Chen family's sphere of influence in Tianai except for the Xingfang Group in order to deal with them, and allow these territories and materials to be destroyed by vicious beasts. It is certain to allocate manpower to help, but at this moment, Shen Yanxi suddenly raised the question, why do these mutant beasts obey their orders? Starting from the strange bird that appeared at the beginning, didn't you notice? The attacks of these mutant beasts seem to be very purposeful. This cannot be the effect they can achieve with a little guidance of the mutant beasts. I'm afraid there is some way to control mutant beasts. If we can find this method, then not only will we not need to send a lot of manpower and material resources to deal with the mutant beasts and give up the encirclement and suppression of the Merchant Alliance, but we will also be able to harvest a group of mutant beasts which will greatly increase our strength. Her angle was something that no one here had thought of. However, after a brief silence, someone shook his head and said, I'm afraid this kind of thing is an absolute secret within the Merchant Alliance. It should be difficult for us to find it, right? Indeed, although it sounds good, it is actually not realistic. Everyone shook their heads. Only Chen Yi suddenly said after hearing her words, it may not be unrealistic. Because he suddenly remembered something. It was mentioned in Fang Zan's memory fragments that high-level mutant beasts can command low-level mutant beasts. The more advanced the mutant beast, the higher its IQ. It also means that it is easier to tame. After the end of the world, there are many people who have tamed mutant beasts as mounts. Sometimes they are attacked by a large number of mutant beasts. If the tamed mutant beast is strong enough and has a high level, it can easily save its owner from danger and even harvest a large number of mutant beast resources. This thing is very popular after the apocalypse, but there are very few people who have the strength to tame high-level mutant beasts, at least Fang Zan does not have this ability. Because to tame a high-level mutant beast, the simplest requirement is that you must be stronger than it. As for Chen Yi, the most indispensable thing now is people with strong individual strength. Chen Yi didn't know what method the Merchant Alliance used to control the mutated beasts. It might be intervention through some kind of technological means, or it might be induced through some method of controlling the virus. But it doesn't matter if you don't know. If someone plays with someone else's, he can play with his own. Find a high-level mutant beast to tame, and then take all the mutant beasts sent by the Merchant Alliance into your pocket, and become the vanguard of the Merchant Alliance. This thing is very cost-effective. Oh, Master, is there anything you can do? The person in charge of the research institute pushed up his glasses and said with eager eyes. They are also very interested in mutant beasts now, and they are researching them day and night in the laboratory. When they heard Chen Yi say this, they were naturally curious. The solution Chen Yi smiled and said to Qin Zhu on the side, among the mutant beasts that appear now, which one is the most powerful? What type of mutant beast does it belong to, and what did it evolve from? Qin Zhu, who has been staying in Xingfang building, obviously does not have this kind of data. Wen Yan quickly knocked on the headset and started asking the front line. After waiting for about 10 minutes, she finally got the answer and said quickly, Master, it's a white tiger located more than 20 kilometers south and attacking one of our suburban warehouses. According to the information obtained from the front line, the white tiger is probably from the surrounding area. He escaped from the zoo. This tiger is huge, with a shoulder height of more than 8 meters and a body length of more than 15 meters. It can spit out sharp wind blades from its mouth. It is extremely powerful and has a clear gap with other mutant beasts. It has been destroyed. We have no less than 3 main battle tanks. If it weren't for the huge amount of supplies stored in that warehouse and the stakes were so high, our people should have withdrawn long ago. This is the first time we have encountered this kind of monster that can destroy main battle tanks. The soldiers stationed on the front line tried their best to stop it. But it wasn't just the white tiger that attacked that warehouse, there were also many other mutant beasts. Currently, the security personnel of the warehouse over there have issued distress signals to the command center 3 times in a row. The situation is quite critical. A company with heavy firepower sent by the command center is on the way to support. She reported the situation quickly. Chen Yi nodded thoughtfully when he heard this. I'm afraid it's useless for the backup people to rush over in that case, I'll just make a run for it. Disc. The howling wind blew. However, the strong wind that usually only makes people stagger around at most is hiding a deadly murderous intention at this time. In the infantry fighting vehicle that was cut in half, a soldier looked at the front of the vehicle about 10 meters away and the smooth cut in front of him that was larger than the door and felt the cold wind blowing inside. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Holding the gun tightly in his hand, he looked at the open space in front of him. Boom. Heavy footsteps sounded. The hearts of several soldiers in the car could not help but beat violently. Along with the footsteps, there was also the sound of heavy breathing like the roar of a bellows. The next moment, several soldiers felt their eyes darken. A huge head appeared at the break of the infantry fighting vehicle that was cut off. With such a big hole, you can't even see the specific shape of the head. You can only see half of the head and a cold and ruthless amber pupil. Several warriors faced such an ancient behemoth at such a distance, and the fear originating from the deepest part of their genes had already made their minds go blank, forgetting that they still held weapons in their hands. Of course, the weapons in their hands were probably no different from fire sticks in front of the monster in front of them. After all, the machine guns on the tanks can't do any harm to others, let alone the rifles in their hands. The wind roared in the broken carriage, making several people unable to open their eyes. After an unknown amount of time, a soldier suddenly felt that the strong wind dissipated and the heavy footsteps gradually faded away. You survived. The soldier subconsciously touched his whole body and made sure there were no missing parts before he breathed a sigh of relief and quickly called on the crew channel. Hey, how are you? Still, say something if you were not dead. No, it's okay. Fine. That's fucking scary. What kind of monster is this? Hearing the familiar voice of his teammates on the channel, the squad leader couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and then quickly said, hurry up and report it. The chariot is completely destroyed. The monster is approaching the warehouse. Let the people stationed in the warehouse be careful. In addition, having said this, the squad leader hesitated for a moment and then said, it didn't seem to mean any harm, it just destroyed our tank. After the first few tanks that blocked it were destroyed, there seemed to be no casualties among the people inside. Well, that's it. Report it to the command center and let them decide. Since 3 o'clock today, a large number of monsters have appeared throughout Tianai City, and incidents of monsters hurting people have emerged one after another. We can see that a large number of troops have now entered the city to eliminate monsters and protect the lives and property of the people. Safety. My current location is Shupingwan village, located in the southern suburbs of Tianai City. It is the front line of the battle. The ones blocking the monsters on the front line are a unit of the 96th Heavy Armed Synthetic Brigade, which has been stationed in the city to prevent accidents due to the recent tensions. They, the station in the city, happened to be blocking the path of this group of monsters. At this time, they were exchanging fire with a large number of monsters. It is reported that many monsters have been killed, and they also suffered a lot of casualties. In the southern suburbs of Tianai, only a few hundred meters away from the front line, many reporters were reporting on the current situation into the camera. The last war that occurred in Lianqi Wetland Park was so sudden that it came and went so quickly that no media had time to rush to the scene. But this time, a large number of mutant beasts attacked the city. It had already happened for several hours. At this time, there were naturally many reporters who were not afraid of death and rushed to the front line to get the latest news. Different from the previous reporting model, with the popularization of the internet, many media now like to use live broadcast to gain traffic and attention. Therefore, what is going on here is not only known to the whole country, but the whole country can even see the situation on the battlefield here. Cameras on the ground, drones in the sky. The shots are switched in an orderly manner, and coupled with professional explanations, even viewers who don't understand the situation at all can probably understand the current situation. The situation seems not good. That white tiger is so powerful. It's outrageous that even tanks can't stop it. Yes, when the drone was filming just now, I saw with my own eyes that it took off the turret of the tank with one claw. It was so cruel. The most critical thing is that someone took a shot from the main battle tank's 125mm smoothbore cannon, but nothing happened. It's hard to imagine that this is a carbon-based creature. It's over. Another infantry fighting vehicle was destroyed. It seems that a company-level unit was stationed here. All 3 tanks were gone. There were only a few infantry fighting vehicles. There were less and less heavy equipment. Only. It can be forced back by relying on the weapons on the position. What about heavy firepower? Please support me. Does the heavy armed combined brigade have rocket launchers? What are you doing standing there? Explode. Blow your mother's head off. Although this is not the city center, it is still an urban area. Do you know how many residential buildings and factories there are around? The rocket launchers fired a volley, and everything was flattened. The most important thing is that there is a large granary not far behind. If the granary is blown up, many people will have to drink from the northwest wind. Haha, you don't think you can stop drinking the northwest wind if the granary doesn't explode, do you? Do you know how much Tianai grain costs per pound now? In the barrage in the live broadcast room, many viewers expressed concerns about the unfavorable war ahead and put forward various guidance opinions. Of course, no one will listen. If their suggestions were useful, these elite soldiers present would not have had such a difficult time. After all, there is a command center behind them, which is full of commanders and staff who have received the most rigorous training. They have thought of every possible way. Either it cannot be used in the current environment, or it is found to be of no use to this white tiger after using it. If they really could find a quick solution that was suitable for the current environment, they would have already dealt with the mutated beasts here. Why would they need to wait for netizens to teach them how to fight? But reality is sometimes like this. A layman always likes to give advice to an expert on the internet, saying, I think this should be how it should be. After saying that, he was still smug, thinking that he had seen through everything with his clear thinking and discovered blind spots that even professionals could not find. In fact, from the perspective of true experts, these suggestions that come out of the mouth are stupid, and they often only want the benefits and not the harm. Everyone knows that facing these ferocious beasts running around in the city, a large-scale rocket launcher or even a volley of ordinary artillery can basically solve them. No matter how powerful that white tiger is, I'm afraid it won't be able to withstand this level of bombing. But some people can think that this is a city, and if it is blown up, the damage will be greater than letting these monsters haha. Some people don't think of this and think that other professional commanders are fighting stupid battles and it is better to fight on their own. In the car, Chen Yi, who was rushing to the front line to face the white tiger mutant beast, found that instead of waiting for the people below to report the battle situation, it would be better to directly open the live broadcast to watch intuitively. So I am also watching the live broadcast at the moment. Seeing the sarcastic comments in the live broadcast room accusing frontline commanders of not knowing how to fight, Su Yan, who came to watch the fun like a follower, said disdainfully, a bunch of idiots. But Shen Yanqi on the other side shook his head. I can't say that. I can only say that they do lack a certain level of professionalism and are not thoughtful enough. This is a limitation of cognition. Su Yan raised her eyebrows, but considering that she was probably no match for Shen Yanqi in her talk, she simply didn't bother to argue with her. On the contrary, Chen Yi chuckled and said, this is the crowd. They want to participate, but they are unprofessional and don't want to be responsible. Taken individually, their IQs may not be lower than anyone else's. What limits them is the limitations of their cognition, but when they are mixed together, their minds will really be thrown away. If we let them go to the front line to command, they themselves would not be so stupid as to order the bombing of the city, but it does not prevent them from having fun with people on the internet now. Amon. So the so-called public opinion can essentially be manipulated, and people can be fooled. When the amount of information is enough, their attention will be attracted. Compared with direct force feeding, people believe in the answers they have deduced. And through some general, vague, and broad descriptions, they can be guided to get the answers they want, which is more intuitive when people appear in groups. Having said this, he glanced at Shen Yanqi and Su Yan sitting on the left and right with interest. Do you believe in horoscopes? Believe it. I'm a Sagittarius, Su Yan said without thinking. Shen Yanqi, on the other hand, said with a look of disgust, that's all right. I have a PhD in psychology. How can I not know about astrological effects? That is to say, this idiot doesn't know that he has been scolded. Chen Yi smiled slightly and said nothing more. Su Yan, on the other hand, looked confused, then rolled up her sleeves and looked at Shen Yanqi. Who are you scolding? I didn't scold you, he was scolding you for being stupid. Shen Yanqi rolled her eyes at her. It's not that stupid, it's just that I haven't overcome some of the weaknesses in human nature and can easily be taken advantage of. Chen Yi shook his head. Dialectical thinking is a good thing, but there are very few people who can actually think dialectically. Most people who talk about these words every day just know that there's such a thing. Know it but don't know why. Due to frequent accidents and tense situations today, officials have implemented road control for the past 2 days. The road was now empty and smooth. It only took Chen Yi's motorcade about 10 minutes to arrive at Shuping Bay, which is more than 20 kilometers away from Xingfeng Building. Before they even got close, they heard fierce gunfire from afar. Based on the live broadcast and frontline reports he saw, Chen Yi had a rough understanding of the current situation. Although the most powerful White Tiger destroyed a lot of heavy equipment and caused considerable losses, judging from the information reported by the frontline soldiers, it seemed that this guy did not mean to hurt anyone. At least the casualties on the front line now have nothing to do with it. It is precisely for this reason that the rear headquarters also directly ordered the frontline troops to ignore the terrifying White Tiger for the time being if not necessary, and to focus firepower on other more violent, destructive and aggressive mutant beasts. So the gunshots heard now are basically aimed at other mutant beasts. There are a lot of mutant beasts here. They have been concentrating on dealing with the White Tiger, but they haven't dealt with the other mutant beasts much. Now that I have taken my hand out, I have achieved a lot of results. A mutated beast that doesn't hurt people, this actually made Chen Yi a little interested. No matter how you look at it, this guy definitely has a very high IQ. Chen Yi came here with the intention of subduing this White Tiger and then using it to control other mutant beasts. The higher the IQ this guy shows, the greater his value will naturally be after being tamed. Of course, there are basically no tricks to subdue this mutant beast. All you need to do is conquer it with hard power. This White Tiger has been very capable since it appeared until now. It's hard to say how strong it is. Chen Yi didn't dare to say that he would definitely be able to defeat it. But even if you can't surrender, there should be no problem in escaping attack. This is his confidence. Bah. The car brakes. Chen Yi looked at the smoke-filled battlefield not far away and calmly got out of the car. Qinju, the passenger in the passenger seat, quickly opened the door and came down, put the sword into his hand, and said with some hesitation, Master, actually. We can apply for some more powerful resource support from the family, such as the Navy, Air Force, or Missile Force. The family should agree. With the help of these forces, it should be no problem to clear out these mutated beasts that attack our various strongholds in Tianai in a short time. There is no need for you to take risks yourself. Quote. We have had supernatural beings test the White Tiger before, but we couldn't test how strong it is at all. However, Chen Yi shook his head and said, the negative impact caused by using such a sophisticated and powerful weapon is too great, and if we need to seek support from the family for such a matter, then when the doomsday comes, the family will have to deal with it themselves. Too busy, what should we do? Sister Ju, you have to understand one thing. The family is the family, and we are us. Sometimes we need to make a clear distinction. It's not that Qinju doesn't understand the meaning behind this, she just doesn't want Chen Yi to be in danger. Hearing this, he said again, then why don't you let me? However, before she could finish her words this time, Chen Yi pinched her pretty face and interrupted her. Then he leaned into her ear and whispered softly, remember, there are no men in the world who are better than you, no matter what. Humans are still mutant beasts, and they may not have been born yet. It's not my turn for you, a woman, to open the way for me to test this kind of thing. Qinju couldn't help but blush at his sudden intimate move, and then lowered his head without further persuasion. Chen Yi chuckled lightly and walked forward with the knife in hand like a leisurely stroll. He walked straight through the streets that were almost in ruins in the position set up by the security soldiers. Face the mutant beasts in front of you that occasionally come out from all corners, trying to cross the position and pounce on the granary behind. In the sky, many cruising drones immediately saw his behavior and immediately focused their cameras on him. A reporter who was live broadcast couldn't help but exclaim, what did I see? A man walked out of the position with a knife and walked towards those monsters. A man with a knife suddenly appeared on the tense battlefield. Once discovered, it naturally attracted the attention of countless viewers. Damn, what does this mean? Where did this stupid young man come from? What about the people in the army? Why don't you stop it? Good guy, there are really some people who are not afraid of death. Whose general is this? This guy doesn't want to pick up a knife and kill those monsters, right? It's really hard to find out. The regular army has a lot of weapons and can only hide behind the fortifications. Yes, these monsters are so fast that ordinary people can't aim accurately with a gun, so they can only stand firm and wait for them to come. It's really a bit too humorous for this guy to come here with a knife. Isn't this some internet celebrity making a living? Almost as soon as he appeared on the stage, Chen Yi became the focus of everyone's attention. The viewers watching the live broadcast on the internet naturally didn't know why, thinking that he was committing suicide while making all kinds of jokes in the live broadcast room. There's no way around it. Although superpowers and mutant beasts are no longer a secret among high-level people, they're still unheard of for the vast majority of ordinary people. Ordinary people don't know how powerful superpowers are. It's hard to understand when they see someone using a knife to face these monsters that are difficult to deal with even guns. Of course, there are not many people in the audience who don't know something about these things. Many people tried to come out and tell others that they came here at this time, but the military people did not stop them. The person under the camera was most likely a superpower, possessing unimaginable extraordinary power. It's just that once this kind of barrage of science popularization warnings is released, it is either directly overwhelmed by the massive barrage, or people notice it and think that people who popularize science have read too many novels and ridiculed it. People are like this sometimes. When faced with things beyond their knowledge, they are so stubborn that they cannot hear any other voices. When Chen Yi came, he could naturally guess what was going on the internet. If he is willing, he can shut down all these live broadcast rooms with just one sentence, or make those who ridicule him in the live broadcast rooms never be able to speak on the internet. But it's not necessary. If you have a mouth on someone's body, can you still stop them from saying what they want to say? What's more, everyone has the need to show off, and he is certainly no exception. Now he has some strength. If he doesn't show it in front of everyone, wouldn't all his strength be wasted? As for other people's doubts and ridicules, if everyone believes that he can kill all these mutant beasts, then what's the pleasure of pretending to be slapped in the face? Since we want to show off, let's focus on reversal. Of course, he couldn't make such a big noise just to show off. This thing can only be regarded as incidental. There are naturally deeper considerations behind it. The main reason is to show your strength. What is most important after the end? There is no doubt that it is resources, because as long as there is no shortage of resources, there will never be a shortage of talents. While superpowers have far greater strength than ordinary people, the resources they require are also far beyond what ordinary people can match. Chen Yi certainly has no shortage of resources now. If he can kill the Merchant Alliance, he will only be able to obtain more resources. But he is not the only one with resources. Not to mention, among the current Tianai, the Merchant Alliance, and the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee that has not surfaced until now, which one has less resources than him? No. And under the premise that everyone has a lot of resources, if they want to recruit more talents, they naturally rely on strength. Being strong means that it is not easy to overturn. Given the same resources, if people were given a choice, most people would definitely choose to join a stronger force. However, whether it is strong or not also requires publicity. After the apocalypse, this kind of propaganda will basically be done through fists. If you are strong, your reputation will naturally grow. However, due to the Doomsday environment, this kind of propaganda can only be regional in the final analysis, and it is difficult to extend to further places. But now it's different, the end has not come yet. Is there any better propaganda channel than the modern internet? No, this was a blind spot that Chen Yi suddenly discovered when he was in the car just now. Of course, if he can think of it, it is impossible for other forces to think of it. It's just that even if others can think of it, it's difficult to do it. At least it's very difficult to do it like him and create huge waves on the internet in a simple way, which is so impressive that people can't forget it even after the end of the world. Because even the major forces of all parties do not have many superpowers in their hands now, and it can even be said to be very rare. They lack the powerful single combat power like Chen Yi to let future survivors. Even if he awakens as a superpower after the end of the world, he still remembers the scene he saw today. It is completely impossible to achieve this effect by finding a few ordinary superpowers. After all, once ordinary people awaken their powers in the future, when they look back at the scenes of ordinary people with powers taking action, will they feel powerful, or will they think, it's just that, I can do it too? And Chen Yi's current strength can definitely crush most of the superpowers in the early days of the apocalypse, and even for a long time after the apocalypse. When the time comes when these superpowers think of what they saw today, they will probably only be able to sigh, that's really awesome. This means that Chen Yamin can directly enter the battlefield at a speed that is invisible to the naked eye, kill one mutant beast at a time, and deal with all these low-level mutant beasts, and then go to find the White Tiger. But the reason why he walked slowly to the battlefield. Under the gaze of countless people behind the camera, Chen Yi strolled to the middle of the main road of Shupingwan village. This place is far away from the position set up by the soldiers of the Chen family security department. At this time, the village has become a paradise for mutant beasts. There are no less than 30 mutant beasts of various kinds hidden in the surrounding buildings. These beasts were not stupid. Compared to the terrifying White Tiger, heavy firepower still posed a great threat to them. Therefore, they are hiding in the residential building at the moment, waiting for the opportunity to attack the position, trying to break through the position and rush to the huge granary behind. Chen Yi was not sure why these things were targeting the granary and were so persistent. He could only guess that the people behind them used some means to control these mutated beasts. He didn't care what the means were, because in the memory fragments of the reborn person, he got the information that there is no special way to control mutant beasts in the Doomsday. The most common method is probably to tame a high-level mutant beast, and then use the high-level mutant beast to control other mutant beasts. This proves that the methods used by the people behind the scenes to control mutant beasts are destined to be eliminated after the end of the world. Of course it is of little value. On the contrary, when it came to taming mutant beasts, he was a little unsure of how to tame them. He could only try again when he met the White Tiger. And now Chen Yi, who was strolling on the smoke-filled battlefield, paused and looked at a 6-story building to the side. At the entrance of the small mouth, a pair of red eyes were staring at him in the darkness of the stairwell. Through the layers of darkness, Chen Yi could probably see clearly that what was staring at him was a mouse. Huge rat. This guy was hiding in the stairwell of the unit building, and his exposed head was as good as a car wheel. The mouse, which was originally supposed to be only the size of a palm, is now as big as a tiger or leopard. Scarlet eyes flashed with bloodthirsty light in the darkness, and sharp claws kept scratching the cement floor, leaving traces of feet deep on the ground. Obviously, it has set its sights on Chen Yi. Although the people stationed here are private soldiers of the Chen family, they are still acting under the official name outside. Therefore, as soon as a large number of mutant beasts were discovered, most of the villagers in the village had been moved away. The place is empty now. Chen Yi, who ran in alone, is like a light in the dark night in the eyes of these mutated beasts, dazzling and out of place. It is understandable to attract the attention of these mutant beasts. Faced with the prying eyes of this monster, Chen Yi not only had no intention of leaving, but after a pause and seeing that the guy didn't attack, he took the initiative to walk towards the unit building. Before anyone could get close, they heard the giant rat roaring in warning, and at the same time, its claws digging at the ground became more and more impatient. There was doubt and hesitation in his eyes like light bulbs. It's observing Chen Yi. Rats are inherently timid and cautious. Even after mutating and gaining terrifying powers, their nature is still there. Facing ordinary people who are running away, it will go up and tear them apart and then eat them alive. But when faced with someone like Chen Yi, he wasn't afraid when he saw it. Instead, he took the initiative to come over. It instinctively felt that the person in front of it seemed different from the humans it had encountered before. If it were instinctive, it would definitely sneak away first to show respect. But it was hiding in the stairwell here. It originally wanted to attack people passing by outside, leaving no escape route at all. There is no place to run if you want to run now. Seeing Chen Yi getting closer and closer, he could only sound a warning in an inward voice in an attempt to expel this unusual human being. I'm afraid it's too late to run away now. Chen Yi walked to the unit building and was only 7 or 8 meters away from the giant rat. As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked the other half of the door that was closed on the side. Boom! The metal door made an explosive sound and instantly deformed and shot out from the door frame. Before the mouse could react, the deformed metal security door hit it squarely on the head. The guy who was hit couldn't help but scream in horror. But this time, the bloodthirsty instinct of the giant rat was finally aroused. The next moment, it threw away the unit door that hit it and rushed straight towards Chen Yi. Chen Yi turned sideways slightly, and then the sword flashed. After the giant rat flew several meters in the air, it hit the ground heavily, lifeless. The huge body was still twitching, but the big head, which was comparable to a car wheel, was gone. The smell of blood immediately filled the air. Immediately afterwards, Chen Yi heard many chaotic footsteps around him. There was the dull sound of hooves striking the ground, and the rustle of reptiles crawling on the ground. Obviously, many mutant beasts in the surrounding area were attracted. Chen Yi wanted this effect, so he didn't panic at all. He stayed a little away from the smelly giant rat, then rubbed the sword without any trace of blood, and quietly waited for the arrival of other mutant beasts. "Ah, I am super, this big rat is bigger than a tiger. It's so annoying. Man, shouldn't the really scary thing be that the brother below chopped this thing off with just one knife? What's the difference between this and killing a tiger with a sliding shovel? You don't even need a sliding shovel. Let me tell you something, this mouse looks much more powerful than an ordinary tiger. Originally, I thought seeing a tiger making a sliding shovel was a joke, but now I realize that it turned out to be extremely realistic. Don't be embarrassed, people don't use slide shovels, they just avoid being killed by sideways, and then kill this huge old Sioux with a single blow. I once suspected that I was not the same creature as others. This is too fierce. Did you just say that people are seeking death by grandstanding? Say. Fortunately, I didn't say anything. I knew that when he came over, even the frontline soldiers didn't stop him. He must be powerful. A group of clowns were still questioning him. No, when did humans evolve? Why did not you take me? Chen Yi killed a monster that couldn't even be dealt with by ordinary firearms in such an understatement. After being stunned for a long time, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but gasp. If Chen Yi could see it now. If you see the barrage, you may be tempted to say that everyone has already started to evolve, but in the future some people will evolve into superpowers and some will evolve into mindless zombies. Everyone has a bright future. There is no need to envy others. He definitely didn't have time to say this now, because a large number of mutant beasts were already approaching quickly after smelling the bloody smell of the mutant rat. The one that appeared first surprised Chen Yi. It's a snake. This thing is huge, its body is thicker than a water tank. The most important thing is that this is a poisonous snake. Judging from the appearance, Chen Yi estimated that before the mutation, this was probably a king cobra, which was originally much larger than an ordinary snake. But now after evolution, the length of this thing has exceeded 30 meters. After being coiled on a 5-story building and spreading out the scales on his neck, his head was like the front of a large truck, giving people a huge sense of oppression. His cold vertical pupils stared at Chen Yi, and drops of venom kept falling from his slightly open mouth. Once it falls to the ground, the venom reacts with the ground and makes a sizzling sound. If bitten by this thing, let alone ordinary people or people with supernatural powers, I am afraid that even a blue whale would be poisoned. There is no doubt that it is the most powerful mutant beast now except for the harmless white tiger. Ordinary superpowers would probably just run away when encountering this thing, and would not be its opponent at all. But it was Chen Yi who was present now. Seeing the giant snake appear, not only did he not panic at all, but he looked around on the spot. Wherever he looked, there were basically mutant beasts hiding in the dark. These mutant beasts obviously did not dare to provoke the big snake in front of them. They were secretly waiting for the big snake to fight with this unusual human being in front of them, and then they could take the opportunity to tear off a piece of meat from the killed mouse. As time passed, the giant snake kept making hissing sounds, but it never took the initiative to attack. Chen Yi also kept observing the surroundings as the mutant beasts gathered around him, but showed no intention of attacking. I do not know how long it has been. Chen Yi noticed the sound of crushed rubble coming from a collapsed ruin 200 to 300 meters away from him, and then he finally nodded. We're all here, it's time to send you beasts on your way. Boom. Before he finished speaking, the terrifying flame suddenly spread with Chen Yi as the center. The surrounding 100 meters instantly turned into a sea of fire. With more than 100 points of physical and mental power, his powers have already reached a terrifying level. Once activated, the surrounding area suddenly turned into a scorching purgatory. A fire dragon slowly formed from the sea of fire, its size no less than that of a giant snake dozens of meters long. As soon as it took shape, it looked up to the sky and let out a silent roar, then it was wrapped in endless heat and rushed straight towards the big snake. If it were just an ordinary mutated beast, even if the big snake had reached this level, facing the fire dragon condensed by the king's fire, it would only be burned to charcoal in an instant. However, this big snake is obviously not simple, it is also a mutated beast with superpowers. Venom is its power. Facing the menacing fire dragon, the big snake opened its mouth and spit out a stream of green venom. When the venom met the fire dragon, it instantly turned into bursts of green-black fishy smoke. The breeze came slowly, and the poisonous smoke quickly spread through the wind. Along the way, we happened to pass by an area where some mutant beasts were. In an instant, these mutated beasts stood frozen on the spot, and then they seemed to have been dead for tens of thousands of years and slowly disappeared like yellow sand in the breeze. This superpower is indeed quite disgusting. On the battlefield, it can be a big killer regardless of the enemy. Chen Yi couldn't help but praise after seeing this. But this little trick can't do anything to him. The king's fire enveloped the whole body, and under the scorching flames, no evil spirit could get close, let alone the poisonous mist. The people around here had already evacuated, and there was no one alive except him. This big snake used such a move, except for killing other mutant beasts present, it had no effect at all. But it obviously doesn't think that other mutant beasts are with it. Seeing more and more mutant beasts being poisoned by its poisonous mist, it has no intention of stopping. The speed of the poisonous mist is instead getting faster and faster. I want to spit out the gall water. But even so, in front of the fire dragon, the venom it spewed pales in comparison, and it retreats steadily. The other mutated beast showed no intention of flinching in the face of the deadly poisonous mist and the terrifying Chen Yi, and still rushed forward without hesitation. Only this big snake seemed smarter. After finding out that he couldn't beat him in a simple fight, he is now fighting and retreating, and his position is getting further and further back. But since Chen Yi is here, how can there be any reason to let him go? The next moment, when the big snake was entangled by the fire dragon, the sword in his hand flashed, and he was instantly in front of a mutated beast that had already charged towards him. What came directly ahead was an unpretentious vertical slash. Ooh! Under the blessing of his terrifying speed, the mutated beast didn't even realize that Chen Yi was in front of him. He felt the world spin for a while, and then fell suddenly. The last thing he saw before dying was that he was slowly falling down. Headless body. He didn't use any superpowers, just relying on the most basic physical strength to kill the mutated beast in one blow. This is the terrifying combat power that the super high value brings to him. It is simply not comparable to ordinary mutant beasts. Even if it was the strongest snake among the mutated beasts currently appearing here, he could go up with a knife and chop it down if he wanted to. However, the visual impact was not enough and it could not achieve his expected goal, so he did not do so. Fake, right, is this a human being? That's outrageous. Who secretly changed the live broadcast to a TV series about cultivating immortals? You want to lie to me, right? You said it's possible, it's simply true. Haha, how could a group of ignorant mortals know how powerful superpowers are? Almost in the instant of the fight, a large number of mutant beasts around them fell down in pieces. This was much faster than the Chen family soldiers who used various weapons to clean up before. The audience couldn't believe their eyes, and some even thought that the live broadcast screen had been replaced with special effects. The movie is completely fake. And just when they were talking about it and couldn't believe it, Chen Yi had already cut off the huge snake's head with one knife. Boom! The huge body and snake head fell helplessly, hitting the ground with a dull sound. Chen Yi slowly put the sword into its sheath. When looking at the entire Shupingwan village, it was astonishing that there was no trace of a living mutant beast. Of course, Chen Yi didn't feel that he could really get rid of all the mutant beasts here in those two moves. After all, the purpose of his coming here today, that huge white tiger, has not even shown its face. Have someone deal with the bodies of these mutated beasts. Don't go near the gymnasium in the south of the village. He picked up a headset and gave a faint order, but Chenyi's eyes never left an open-air stadium not far away. He could feel that the white tiger was inside. This is obviously the weirdest mutant beast he has ever seen. Judging from its various performances, Chenyi is inclined to think that it has advanced intelligence and is not as hostile to humans as other mutant beasts. Just now, he didn't come over to attack him while he was dealing with other mutant beasts, but now he just stayed in the gymnasium. Chenyi always felt that people were waiting for him to pass. It seemed that he was planning to communicate with him. Although this sounds outrageous, it may not be impossible. After giving the order, Chenyi walked slowly towards the gymnasium with the knife in hand. From the fighting area to the stadium, there was probably a distance of several hundred meters. This distance is not close, but although Chenyi seems to be walking slowly, he is actually running faster than the average person. It took only a moment to reach the gate of the stadium. When he got here, he could already clearly feel the pressure of the terrifying mutant beast inside. After a pause, Chenyi pushed open the gym door without any hesitation. As soon as he entered, he saw the white tiger lying there leisurely under a huge shed in the open-air gymnasium. The moment Chenyi came in, the other party also looked over. The two sides' eyes collided, but there was no spark. As Chenyi had guessed, this white tiger not only had extremely high intelligence, but also showed little desire to attack people. There was no murderous intent in his eyes, just a faint glance. Chenyi himself was stunned for a moment when he saw by who. Because at this moment, the system prompt suddenly appeared in front of him. A child of destiny has been detected near you, and the mission has been refreshed. Mission: conquer the destined son, Bai Xiaobai, and change his life trajectory. Conquer the son of destiny. Chenyi was stunned for a while before he realized what he was doing, and his eyes on Bai Hu became even weirder. Good guy, this could also be the son of destiny, which he never expected. Although most of the sons of destiny he met were more anthropomorphic and looked like dogs when the wind was going downwind, once the wind went against them, they were basically unscrupulous and did not have the upright image that the sons of destiny should have. But at least they're human beings. Now here comes someone who is not even a human being, but that's okay. But speaking of it, this mission actually only asked him to conquer the son of destiny, similar to Su Yan's mission, rather than asking him to kill the son of destiny. This actually surprised him. This kind of method that is different from the regular missions, Su Yan's skills can give out a lot of rewards from time to time, which is much larger than the reward for killing a child of destiny. Another one came out this time, which was undoubtedly an unexpected surprise. With his mind spinning, Chenyi came back to his senses and began to think about countermeasures again. Judging from the fact that the white tiger seemed to be waiting for him here on purpose and showed no aggression, he soon had a general idea. The whole process seems to take a long time, but in fact it only takes a moment. Chenyi reacted very quickly. As soon as he discovered the system refresh task, he changed his original idea of beating the white tiger and subduing him as a dog to control other mutant beasts. Under Bai Hu's gaze, he walked step by step towards the shed where Bai Hu was. Soon we arrived outside the shed. Their eyes met, and Chenyi stepped into the tent without any hesitation. Although I don't know if you can understand me, but since you are waiting for me here, you must have something to talk to me about, so you might as well speak up. As soon as he came in, Chenyi asked in a neither humble nor overbearing tone. The white tiger stared at him for a while, and then a claw as sharp as a dagger popped out of his forefoot. The claws were inserted into the concrete floor in front of it like tofu. After a period of heart-wrenching moments, a line of crooked handwriting soon appeared on the cement floor. When Chenyi looked at it, he saw that it clearly read, I want to talk to the person with the highest status among you. Although I don't know if you refers to the entire human race or just my Chen family, it doesn't make any difference. Generally speaking, I should be able to make the decision. What I can't do now should be able to be done in the near future. You can just tell me. Chenyi said calmly, if what you say can interest me, I can let go of the damage caused by you bringing these ferocious beasts to my Chen family's territory today. Bai Hu could obviously understand people's words. After staring at Chenyi for a while, his huge body suddenly moved, revealing a covered wall behind. The wall was clearly carved with claws. I roughly wrote down the reason why it appeared here. Even Chenyi is considered well informed, and when he saw the words above, he couldn't help but have a look of astonishment in his eyes. This is probably what happened. The white tiger in front of me is called Bai Xiaobai. Or to be more specific, when she was still human, she was called Bai Xiaobai. Until she awakened a very special power. She can control animals. And this ability grows extremely fast. At first she could only control small animals like cats and dogs, but within a few days she gradually developed into being able to control large animals such as tigers and leopards in the zoo to a certain extent. Later, her powers became stronger and stronger, and even she herself didn't know how far the animals she could control could reach. Until she was targeted. It was a huge force, but she didn't even know the name of this force now. This mysterious force kidnapped her when she wasn't paying attention. When she came back to her senses and realized what had happened, she discovered that her parents had also been kidnapped. Under the threat of the safety of her loved ones, she had to obey the orders of this force. Then she followed their orders and tried to control the mutated beasts with her own powers. These mutant beasts were much more difficult to control than ordinary animals. At that time, it was extremely difficult for Bai Xiaobai to control ordinary mutant beasts. But she doesn't know if it's because she's gifted in this area or what, but her progress is faster than anyone expected. In less than 2 days, she could completely control ordinary mutant beasts. The ability to control mutant beasts, which is so unbelievable, is already very powerful at this point. In terms of combat effectiveness, most of the superpowers now cannot defeat mutant beasts. She can control mutant beasts to fight for herself. The strength is definitely very strong at this stage. That's the batch. However, the people from that force were obviously not just satisfied with this. What they want is an army of mutant beasts that they can control, not just one mutant beast. Then someone suggested that Bai Xiaobai could try to control some powerful mutant beasts, and then issue orders through these mutant beasts in order to achieve the purpose of controlling a large number of mutant beasts. Originally, they just came with the mentality of giving it a try. After trying it, I discovered that this method actually works. The main thing inside the mutant beast is to respect the strong. To the weaker mutant beasts, the powerful mutant beasts are like gods. As long as they master the powerful mutant beast, they can really achieve their mutant beast army plan. So recently, that force has been frantically looking for those powerful mutant beast individuals at this stage. Finally, the white tiger was found. An extremely special and powerful mutant beast that does not look like a living thing at this stage. Even with the strength of these people, it would be difficult to directly capture the white tiger for experiments. So they could only create opportunities for Bai Xiaobai to use his supernatural powers. The plan was perfect and there were no mistakes. But Bai Xiaobai has never had any unexpected powers since he appeared, but this time something unexpected happened. After successfully taking over Bai Hu's body, Bai Xiaobai suddenly discovered something extremely horrifying. My consciousness is trapped in the white tiger's body and I can't go back. After trying countless times, she finally accepted that she suddenly turned into a mutated beast and was no longer a human being. Originally, she wanted to pretend that she failed to use her powers and was killed by the backlash, so that those crazy people would let her and her family go. However, this group of people obviously had no intention of letting her go. Even though they thought she had indeed failed to control them, they decided to kill her family members to silence her. In desperation, she could only choose to confess her situation. In this regard, the mysterious people who kidnapped her naturally did not sympathize with her experience, but were overjoyed. Because now as long as she is here, all the mutant beasts in Tianai City can be used by them. After reading what Bai Hu wrote on the wall, Chen Yi couldn't help but frown. The ability is to control mutant beasts, which is quite rare, at least he has never seen it before. Even in the memory fragments of the reborn person, he didn't get the relevant information. Most of the superpowers currently appearing are metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, and lightning. The rare ones are like Chen Yi's own Sky Eye and Yi Chen's superpower that predicts good and bad luck. Being able to control mutant beasts like this is a bit too unexpected. If those people in the research institute knew about it, they might not be able to help but drag her down to study it. Of course, that's assuming she's still alive. In her current state, Chen Yi couldn't tell whether this person was alive or dead. The body should be considered dead, but the spiritual will has taken over the body of a white tiger, which is very strange. After pondering for a while, Chen Yi said, "I've finished reading it, so what is your purpose?" When the white tiger heard this, his huge body moved, and he stretched out his claws and carved 2 words on the ground, "Help me." "Help you? You mean to help you save your family so that you will no longer be threatened by that mysterious organization?" Chen Yi immediately guessed what she meant. Bai Hu nodded quickly, but Chen Yi smiled and said, "Why do you think I can help you?" "Because they are afraid of you." Bai Hu quickly gave the answer, but his words were unclear, and Chen Yi didn't understand what he meant for a while. There are many people who are afraid of him, and if they are really afraid of him, they dare to let the guy in front of him bring a bunch of mutant beasts to disgust him. After another strenuous exchange, Chen Yi understood what she wanted to express. Probably, the organization behind her had a relatively unscrupulous behavior in the past, and they often asked her to do anything without even covering it up. But this time when she was ordered to bring a group of mutated beasts to Tianai to cause trouble, she was told many things that needed to be paid attention to, and there was even a special action plan, asking her to strictly follow the plan. From her explanation, Chen Yi probably got 2 pieces of information. First of all, the forces behind her are not in Tianai, and they deliberately came to cause trouble this time. This basically rules out the possibility that the Merchant Alliance sent her here. Secondly, the power behind her was so powerful that it even allowed mutant beasts to attack others in some places without attracting much attention. Even people with Chen Yi's status did not even see relevant news. Of course, this does not mean that this force is stronger than the Chen family. It is very likely that this force is a local snake in a certain place and has much stronger control over that area than the Chen family, so this situation occurs. But in general, judging from Bai Xiaobai's words, although these people don't know why they came to interfere with Tianai's affairs, they are indeed quite afraid of the Chen family. They even made a special plan to point all clues of mutated beasts attacking the Chen family to the Merchant Alliance. If this guy hadn't suddenly rebelled, even Chen Yi himself would have thought that this was probably the work of the Merchant Alliance. If they were strong enough, there would be no need to be so secretive. In this way, Bai Xiaobai's reason for taking the initiative to seek refuge with him is also tenable. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Chen Yi continued, "What's the reason? Why should I help you? There must be a reason. The real world is not a fairy tale. If you want others to help you, you have to pay a price. The only thing that makes you valuable now is your ability to control mutant beasts, but you seem unwilling to do so. After all, you are just because you want to get rid of that force and come to me for help. I just don't want to be threatened." Bai Xiaobai quickly wrote out his reasons. The meaning is obvious: as long as Chen Yi helps her rescue her relatives, she can work hard for Chen Yi. But it is a pity that Chen Yi naturally sneered at this statement. For subordinates who join the group midway and have strong strength, no matter which force they belong to, they must control some of their weaknesses to ensure their loyalty. It is impossible to give it absolute freedom and trust. This is like Qinju and Suyan. Qinju grew up in the Chen family, but she actually has parents and relatives, but the Chen family will not restrict the freedom of her relatives at all, because the 3 views instilled in Qinju since childhood have made Qinju completely loyal to the Chen family. There is no need to control other people's relatives to ensure further loyalty. Otherwise, it may make Qinju think that the family does not trust him, causing resentment. But Suyan is different. She has family living in Xinfeng building. But in this silly girl's mind, she obviously thinks that it might be possible in the near future. In the impending doomsday, it would definitely be safer for the family to stay in Xinfeng Tower than at home. She didn't even realize that to some extent, this was actually a shackles used by Chen Yi to restrain her. Of course, maybe she was aware of it, but just didn't care at all. From the perspective of employing people, Chen Yi usually sends whomever is more suitable for a certain task among these 2 people. There is no saying that whoever you trust more will be allowed to do important things. At least on the surface, he showed equal trust in Qinju and Suyan. But the actual situation is that he does not need to control Qinju's family, but he needs to keep Suyan's family in Xinfeng Tower. That's the difference. If the white tiger in front of him really wanted to ask him for help and seek refuge with him, it would obviously have to be the latter. Chen Yi can give her a certain amount of trust, but he must also hold some of her weaknesses in his hands to ensure her loyalty. In other words, even if her relatives were rescued, Chen Yi would eventually send them to Xinfeng Tower. For most people, there is nothing wrong with this logic. After all, you can't expect a complete stranger to trust you so much and entrust you with important tasks. But for Bai Xiaobai, who is no longer a human being in front of her, will she regard this behavior as the same thing as the force behind her now, using her relatives to threaten her into submission? This is hard to say. If she thinks so, something will happen in the future. Chen Yi couldn't safely take her for his own use. However, Chen Yi's approach to this was very simple. He said directly, "It's okay if you don't like being threatened. It's just that what kind of behavior this threat refers to is up for debate. If keeping your relatives in a certain place where they can be fed is considered a threat to you, and you have to let them go freely and let them go wherever they want, then I'm afraid we have no chance of cooperation." Chen Yi's blunt words immediately confused Bai Xiaobai. She just wanted to save her loved ones and didn't want them to become a tool for others to threaten her. As for how to establish trust between her and Chen Yi after being rescued, she had never expected this. But Chen Yi was right about one thing. She really had no intention of rescuing her relatives and then sending them to Chen Yi to become hostages. The current situation is that both of them probably have the same appeal. Chen Yi hopes to dig out the forces behind Bai Xiaobai, and Bai Xiaobai also needs the Chen family to help her deal with the people behind her. It's just that the 2 sides cannot establish a trusting relationship in terms of how to cooperate. This is actually a dead end. Under normal negotiations, if the 2 parties cannot reach an agreement on their basic interests, the matter will basically fall apart. Unless one party is willing to make concessions. Seeing Bai Hu suddenly become silent, Chen Yi couldn't help but smile and said, "It seems you haven't figured out what to do then. But don't worry, we can first talk about how to deal with the force behind you. After that, we can then consider how to settle your family." This matter was actually not a big deal to Chen Yi. Regardless of whether Bai Xiaobai is willing or not, in the end, he will have no choice but to send his parents to his Xingfeng building. Unless she doesn't care about her parents' life or death at all. And if you want to control Bai Xiaobai, it doesn't mean that you have to use her parents as a threat. Many times, the logic of mutant beasts that respect strength is also common among humans. As long as Chen Yi is stronger than her, there's no need to worry about her loyalty. The most important thing is that for him, whether he can take Bai Xiaobai under him and become a gold medal fighter is not actually the key. The key is that he needs to brush up on the system's conquest progress. Sure enough, after saying these words, the system prompt sounded in my ears. The mission progress has been refreshed. Bai Xiaobai's favorability towards you is plus 100, the total favorability is 100, and the conquering progress is 1%. This was the first time he had seen this prompt. It was probably not difficult to guess what information was in the prompt. The last conquering progress, if nothing else, should be something similar to loyalty. After all, the system's requirement for him is to conquer Bai Xiaobai. If the conquering progress reaches 100% one day, it will naturally mean that Xiaobai is 100% loyal and will never betray. At the same time as the system prompt sounded, another voice that Chen Yi was expecting also appeared in his ears. Ding successfully deflected the life trajectory of Bai Xiaobai, the son of destiny, reward, Chengqin ring. Chengqin ring, a ring made of special post-apocalyptic materials. It has 100 cubic meters of independent space inside and can be used to store any items. Note, the inner space of the ring is not suitable for living creatures to survive. It is not recommended to put living creatures into it. Chengqin ring, 100 cubic meters of space is equivalent to a small warehouse that can be carried around. This reward immediately made Chen Yi's eyes light up. At the same time, it also made him more certain of one of his discoveries. That is, when encountering this kind of non-killing Son of Destiny mission, you can indeed get rewards continuously, unlike those of Son of Destiny that need to be killed, where the rewards cannot be released until the last kill. Su Yan's situation is not unique. Thinking of this, the look he looked at Bai Xiaobai became more and more kind. How could this be the Son of Destiny? This was clearly a boy giving money. Bai Xiaobai naturally didn't know this. She was still struggling with whether to hand it over to Chen Yi after her family was rescued. When I heard Chen Yi say that we can discuss this issue later and save people first, I naturally felt extremely grateful. Seeing Chen Yi's kind eyes, she didn't think much about it. She just felt that this person was really nice, much better than those who threatened her with her parents. Then she heard Chen Yi say, first tell me about the situation of the force that kidnapped you and your parents, such as how far away from Tianai they are, the environment where they are stationed, or what you saw. You can tell me anything you think is special. Before I help you save people, I must at least find out which force this is before I can take action. Bai Xiaobai was a little unsure when he heard this. I'm not sure about the distance. I was transported here in a big car, but my home is in Jinling. I feel that they should be in Jinling too. Yes. Jinling. Chen Yi raised his eyebrows. Jinling is more than 300 kilometers away from Tianai and is an important part of the river delta area. The city was just outside the territory assigned to him, the eldest son, by the family. He was not the only one in the family. The richest and most prosperous place within sight of the entire family was given to him, so he always had to leave some soup for others. However, most of the entire southeastern part of Sha Kingdom belongs to the Chen family's sphere of influence, and Jinling is no exception. But if it were in Jinling, it would undoubtedly overturn the possibility that Chen Yi had guessed that it came from an unknown local snake force. After all, in such an important city, it is impossible for the Chen family to allow an uncontrolled powerful force to appear under their noses. Even if there is, their every move will definitely be closely monitored. It is impossible for them to extend their tentacles to the sky and sea, and there is still no news from Jinling. If I remember correctly, the person sent by the family to take charge of affairs in Jinling should be Chen Yan from the second room. Chen Yi was thoughtful. Of course, he wouldn't be sure that it was the second roommate who was causing trouble for him just based on Bai Xiaobai's words. Although the people from the second room in the family meeting had spoken for the Merchant Alliance before, and they obviously had a close relationship with the Merchant Alliance, they did have this motive to send people to create trouble for Chen Yi, so that he could join forces with the government to suppress the merchants in the short term. The alliance's plan failed. But a motive is a motive, and everything ultimately depends on the evidence. Besides, he was just guessing based on the information about Jinling. It's hard to say whether he is in Jinling or not. Even if it is really there is no guarantee that Chen Yan, who is currently in charge of the affairs in Jinling, is too useless and does not know what forces are hiding in his territory. In short, there are many possibilities, and it is impossible for him to draw a conclusion based on this clue. After all, such words that are not conducive to family unity cannot be said randomly. Bai Xiaobai briefly talked about what he had seen. But overall, there is not much valuable information, and it is not even certain whether the location of this force is Jinling. Obviously, the forces behind her were very cautious and did not give her access to any important information. After asking a few more questions carefully, I still didn't get a definite answer. But Chen Yi was not in a hurry at all. Although there is no direct answer, a lot of information can be obtained from some clues. For example, it took about 4 or 5 hours from the time she got on the bus to being sent to Tianai, which proved that the location of that force was indeed not far from Tianai. Another example is that she still vaguely remembers the license plate of the car. Based on the license plate, Chen Yi can let people find out a lot of information. In short, although there are no direct clues, there is a lot of valuable information. Chen Yi spent some time and it was not difficult for someone to find out. But after asking this, let's talk about the current issue. What are you going to do now? Chen Yi glanced at the huge white tiger in front of him. The surrounding area has been blocked by me. You don't have to worry about their people watching your every move. It's just that there are a lot of innocent people in the sky. The drone is cruising live. We are under this shed now. The drone is not visible yet. If you go out later, you will definitely be suspected, and your parents' safety may not be guaranteed by then. When Bai Xiaobai heard this, he quickly carved a line of words on the ground. Don't worry, I have recently gained a special ability. It's very fast. Drones in the sky can't photograph me. They don't know about this ability either. Since she could avoid so many live broadcast drones and quietly run inside to wait for Chen Yi, she naturally had the confidence to leave without being discovered. So what you're saying is, let's go our separate ways and leave for now, Chen Yi asked. Bai Xiaobai nodded immediately. Apparently that was her original plan. However, Chen Yi smiled and shook his head. If we separate like this, if I have any questions to ask you, how will I contact you? I can't just call you directly, right? I have a suggestion. You can follow me without worrying about your parents' safety. You might even be able to get some useful information. What suggestions? Bai Xiaobai was stunned for a moment and then asked. It's very simple. I'll beat you up and you will be my mount. Chen Yi had a smile on his face. Bai Xiaobai had a strange look on his face when he heard this, then he shook his head quickly and carved a line of words on the ground. No, it's too fake. It's too fake. You mean it's too fake that you can't beat me? Bai Xiaobai did not continue carving, but the meaning in his expression could not be more obvious. That's what she thinks. No wonder you dared to walk up to me so arrogantly just now. It seems that they didn't tell you my strength when they sent you here, right? Or maybe they originally thought you could beat me. Chenny's smile appeared on Yi's lips. He took a step forward, looked at Bai Xiaobai and said, if you were worried about fakeness, then go all out and do your best to show off. After observing for so long, he could roughly tell Bai Xiaobai's strength even though he hadn't had a direct fight yet. It's true that he's not weak, but he's just on the same level as Su Yan. Even the White Tiger's natural abilities may be a bit difficult to deal with, but it's not a big problem. It's absolutely impossible to beat him. That's why Chen Yi is so confident. Bai Xiaobai's face became serious when he saw this, and his body bowed slightly, assuming a fighting posture. By the way, how come this guy can't see anyone when he walks into that gymnasium? Don't you encounter some powerful monster? Fart, can't you just take a rest inside? He has killed so many monsters by himself, what kind of monster can make him unable to make any movement at all? That's right, please be smarter. Such a fierce person can't die so easily. By the way, I saw that they collected all the corpses of those monsters, but I don't know what they did with them. Are you talking nonsense? If the corpses all over the ground are not put away, is it possible to leave them alone? No, can you go and see the process of collecting corpses first before you complain? What's so special is that someone took a knife to bleed and shave the hair. After cleaning it, they stuffed it into a freezer truck. Is there any problem in asking what it is used for? I also read it, and I always felt like I wanted to collect it and eat it. Ah, is this edible? I have one thing to say. I feel that apart from being bigger and fiercer, many of the monsters here look similar to some of our common animals. 2 of them look like wild boars to me, I guess. Can you eat it? I am super, this is the top delicacy from the mountains and seas, absolutely rare, the only one in the world. Damn it, I'm so greedy just by you talking about it. In the live broadcast room, Chen Yi didn't show up for a long time. Although the live broadcast footage of the drone has been facing the stadium where he finally disappeared, the barrage inside is getting further and further away. But even so, most of the anchors who were controlling the drones were unwilling to move the drones to take other pictures. Because everyone knows that Chen Yi, who just showed such terrifying power, is the focus of everyone's attention. It's been less than 2 hours since Chen Yi took action. Someone has already sliced and diced the previous live broadcast and posted it on the internet, which quickly attracted a lot of attention. The video views exceeded 100 million in less than an hour, and related topics also became hot searches on various platforms. At this moment, a large number of people came here through the hot search, just to see what the fierce Chen Yi was like in the video. Chen Yi is the real traffic password. What these anchors are after is traffic, so naturally they cannot let go of this opportunity. If someone hadn't warned them not long after Chen Yi just disappeared, the drone could only take pictures from a distance in the air and was not allowed to get close. They had already controlled the drone and followed the stadium to find out. Of course, even so, there are still some brave people who try to use some small time travel machines to sneak in secretly. However, the people in the Chen family security department do everything right and have already placed jammers in the surrounding area. These drones can't get in until Chen Yi comes out. This creates a scene where there are clearly a large number of drones in the sky taking pictures of the stadium, but no one dares to get close enough to take a look. And because the previous scenes of Chen Yi's action were too exciting, after the people who came later figured out the current situation, they actually preferred to waste time in the live broadcast room talking nonsense instead of leaving immediately. They all want to wait for a non-human with extraordinary power like Chen Yi to come out and see what he looks like and whether he has 3 heads and 6 arms. So there are more and more people paying attention in the live broadcast room. Just when countless people are looking forward to it. Boom! In the gymnasium, there was a deafening explosion. Then, everyone saw that the huge shed located in the corner of the stadium suddenly flew up. If Bai Xiaobai had thought that Chen Yi was just a little stronger than ordinary superpowers, but definitely not as good as himself. So now after fighting head-on, she realized how strong the person in front of her was. She tried her best, and the White Tiger's natural ability was used to the extreme. The wind blade condensed by the Gangjin energy in the sky slashed randomly, but it could not hurt Chen Yi in the slightest. But Chen Yi just punched lightly, and she couldn't resist it at all. He was not on the same level at all. She was immediately defeated in just one face-to-face encounter. Naturally, it became a tame mutant beast. There was no way around it. The difference in strength was here. Regardless of whether he was an actor or not, Bai Xiaobai felt that it would be difficult for him to escape the fate of being tamed by Chen Yi today. Of course, it is difficult for ordinary mutant beasts to betray after being tamed, but she is different from ordinary mutant beasts. There is no force constraint on her whether she is tamed or not. It is not difficult for her to run away one day, so she wasn't too resistant to this. And just like what Chen Yi said, this way, he could follow Chen Yi arrogantly without being suspected of betrayal by the forces behind him, and it could ensure the safety of his parents and relatives. Even if this were the case, those who controlled her behind the scenes might find opportunities to contact her privately, which would lead to more clues and make it easier for Chen Yi to dig out those people. You can achieve multiple things with one stone, why not? The fight between the two sides actually didn't make much noise, at least not as much as when Chen Yi killed the ferocious beast just now. Bai Xiaobai's full-strength attack had no effect except reducing the gymnasium to rubble and tearing down the shed. The rest of the time was naturally a one-sided beating by Chen Yi. Chen Yi didn't even use his superpowers. His physique of more than 100 points was enough to defeat Bai Xiaobai. That is to say, this White Tiger's body is strong enough. It is the hardest sandbag that Chen Yi has encountered so far, except Su Yan. It is still alive and kicking after being ravaged by him. After beating Bai Xiaobai severely in front of many live broadcast drones, Chen Yi put the knife on her neck and whispered, "Okay, the part where you were beaten is over, now it's your turn, go beat someone up. First come with me and take care of the Merchant Alliance's lair." Bai Xiaobai whimpered, which was considered a response. After all, it was not convenient for her to communicate with Chen Yi by carving words on the concrete floor like before. Although I was a little confused as to why Chen Yi didn't deal with the people who sent her to cause trouble, but instead wanted to find some bad luck for the Merchant Alliance. But at this time she obviously had no choice but to agree. I never expected that Chen Yi would be so strong. I thought those rumors were just rumors. What should we do now? If we lose the White Tiger, I'm afraid it won't be easy to do business when we get back. Don't worry, Chen Yi didn't kill it. He probably thought that this guy was quite smart, different from other mutant beasts, and his fighting ability was pretty good, so he just planned to surrender it for his own use. As long as Chen Yi doesn't have the first if time kills her, then her family is in our hands, and we won't need our help when the time comes, she will find a way to come back on her own. Indeed, but Chen Yi is a bit too strong and cautious by nature. I'm afraid it won't be that easy for her to escape. At this time, we naturally need our help. On a high-rise building in the suburbs not far from the village, 2 people wearing very ordinary clothes, who looked like plumbers, were looking at Shupingwan village from a distance with high-precision telescopes that were very inconsistent with their clothes. Condition. While watching, he was still discussing countermeasures. But just as their conversation was getting heated, the sound of high heels hitting the ground came from the stairwell not far behind them. Both had received professional training and reacted instantly. One of them quickly hid in the blind spot when he went upstairs. The other person loaded the firearm and placed it where it was easiest to get. He stared at the stairwell and breathed evenly. He was ready to welcome the uninvited guests. With their strength and cooperation, even if the person with superpowers comes upstairs now, they are confident to kill him on the spot. So after confirming that there was only one step, they didn't panic at all. However, such confidence was immediately confused after seeing the appearance of the person coming. Chin-Chin-Ju. After being stunned for a while, the man in front of him trembled in surprise. In addition to the surprise, the words were more about giving vent to another good brother who was hiding and telling him not to do stupid things. Son, they are also from the Chen family, and they know very well how strong Chin-Ju is. If they thought before that if two people cooperated, they would be able to kill even a superhuman who came. So when facing Chin-Ju, even if both of them have awakened their powers, they may not necessarily be this man's opponent. What's more, Chin-Ju himself is a superpower now. It's absolutely not something that the two of them can handle. Oh, do you still know me? Chin-Ju shook his head without surprise. It seems that the young master is indeed right. It is really difficult to guard against domestic thieves. When the two of them heard this, they guessed that it would be difficult to be kind today, and immediately they felt angry and got angry. Bang bang bang. Intensive gunshots rang out on the rooftop, but after the gunshots, Chin-Ju, who became the target of the fire, was unscathed. A faint electric light danced on her fingertips. Looking at the two people who had emptied their magazines, Chin-Ju chuckled and said, "Are you done with the bullets? Let's hit the road. Remember not to hang out with people from the second room in your next life." As soon as these words came out, one of them suddenly widened his eyes. "How did you?" However, without giving him a chance to say more, the terrifying thunder and lightning directly turned them both into charcoal. After a brief search on the corpse, as expected, no valuable information was found as Chin-Ju expected. People trained by the Chen family will never make such stupid mistakes. Moreover, although the man's behavior before his death seemed like he was panicking after his secret was exposed, it was actually not the case. Instead, he was laying out suspicions to deal with Chin-Ju's temptation. As for why they were not spared alive, they were taken back for interrogation slowly. That would be even more unnecessary. When the dead men of the Chen family go out on missions, they always leave some backups to ensure that they can kill themselves if they are defeated. It is impossible that these two people do not have similar means. Even if Chin-Ju does not kill them, they will commit suicide themselves. But this trip was not in vain. At least after arriving, Chin-Ju could be 100% sure that these two people were definitely from the Chen family. In other words, it is 100% the Chen family that is secretly causing trouble for Chen Yi, but which faction they are is not yet certain. Our people have found traces of some suspicious persons around the various incident sites. It is basically certain that these are dead members of the family. After hearing Chin-Ju's report, Chen Yi's expression was not disturbed. He had guessed from Bai Xiaobai before that this was most likely the work of someone else within the family, but now this can only be regarded as further confirmation at best. However, since the family is so big, there are quite a few people who are dead members of the family. Moreover, the group of dead soldiers is a very special department within the Chen family. It is in charge of a special clan elder, and even his father, the head of the family, cannot interfere with it. It is impossible for him to take the DNA of these dead soldiers back to his family and ask who these dead soldiers were given to in the first place. After all, although a family like the Chen family claims to be united every day on the surface, it is very indulgent in the internal struggles of the family's children. As long as it is not put on the table, it is definitely just turning a blind eye and fooling around. Therefore, when it comes to matters involving internal struggles within the family, don't even think about relying on the strength of the family. In the final analysis, everyone relies on their own strength. As the eldest son of the eldest son, Chen Yi is the most likely person of this generation to inherit the position of head of the family. A lot of people will be watching him, and there will only be more and more such things in the future. No need to take it too seriously. There are only a few people who have the ability to cause him such big trouble. When he returns home in 2 days, he will naturally teach these people what it means to respect elders and younger ones. As for now, he has more important things to do and has no time to worry about these rats hiding in the dark. Turning his eyes to Bai Xiaobai lying in front of him, Chen Yi said in a deep voice, "Let's continue. According to your wishes, can you control all the mutant beasts in the entire Tianai now?" Bai Xiaobai heard the words and quickly wrote in reply, "Actually, it's not all true. Only those who have been controlled by me before can be controlled from a distance. Those who were not controlled before are still far away. Most of them will be scared away by me and won't obey my orders. The various mutant beasts that have suddenly appeared recently are basically under my control. If you want, I can help you control them to do other things. As for the mutant beasts that originally mutated naturally in Tianai, that is not mine. It can be controlled. However, there should be very few such natural mutations at this stage." She was not carving words on the ground very fast with her claws, but Chen Yi was not impatient. After reading it patiently, he got up from his seat and looked at the map of Yiliang Tianai city hanging on the side. Pointing to a place near the sea in the southeast, he said, "This is connected to the largest port in Tianai. It is a special storage center that stores a large amount of materials. There are many important facilities and resources in it. It is not convenient for us to use heavy firepower, and the Merchant Alliance has already a large number of bunkers and fortifications have been secretly built in this area. Without heavy firepower, it will be difficult for us to capture this place in the short term. I don't have that much time to spend with them. Can you mobilize the mutant beasts you can control and cooperate with my superpowers to clear out the Merchant Alliance mercenaries stationed here and seize the bridgehead?" The impact of a large number of mutated beasts on the Chen family strongholds in Tianai has explained one thing. In the face of this kind of monster, the various fortifications built for modern warfare are of limited use. Now that the roles are reversed, it is Chen Yi who has the mutant beasts to help him. If he wants to win over the Merchant Alliance, these mutant beasts are naturally the best pioneers. They are a group of mutated beasts anyway, so there is nothing to feel bad about if they die. If they don't have any powerful weapons, it should be okay. Bai Xiaobai's reply was simple. Chen Yi didn't ask any more questions after hearing this. He glanced at the sun that was already setting outside, stood up and said, "Let's go then. They should have some heavy firepower, but that's okay, we'll take care of that." Time is tight and the task is heavy. After finishing the Merchant Alliance, he still has a lot of things to be busy with. Night falls, but the sky and sea are not peaceful. Located in the southeast corner of Tianai City, the area connected to the huge port by cross-sea bridge is very lively at this time. A large number of forklifts are busy and countless warehouses around, and loaded containers are loaded onto large trucks and transported to the port through the cross-sea bridge. At this time, there are probably no less than 50,000 people busy in this area. The vicious case of mutant beasts injuring people that occurred in Tianai City during the day did not seem to affect the enthusiasm of the workers here. Nothing else, they just gave me too much. To be able to make so many people come out to work during this special period, the boss behind the scenes offered 10 times the usual salary, and paid half of it up front and paid the other half immediately after the work was done. Money just follows. The hills seemed to be stacked there, making it impossible to escape. It can be said that the action is not generous. In addition, they saw that there were a large number of soldiers protecting them, so naturally they were not afraid of being attacked by anything. However, what they didn't know was that the soldiers they saw were not necessarily the soldiers they thought they were. And the money may not be as valuable as they imagined, and it may not even be possible to spend it on life. The night is getting darker. The large area outside the storage area has gradually become quiet. And in the silence, huge mutant beasts gradually emerged from every corner. Along with these mutant beasts, there were hundreds of people wearing ordinary uniforms of the Chen family security department, as well as a dark mass of regular troops, a large number of tanks, armored vehicles and other weapons and equipment. Whether they were humans or animals, they all stopped when they were about half a kilometer away from the storage area, quietly waiting for the next instruction. Time passes minute by minute. In the blink of an eye it was early 1 in the morning. People at this point are the most tired. After working for a long time, many people also need to take a break and have a midnight snack to replenish their strength. Therefore, in the open spaces outside the large warehouses in the storage area, a large number of workers gathered to rest and eat. Speaking of which, the world has become increasingly chaotic recently. Who says it's not? What kind of place is Tianai? There's been everything going on there lately, either fighting with terrorists or monsters eating people on the streets. Yes, this is too dangerous. A fellow villager of mine happened to go out on the street yesterday and saw that monster. That guy's wild boar is bigger than an elephant, and even a tank can't kill it. In my opinion, something big is going to happen. I should quickly get some money and go back to my hometown for refuge. In my opinion, the countryside is safer in this world. That's for sure, there are not many people in the village. Speaking of which, my hometown is a good place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. If you don't believe me, ask Lao Wang, he is from my hometown. Old Wang, tell me, why don't you talk? Are you asleep? All the workers who were chatting looked over and focused on a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was wearing a safety helmet, and half of the generous lunchbox spilled out of his hand. He was squatting on the ground, his face buried between his knees, and he seemed to be asleep. Hey, I don't want to sleep here in such a cold weather. I have to sleep in the warehouse. Get up quickly. A kind-hearted worker patted the middle-aged man on the shoulder. However, what he responded to was a roar like a wild beast. Roar. The terrifying roar broke the silence of the night, and at the same time seemed to open Pandora's box. One after another roars echoed throughout the storage area. The sources of these sounds are all people, wearing work clothes, but with pale faces, dry skin, and scarlet eyes. Or rather zombies. Ah, Lao Wang, what are you doing? Let go. Monsters. There are monsters, killing people, biting people to death. Someone is crazy, run. People reacted quickly. After seeing their familiar coworkers suddenly turned into bloodthirsty monsters, they immediately fled like crazy. However, it was only then that they discovered that the road leading to the outside of the storage area had long been cut off by layers of barbed wire fences and roadblocks, making it extremely difficult to escape. As for the countless huge warehouses, only the ones that have been emptied are open now, while the doors of those that have not been emptied are all closed. This kind of warehouse door is extremely thick and heavy, and is designed to withstand small caliber artillery shells. Once closed, it cannot be opened manually. Those warehouses with open doors are empty inside. There is no room for them at all. It is impossible to close the door after entering. All the remote controls have been artificially destroyed. There were so many people in the huge storage area, and there was no place to hide at this time. As for the Merchant Alliance mercenaries they had seen before, they had already put on gas masks and watched this area gradually turn into a hell on earth. Master, the official news has arrived. They are already in place. On the roof of a building not far from the storage area, Chinju handed a document to Chen Yi. Above is the current location of the branch of the force dispatched by Tianai officials this time. After a brief glance, Chen Yi threw it aside and said calmly, then let's get started. Chinju nodded and was about to give the order, but at this moment, another voice came from the headset. After being stunned for a moment, she turned back with a stern face and said, Master, something happened. There is a massive virus outbreak in the warehouse area. Starting yesterday, the Merchant Alliance hired a large number of workers to move the goods stored in the warehouse area to the port. At this time, there were about 55,000 workers inside. And just now, a large-scale virus appeared here during the outbreak. These tens of thousands of workers are starting to mutate at an extremely fast speed, and those who have not mutated directly are also being hunted by the zombies that mutated first. Soon, this place will become a zombie paradise. Chen Yi looked at the brightly lit storage area from a distance. In the salty sea breeze, he seemed to be able to hear roars and wails coming from there. Are they still human? Don't they have any bottom line? Shen Yanxi, who was standing beside him, punched the guardrail. The steel fence was smashed into 2 pieces by her. What bottom line do you expect businessmen to have? Chen Yi looked at her in surprise. Shen Yanxi opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. The huge capital fluctuated dramatically, which showed the anger in her heart at this time. That's not right. Before she could answer, Chen Yi shook his head and sneered. It's not just businessmen, most of the powerful people in high positions have no bottom line. How can there be any good people who can sit in such high positions? It's just that they usually sugarcoat their vicious behavior. It doesn't matter if they can't deceive themselves, but they can deceive others. For example, when doing this kind of thing, they will tell themselves that they can't be benevolent. This is just to achieve their goals. It's just a necessary sacrifice on the road. What about you? Shen Yanxi suddenly raised his head and looked over. Are you different from them? Me, Chen Yi smiled. Of course there is a difference. The difference is that when they do something bad, the first thing they think about is how to beautify themselves, but I don't need to beautify it at all. I can openly admit that I am bad. Their little plan for coming here is nothing more than to delay time. Tens of thousands of zombies have gathered in this area, and there are also their mercenaries on the ground to obstruct us. Even if we have mutant beasts to help us without using heavy weapons, we will not be able to survive. It's difficult to get in, and even if you get in, you can't safely get the supplies inside. They only need to guard the port and the cross-sea bridge. When the end comes, we will lack supply points here, so we will naturally have to retreat. The abacus sounds loud, but it's a pity. With that said, Chen Yi turned around and looked at Chinju, informed the fire support troops behind that all heavy artillery and rocket launchers are ready. Blow it up for me. Use artillery to wash his ground troops several times before entering. Quote. Chinju was stunned for a moment and said quickly, but isn't this a little too dangerous? There are many oil storage tanks inside, as well as many devices that store a large amount of chemical raw materials. Once the shell misses and hits without these facilities, and with the amount of various chemical raw materials and crude oil stored here, I'm afraid that the entire Tianai will be greatly affected. Haha, Chen Yi said with a smile. Don't worry, they must have moved away long ago such industrial raw materials that will be difficult to find substitutes after the end of the world. After all, they are businessmen. In addition to having no bottom line, they also have another characteristic, they regard wealth as life. Originally, he didn't want to blow this place up not because he was afraid of these dangerous things, but mainly because he was afraid that the useful industrial products or some directly usable resources inside would be blown up. Because he knew that these were things that the Merchant Alliance would not transfer immediately, but would be of great use after the end of the world. After all, he is not a member of the Merchant Alliance and has the memory of a reborn person. In the opinion of these people, it is probably possible to grow food after the apocalypse. As long as the food saved is enough to eat in the short term, production will naturally resume quickly after the apocalypse. At least growing food will be no problem. In contrast, the industrial raw materials produced by the modern industrial system cannot be produced in a short period of time, so there is no need to say much about their value. Only Chen Yi knew that it would be extremely difficult to resume food production after the apocalypse. Most of the current food crops would not be able to grow at all by then. But I'm afraid there are still survivors inside. Shen Yanqi hesitated for a moment, and then said, indiscriminate bombing may lead to the death of many survivors and those with superpowers who happen to evolve superpowers at this time. That's the fault of the Merchant Alliance. Chen Yi shrugged and looked at Qinju. Qinju immediately nodded and said, I'll give the order right away. Wait a minute, Shen Yanqi stopped quickly, and then looked at Chen Yi. Now we just need to lure out those who have turned into zombies, right? I may have a way to try it. There's a lot of supplies here. It won't do you any good to blow it up. Why don't you let me try? If it succeeds, I won't need large-scale bombing to stop these zombies from blocking the road. Let you try it. Chen Yi looked at Shen Yanqi with an interested expression. What are you going to try? This woman got the flower that represents life, so she must have a very powerful special ability, but she has never revealed it to others. She didn't want to say it herself, so Chen Yi naturally didn't bother to ask. Anyway, after the two of them shared the flower of dreams, it was me and you, and Shen Yanqi could not threaten him no matter what. So now that she said she could try to deal with the tens of thousands of zombies inside, even Chen Yi was a little shocked. I can make people who have mutated into zombies return to normal. Shen Yanqi paused and released a nuclear bomb. Everyone present was immediately silenced. Chen Yi only knew that her ability was probably related to saving people, but he didn't expect it to be so incredible. If you can revive a person who has just turned into a zombie, what is the difference between that and bringing him back to life? No wonder this woman would become the medical saint in the apocalypse in the original timeline, and even he would not easily provoke her. With this ability, she is destined to be worshipped wherever she goes. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask, soon, how long do you mean? Probably no more than 6 hours, after that it's hard to say. Shen Yanqi said calmly. That means you need to save more than 50,000 people inside within 6 hours. Shen Yanqi is none other than Shen Yanqi. Although she has a bit of a holy mother's heart, her brain is very easy to use. The fact that she dared to say this showed that she was sure and not aimless. But thinking about the amount of this project, it's a bit strenuous, and it requires a lot of money at this point. Shen Yanqi looked at Chen Yi. I need you to help me. Quote. Reason. Chen Yi was not surprised by this. Both of their abilities come from the twin lotuses, which are inherently complementary. With sincere cooperation, the effect of 1 + 1 is far greater than 2. It was natural for Shen Yanqi to ask him for help. After I rescue these people who were poisoned into zombies by the Merchant Alliance, you must also kill the people from the Merchant Alliance, and the number cannot be too small, at least half of the people I saved. As for the reason, you can gain strength by killing. You know this better than me, but have you ever thought that the flower of dreams is essentially a harmony of yin and yang, a symbiosis and complementation? If you kill too many people and I rarely save people, then the balance will be broken, which is what we often call yin and yang imbalance. Once this happens, your efficiency in gaining power through killing will be greatly reduced, and the power of your superpower will be much less powerful than before. This superpower can only be considered useless. Of course, because of our special relationship, I will be the same at that time. Likewise, the result of imbalance is that both of us will lose the power from the flower of dreams. So after I save people, you must kill a sufficient number of people. Of course, if I save so many people at one time, I will definitely overdraw my powers. At that time, you will also need to replenish some of the pure vitality gained after killing people. Give me. Shen Yanqi spoke quickly and expressed his reasons. Well, it is indeed quite sufficient. To put it bluntly, the relationship between Chen Yi and Shen Yanqi is contradictory but interdependent. In human terms, Chen Yi is responsible for killing people, and Shen Yanqi is responsible for saving people. The two need to be balanced. Even if an absolute balance cannot be guaranteed, it cannot be too different. There is always a price to pay for gaining power. The power given by the flower of dreams is too great. This is the price, or certain limit. Is it so troublesome? Chen Yi rubbed his chin and said, then it's better to just fire. If you don't save people, wouldn't everything be fine? Then do you plan to never use the superpower you got from the flower of dreams? Shen Yanqi rolled her eyes at him. Don't secretly think that I am a holy bitch who only causes trouble. I don't take anything seriously. This is such a good opportunity. If I save more people, you won't have to worry about the imbalance between us for a long time in the future. You can safely and boldly increase your strength through killing abilities. So you have to support me in saving people. The corner of Chen Yi's mouth twitched, and he quickly waved his hands and said, I'll listen to you, I'll let you go. Sure enough, there are probably very few people in the world who are better than this woman when it comes to talking heads. But what she said made sense. From all aspects, it was a good deal for her to save people. After all, after the end of the world, the most important thing is your own strength. In the face of Chen Yi's opportunity to improve his strength, any plan. All plans require compromise. Just like before, Chen Yi directly ignored the family's plan and the huge impact it would have, and directly surrounded the Lianqi wetland park with heavy troops to grab the dream flower. Compared to killing the Merchant Alliance in the short term, it is obviously more cost-effective for Chen Yi to directly improve his own strength. It was precisely because Shen Yanqi saw this clearly that she spoke this way. Otherwise, even if she couldn't bear to see so many innocent people die tragically in front of her eyes, she would not say this because she knew it would be useless and Chen Yi would not listen to her. Seeing Chen Yi agree, Shen Yanqi also breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, I want to borrow someone from you. Who? This idiot. Shen Yanqi pointed at Su Yan. Su Yan was used to being called an idiot by Shen Yanqi every day. When she heard this, she just blinked, a little curious as to why he wanted to borrow her. Reason. I have an ability that allows me to perform large-scale treatment. As long as it is within this range, no matter how many people there are, they will enjoy the effect of the treatment. In order to maximize the effect, I need to enter the center of the storage area and go to the zombie swarm. But this ability consumes a lot of physical strength and energy. It's not convenient for me to take action before, so I need her to protect me. Well, the reason is very good, but Chen Yi thought of another question. There are not only zombies there now, but there are also dense fortifications on the outside, all of which are mercenaries from the Merchant Alliance. How do you plan to deal with them? With our strength, it won't be a problem to sneak in by bypassing those people, and then you can launch an attack from the outside. Is it possible that they can still resist your attacks while taking care of the zombies behind? Shen Yanqi had obviously already been there. Think of ways to deal with all problems. Hearing this, Chen Yi also nodded and looked at Su Yan. Let's go, don't let her die if we can't drag her back. He already spoke, but of course Su Yan had no objection. She blinked her big eyes and said, oh. She didn't think too much, and she already had a very good impression of Chen Yi. Now that Chen Yi had spoken, she would certainly not refuse. Okay, Chen Yi said in a deep voice, it's getting late. Now that the plan is finalized, let's set off. Under the night, the interior of the warehouse area has turned into a purgatory on Earth. The pungent smell of blood can be smelled from miles away. Obviously, not everyone turned into zombies when the virus broke out. Among the more than 50,000 people, there were at least a few thousand who were inherently immune to the virus. Such people will not turn into zombies or become superpowers when a virus breaks out. In fact, these are the majority of survivors after the apocalypse. There are only a minority of people with superpowers, both now and after the end of the world. The closer she got to the storage area, the tighter Shen Yanxi's brows furrowed. The strong smell of blood made her feel a little uncomfortable, and it also indicated that there might not be many survivors inside. On the opposite side of Su Yan, she became more excited as she walked inside, and the purple halo flickering in the dark lines on her face became more rapid. But at this moment, Shen Yanxi suddenly said, "There are 3 bunkers ahead. The bunkers are very cleverly designed. I'm afraid it's difficult to get around them." Su Yan immediately opened her eyes and observed carefully, then said with a confused face, "Where is it?" Shen Yanxi rubbed the center of his eyebrows and pointed at those 3 places. This kind of bunker is designed to be extremely secretive, and ordinary people cannot tell it. However, Su Yan is a very powerful psychic after all, so she should be able to tell it even from the sound. Sure enough, after she finished pointing, Su Yan suddenly realized, it turns out to be here. I was wondering why there were so many heartbeats in these concrete floors. I thought I heard it wrong. What to do now? It's okay if I heard it wrong. Shen Yanxi was speechless, but then he said in a deep voice, "Kill them." This is simple. After working on it for a long time, she finally found something she was good at, and Su Yan suddenly became excited. With 2 simple steps, he leapt across 100 meters and landed on a small house on the side of the road. This was originally supposed to be a substation next to the community. Because it was right on the roadside, it was built with cement for fear of a car accident. After being reinforced by the mercenaries of the Merchant Alliance, the underground space was expanded, and it became a fortress with 1 floor above ground and several floors underground, connected by underground passages and capable of accommodating dozens of people. This small substation is now so strong that even a tank gun cannot blast it open. However, in front of Su Yan, this thing could not protect the safety of the mercenaries inside. Before they realized what was happening outside, Su Yan, who had landed on the roof, raised her white fist and punched the roof. Boom! The airwaves swept dozens of meters, and the entire fortress was visibly sunk by half a meter from the punch. The top collapsed instantly. The few mercenaries on sentry duty on the top floor didn't even realize what was happening, and were smashed to death by the roof. Su Yan landed lightly in the fortress. In the dark environment, there was a faint purple halo around her. After looking around to make sure there was no living person on this floor, she reached out and grabbed the corpses around her. The blood that had not yet cooled down inside the corpse flew straight towards her and was sucked into her palm. In just a moment, it became a mummy on the ground. The hunt begins. Su Yan glanced at the intersection leading to the next floor and licked her lips. "Master, the boat is ready. Do you want to go over now?" On a beach not far from the storage area, Qinju and Chenyi stood side by side. Yes, after Shen Yanxi proposed a new plan, Chenyi had no intention of staying here and waiting to capture the storage area. Instead, he planned to go directly across the sea to the island where the port is located. The top is the core area of the Merchant Alliance. Of course, Chenyi didn't know when it was controlled by them and how it was managed. There was no news about the emergence of this organization from the Chen family. He found it in the memory fragments of the reborn. It is naturally unrealistic to find out in a short time. But what is certain is that there are a large number of people on it now. An important member of a large number of merchant alliances. There are far more resources than just the warehousing area. Chenyi's original plan was to capture the storage area first, and then use the cross-sea bridge connecting the storage area to the port, and cooperate with the officials to attack from the sea and the ground to capture this place. Chenyi had no intention of taking action during this process. But now the plan has changed. Shen Yanxi needs to save people, and after she saves people, Chenyi also needs to kill a large number of people in a short period of time. Naturally, we can no longer wait for the warehouse area to be settled before taking action against the port. Although there are now thousands of mercenaries from the Merchant Alliance outside the warehouse area, these people are too scattered and it is very troublesome to get them done quickly. Not to mention, the surrounding area is still a residential area with many ordinary people. The army's guns and artillery were bombarding these ordinary people, and it is estimated that these ordinary people would not be affected and cause a large number of casualties. But if Chenyi takes action, that's not necessarily the case. The island is not large, and according to reliable information, the ordinary people on it have long been cleared out by the Merchant Alliance. As for whether this cleanup was done by killing or how to deal with it, I don't know. Anyway, it is not a good thing. In other words, the island is now full of people from the Merchant Alliance. He doesn't need to distinguish them after he goes up, just kill them all. It's much easier than dealing with the mercenaries scattered in countless fortresses here. Well, let's go. Watch this side, and I'll leave everything under your full command. Chenyi explained, then jumped and landed on a speedboat. To him, everyone on the island is an experienced baby. But for others, even Qinju, a person with superpowers. The home base of organizations like the Merchant Alliance is undoubtedly a dragon's nest and a tiger's den. Being able to handle things by himself, Chenyi obviously would not let Qinju follow him into danger. Although the speedboat with negligible noise is sufficiently stealthy, it also sacrifices a certain amount of speed. The port is nearly 40 kilometers away from the shore, and it took Chenyi nearly half an hour on a speedboat to get close to the island where the port is located. It was already past 3 in the morning, but the island was still brightly lit, as bright as day. A large number of cargo ships were berthed at the port, waiting in line to load and unload cargo. The dock is now full of cargo ships, and any one of them is a behemoth with a displacement of hundreds of thousands of tons. The loading and unloading dock is even more crowded, and all kinds of large machinery are racing against time to deliver boxes of goods to the ship. It's really lively. Chenyi parked the boat on an uninhabited shore and walked onto the island calmly. He barely made any cover up, and naturally he was discovered by the surveillance cameras deployed by the Merchant Alliance around the island as soon as he arrived on the island. Soon a group of armed mercenaries rushed over, led by even 2 superpowers. Before they even got close, Chenyi heard them shouting and asking, "What are you doing?" While they were talking, the mercenaries behind the 2 superpowers had loaded their weapons and pointed them at Chenyi. However, he chuckled and replied, "I'll kill you." Under the dim light, Chenyi's dark eyes became deeper and deeper at this time. I don't know when a long knife appeared in his hand, and the blade was trembling, as if he was already reveling in the upcoming blood feast. You were run. After the leader with the supernatural ability got closer and Chenyi took out his long knife, he recognized his appearance. After letting out a trembling roar, he quickly ran away. He had been to Lianqi Wetland Park that day and saw with his own eyes how Chenyi defeated Xiao Yuan. That figure that looked like a demon god descending into the world had already become a lingering nightmare in his heart. Seeing it again at this time, he didn't have the slightest desire to fight. He just wanted to run now. After all, this is just a job to him, so what if the salary offered by the Merchant Alliance is higher? It's only a few million a month, what kind of fate are you playing with? Unlike this superpower, the other superpower and the mercenaries behind them had obviously never seen Chenyi. Maybe they knew this person, but in the middle of the night, they obviously didn't recognize him the first time. Seeing my companion screaming and running away, I was still a little confused. Of course, confused was an adjective to them one moment, and then it became a verb the next. Chenyi certainly had no intention of talking nonsense to these little minions. As soon as his figure flashed, only headless bodies were left behind him. The knife was drawn so fast that these people didn't even have time to fall when they lost their heads. Headless corpses stood quietly on the edge of the beach. The fleeing superpower heard a sudden silence behind him. When he looked back, he suddenly felt like he was dead. It's just that his speed is obviously not enough in front of Chen Yi. When he looked back, he found that Chen Yi had appeared directly in front of him. The superpower's reaction was not slow, and he knelt down in front of Chen Yi and kowtowed a few times. At the same time, he kept saying, "Spare your life. Spare your life. Grandpa, spare your life. I'm just trying to make a living, don't kill me." "Where are the top leaders of the Merchant Alliance?" A cold voice came. The superpower didn't dare to raise his head and said quickly, "The Doomsday Base in the middle of the island is the tallest building." The light flashed. The head of the superhuman lying on the ground fell to the ground, but there was nothing in front of him. The benefits of killing people with superpowers are much higher than killing ordinary people. As Chen Yi hurried on, he opened the system panel and took a look. Host, Chen Yi. Physique, 105.4, human limit is 1. Psychic power, 126.5, human limit is 1. Special abilities, Sovereign Fire, Heavenly Eye, Astrology, Killing Life. Skill, Killing Word Technique. Item, Power Awakening Serum by 80 inches. Excluding some of the physical and mental strength he had gained in the past 2 days. After killing those people just now, the improvement brought about by the ability to kill Shenron is probably plus 0.2 in physical strength and plus 0.3 in mental strength. Not much, but definitely not a lot, because these two data are more difficult to increase in the future. Especially after reaching 100 points, each additional point of difficulty may be more difficult than the previous increase of 10 points. Calculating it this way, if Chen Yi had relied on this skill in the past, just by killing those few people just now, he would have been able to increase the two statistics by several points. No wonder that idiot Yi Chen is able to thrive in the post-apocalypse just because of a dream flower, and he even has the name of a god of death. Feeling the increase brought by this heaven-defying power, Chen Yi couldn't help but sigh. However, the limitations of this thing are indeed not small. The two people who get two flowers need to maintain a certain balance. This is more abstract. Because no matter what, killing people is much easier than saving people. If the person who obtains the White Lotus has poor brains, the person who obtains the Black Lotus will not be able to kill people unscrupulously to improve his strength. He may even be held back by the White Lotus, which will cause an imbalance in his abilities and lead to a decline in strength. That is to say, it was Shen Yanqi who obtained the White Lotus in the original timeline. Yi Chen was able to increase his strength through supernatural power so quickly, and became famous all over the world in less than 3 years. It's not certain whether other people have a good brain like Shen Yanqi's, but even if they have such a good brain, I'm afraid they don't have the heart of a bodhisattva like her, who is willing to sacrifice her life to save others. Therefore, if the Black Lotus recipient wants to improve his strength through it, handing the White Lotus to Shen Yanqi is the most suitable choice. Chen Yi was now a little glad that he still chose to believe Shen Yanqi and didn't act recklessly. The Doomsday Base mentioned by that superpower. It's actually not hard to find. Not only is it in the middle of the island, its main building is 300 to 400 meters high, making it very eye-catching on this small island. Chen Yi quickly arrived at the place. Naturally, he met a lot of people along the way, and he basically took care of them all. He wasn't sure how many people he had killed along the way, but he roughly estimated it was in the thousands. They are all superpowers collected by mercenaries and businessmen alliances all over the world, and many of them are even foreign devils. Of course, they are all dead ghosts now. To meet so many people, it was obvious that the Merchant Alliance had noticed him coming to the island and was trying to send people to stop him, and then the remaining important figures organized the retreat. It's just a pity that Chen Yi had already asked the Chen family to greet the officials before he went to the island. The fleet dispatched by the Tianai city governor was now on the sea less than 5 nautical miles away from the island, with the radar powerfully turned on. No bird in the sky is allowed to fly away, and no ship is allowed to fly in the sea. So everything is in vain, no one is destined to run away here. With so many people leaving and never coming back, the pungent smell of blood could be smelled everywhere on the island, and even a fool knew that something big had happened. When Chen Yi arrived, the Doomsday Base was already in chaos. There are no walls outside the base. This place is on an island. If the barrier of the ocean cannot be defended, then a wall will not be of much help. In addition to the main building that is several hundred meters high, there are countless buildings that are hundreds of meters high in the base. Under the numerous high-rise buildings, it doesn't look like some Doomsday Base, but rather like a modern city in a steel forest. The premise is to ignore the weapons such as missiles and close-in defense guns set up on the roofs of these high-rise buildings. Chen Yi made a rough estimate. If these high-rise buildings were full of people, there would be no problem in accommodating 1 million people on the island. Presumably, if nothing else happens, this will be the headquarters of the future Merchant Alliance in Xia Country. From here, this organization will develop into a top Doomsday force that can rival his Xingfang group. And today, what he has to do is to completely eradicate them before the end of the world has come and before the Merchant Alliance has risen. He hid the island. Our worst fears have come true. On an island hundreds of nautical miles away from Tianai port, there's an underground base and a hidden mountain stream. Mr. Wu from the Business Alliance was sitting at the head of the conference room. Hearing the news coming from the front, he looked at the group of members in front of him solemnly. Let's discuss it. As soon as he said this, all the members below immediately became excited. Among them, a middle-aged man with a bad temper who was sitting on his left and whose status was quite high immediately slapped the table and said, "Is there anything else to discuss? Most of our assets are currently in Tianai port and have not been transferred. If we cannot hold it there, we will be ready to find a hilltop to become bandits after the doomsday comes. Let alone Tianai. I am afraid that we will not be there in the more developed counties. A place of refuge." Hearing this, another member sneered and said, "It would be great if we could go into the mountains and become bandits. Now that the officials and that boy from the Chen family are trying to kill us, it's hard to say whether we can survive until the end of the world." Although their words are unpleasant, they are all true. Most of the Merchant Alliance's resources and power are now in that port. This is also the reason why they failed to fight for the Flower of Dreams. After they surfaced, they knew that they would be targeted, and when they made subsequent response plans, they had to keep it there. If the port cannot be defended, they can certainly run away, but then everything will be lost. Running away is easy, but what happens after you run away? Even the Zhou family, who were considered to be extremely wealthy before, couldn't get on their boat. Everyone here had been among the top group of rich people before, and the capital in their hands was enough to leverage the trillion-dollar market. And once they fail, they will instantly fall from the top of the clouds to the mortal world. When facing the coming doomsday, they will be no different from the vast majority of people. This is absolutely unacceptable to them. It's no different than death. But the matter has come to an end. Chen Yi, an extremely powerful individual who has exceeded anyone's expectations, has arrived on the island. It can be said that everything is over. If they didn't have him and were just stuck in a stalemate with the Chen family and the official power for a period of time until the end, then they would still have some confidence. Now it can be said that I have completely given up. Frustrated, some people remained silent, while others naturally began to speak out. With these two taking the lead, others began to show their dissatisfaction. I told you a long time ago, don't mess with the Chen family. Don't mess with the Chen family. Does anyone listen? Haha, you're not the only one who said you shouldn't mess with the Chen family. Everyone said that. What's the use? Alliance. Bullshit alliance. I was blind and threw all my wealth here. In the end, it's a matter of life and death. No one can make the decision. Everything depends on the happiness of that young boy Xiao Yuan. When our leader makes decisions, he will not consider our opinions. HMPH. If I had known this, I might as well have taken my family property to seek refuge with the 4 major families. After the end of the world, I will still be a powerful person at least. How can I become a bereaved god like now? With a premonition that defeat was certain and there was no hope of a comeback, many members who had been holding back for a long time finally couldn't bear it anymore. After all, things have developed to the point where they are today. In the final analysis, it was the Chen family that Xiao Yuan went to provoke at that time, which led to the failure of the merchant alliance that had planned to secretly accumulate strength and lurk until the end of the world to break out again. This attracted Chen Yi and Tianai officials to jointly target him. Regarding the Lianqi wetland park matter, none of the senior members of the merchant alliance agreed at the time. In the end, it was Mr. Wu and Xiao Yuan who suppressed other voices and forced it on. This matter has gone out of hand, and when it comes to dividing the pot after the war, everyone will naturally want to settle old scores. Although there is probably no benefit to be gained from digging up this old score, and it is even very likely that it will be liquidated by Mr. Wu as the leader of the alliance. After all, this island is also a secret doomsday base, and there is naturally an armed force inside. This part of the force basically, I just listened to Mr. Wu's orders. But if you lose everything, you have to show your emotions, right? As for liquidation, can everyone live a long time without being liquidated? Unlike Mr. Wu and the power of this base, without a port, most of the people here would really become paupers and mere commanders. If it loses its value, it will most likely be abandoned and left to die. Before you die, you have to vent your recent dissatisfaction. For a while, the conference room was noisy. What everyone said was getting worse and worse. Mr. Wu, who was sitting in the first place, looked calm from beginning to end. He just watched these people making noise indifferently. Even if they scolded him, he didn't seem to care much. Until a certain moment, a voice came from the door. Enough. Quote. The conference room fell silent. He turned to look at the young man who had appeared at the door at some unknown time. This is naturally Xiao Yuan. At this time, Xiao Yuan was no longer as embarrassed as when he ran back 2 days ago. The right arm that was cut off by its roots actually grew back, and the wrist of the left hand was no longer bare. It seemed that a new hand had grown out, and it looked white, tender, slender and slender. However, he was wearing long-sleeved clothes at this time, so he couldn't see clearly the condition of the wrist wound. We haven't lost yet, why are you so anxious? Glancing coldly at the core members of the alliance, Xiao Yuan strode forward. Then he calmly sat on the chair closest to Mr. Wu, and everyone's eyes followed him. Those who originally thought that the defeat was certain and gave up on themselves, thought of the magical powers Xiao Yuan had shown before, and many of them had a glint of hope in their eyes. However, what many people remembered was the miserable appearance of Xiao Yuan who was defeated by Chen Yi and fled in embarrassment. Hearing his arrogance at this time, he naturally sneered in response, everyone has become a lost dog, haven't we lost yet? How can we be considered defeated? Wait until Chen Yi puts the knife on his neck. Tianai port can't be lost, how can you become a lost dog? Xiao Yuan came well prepared, and naturally he would not be rendered speechless by others. After saying this, he continued without waiting for them to ask again, Tianai port in the headquarters, I have used a lot of resources to set up a 7-kill formation a few days ago. As he said that, he put his hands on the table, but he didn't know whether it was because the new student's limbs were not used to controlling them or for other reasons. The movements of his hands were very stiff, but this did not affect his speech. In the presence of all the members, the movements of his hands were very stiff. Under the gaze, Xiao Yuan smiled lightly and said, under the 7-killing formation, even a true monk would die on the spot. If Chen Yi didn't come, he would just send his men to seize the island, but I would be helpless, but now that you're here, you're destined to die here. When Chen Yi dies, the interests of Tianai will definitely be reorganized within the Chen family. This vacuum period will be enough for us to survive until the end of the world. Kill Chen Yi. Xiao Yuan's words were astonishing, and this group of business bosses who dared to do anything for profit couldn't help but shudder. That's Chen Yi, the eldest young master of the Chen family. Killing him, what's the difference between that and stabbing the sky? Even when they had the strongest strength and the most cards, this group of people never thought of killing Chen Yi. They just wanted to drive Chen Yi's Xingfang group out of Tianai. And now, Xiao Yuan actually said that he wanted to kill him. If Chen Yi died in Tianai port, would the Chen family go crazy? But the people present were smart people after all, and they quickly realized a very important point. If they don't kill Chen Yi, then today will be their death day. Even if they don't die now, it will be equivalent to their death. But if he is killed, at least what Xiao Yuan said is right. Even if the Chen family is furious when Chen Yi dies, facing a Tianai branch with a power vacuum, there will definitely be an internal fight at the first opportunity, and then resent the core members of the family to take over the Chen family's power in Tianai. This process takes time, enough for them to delay it until after the end of the world. And at the end of the day, no matter how furious the Chen family is, it will probably be difficult to do anything against them. After all, it is beyond our reach. As for the children of the Chen family who came to Tianai to take over the power, it was impossible for them to accept Chen Yi's proud soldiers immediately, so there was no threat to them in the short term. Looking at it this way, it seems that killing Chen Yi is the key to their solution. After a moment of silence, someone spoke up, what are your chances of winning? How many points? Xiao Yuan sneered. If he doesn't enter the base on the island and doesn't step into the scope of the 7-killing formation, then it's impossible to kill him. But once he enters the 7-kill formation, it's not just a matter of a few points. I'm 100% sure that I can definitely kill him. 100% sure, these words are not arrogant. If it was a few days ago, the big guys present had seen how powerful Xiao Yuan was, and they would naturally believe it. However, Xiao Yuan was almost beaten to death by Chen Yi not long ago, and now he was uttering arrogant words, which was naturally not convincing. For a moment, everyone's expressions were a bit uncertain, and most people looked suspicious. Xiao Yuan saw this and sneered, you don't seem to believe it. After saying that, they clapped their hands without waiting for an answer, and a large screen in the conference room suddenly lit up. The screen was in the core area of the island where Tianai port was located at this time. You can even see Chen Yi walking towards the main building of the base with a knife in his hand. There is only one person, but it seems that there are thousands of troops behind him. The overwhelming momentum, even across the screen, made people here feel suffocated. Just when everyone was looking at it, Xiao Yuan said, just now, I gave an order to the people at Tianai port in the name of the alliance. Do you know what it was? Let everyone move closer to the Doomsday base. There are more than 20,000 mercenaries belonging to us on the island, and they have all gathered in the core area inside the base, which is near or inside the Doomsday building. You must be curious why I do this. Don't worry, I will tell you. Chen Yi, when we were in Lianqi Wetland Park, in terms of actual combat power, he was actually slightly inferior to me. The reason why I lost that day was essentially because his powers were extremely restrained against me. The training time is still short, and he has not yet developed his spiritual consciousness, nor has he refined the magic weapon to protect his soul, so he succeeded in sneak attack with his spiritual attack. Although I suffered a huge defeat, after knowing his abilities, if you give me some more time, I only need to refine some things to protect the soul. Next time I encounter him, I can avenge my shame. It's just a pity that the great opportunity in Lianji Wetland Park was lost to him because of this defeat. After obtaining this object, his strength has far exceeded the original. I admit that if I meet him head-on now, even if you are prepared, you will definitely be defeated. But we monks are not arrogant warriors. Since it is unfavorable to fight head-on, we can naturally choose other ways to defeat our opponents. And the 7 killing formation is the gift I prepared for Chen Yi. Hearing this, all the members couldn't help but frown. After all, this B word sounds the same as, Chen Yedian came down to earth and killed everyone in the audience, showing his decline. Xiao Yuan had his arms chopped off and fled in embarrassment calmly. Everyone is smart, but they don't accept his deceitful words. Xiao Yuan saw it and didn't care, and continued, everyone has more or less been exposed to some things related to cultivation, and they probably all understand that if you want to defeat an opponent who is stronger than yourself, you will naturally have to pay a price. Under this world, there is no free lunch, and naturally there is no power that comes out of thin air. Quote. Therefore, the 7 kill formation does have to pay a price. This price, Xiao Yuan's eyes were indifferent, it's a blood sacrifice. The large screen in the conference room turned, and a picture of the interior of the Doomsday building appeared. The place inside had become a purgatory on Earth. Countless people were lying on the ground, but more people were not dead yet. Instead, they were running and roaring, and burst out in their final madness before dying. In fact, whether it was Xiao Yuan or Mr. Wu, how could they fail to consider the possibility of Chen Yi, a supermodel and super powerful individual, to go to the island alone when considering things? They had expected it, but this is the reason why the most important mercenary force of the Merchant Alliance above was not withdrawn. These people are the bait they leave there. The purpose was to lure Chen Yi into taking the bait. Xiao Yuan was born in the world of cultivating immortals, and his knowledge were quite mixed. Although he didn't know exactly what abilities Chen Yi would have after obtaining the Samsara Golden Lotus, he could roughly guess it. The Golden Lotus of reincarnation, white represents life and black represents death. White Lotus can only be taken by people with great virtues, and Black Lotus can only be taken by those who have a hard-hearted heart and regard life as nothing. Even if others use it directly, they will definitely die if they touch it. In Xiao Yuan's view, Chen Yi, who is so immoral and smoking, cannot be a virtuous person, so what he can only get is the Black Lotus. That ability must be related to death and killing. That's why he deliberately left so many people on such an island. Otherwise, he and Boss Wu could evacuate all these people in advance. When the supplies on the island are gone, they are gone. As the saying goes, others are collecting food and I am storing guns, and others are my granary. As long as they have these tens of thousands of mercenaries, even if they go to rob them, they will be able to occupy a territory in the apocalypse and dominate one side. In order to increase their credibility, they even left nearly half of the core strength of the Merchant Alliance on that island. There are many senior members among them. The Chen family's intelligence system was too terrifying. If they didn't do this, they were afraid that Chen Yi wouldn't take the bait. After hearing this, all the members in the conference room finally reacted. The eyes looking at Xiao Yuan and Mr. Wu gradually became frightened. These two people could leave so many core members to die on the island, and tell them so blatantly about the remaining members, then how could they survive? Boom. The solid asphalt road exploded, and Su Yan, who was already wrapped in a purple halo, jumped up from the ground. At the highest point, grasped the void below. Countless blood was automatically drawn out of the hole as if it were alive, and finally gathered in Su Yan's palm. Damn, these people have transformed the sewers into military fortresses. The key changes are incomplete and they stink to death. And they are too weak. They killed 70 or 80 people. The improvement this blood gives me is minimal. Sure enough, the blood of superpowers is more nutritious. Su Yan was handsome for only a second, and after landing next to Shen Yanqi, she started to curse and complain non-stop. Shen Yanqi twitched the corners of his mouth, shook his head and said, the noise you made is too big. We are trying to sneak in, not break in. Kill everyone who sees us and no one notices us. Wouldn't that be a perfect infiltration? Su Yan said unconcernedly. Then he took the initiative to move forward with his long legs to clear the way. When Shen Yanqi saw this, she could only shake her head helplessly. When the Merchant Alliance met these two killers, Chen Yi and Su Yan, they were really unlucky for 8 lifetimes. Chen Yi didn't mention it. The ability he gained from Black Lotus was to kill oneself to become a benevolent person, and the main focus was to bring a killing god down to earth. Su Yan is a semi-mutant, and she is also very weird. He was able to inexplicably evolve a strange ability that directly absorbs the blood of others to enhance his own strength. For these two, killing is the fastest way to improve their strength. All those who become their opponents will probably die in the end. Of course, Shen Yanqi did not feel that these people from the business alliance died unjustly. They used high wages to deceive innocent workers into working for them, and then used purified viruses to turn all of them into zombies. They believed that creating a zombie army was just to stop the Chen family in the official encirclement and suppression. This kind of behavior can no longer be described as crazy. Regarding this kind of person who just happened to bump into Chen Yi and Su Yan, Shen Yanqi could only say that evil people will have their own punishment, and they deserve what they deserve. What are you doing? Su Yan, who was clearing the road ahead and looking back from time to time, suddenly discovered a small drone flying behind Shen Yanqi. The drone is modified from the Chen family's most advanced small drone, isn't it awesome? Shen Yanqi said with a smile. No, of course I know this is a drone. The key point is why you went to a place like this to let the drone follow you, Su Yan asked doubtfully. Do you know what I did before I was abducted by Chen Yi and brought to the Chen family? What? Live streaming, live broadcast. People like you still need to make money through live broadcast. Su Yan was a little unconvinced. Although she was dissatisfied, she still knew very well how smart Shen Yanqi was. That mouth can persuade even Chen Yi's domineering character who always speaks the truth. She doesn't believe that such people still need to make a living by doing live broadcasting. Who said I make money from this? This is just part of learning, understand? Shen Yanqi rolled her eyes at her, and then said calmly, there are millions of pairs of eyes staring at you behind this camera. Pay attention, image. After Su Yan reacted, she was filled with indignation and said, no, you broadcast me without telling me. This is illegal. It's an infringement of other people's portrait rights, don't think I don't understand. Humph, how about this, you give me half of the gifts you receive, and I will have a lot of them, so I won't argue with you. Get out, Shen Yanqi said angrily, why do you want money from me? Go to Mr. Chen, all he has is money. How much do you want? And in a few days, money will only be a little bit. It's useless, what are you going to do? Hey, stingy, Su Yan snorted, ignored her, and continued to move forward. She was carefree, so of course she didn't care about such things. What I said just now was mostly in jest, and it was no different from the normal playfulness between best friends. But after she turned around, Shen Yanqi secretly apologized. Of course, she is not idle. At this time, she still wants to do a live broadcast, and then perform the trick of showing off in front of countless people. There is certainly a purpose for doing this, and there are many purposes. First of all, it is to disclose the news of the impending doomsday. A lot of information has been leaked in the conversation just now. There are so many people in the live broadcast room, of course there are many smart people. When the time comes, the scene of tens of thousands of zombies gathered will be broadcast live for everyone to see, and of course there is no need to doubt the authenticity. There is only one reason for her to do this, that is, after announcing the news, she hopes that more people can prepare before the end of the world and increase the probability of survival. After the apocalypse, about 90% of the people will be transformed into corpses directly due to the virus outbreak, and 10% of the people will survive. A very small number of these survivors will acquire supernatural powers, but the vast majority are still ordinary people. A simple calculation can predict that in the early stages of chaos, most ordinary people who did not die from the virus outbreak would definitely die from zombie attacks. And she announced the news of the doomsday in advance in order to reduce these casualties. This is the first purpose, and it is also something done just because of one's own kindness without considering any interests. This incident even harmed Chen Yi's interests to a certain extent. After all, if it were just her, and she wanted to talk about this kind of thing on a live broadcast, she would definitely be blocked as soon as she opened it, and it would be impossible for her to say a word. Although there are already many videos on the internet about mutant beasts, zombies and other monsters, news about the doomsday is still a taboo among taboos. In any country where order has not completely collapsed, this is news that must not be spread. It is precisely because she is now a member of the Chen family and is still with Chen Yi, the eldest young master, that no one dares to ban him during this live broadcast. After the news is announced, it doesn't take much to know that all parties will blame the Chen family for this matter, and Chen Yi will definitely have to bear part of the pressure. And her other purpose is indeed from the perspective of profit. She wants to tell everyone that she has incredible medical skills and can bring people back to life. Then after the apocalypse, there will naturally be a steady stream of people coming to seek medical treatment. She has now shown her own brand, and she will no longer have to worry about the embarrassment of being left unsaved and causing an imbalance between her powers and Chen Yi. This second purpose was also the reason she planned to use to convince Chen Yi to do this. Of course, Shen Yanqi knew very well that this reason was quite far-fetched, and Chen Yi would definitely not let it go. But the flower of dreams is one twin. After separation, as long as certain conditions are met and then reunited, there should be endless benefits. When the time comes at worst, I will have to compensate him myself. A rare blush appeared on Shen Yanqi's fair and pretty face. Two people who obtain the flower of dreams can gain stronger power if they meet some conditions, such as saving killing many people, and then get together again and combine in some way to achieve the effect of yin and yang blending and reincarnation. As for what form this power takes, Shen Yanqi doesn't know. The reason why she made this assumption was that she recently found that she seemed to be getting closer to Chen Yi. Many times I even want to take the initiative to approach the other person. Chen Yi also had this tendency, but because it wasn't obvious yet, he didn't pay attention. And Shen Yanqi is thoughtful and a master of psychology. He is extremely sensitive to the emergence of his own abnormal psychology, so he noticed it. She came to this conclusion after reading many records related to the theory of yin and yang. She was 80% sure that this conclusion was correct. Of course, only she knew about this, and she hadn't told Chen Yi yet. Otherwise, she would know it without even thinking about it. With Chen Yi's character, if she knew it, she would probably have to hold her down to see if it was true. But what's even more outrageous is that thinking that she would be fucked by Chen Yi, Shen Yanqi didn't feel any resistance at all, but rather looked forward to it. This was certainly not because she fell in love with Chen Yi at first sight and was willing to sleep with him not long after they met. But the flower of dreams is causing trouble. Forget it, just do the things you need to do now. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yanqi suppressed these chaotic thoughts and ripples in her heart, and quickly regained her composure. Start executing your own plan like a robot. A very friendly smile bloomed on his innocent little face. As he walked, he said to the drone following him, everyone has seen that I am now in the warehouse area connected to Tianai port on the outskirts of Tianai city, working with the officials to deal with the group of terrorists entrenched here. Of course, there are too many things I can't say, but everyone should know what happened in Tianai 2 days ago. The terrorists mentioned in the news at that time were this group of people. This time we are going to wipe them out completely. Because of my special status, I can come here to live broadcast for everyone. You don't have to doubt the authenticity of the live broadcast. There should be friends who live nearby who are watching the live broadcast, right? Many people should know what is going on here. Quote. She quickly introduced the situation here, and at the same time cleverly avoided the issue of her identity and the existence of the Chen family. What happened here is said to be the official suppression of terrorists. It's not that at this time, the existence of a family like the Chen family cannot be made public. It's just not necessary. After all, this is modern times, and most people simply don't believe in the existence of the so-called four major families. If we really want to tell the fact that the Chen family is the leader of today's matter, and that the official government is only cooperating with the Chen family's actions, it will not only not increase credibility, but will make many people suspect that she is making some kind of micro-movie that falsifies the worldview. It will be more troublesome to explain then. Shen Yanqi's popularity on the internet is extremely high. In just a few months, he has become a top anchor with tens of millions of living fans. Now that he is on the air, there is naturally no shortage of fans. It even stopped broadcasting for a long time after being caught by Chen Yi to work as a secretary, but the next broadcast attracted a large number of viewers. Even though it is 2 or 3 in the morning, the internet is the least active, and the number of people in the live broadcast room has now exceeded 1 million. Of course, this is due to Shen Yanqi's own fame and Su Yan's. When she cleared those bunkers just now, she looked like a witch coming to the world, which attracted countless passers-by. After hearing her description at this time, the barge in the live broadcast room was scrolling at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. I watched the news a few days ago, and I was a little curious about what kind of terrorist could make such a big noise in Tianai. And the authorities haven't completely wiped out these people yet. Guigi, listen to the voice next to you, this is not about exterminating terrorists. This is just the end of a war, right? The crackling sound is like setting off firecrackers. Is the anchor really on the battlefield? Now I am a little curious about what the anchor does. Before, I only knew that the anchor was a doctor. Didn't the anchor major in psychology? I remember that I seemed to be proficient in history and finance. Don't ask, she is a genius girl. She was rejected by the National Academy of Sciences many times, and even after being rejected, she was awarded the honorary academician medal. New fans are still asking what the anchor does, but old fans have long been kneeling to watch the real peak human. Laughing to death, but when the anchor was talking to the super powerful beauty in front of her just now, did she say, what's something extraordinary? What does it mean that money will become useless after a while? Could it be that the end of the world is coming? When I look at the recent situation, it seems that there's something a little bit apocalyptic about it. It was also in Tianai in the morning. Didn't someone live broadcast that there were monsters running rampant in the city? My friend's home is on the border. Recently, he often told me that he saw zombies and said it was a biochemical crisis, haha. Don't laugh, maybe what they say is true. With Shen Yanqi's guidance, the discussion in the live broadcast room shifted to Su Yan and then to what she said. Soon it was pushed to the end. In fact, there are quite a few people who realize that the end of the world is coming. After all, there is not much time left before the end of the world actually comes. Many unusual phenomena have already appeared in reality, and even zombies and mutant beasts have begun to appear in small groups. Appeared. Naturally, many people have seen these monsters with their own eyes, but usually people can't talk about it on the internet. At this moment, Shen Yanxi's live broadcast room can be regarded as giving people with knowledge a space to speak. A large number of personal experience parties appeared in the barrage, and they began to describe what horrible monsters they had seen, and bluntly said that the end of the world might really happen, is coming. In an instant, countless things that the government and various major forces had tried so hard to conceal were revealed. What the hell is this Shen Yanxi doing? In the temporary headquarters, Qinju looked at the situation reported by his subordinates and took out his mobile phone to open Shen Yanxi's live broadcast room. Looking at what was being discussed in the barrage, I couldn't help but frown. As Chen Yi's personal bodyguard and virtuous wife, she naturally knew the impact of breaking the news about the doomsday. But the person who did this happened to be Shen Yanxi, and she couldn't decide whether to stop the live broadcast for a while. Shen Yanxi's intelligence has long established a unique personal image among the people around Chen Yi. Even Qinju now thinks that she must have a reason for doing this. It might even be related to some other layout. She was not sure whether Chen Yi's interests would be damaged if it were interrupted. And Chen Yi has now arrived on the island where Tianai Port is located. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a dragon's pond and a tiger's den. Qinju didn't want to distract him, so he didn't contact Chen Yi to ask about this matter. Shen Yanxi has the bond of Dream Flower with the young master, so he should not do anything detrimental to the young master. Since it is beneficial to the young master, then today is no different than in the past. When the news is revealed, it will be revealed. Others, so what if several families and officials come to hold us accountable? Gouda Gouda. The round head fell to the ground and rolled away. Chen Yi glanced at the sword in his hand, not stained by a drop of blood, shiny as new. This was already the number of heads he had chopped off tonight. With his physique of over 100 points, he certainly didn't feel tired at all. And thanks to the fact that this knife was a gift from the system, it didn't matter at all if it cut so many people. If this were an ordinary prop, even if it was made of powerful materials, it would probably have to be sharpened by now. Putting the sword into the scabbard, Chen Yi continued to walk towards the central area of the Doomsday base. Behind him were headless bodies on the ground. The fresh blood sprayed everywhere as if it was free, and finally gathered into small blood pools on the ground. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the blood flowed into a river. Wisps of life essence invisible to the naked eye rose up in it, gradually gathering into Chen Yi's body as he followed his footsteps. Chen Yi paused and frowned slightly. Why do you feel that the power you can get from killing people through killing people is much less when killing people? The ability of killing people allows him to absorb the life essence of others through killing to improve his own strength. How much life force can be drawn is usually linked to the strength of the person killed. Generally speaking, the amount that ordinary people can provide is similar. If the average life force that ordinary people can absorb is converted into 1, then the difference between strong people and weak people is probably 1.1 and 0.9. So small that it's almost negligible. However, Chen Yi had killed too many people today. He might not be able to feel such a small difference normally, but now he can feel it very clearly. The power gained is at least 1/3 less than before Chen Yi glanced at the majestic tall building not far away. There is something weird about this place. Chen Yi actually had some guesses about Xiao Yuan's background. After all, they had fought before, and the various magical abilities Xiao Yuan displayed were undoubtedly far beyond the scope of superpowers and were extremely abnormal. Instead, he is more like the cultivators described in some literary and artistic works. Therefore, Chen Yi has always been wary of this aspect. Since Xiao Yuan can use some yellow paper and other things to create powerful items, it is not surprising to think that he can create something powerful in his lair. But at the moment, it is obviously necessary to confirm whether there is really something weird here or some other reason that causes the power increase obtained by killing people to decrease. Don't make a mistake and scare yourself. It would be too ridiculous. The good news is that this is quite simple. Chen Yi directly captured a few people from the Merchant Alliance, killed 2 people inside, and took them outside to kill 2 more. The authenticity of the speculation was quickly confirmed. There is indeed something wrong with the core area of this Doomsday base. There will be a special force in this area that robs him of the life force that escapes after death. And because he ran back and forth twice in the process, Chen Yi also noticed that something seemed to have happened inside the Doomsday base, causing the current abnormal chaos inside. Many people wearing mercenary uniforms not only did not come to him, but instead hurried into the base. This is obviously not to concentrate on the core area to resist his uninvited guest. After all, although there are many buildings in the Doomsday base, enough to accommodate millions of people, in fact, where these people go is the landmark high-rise building in the middle. Such a large number of mercenaries cannot be deployed in such a small area. As long as the opponent's commander has a sound mind, he won't do this. That means that the people gathering here are not just to guard against him, but for other reasons. Therefore, what could be more important than Chen Yi, who came to the island and put the knife on the necks of so many people, so that these mercenaries completely gave up their resistance and gathered directly here? Who came to the island and put the knife on the necks of so many people, so that these mercenaries completely gave up their resistance and gathered directly here? Chen Yi was a little confused.